Everlasting Dragon Emperor Chapter 246 to Chapter 327. Du Ji smiled and explained, the Xiantian original liquid is sealed in this stone orb. There aren't many of them, only 9 drops. 9 drops? That's enough. Someone whispered. On the other hand, there were people who looked excited. The Xiantian original liquid was too precious. If there were too many of them, not many people could afford it. But if there were only 9 drops, they could give it a try. Moreover, even if there were only 9 drops, the effect would be amazing. I'm going to get these 9 drops of Xiantian original liquid. Lu Ming looked at the stone orb with determination. His physical body had been stuck at the perfect grade 2 for a long time. As long as he could get these 9 drops of Xiantian original liquid, his physical body would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. It would be easy for him to break through to the 3rd grade. If that was the case, his battle prowess would have a huge increase. 9 drops of Xiantian original liquid. The elders of the Dtian fighting ground have studied it and there's no mistake. Alright, let's start the auction. The starting price for each drop of Xiantian original liquid is 10,000 spiritual crystals. The starting price for 9 drops is 90,000 spiritual crystals. Every bid must be at least 5,000 spiritual crystals. Du Ji announced. CSI, many people gasped and looked dejected. Although they had expected it, they were still shocked when they heard the starting price. 90,000 spiritual crystals was enough to extinguish the fire in their hearts. 100,000 spiritual crystals. Although the price was high, it wasn't something that everyone couldn't afford. Someone immediately made a bid, and it came from a VIP room. From the voice of the 3rd VIP room, he seemed to be very young. 110,000. Immediately after, a rather old voice came from VIP room number 9. 120,000. A voice suddenly sounded in the hall. Everyone looked over and saw a tall and muscular man. 150,000. In VIP room number 3, the young voice sounded, but it was a little cold. 160,000. Immediately after, the 9th VIP room made a bid. In the hall, the muscular man's eyes flickered as he stared at the stone orb on the stage. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. But in the end, he let out a long sigh and gave up. 160,000 spiritual crystals had already exceeded all of his assets. He could only give up. 170,000. The 3rd VIP room continued to raise the price. 180,000. VIP room 9 did not give in at all. At this moment, Lu Ming did not bid. There was no need to bid now. It would be the same if he bid later. VIP room 3 and VIP room 9 were competing with each other. Soon, the price of the Xiantian origin liquid had reached a high of 250,000. At that moment, the voice in VIP room number 3 was incomparably cold. At this moment, there were 5 young men sitting in VIP room 3. However, the expressions of the 5 young men did not look good. Where did this old man come from? He actually dares to compete with senior brother He Qiuming for treasures. He's courting death. A young man with a slightly pale face said with a murderous look. That's right. Looks like he doesn't know that we're disciples of the 10 Directions Sword sect. Another person said coldly. Among the 5 people, the one sitting in the middle was a handsome young man in a blue robe. At this moment, his face was very cold. He frowned and looked at VIP room 9. Senior, I'm Qiuming, a disciple of the 10 Directions Sword sect. These 9 drops of Xiantian origin liquid are very useful to me. I hope you can give them to me. His words were very polite, but his voice was cold and filled with murderous intent. An extremely powerful aura spread out from VIP room 3. This was clearly a threat. A disciple of the 10 Directions Sword sect. Everyone in the hall was shocked. Their eyes were filled with fear. You're from the Qiu family of the 10 Directions Sword sect? The old voice came from VIP room 9. There was an old man sitting inside. At this moment, he was filled with fear. That's right. Qiuming replied coldly. Fine, I'll give these 9 drops of Xiantian origin liquid to you young people. The old man in VIP room 9 pondered for a while and finally sighed. The Ten Direction Sword Sect was definitely a giant in the Blazing Sun Empire. Not many people dared to offend them. The old man's withdrawal made Xiaoming smile. 250,000, 250,000, any higher bids? Duji asked as he looked around. This is Xiantian origin liquid. It's extremely rare in the world. In the Blazing Sun Empire, it's extremely useful to the physical body. If you miss this chance, you don't know when you'll get another chance. If you want it, hurry up and bid. 250,000. Are there any higher bids? Duji tried his best to tempt the crowd. He was very unhappy with Xiaoming's performance just now, so he naturally shouted to his heart's content. This old man. Xiaoming gritted his teeth and glared at Duji. If looks could kill, Duji would have been pierced through. 300,000. Right at this moment, a clear and bright voice suddenly rang out and spread throughout the entire place, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. Someone had bid. After knowing that it was a disciple of the Ten Direction Sword Sect, he still dared to bid. Who was this person? Everyone's gaze immediately turned towards VIP room 7. That's right. The person who had bid was Lu Ming. Moreover, he increased the price by 50,000, pushing the price to 300,000. 300,000. Alright, this friend bids 300,000. Is there anyone who wants to bid higher? Duji was overjoyed and announced. Bam, in VIP room 3, Xiaoming slammed his palm on the table and broke it into pieces. His face was extremely gloomy. Where did this brat come from? How dare he bid when he knows that we're disciples of the Ten Direction Sword Sect? Is he courting death? The pale young man roared and his voice echoed throughout the hall. I bid 300,000 spiritual crystals. Are you going to bid or not? Lu Ming curled his lips and said calmly. You're courting death. Xiaoming finally couldn't take it anymore and shouted coldly, Brat, I'll give you 5 breaths to withdraw your bid. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. If you have the money, pay up. If you don't, why are you still here? Scram. This was Lu Ming's reply. It was overbearing and domineering. The entire auction hall was shocked. This mysterious person was so overbearing that he even asked the Ten Direction Sword Sect to scram? Xiaoming's face turned pale. A powerful aura spread out and shrouded VIP room 7. Brat, I'll kill you now. Xiaoming roared. You can try me. Lu Ming replied in a domineering manner. Although Duji's cultivation was at the 8th grade martial master realm, why would Lu Ming be afraid of him? Die. Xiaoming roared as he walked out of the VIP room and was about to head to VIP room 3. How dare you? Suddenly, Duji furiously roared, and an extremely terrifying aura exploded out, crushing down on Xiaoming's body like a mountain. Xiaoming's body trembled, and he was unable to move. Martial Ancestor Realm. This is the aura of a martial ancestor realm. The entire hall was shocked. They didn't expect Duji, who looked so friendly, to be a martial ancestor realm expert. Old man, what are you doing? Are you courting death? I'm a disciple of the Ten Direction Sword Sect. Xiaoming roared. What bullshit Ten Direction Sword Sect? How dare you cause trouble at the Dtian auction hall? Die. Xiaoming shuddered violently. He was used to acting like a tyrant, and he had just casually shouted. At this moment, he finally recalled that this was the Dtian auction house, and Duji was a member of the Dtian Divine Palace. Even if he killed Duji, the Decimo Sword Sect would definitely not dare to say a word. Thinking of this, Xiaoming's body stiffened as he broke out in cold sweat. Senior, I was wrong. I was too anxious just now. I hope Senior won't take offense. Xiaoming hurriedly shouted with a pleading face. Go back to your room. Duji yelled. Xiaoming was relieved as he hurried back to VIP room 3. Damn it. Damn it. After Xiaoming returned to the VIP room, he let out a deep roar. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. He had embarrassed himself just now and would definitely become a laughingstock. It was all thanks to Lu Ming. Investigate. I must find out who that kid is. I will burn his bones and scatter his ashes. Xiaoming roared. Senior brother Qiuming, I know who he is. Suddenly, a young man who had been silent spoke. You know? Qiuming looked at the young man. He is Tianyun from the Star General Hall. I will never forget his voice. The young man gritted his teeth and said. This young man was one of the 6 geniuses from the Decimo Sword sect who had comprehended force in the blood and secret realm. Tianyun? It's him? Good, very good. I am here to kill him. Now, he dares to snatch the Xianxia original liquid from me. He brought this upon himself. Qiuming said in a cold voice. Senior brother Qiuming, in 2 days, Tianyun will challenge someone 2 levels above him at the Dtian fighting ground. When that time comes, we will kill him and challenge the record of the 6 heroes of the Scorching Sun Empire. Dream on. The pale young man sneered. All right, we will let him live for 2 more days. We will let him have the 9 drops of Xiantian original liquid. When we kill him, the Xiantian original liquid will be mine. Qiuming said coldly. 300,000 spiritual crystals. Is there anything higher than 300,000 spiritual crystals? In the hall, Duji continued to host the auction. Everyone was silent. This time, the auction was not targeted at martial ancestor realm experts. Most of them were great martial masters. 300,000 spiritual crystals was not a small amount even for a martial ancestor, let alone a martial grand master. Therefore, no one continued to bid. Duji asked 3 times, but no one bid. The 9 drops of Xiantian origin liquid were successfully obtained by Lu Ming. Lu Ming paid the spirit crystal and directly kept the stone into the Supreme Divine Palace. The auction finally came to an end. Lu Ming, Miangcheng and the others returned to the Star General Hall. Then, Lu Ming entered the Temple of Paragon and took out the stone. The stone was about the size of a fist. As he held it in his hand, it emitted a shocking amount of essence energy. There were 9 drops of Xiantian original liquid sealed inside. Lu Ming did not hesitate. He held the stone in his hand and squeezed it with all his might. Kacha, the stone cracked open and an even denser essence G permeated the air. Next, a drop of Xiantian origin liquid seeped out from the crack. The Xiantian origin liquid was as black as ink. It emitted a little bit of light. It was very magical. Lu Ming opened his mouth and sucked the drop of Xiantian origin liquid into his mouth. He put the rest of the Xiantian origin liquid into a jade box and circulated the raging flame Vajra skill to refine it. The Xiantian origin liquid turned into an endless amount of essence Qi and seeped into his muscles and bones. Under the raging flame Vajra skill, Lu Ming's body continuously strengthened. Lu Ming's body's strength increased crazily. His body, which was stuck at the complete 2nd rank, also started to break through. 2 hours later, Lu Ming's body trembled. His bones made crackling sounds like beans being fried. His muscles wriggled continuously. After a long while, it finally calmed down. 3rd rank physical body, I have finally reached the initial rank 3 physical body. Lu Ming muttered. His face was full of joy. The Xiantian origin liquid was indeed the best body refining treasure in the world. Just a drop of lower-grade Xiantian origin liquid allowed Lu Ming's body to break through and reach the initial rank 3 physical body. Having reached the 3rd rank physical body, Lu Ming's explosive power had increased. His combat strength had also increased substantially. Continue. Lu Ming muttered. Then, he swallowed the 2nd drop of Xiantian origin liquid and began to refine it. It was more difficult to improve the 3rd rank physical body than the 2nd rank physical body. However, with the help of the Xiantian origin liquid, Lu Ming's body was still improving rapidly. More than a day later, Lu Ming had cultivated the raging flame Vajra skill to the complete realm. In other words, Lu Ming's body had reached the complete rank 3 physical body. The 8 drops of Xiantian origin liquid had also been completely refined. If I want to continue to improve the grade of my body, I have to find a more advanced body refining technique. Lu Ming pondered. The raging flame Vajra skill could only cultivate the body to the complete rank 3 physical body. This was already the limit. What a strong physical strength. My combat strength has increased by at least 30% compared to before. Lu Ming's eyes were extremely bright. At this moment, his expression changed as he heard a soft knock on the door. With a thought, he walked out of the Temple of Paragon and opened the door. It was Xianxia and his siblings. "Brother Tianyun, today is your challenge," Ming Peak said hurriedly. Lu Ming slapped his head. He had been so engrossed in refining the Xiantian origin liquid that he had almost forgotten about the time. "Let's go." The four of them immediately rushed to the Dtian fighting ground. At this moment, the Dtian fighting ground was already filled with people. All the seats were occupied. It could be described as a sea of people. There were no less than 300,000 people. Every person had to pay 10 spiritual crystals as an entrance fee. The Dtian fighting ground's income today was no less than 3 million spiritual crystals. It was terrifying. However, at this moment, the Dtian fighting ground was in an uproar. Why isn't Tianyun here yet? What's going on? Could it be that he's not coming? No, I've come here for nothing. I'll refund the spiritual crystals. I'm not going to watch this. I gave up on a mission to come here. Is he going to scam me? In the crowd, Xiao Ming and the others stood there with ugly expressions on their faces. Could it be that Tianyun knows that he offended senior brother Xiao Ming in the previous auction and doesn't dare to come? I think that's the case. A few disciples from the 10 Direction Sword sect discussed loudly. This time, the 10 Direction Sword sect had sent over a dozen disciples. The higher-ups of the Dtian fighting ground. A few elders from the Dtian fighting ground frowned as they looked down. What's wrong with Tianyun? Why isn't he here yet? I've already sent someone to fetch him. A few elders discussed softly. Suddenly, an old man's expression changed. He smiled and said, "Tianyun, you're here." At this moment, Tianyun walked through the entrance of the Dtian fighting ground and walked towards the fighting stage. "Tianyun is here." It was unknown who shouted, but the entire place quietened down. A few 100,000 pairs of eyes looked towards the entrance. Lu Ming walked in front with big steps. Miangcheng and his siblings followed behind him. "Haha, Tianyun is here. It seems like he's delayed by something. With his talent, how can he not come? Who said that Tianyun is afraid and doesn't dare to come? You're really measuring the heart of a gentleman with your own mean measure." Everyone was excited, but a few disciples from the 10 Direction Sword sect had ugly expressions. "Humph, it's good that you're here. You're still going to die," Xiao Ming said with a gloomy face. Miangcheng and his siblings went to the stands while Lu Ming went to the center of the fighting ring. All eyes were on Lu Ming, who was in the fighting ring. All right. Now, Tianyun's 2-level challenge officially begins. Who wants to come up and fight? The judge announced loudly. "I'll have a try," an old man said loudly as he went to the fighting ring. It's the first freak of Ming Mountain. He's an 8th-level martial master, and he's won 7 battles in a row against people of the same level. He's considered an expert among 8th-level martial masters. He's qualified to be Tianyun's first candidate. Someone recognized the old man as soon as he went to the fighting ring. "You can fight him." The judge nodded, acknowledging Weirdo of Ming Mountain's strength. "Child Tianyun, please." Weirdo of Ming Mountain stared at Lu Ming, emitting a powerful aura. Lu Ming smiled and a long spear appeared in his hand. Bang! Strange Ming Shan took a step forward and dashed toward Lu Ming at a high speed. Wind Demon Staff Technique. Ming Shani yelled. The dragon head walking stick in his hand swung toward Lu Ming like a whirlwind. One stick after another, it was continuous. Weirdo of Ming Mountain showed his strength as soon as he made a move. He was one of the top fighters among the LV8 martial masters. Lu Ming thrust out his long spear and fought with Weirdo of Ming Mountain. He didn't use force. Weirdo of Ming Mountain was strong, but he didn't need to use force. After a dozen moves, Weirdo of Ming Mountain was swept away by Lu Ming's spear. Weirdo of Ming Mountain was defeated, which was expected by everyone. However, the experts who came later would be stronger and stronger. The real challenge had just begun. Who wants to fight me? Lu Ming looked around. Tianyun, I'll kill you. With a loud shout, a disciple of the Shifeng Sword School jumped onto the fighting ring. Disciples of sects like the Decimo Sword faction who could reach such a cultivation base at such a young age were all geniuses. There was almost no need for them to test their strength. Tianyun, if you know what's good for you, hurry up and return the Xiantian origin liquid to senior brother Qiuming, then kneel down and admit your mistake in front of everyone. If you do that, I can consider only crippling your cultivation and sparing your dog life. The disciple of the 10 Directions Sword sect shouted coldly. He was extremely arrogant and shameless. Idiot. Lu Ming responded indifferently. What did you say? You're courting death. Even if I kill you, your items will still be mine. The 10 Directions Sword faction disciple roared, his aura erupting as he charged towards Lu Ming. It had to be said that this disciple of the 10 Directions Sword sect was very strong. He was much stronger than the eccentric of Mount Ming. No wonder he was so arrogant. Unfortunately, his opponent was Lu Ming. Whoosh, the power of the wind was infused into the long spear, causing the long spear's speed to reach the extreme. Everyone only saw a spear shadow flash, and in an instant, it appeared in front of the 10 Directions Sword faction disciple. Poochie, the long spear pierced through the heart of the 10 Directions Sword faction disciple. The 10 Directions Sword faction disciple screamed and fell to the ground, no longer breathing. Instakill in one move. What a powerful strength. Everyone was shocked. The 10 Directions Sword faction disciple was extremely arrogant a moment ago, but he was instantly killed. Tianyun is too strong to be able to kill someone 2 levels higher than him in one move. This disciple of the 10 Directions Sword faction is not weak. He's a top expert even among the 8th level martial grandmasters. Tianyun's combat strength is definitely equivalent to a 9th level martial grandmaster. That's terrifying. Can he really break the record of the 6 Burning Sun heroes? Many people were discussing in shock. At that moment, Lu Ming had already won 2 matches in a row, while the other 5 of the 6 Burning Sun heroes had only won 4 matches in a row. Everyone was looking forward to it. You're courting death. A furious roar came from the 10 Directions Sword faction disciple. A figure jumped high and landed on the fighting ring, causing it to shake violently. It was Qiuming. Tianyun, your winning streak ends here. It's impossible for you to break the record of the 6 Burning Sun heroes. Qiuming looked at Lu Ming coldly. Do you think you can stop me? Don't be like the previous one. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Don't compare me to him. Tianyun, you've offended the 10 Directions Sword faction. Today, I'll make sure you die miserably. Qiuming said coldly. At the same time, his aura became stronger and stronger. There was also a force in his aura, the force of metal. I forgot to tell you one thing. I've already refined all 9 drops of Connate original liquid. Lu Ming suddenly changed his tone and said with a smile. What? You. Qiuming's face turned pale and his force almost dissipated. The Connate original liquid was very useful to him. He wanted to kill Lu Ming mostly because he wanted to take the Connate original liquid. But now, Lu Ming said that the Connate original liquid had already been refined. Qiuming's eyes turned red and he roared furiously, Tianyun, you deserve to die. You deserve to die. Kung, the sound of a sword rang out and a brilliant sword chi slashed towards Lu Ming. The sword chi was infused with the force of metal. It was extremely sharp and indestructible. Shua, Lu Ming shook his long spear and unleashed the power of the wind, charging toward Qiuming. Boom, heaven and earth roared and the fighting stage shook continuously. Terrifying shockwaves spread out in all directions. They were evenly matched in the first exchange. Kill. Qiuming didn't manage to hit Su Mo with his first attack. Qiuming's combat strength was absolutely terrifying. He wasn't as talented as Yang Zitian, but his cultivation was much higher than Yang Zitian's. Similarly, his combat strength was also much higher than Yang Zitian's. It wasn't difficult for Qiuming to kill someone with a higher cultivation level. Boom. Boom. The two of them exchanged more than 20 moves and the space around them shook. Qiuming's combat strength is too strong. He shouldn't have come out in the 3rd round. He's trying to stop Tianyun's winning streak. That's right. From the looks of it, Tianyun has the strength to break the records of the other 5 heroes. Unfortunately, Qiao Ming is stopping him. As long as Tianyun defeats Qiao Ming, he will have no problem breaking the record of the 5 heroes. The crowd discussed fervently. Is this all you've got? You've disappointed me. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly said calmly. What? Qiao Ming was stunned. Boom, the aura on Lu Ming's body erupted like a volcano. An incomparably powerful aura burst out. It was the force of fire, wind, and fire combined to unleash a terrifying power. A long spear pierced through all obstructions and stabbed towards Qiao Ming. This spear couldn't be dodged or blocked because it was too fast and too powerful. No, Qiao Ming was scared out of his wits. He roared crazily and used all his strength to block the attack. However, it was unnecessary. The long spear pierced through his heart. The true energy on the long spear shredded his heart into pieces. Qiao Ming was dead. The crowd was stunned for a few seconds before they burst into an uproar. Who else from your Decimo sword sect wants to fight? Lu Ming looked at the omnidirectional sword sect's area. However, the disciples of the Shifeng sword sect were silent. What a joke! Even Qiao Ming had been defeated. Among them, there were still a few experts of the 8th martial master realm, but none of them were as strong as Qiao Ming. Damn it! Wait until the geniuses on the 10 Directions Sword Faction's silver ranking arrive. Let's see how you'll die. The disciples of the Decimo Sword Faction all had gloomy expressions as they roared in their hearts. Lu Ming sneered. His gaze swept across the crowd, but still, no one stepped forward to fight. Tianyun, since that's the case, Tian Martial Arena, will send someone to fight. The referee said. Lu Ming nodded. After a while, a young man with a murderous aura stepped onto the stage. However, this person was not as strong as Qiao Ming and was defeated by Lu Ming in just a few moves. For consecutive victories, following this, the Tian Martial Arena sent another person up, but he was still defeated by Lu Ming. 5 consecutive victories had broken the record of the 5 heroes of the Burning Sun tribe. However, Lu Ming's victory didn't stop there. After that, the Sky Martial Arena sent out more and more people to fight. These people were all experts among the death fighters, each stronger than the last. Sadly, all of them were defeated by Lu Ming. 6 consecutive victories. 7 consecutive victories. He tied with Qiao Changkong's record, but not long after, Lu Ming won again. 8 consecutive victories. The crowd was in an uproar. Qiao Changkong's record was finally broken. Heavens, Tianyun is going to defy the heavens. Could it be that his talent is stronger than Qiao Changkong's? That might not be the case. Although Qiao Changkong was strong when he was a martial grandmaster, he was not much stronger than the other 5 heroes. When Qiao Changkong broke through to the martial ancestor realm, he underwent extreme nirvana and awakened a terrifying second bloodline. That was how he managed to leave the other 5 heroes in the dust and firmly sit on the throne of the 6 heroes of the Blazing Sun Empire. That's right. Although Tianyun is strong now, it's hard to say when he reaches the martial ancestor realm. That's true, but it's still very scary. Moreover, what's Tianyun's limit? How many consecutive victories can he achieve in the end? Everyone guessed in shock that Tianyun wouldn't be able to skip 2 levels and obtain 10 consecutive victories, right? As it turned out, their speculations were coming true. For the 9th match, Tian Martial Arena sent out a powerful expert who was even stronger than Qiao Ming. However, he was still not a match for Lu Ming. 9 consecutive victories. This caused the elders in the upper echelons of the Tian Martial Arena to be stunned. This little fellow's strength is not bad. In the future, he might even be able to join the Tian Divine Guards. We have to pay close attention to it. When the time comes, the credit for the recommendation won't be small. It is still too early for him to join the Tian Divine Guards. We will have to see how his second martial ancestor bloodline awakens. What we need to do now is to stop his winning streak. Otherwise, us old fellows will suffer a loss. A few old men were discussing among themselves, looking rather distressed. Let number 10 go up. He is the only person who obtained the top 10 numbers with the cultivation of an 8th level martial master. If even he is defeated, there is nothing we can do. Let's do it. Soon, the order was given, and a bare-chested young man in his 20s stepped onto the platform. There was a number 10 tattooed on his face. Number 10? Why is it number 10? Some of the people who knew the inside story of the Dtian martial arena cried out in surprise. The death fighters of the Dtian martial arena, number 1 to number 10, were usually top-notch experts among the 9th-level martial masters. But now, number 10 was a young man in the 8th-level martial master realm. Many people understood that this number 10 must be extraordinary. It's an expert. This is more interesting. Lu Ming's eyes revealed a trace of battle intent. This number 10 did not emit a strong aura, but Lu Ming could faintly sense danger. Kill. Number 10 suddenly let out a loud roar, and a long spear appeared in his hand. In an instant, dozens of spear lights pierced through the air towards Lu Ming. He also uses a spear. Great! Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Buzz, the long spear trembled, and it let out a buzzing sound. Similarly, spear lights shot out and engaged in a great battle with number 10. On the 200-meter-long platform, two figures of light crisscrossed, and spear lights shot out with a whistling sound. It was incomparably terrifying. At the same time, there were three forces on the platform that were constantly bombarding and resisting. This little guy called Tianyun is really shocking. At such a young age, he has already comprehended two forces, and both of them have already reached the small success stage. Especially the fire force, it's close to the large success stage. That's right. Number 10's mountain force is also close to the large success stage, similar to Tianyun's fire force. However, Tianyun's wind and fire combination is even stronger. If not for number 10's cultivation being so much stronger than Tianyun's, I'm afraid he would have already lost. In my opinion, it's only a matter of time before he loses. In the upper echelons of the martial arena, a few elders were watching and discussing. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming and number 10 had exchanged more than 100 moves. Awesome, awesome. Lu Ming's eyes were incomparably bright. The more he fought, the braver he became. On the demon-suppressing spear, the wind and fire force converged, forming a shocking destructive power. In this battle, Lu Ming used all his strength except for his earth-rank martial skill and bloodline. How powerful was Lu Ming now? The battle dragon technique was at the 4th level, and his body was at the peak of the 3rd stage. With the wind and fire force converging, an ordinary martial artist at the peak of the 9th level of the martial master realm would not be able to take more than a few moves from Lu Ming. From this, one could see how powerful number 10 was. The audience of more than 300,000 held their breaths and stared at the platform, afraid that they would miss the most important scene. Boom! Boom! In the blink of an eye, another 100 moves had passed. Lu Ming became braver and gradually gained the upper hand. A shocking killing intent erupted from number 10's body. Like a wild beast, he was not afraid of death, but he was still suppressed by Lu Ming. Bang! After another 100 moves, number 10 was sent flying by Lu Ming's spear. He slid a few 100 meters and fell off the platform. Roar! Number 10 growled and wanted to rush to the platform regardless of his injuries. Enough! The referee shouted. Number 10's body trembled and he stopped, fear in his eyes. Tianyun wins this battle. The referee announced. Phew, the audience exhaled. They were too nervous just now and many people held their breaths until their faces turned red. Only now did they let out a long sigh. Then, there was a shocking uproar. More than 300,000 people were talking excitedly. 10 consecutive victories, 2 levels higher. That's terrifying. It hasn't happened in the Burning Sun Empire for at least 500 years. A miracle, a miracle. After today, Tianyun's name will be known all over the world. If Tianyun grows up, he will be as strong as the 6 heroes, or even stronger. I'm witnessing the birth of a miracle. In the crowd, Mingqing and his siblings were so agitated that they were trembling all over. On the other hand, the people from the 10 Direction Sword sect were all pale and bloodless. Lu Ming, will you continue with the challenge? Then, this question came to everyone's mind. Fighting 3 levels higher. Moreover, it was not as simple as 3 levels higher. His opponent would not be an ordinary LV9 martial master. He would definitely be stronger than number 10. Would Tianyun continue? countless people were looking forward to it. This little guy won't really continue, will he? Among the higher-ups, several elders said with a wry smile. If Lu Ming continued to fight, they would lose money. Tianyun, do you want to continue? The referee looked at Lu Ming with a trace of nervousness and speechlessness in his eyes. Under everyone's gaze, Lu Ming shook his head. I'm not challenging anymore. Lu Ming said. Huh, everyone was stunned. He's not challenging anymore? Why isn't Tianyun challenging anymore? He clearly won. If he were to challenge someone 3 levels above him, he would be able to get an additional 1 million spirit crystals. Yeah, why isn't he challenging anymore? I'm about to witness history. Countless people were disappointed. Only the judge and a few elders of the Tian fighting arena were overjoyed. The judge suppressed his joy and said, Tianyun, since that's the case, I'll announce that you've won 10 consecutive victories. Your reward is 1 million spirit crystals. Lu Ming nodded. He didn't challenge anymore because he knew that if he were to show off too much and earn too many spirit crystals from the Tian fighting arena, it would definitely make the Tian fighting arena unhappy. Also, if he continued to challenge, he would have to face stronger opponents. In that case, all his trump cards would be exposed. It wasn't wise to expose all his trump cards in front of his enemies. Therefore, he chose to end the challenge. 1 million spirit crystals was enough for now. However, the audience couldn't help but wonder if Lu Ming would win if he continued to challenge and how many consecutive victories he would get. Of course, there was no answer to this. Some people thought that Lu Ming had already used all his strength. If he continued to challenge, he would definitely lose. Therefore, he chose not to challenge anymore. Some people thought that Lu Ming still had some strength left. They didn't know why he chose not to challenge anymore. Everyone had different opinions. Lu Ming couldn't be bothered with them. He followed the judge and received his reward of 1 million spirit crystals. Lu Ming left in satisfaction. Of course, Miangcheng and his siblings were also there. Big brother Tianyun, you're too powerful. If I were half, no, 1/10 as powerful as you, I would laugh my head off even in my dreams. Ming Peek looked at Lu Ming with admiration. Lu Ming smiled and said, let's go. What do you want to buy? It's my treat today. Really? Ming Peek was overjoyed. Without the slightest hesitation, he dragged Pearl and Miangcheng towards the market square. When they arrived at the market, Mingcheng and his siblings chose from all over the place and spent 5,000 to 6,000 spirit crystals. To Lu Ming, this was nothing. Lu Ming was now a millionaire. Then, he returned to the Star General Hall. At the entrance of Lu Ming's dormitory, he saw Huaqi waiting there. Huaqi, were you waiting for me? Lu Ming smiled as he walked over. Lu Ming, you have exceeded my expectations time and time again. Today, you actually managed to achieve 10 consecutive victories, surpassing Qiu Chengkong's record. Huaqi smiled. Of course, Ming Peek ran to Miangcheng's place, so there was only Lu Ming here, so he didn't need to worry about what he said. You found out so quickly? Lu Ming was stunned. Almost all of the higher-ups in the imperial capital know about it now. Huaqi smiled. Lu Ming was speechless. The speed of the news spreading was really terrifying. Lu Ming, my father wants to see you. Huaqi suddenly said. Your father? Lu Ming frowned slightly. Huaqi's father, the current emperor of the Blazing Sun Empire, wants to see him? Yes, Lu Ming, I didn't hide your information from my father. You won't mind, right? Huaqi looked at Lu Ming and said. Why would I? Lu Ming smiled. In fact, Lu Ming had already expected this. Since he agreed to help Huaqi, it was normal for him to tell his father. Seeing that Lu Ming didn't mind, Huaqi smiled and said, Lu Ming. I have also told my father about your father. During this period of time, my father has sent a large number of people to investigate and there seems to be some progress. What? There's news about my father? Lu Ming was stunned for a moment before he was overjoyed. Lu Ming, don't be happy too early. It seems to be just some progress. Huaqi said. Let's go and see your father. Lu Ming couldn't wait. Having some information was better than having no information at all. It was better than finding a needle in a haystack. Then, Lu Ming left the Star General Hall and sat on a beast carriage with Hua Qi, heading towards the Imperial Palace. After arriving at the Imperial Palace, Lu Ming followed Hua Qi to the Imperial Garden. When Lu Ming arrived at the Imperial Garden, he saw a middle-aged man with a burly figure, wearing a golden dragon robe, sitting in a pavilion and drinking tea. He was just sitting there casually, but there was an intimidating aura around him. This was the aura of an emperor. Without a doubt, this was the current emperor of the Blazing Sun Empire, Hua Jingxing. Son greets father. Arriving at the pavilion, Hua Qi bowed. This commoner Lu Ming greets your majesty. Lu Ming also cupped his fists in greeting. Haha, nephew Lu Ming, there's no need to be so courteous. Come, have a drink with this emperor. Hua Jingxing was very forthright as he laughed heartily. Lu Ming and Hua Qi entered the pavilion and took a seat. Beside them, the emperor's trusted aide poured tea for Lu Ming and Hua Qi. I've long heard that nephew Lu Ming is a dragon among men, unparalleled in the world. Seeing you today, it's true. Hua Jingxing smiled. Your majesty is too kind. Lu Ming said modestly. Hua Jingxing took a sip of tea and said, Lu Ming, in this period of time, you've created many miracles, but at the same time, you've also offended the 10 Directions Sword sect. From now on, you must be careful. However, since you've already joined the Star General Hall and are old Eight's close friend, this emperor can promise you one thing. As long as it's a competition between peers, no matter what happens, this emperor and the imperial family will definitely stand on your side. Lu Ming's heart moved. Hua Jingxing's words implied that as long as it was a competition between peers, he could do whatever he wanted. The imperial family would definitely stand firmly behind him and protect him. Many thanks, your majesty. Lu Ming cupped his fists. Although the imperial family had declined, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. With the emperor's promise, Lu Ming did not need to be afraid when encountering disciples of the 10 Directions Sword sect in the future. He could directly kill them. If the older generation of the 10 Directions Sword sect made a move, the imperial family would definitely step in. This way, Lu Ming had fewer worries. There's more. Hua Jingxing's hand moved, and a storage ring appeared in his hand. He said, here are the blood refinement pills. There are a total of 4,000 pills. Lu Ming's heart moved. It seemed that the blood and egg last time had been refined into blood refinement pills. Lu Ming did not stand on ceremony and accepted it. This was what he deserved. Your Majesty, I heard that you know the whereabouts of my father. At this time, Lu Ming asked. He wanted to ask as soon as he arrived, but he had been holding it in. Now, he finally could not hold it in anymore. Hua Jingxing pondered for a moment and said, during this period, I've been sending people to investigate. The investigation started 8 or 9 years ago, and finally found some clues. It's very likely that your father was imprisoned by the 10 Directions Sword sect for some reason. This is certain. Moreover, it's very likely that your father isn't dead. However, we haven't found out where exactly he is imprisoned yet. Father is really not dead. Lu Ming's heart trembled. Thereafter, he was filled with endless rage. His father was actually imprisoned by the 10 Directions Sword sect. Damn it, the 10 Directions Sword sect deserves to die. Lu Ming, don't worry, I will do my best. It won't be long before I find your father's whereabouts. Hua Jingxing said with a serious face. Lu Ming thanks your majesty first. Lu Ming cupped his fists and bowed. This time, he was sincere. Although he knew that the reason why Hua Jingxing was helping him was nothing more than because he had taken a fancy to his talent and wanted to rope him in, it didn't matter as long as it was beneficial to both sides. Hua Jingxing smiled, looking quite satisfied. He then took out a gilded invitation card and said, Lu Ming, 3 months later, it will be my 60th birthday. This is the invitation card. You must attend it 3 months later. Lu Ming's heart moved and he didn't refuse. He took the invitation and said, Don't worry, your majesty. Lu Ming will definitely be there. Haha, Lu Ming, there aren't many people who can make my father personally send an invitation. Only the 5 major sects and the ministers in the imperial capital. Hua Qi smiled. Lu Ming, you should cultivate well during this period. When the 5 major sects gather in the imperial capital, the geniuses on the silver ranking and even the gold rank disciples will come. I'm afraid that the disciples on the silver ranking of the Shifeng sword sect will find trouble with you. You must be careful. Hua Jingxing warned seriously. Lu Ming thanked him again. After chatting for a while, Lu Ming and Huaqi got up and left. In the general hall, Lu Ming sat on the bed. Father, how have you been all these years? Why did the Shifeng sword sect imprison you? Is it because of the bronze pendant? Father, I'm useless. I can't save you now. Lu Ming clasped his hands together tightly. Strength, he was still too weak. If he was strong enough, he could kill his way to the Shifeng sword sect and force them to release him. But now, he was still too far away. He urgently needed to improve his strength. Martial Ancestor Realm, I must reach the Martial Ancestor Realm as soon as possible. Only Martial Ancestor Realm experts in the Burning Sun Empire can be counted as real experts. Only Martial Ancestor Realm experts have the right to speak and can fly. It will be of great help to me. After the consecutive battles in the Dtian Martial Arena, I feel that my bottleneck has loosened. Tomorrow, I will go and buy a batch of demonic cores and focus on raising my cultivation. Then, Lu Ming appeared on the 3rd platform of the Temple of Paragon. He put in the spiritual crystals and started to fight with himself. The next day, Lu Ming went out early and walked towards the market square. It was still the treasure pavilion. Young master, you're here. Please come in. The eyes of the girl who received Lu Ming last time lit up when she saw Lu Ming. She brought Lu Ming to a VIP room. Ha ha ha, young master, long time no see. Soon, the shopkeeper walked in. Sir, what would you like to buy this time? Shopkeeper, give me 100 Class 9 Class 3 monster cores. Lu Ming said. 100? The shopkeeper was shocked. That's right. Is there a problem? Lu Ming frowned slightly. Did the treasure pavilion not have enough stock? No, no problem. The shopkeeper quickly shook his head. He was just shocked and did not understand why Lu Ming wanted to buy so many monster cores. Also, give me 20 portions of Class 9 Class 3 monster blood essence. Lu Ming continued. Okay. Please wait for a moment, young master. It will be here soon. The shopkeeper nodded his head repeatedly. His face was full of smiles as he walked out. Soon, the shopkeeper came back with 100 monster cores and 20 portions of monster blood essence. Young master, the original price of these monster cores and blood essence is 1 million spiritual crystals, but you have a VIP card, so you can get a 20% discount. So, it will be 800,000 spiritual crystals. The shopkeeper said with a smile. Lu Ming nodded. It was good to have a VIP card. This way, he could save 200,000 spiritual crystals. Lu Ming paid the spiritual crystals and kept the monster cores and blood essence. He left the treasure pavilion under the admiring gazes of the shopkeeper and the admiring gazes of the beautiful shop assistants. After returning to the Star General Hall, Lu Ming went straight to the Earth Essence Cave. It was best to cultivate in the Earth Essence Cave. Lu Ming went to the 6th level of the Earth Essence Cave and sat down cross-legged in a secret room. With a flash of blood, the spirit-devouring bloodline appeared. A giant python more than 10 meters long with distinct scales floated above Lu Ming's head. Lu Ming took out a monster core. The giant python opened its mouth and sucked the monster core into its mouth. At the same time, there was a huge amount of fire attribute spiritual chi. Now that the spirit-devouring bloodline had reached level 7, its speed of devouring spiritual chi was terrifying. It was even faster than a level 9 bloodline. The huge amount of fire attribute spiritual chi and the energy of the monster core could not be refined by the bloodline and poured into Lu Ming's body. The bottleneck of peak level 6 martial master finally began to loosen and there were signs of a breakthrough. I'll add 2 more. With a move of his hand, he took out 2 more monster cores and let the giant python swallow them. Boom, surging energy poured into Lu Ming's body and finally turned into a loud explosion. 7th level martial master, breakthrough. After breaking through to level 7 martial master, Lu Ming's bloodline became even more terrifying. It continued to absorb the spiritual qi of the outside world. The spiritual qi of the outside world formed a funnel and was constantly devoured by the spirit-devouring bloodline. At the same time, Lu Ming took out another monster core and continued to devour it. The true qi in Lu Ming's body surged crazily. A few hours later, the phenomenon disappeared. 7th level martial master, my true qi is twice as dense as a 6th level martial master. However, it's still not enough. I have to continue to break through. After that, Lu Ming continued to devour the monster cores and cultivate. Every day, he spent half of his time cultivating the true battle dragon art and devouring monster cores to increase his cultivation. The rest of the time was used to comprehend the power of fire and figure out martial skills. Time flew by and a month passed in the blink of an eye. 100 monster cores had been completely devoured by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's cultivation had risen to the peak of level 7 martial master. Yes, 100 level 3 monster elixirs could only raise Lu Ming's cultivation to the peak of 7th level martial master. After reaching level 7 martial master, the effect of the class 9 monster cores would be much weaker. He had also devoured all 20 class 9 monster blood essences and used them to increase his bloodline rank. However, his bloodline was still at level 7 and did not break through. Lu Ming estimated that unless it was a martial ancestor realm blood essence, it would take a long time for his bloodline rank to increase. Martial ancestor blood essence, at the thought of this, Lu Ming could not help but smile bitterly. Martial ancestor blood essence was level 4 monster blood essence. Lu Ming had a headache just thinking about the price. The fire element spiritual qi in the 6th floor of the earth element cavern is still too weak. Let's go to the 7th floor. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. It was said that only martial ancestor realm experts could go to the 7th floor of the earth origin cave. Because the fire attribute spiritual qi was too dense and violent, it was very dangerous for martial grandmasters to go down. However, Lu Ming had the spirit-devouring bloodline and was not afraid. He planned to use the dense spiritual qi of heaven and earth to help him break through and comprehend the power of fire. He felt that the power of fire was very close to reaching the greater success stage. He walked out of the secret room and headed to the 7th floor. As soon as he reached the 7th floor, Lu Ming felt as if he had arrived at the mouth of a volcano. The terrifying and violent fire attribute spiritual qi constantly attacked Lu Ming. Good, this kind of environment is what I need. A few hours later, Lu Ming stopped cultivating and began to comprehend the force of fire. Time flew by, and another month and a half passed. On this day, the stone door of the secret chamber opened, and Lu Ming walked out. Lu Ming had a smile on his face. It was obvious that he had gained a lot during this time. There was only half a month left until the emperor's birthday. Lu Ming planned to ask about his father's situation. He walked out of the Hall of General and walked toward the palace. Suddenly, the people on the street looked up at the sky in disgust. Who is that? How dare you fly so brazenly in the sky above the imperial city? Someone shouted. Ordinary martial ancestor realm experts were forbidden from flying above the imperial city. Only the overlords were not restricted by this rule. But now, someone dared to do so. Lu Ming also looked up. In the sky, there was a young figure in his 20s. He wore a red robe and had a tall stature. He was currently walking through the air towards the depths of the imperial capital. It's Xianxia, one of the 6 heroes. Someone exclaimed. What? It's Xianxia? Many people were shocked. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. It was Xianxia, one of the 6 heroes of the Burning Sun Empire and the strongest of the younger generation in the Crimson Cloud Valley. This was the first time Lu Ming saw the 6 heroes of the Burning Sun Empire. Brother Ling, wait. Right at this moment, a soft shout came from behind. Then, a young man in a white robe with a handsome face stepped through the air and arrived. It's Feng Wuji, the Mystic Essence Sword Sex Feng Wuji. Another 6 heroes. Someone shouted. He's Feng Wuji. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. In the Mystic Essence Sword sect, Lu Ming had heard Feng Wuji's name countless times. Feng Wuji was the pride of the Mystic Essence Sword sect's younger generation. Without a doubt, he was the strongest in the sect. Although Duan Mulin was known as a peerless talent, he was still too young to compete with Feng Wuji. Lu Ming had been in the Mystic Essence Sword sect for more than a year, but this was the first time he had seen him in person. "Brother Feng, you came so quickly. Let's go together." Ling Yanqi smiled, and when Feng Wuji arrived, the two of them walked side by side and disappeared into the sky. "Oh my god, 2 of the 6 heroes of the Burning Sun tribe are here today. This is so rare." "That's right. Normally, it's already extremely difficult to meet one. Now, 2 of them have appeared all of a sudden. His Majesty's 60th birthday is coming soon. No matter what, the 5 great sects have to put on a show. They will definitely gather in the imperial capital. It's inevitable that the geniuses of the 5 great sects will gather here. When the time comes, will the 6 heroes gather and fight? I'm really looking forward to it." "That's hard to say. Among the 6 heroes, Qiu Changkong is invincible, but the other 5 have never fought before. I don't know who is stronger and who is weaker. It would be great if we could have a peak duel this time." On the streets, countless people were discussing. As for the fact that they couldn't fly in the imperial city, they simply ignored it. If the 6 heroes of the Burning Sun tribe couldn't fly in the imperial capital, who else could? They were the future overlords of the Burning Sun Empire. In the future, the entire Burning Sun Empire would be their world. Lu Ming didn't say anything and continued to walk toward the imperial palace. However, a sharp light flashed across his eyes. The 6 heroes of the Burning Sun tribe, he would reach this height sooner or later, or even surpass it. He successfully entered the imperial palace and met with Hua Qi. Unfortunately, although the imperial palace had sent out a large number of people, there was still no news of his father. Lu Ming sighed and could only wait. After discussing the current situation with Hua Qi, Lu Ming left the imperial palace. When he arrived at the entrance of the Star General Hall, he saw that a large number of students had gathered and were dispersing. "Tianyun, he's back. Damn it, why did he only appear now? Why didn't he appear before? It's all his fault." Murmurs could be heard from the surrounding students. Of course, they were whispering, afraid that Lu Ming would hear them. Lu Ming frowned, he didn't understand what was going on. "Big brother Tianyun." At this moment, with a soft cry, Ming Feng came over. "Ming Peak, what's going on?" Lu Ming asked. "Big brother Tianyun, it's the Shifang Sword faction. Just now, the disciples of the Shifang Sword faction came and threatened to cripple you. However, you weren't here and everyone said that you were in seclusion. Those disciples of the Shifang Sword faction injured more than a dozen students of the Star General Hall. They were extremely arrogant." Ming Peak whispered. "Shifang Sword faction again." Killing intent flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. "Big brother Tianyun, I think you should avoid them for now. I heard that among the disciples of the Shifang Sword faction, there's a genius on the silver list. He's an existence that stands at the peak of the martial grandmaster realm and is extremely powerful." Ming Peak said worriedly. "If they come again, let me know," Lu Ming said in a domineering tone before he returned to his dormitory. In the following days, Lu Ming stayed in his dormitory and practiced various martial techniques on the 3rd platform of the Temple of Paragon. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. During this half a month, the geniuses of the 5 major sects gathered in the imperial capital. Not only were there geniuses of the martial grandmaster realm, but there were also geniuses of the martial grandmaster realm. Even the gold-class disciples of the various sects could be seen occasionally. However, during this half a month, although all the sects had gathered, it was very peaceful. Even the disciples of the Shifang Sword faction didn't look for Lu Ming again. However, everyone felt that the atmosphere wasn't right, as if it was the eve of a storm. It was unusually depressing. Half a month later, the Emperor of the Blazing Sun Empire, Hua Xingxing's 60th birthday celebration began. Early in the morning, Hua Qi took a beast carriage to pick up Lu Ming. They arrived at the imperial palace together. The birthday celebration was held in the front yard of the imperial palace. The area was extremely spacious, but there were only a few dozen tables. Because those who could come here were all people of noble status, there weren't many people. Lu Ming followed Hua Qi and sat at a table on the right. As time passed, the number of people gradually increased. Some of Hua Qi's brothers and sisters, as well as the imperial concubines, princes, and ministers, all took their seats one by one. The Valley Master of the Crimson Cloud Valley and the elders have arrived. A loud shout spread throughout the entire venue. The faces of the princes, princesses, imperial concubines, and ministers all changed as they stood up together. Lu Ming didn't want to be too special, so he also stood up. At the gate, a group of 6 people walked in with majestic steps. The person in the lead looked middle-aged with a full beard. He wore a red robe and was extremely tall and sturdy. His gaze swept across, and everyone felt as if a vast sea was surging towards them. It was incomparably terrifying. Behind him, there were 4 old men who also wore red robes, but the red robes were trimmed with gold. They were the golden-robed elders of the Crimson Cloud Valley. The last one was a young man, but he was one of the 6 heroes, Ling Yanqi. Greetings to the Valley Master of the Crimson Cloud Valley. All the imperial concubines, princes, and ministers bowed to the Valley Master of the Crimson Cloud Valley. It could be seen how declining the imperial family was. They were respectful in front of the 5 major sections. Haha, no need to be so polite. Where's His Majesty, hasn't he arrived yet? Haha, Brother Ling, you came so quickly. Please forgive me for not going out to welcome you. Bold laughter rang out as Hua Xingxing strode over with a few guards in tow. The other concubines, ministers, princes, and princesses bowed to Hua Xingxing. The Crimson Cloud Valley Master stood up and cupped his fists. Greetings, Your Majesty. Congratulations on your 60th birthday. This is a small gift, please accept it. The Crimson Cloud Valley Master took out a jade box and handed it to Hua Xingxing. Brother Ling, you're too polite. Hua Xingxing smiled and accepted the jade box, handing it to a guard. Mystic Essence Sword Sect Master and Elders have arrived. At this moment, another shout was heard. Lu Ming looked towards the source of the voice. Mystic Essence Sword Sect Master Lin Shui walked in with a few golden-robed elders. Feng Wuji was also beside them. Lin Shui greets Your Majesty. I wish Your Majesty a long life. This is a small gift, please accept it. Lin Shui walked over, took out a jade box, and handed it to Hua Xingxing. Brother Lin, it's my honor that you're here. There's no need to be so polite. Please take a seat. Hua Xingxing accepted the gift and said politely. At this moment, another shout was heard. It was the Ghost Moon Saber Sect Master and Elders of one of the 5 major sections. Among them, one of the 6 heroes, the number 1 genius of the Ghost Moon Saber Sect, Shangguan Luo, had also arrived. 3 of the 5 major sects had arrived. Soon, one of the 5 major sects, the Heaven Fiend Sect, had also arrived. Everyone took their seats, and Hua Xingxing chatted with the 4 sect masters. 10 Direction Sword Sect Master and Elders have arrived. Sky Suppressing King has arrived. Several shouts were heard. Everyone was shocked. Lu Ming looked towards the entrance. A group of people walked in. The person in the lead was dressed in luxurious clothes. His eyebrows were sharp like swords. Although he was middle-aged, he was extremely handsome. Just one look at him and one could feel that he had the power to conquer mountains and rivers. Beside him was a burly man in his 50s. He had a stocky build and wore a dragon robe. As he looked around, a murderous aura could be vaguely seen. He was like a general who had dominated the battlefield. The person in the lead is 10 Direction Sword Sect Master, Qiu Wuyang. Beside him is Sky Suppressing King. Hua Qi whispered in Lu Ming's ear. Lu Ming nodded. He looked at the muscular man in the Jiao dragon robe and thought, so he is Heavenly King Suppression. Lu Ming still remembered how he had taught the suppressing Heavenly King's son, Hua Jia, a harsh lesson when he had just arrived at the imperial city. Thinking of Hua Jia, Lu Ming realized that there was a pair of eyes filled with killing intent behind Heavenly King Suppression. If it wasn't Hua Jia, who else could it be? Lu Ming smiled faintly at Hua Jia and pointed to his crotch. Hua Jia's face turned red and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Obviously, Lu Ming was referring to him peeing his pants in fright. However, with so many important figures present, how could he dare to flare up? He could only grit his teeth and bear with it. Haha, Brother Qiu has graced us with your presence. This emperor is extremely honored. Hua Jingxing quickly got up and cupped his fists at Qiu Wuyang with a smile on his face. The other concubines, princes, and princesses also stood up and bowed respectfully. Your Majesty is too polite. I came in a hurry today and forgot to bring a gift. Please forgive me. Qiu Wuyang nodded indifferently. There was no trace of respect in his tone. It could be said that he didn't care at all. To put it in a bad way, he didn't take the emperor seriously at all. The other sect masters would more or less greet him politely, but Qiu Wuyang's attitude was cold. Not to mention greeting him, he even said that he didn't have time to bring birthday gifts. How childish was this reason? The other sect masters' faces turned ugly. Hua Jingxing was even more stunned. Then, he forced a smile and said, Brother Qiu, it's enough that you're here. There's no need for gifts. Please take a seat. Second brother, I came with sect master Qiu and forgot to bring gifts. Please don't take offense. Haha. Heavenly King Suppression laughed and sat down on the side. Damn it. Hua Qi was so angry that his whole body trembled and his teeth chattered. Qiu Wuyang and Heavenly King Suppression's attitude was blatant contempt. They even ignored the emperor's authority and didn't take the emperor of the Burning Sun Empire seriously at all. Anger flashed across Hua Jingxing's eyes, but he hid it well. In the blink of an eye, a smile appeared on his face. He returned to his seat and raised his wine cup. It's my great honor to have all of you here today. Come, let me toast to all of you. Everyone raised their cups and drank it in one gulp. Haha, this is great. All of you are the pillars of the Burning Sun Empire. Hua Jingxing said with a laugh, but he was interrupted at this moment. All right, Your Majesty. The wine has been drunk and the congratulations have been given. It's time to talk about business. Qiu Wuyang said flatly, stopping Hua Jingxing in the middle of his sentence. Hua Jingxing, as well as some other nobles and ministers, had ugly expressions on their faces. Interrupting others was an extremely rude thing to do, let alone the emperor of a country. Qiu Wuyang did not take the royal family seriously at all. Qiu Wuyang, we are here today to celebrate His Majesty's birthday. This is the proper business. Is there anything else? Lin Shui looked at Qiu Wuyang and said coldly. Qiu Wuyang's attitude was too much. Hua Jingxing looked at Lin Shui gratefully. Of course there is something else. Although His Majesty's birthday celebration is important, it is much less important compared to this. Qiu Wuyang glanced at Lin Shui indifferently. A murderous aura flashed across the depths of his eyes. He then looked around and said, Everyone, what do you think of the Burning Sun Empire? Everyone's eyes flickered. They didn't understand why Qiu Wuyang asked this question. After a while, an elder cupped his fists and said, with the support of His Majesty and the various sect leaders, the Burning Sun Empire's national strength is improving day by day. It is only a matter of time before we surpass other countries. This elder was the Prime Minister of the Burning Sun Empire and was loyal to the imperial family. T. Qiu Wuyang flung his sleeves and scolded. The Prime Minister's face flushed red. As the Prime Minister, how could he be scolded in public like this? Where was his dignity? But in front of Qiu Wuyang, he didn't dare to refute and could only hold it in. Hua Jingxing's face was also ugly. Scolding the Prime Minister was indirectly scolding him. Currently, the 36 countries of Emperor Yun are working hard and improving their strength. The Burning Sun Empire is surrounded by strong enemies. The other countries are eyeing us covetously and most of them are stronger than the Burning Sun Empire. Everyone knows this, right? Among the 36 countries of Emperor Yun, the Burning Sun Empire's strength is at the bottom. Qiu Wuyang looked around and said loudly. Everyone's face changed slightly. Qiu Wuyang was right. Among the 36 countries of Emperor Yun, the Burning Sun Empire's strength was indeed at the bottom. Moreover, the surrounding countries were eyeing them covetously. The Burning Sun Empire has many geniuses and experts. But why is it getting weaker and weaker? Do you know the reason? Qiu Wuyang asked. Everyone frowned. They didn't know what Qiu Wuyang was trying to say. Seeing that no one spoke, Qiu Wuyang smiled faintly and said, that is, the strength of the Burning Sun Empire is too spread out and everyone fights for themselves. It would be strange if they weren't weak. Oh? Qiu Wuyang, what should we do according to what you said? Of course we have to combine our forces. I suggest that we establish a Burning Sun Alliance. All the sects and forces of the Burning Sun Empire must join this alliance and elect a leader. Then, they must swear that they will listen to the leader's orders. This way, the Burning Sun Empire will be strong and able to defend against external enemies and become stronger. Qiu Wuyang said loudly. Ha ha ha, Qiu Wuyang, your goal has finally been revealed. You want to be the leader and command the world, right? Lin Shui laughed. Lin Shui, what are you laughing at? I think that sect leader Qiu's suggestion is great. Besides, who else in the Burning Sun Empire has the qualifications to be the leader? Heavenly King Suppression stood up and said loudly. Heavenly King Suppression, you are wrong. In the Burning Sun Empire, the royal family is the orthodox. Why do we have to go through so much trouble and establish a Burning Sun Alliance? We can just listen to His Majesty. Red Cloud Valley Master retorted. In the world of martial arts, the strong are respected. Forgive me for being blunt, but His Majesty doesn't have the qualifications. Qiu Wuyang said coldly. Kiki, Hua Jingxing clenched his fists tightly. Insult, this was a blatant insult. This was equivalent to slapping the emperor's face in public. Damn it, damn it. Hua Qi let out a low roar as his body trembled due to the atmosphere. Bam, a white-haired elder slammed the table and stood up abruptly. He raised his trembling hand and pointed at Qiu Wuyang as he shouted angrily, Qiu Wuyang, you have committed treason and insulted His Majesty. You deserve to die 1,000 times. Deserve to die 1,000 times? I think you are the one who deserves to die. Qiu Wuyang's eyes flashed as 2 rays of sword qi shot out from his eyes. They were extremely fast and there was almost no warning. Puchi, the elder was pierced by the sword qi. 2 sword holes appeared on his aged body. No blood flowed out but there was no sign of life. Teacher? Hua Jingxing roared angrily. This elder was Hua Jingxing's teacher and the emperor's preceptor. However, he was killed by Qiu Wuyang's gaze. Qiu Wuyang, you have gone too far. Hua Jingxing was seething with anger as he glared at Qiu Wuyang. However, Qiu Wuyang only smiled faintly as if he had just killed an ant. He said, this old man has ulterior motives. He wants to destroy the great plan of governing the country. I suspect that he is a spy sent by other empires to destroy the Burning Sun Empire. Such a person naturally has to be killed as soon as possible. With just a few words, he managed to turn an imperial preceptor into a spy. Hua Jingxing, Hua Qi, and the rest of the imperial family were enraged and humiliated, but there was nothing they could do. The Decimo sword sect was too powerful. Hua Qi clenched his fists tightly. Because he used too much strength, his nails pierced into his flesh and blood flowed out, but he didn't feel anything. Lu Ming frowned and patted Hua Qi's back. A stream of true qi flowed into Hua Qi's body. Only then did Hua Qi slowly calm down. Otherwise, he would have suffered from internal injuries due to excessive agitation. What do you think of my suggestion? Qiu Wuyang looked around and asked. I agree with Sect Master Qiu's proposal. At this moment, the Heaven Fiend Sect Master smiled faintly. The moment Heaven Fiend Sect Master said that, the faces of the other 3 sects Sect Masters changed. Why would the Heaven Fiend Sect agree? Could it be that they had already joined forces with the Decimo Sword Sect? If that was the case, then the situation was serious. The Decimo Sword Sect was already very powerful. If the Heaven Fiend Sect joined forces with them, then the balance of the Blazing Sun Empire would be broken. Haha, brother you really understand me. Qiu Wuyang laughed and looked at the other sections. Qiu Wuyang, stop dreaming. My Mystic Essence Sword Sect will never agree. Lin Shui sneered. My Crimson Cloud Valley will not accompany you. My Ghost Moon Saber Sect is not interested either. The sect masters of the Crimson Cloud Valley and Ghost Moon Saber Sect rejected as well. Qiu Wuyang's face darkened. He then looked at Hua Jingxing and asked, Your Majesty, what about you? Me? Haha, the Blazing Sun Empire has a history of more than 2,000 years. How can I destroy thousands of years of foundation in my hands? Please forgive me, but it is very difficult for me to agree. Hua Jingxing said coldly. Hua Jingxing, you have to think carefully. For the sake of your Hua family and the lives of tens of thousands of people, think carefully. Murderous intent flashed across Zhou Wuyang's eyes as he said coldly. Zhou Wuyang, what are you doing? Are you threatening His Majesty? Do you really think that the Decimo Sword Sect is invincible? Lin Shui was enraged and shouted loudly. I don't know if my Decimo Sword Sect is invincible, but I can still destroy your Mystic Essence Sword Sect. Why? Do you want to try? Zhou Wuyang said coldly. Let's try. Let's see how you can destroy my Mystic Essence Sword Sect. Lin Shui did not back down. The aura on her body surged and a terrifying sword chi soared into the sky. There was a terrifying aura in this sword chi. Lin Shui, we have not fought for decades. Today, I would like to see how much you have improved. Boom, as Zhou Wuyang's voice fell, an extremely powerful aura erupted from his body. At the same time, a ray of sword chi soared into the sky. Boom, Lin Shui's and Zhou Wuyang's sword chi met in the air and collided violently. There was an earth-shattering boom and the entire imperial capital shook. The place where the two sword chi collided formed a light pillar that shot into the sky and smashed the clouds in the sky. At this moment, everyone in the imperial capital was staring at this pillar of light in a daze. They were extremely shocked. The light pillar could be seen even further away from the imperial capital. Everyone was guessing what kind of existences were fighting. In the imperial palace, Lu Ming looked on in shock. Was this the strength of a sect leader and an overlord of the Blazing Sun Empire? It was indeed terrifying. It was as deep as the sea and unfathomable. An ordinary martial arts grandmaster could be killed with a flick of their fingers. In the previous move, the two of them did not really fight. It was just an exchange of aura. If they really fought, the imperial capital would be destroyed. Aura, what powerful aura. Their auras have definitely reached perfection. There is even a hint of will in it. Lu Ming's mind was racing. After one's aura reached perfection, one could use the aura as a foundation to comprehend will. For example, fire intent, wind intent, etc. Will was the essence of heaven and earth and was extremely powerful. Only by comprehending will could one step into the martial king realm. Lin Shui, today, I will kill you first. Zhou Wuyang roared. His sword chi soared into the sky and stirred up the clouds. I'm not afraid of you. Lin Shui's long hair fluttered in the wind. She was extremely powerful and did not back down in the face of Zhou Wuyang. Boom. Boom, at this moment, two auras exploded. They were extremely terrifying and were not inferior to Lin Shui's and Zhou Wuyang's. It was the Scarlet Cloud Valley Master and the Ghost Moon Saber sect leader. Their auras combined with Lin Shui's to suppress Zhou Wuyang. Zhou Wuyang, do you really think that the Blazing Sun Empire belongs to the Shifeng Sword Sect? Don't go overboard. The Scarlet Cloud Valley Master said. The Scarlet Cloud Valley and the Mystic Essence Sword Sect had always been on good terms. Naturally, he was on Lin Shui's side. Zhou Wuyang's expression changed instantly. The three Overlord-class characters had joined forces and made him feel extremely pressured. Lin Shui, what are you doing? You attacked Sect Master Qiu in the palace. Are you confident that the Imperial family will take you seriously? Heavenly King Suppression roared. Many people despised him. The one who did not take the Imperial family seriously was Zhou Wuyang. Heavenly King Suppression did not speak up when he humiliated the Imperial family just now. Now, he jumped out to suppress Lin Shui and the others with the Imperial family's name. Despicable and shameless. Good, good, very good. Lin Shui, Ling Padian, let's wait and see. Zhou Wuyang repeated the word good several times. His gaze was unusually cold as it swept over Lin Shui, Valley Master Scarlet Cloud, and the rest of the group before finally landing on Hua Jingxing. Hua Jingxing, you, take care of yourself. His voice was cold and the threat was obvious. Then, he waved his hand and stepped into the air to leave. The others from Decimo Sword Sect followed closely behind. Brother, you are so ignorant. The Hua family will be destroyed in your hands sooner or later. Heavenly King Suppression stared at Hua Jingxing angrily. Trend? The general trend is to have the entire Hua clan submit to the 10 Directions Sword Sect and become their slaves? Hua Jingxing spoke and looked at Heavenly King Suppression mockingly. You, Heavenly King Suppression's face turned ugly. He snorted and left with Hua Jia and the others. Before leaving, Heavenly King Suppression glanced at Lu Ming, which made Lu Ming's hair stand on end. That was a blatant killing intent. Your Majesty, I will take my leave first. The Heaven Fiend sect leader smiled and stood up to bid farewell, leaving with his men. Only 3 of the 5 major sects were left. The birthday banquet continued, but Hua Jingxing, Lin Xue, and the other sect masters of the 3 major sects all had serious expressions. Today, Qiao Wuyang suddenly proposed to establish the Sun Alliance and the Sky Fiend sect agreed. They guessed that the Sky Fiend sect had most likely joined forces with Decimo Sword sect. This was a big deal. The balance of power in the Sun Empire was going to be broken. The Sun Empire was going to enter troubled times. The atmosphere of the birthday banquet was very tense. Soon, the 3 major sects also left. Not long after, Lu Ming also got up to leave. Lu Ming, I'm sure you've seen what happened today. The Decimo Sword sect is simply too ambitious and lawless. Hua Qi gnashed his teeth as he sent Lu Ming to the entrance of the palace. Lu Ming patted Hua Qi's shoulder. He didn't say anything and returned to the Star General Hall. Returning to the General Hall and sitting on his bed, Lu Ming's thoughts flew about, unable to calm down. The Emperor's birthday banquet today allowed him to truly see the undercurrent of the Burning Sun Empire. He had a feeling that the Burning Sun Empire was about to fall into chaos. A terrifying storm would probably sweep through the empire in the near future. As for him, because of his friends and family, he was already deeply involved in the whirlpool and could not stay out of it. The only thing he could do now was to increase his strength as much as possible. Without strength, he would only be crushed into powder in this storm. Taking a few deep breaths, Xianxia adjusted his mood and began cultivating. Somewhere in the imperial capital, there was an extremely luxurious palace that was even more luxurious than the palace. This was the residence of the Decimo Sword sect in the imperial capital. In the depths of the palace, in a large hall, Qiao Wuyang sat on the seat of honor. Below him sat the golden-robed elders of the Decimo Sword sect. Bam! Qiao Wuyang slammed the table with a gloomy face. Mystic Essence Sword sect, Crimson Cloud Valley, and Ghost Moon Saber sect. I already knew that these 3 sects would not agree. A bunch of damned things. Sect Master, especially that Lin Xue, has been targeting Sect Master. She actually dared to fight Sect Master. She really overestimated herself. A golden-robed elder said. Humph. Lin Xue, the Mystic Essence Sword sect won't be arrogant for long. Qiao Wuyang sneered. After pondering for a while, Qiao Wuyang said, it's time to let them know the strength of our Decimo Sword sect. Pass down the order. Let the younger generation make the first move and break their morale. Let them understand how weak their so-called geniuses are. Yes. The golden-robed elders replied in unison. 3 days later, a piece of news swept through the imperial capital like a storm. One of the 6 heroes of the Decimo Sword sect, Guan Hong, challenged the Mystic Essence Sword sect's Feng Wuji and the Crimson Cloud Valley's Ling Yanqi. The location was at the highest peak of the imperial capital, the Sunset Peak. Once the news spread, everyone went crazy. Among the 6 heroes of the Blazing Sun sect, each of the other 4 sects had 1 person. Only the Decimo Sword sect had 2 people. One was Zhou Chongkong, and the other was Guan Hong. Zhou Chongkong was the leader of the 6 heroes. He was extremely powerful and could easily suppress the other 5. As for the other 5, they had never fought before. No one knew who was stronger. Now, were they finally going to fight? Countless people rushed to the Sunset Peak, wanting to see the battle between the 6 heroes. When Lu Ming finished his 3-day seclusion and walked out of his room, he saw Ming Peak rushing over. Ming Peak, what's the hurry? Lu Ming asked. Big brother Tianyun, let's go to the Sunset Peak. The battle between the 6 heroes is about to start. Guan Hong is challenging Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi. My big brother and the others have already rushed over and asked me to look for you. If we don't go now, it will be too late. Ming Peak said while panting. The battle between the 6 heroes? Lu Ming was stunned. Then, his eyes lit up. He grabbed Ming Peak and took a step forward. They were already 50 meters away. Then, he said, "Let's go." Lu Ming grabbed Ming Peak and executed the soaring steps. They were as fast as the wind and rushed to the Sunset Peak. The Sunset Peak was in the imperial capital. It was located in the west of the imperial capital. When Lu Ming approached the Sunset Peak, he saw a shocking scene. Countless figures from all directions converged into a long line and rushed towards Sunset Peak. There were so many people that it was impossible to distinguish them. There were even martial ancestor realm experts among them. Lu Ming followed the crowd and quickly approached the Sunset Peak. Boom! Boom! At this moment, there was a terrifying roar at the top of the Sunset Peak. The battle has begun. Guanhong and Feng Wuji have started fighting. Someone shouted. Let's go and see. Whoosh! Whoosh! One figure after another ascended Sunset Peak. Lu Ming grabbed Ming Peak as if he was weightless. He stepped on a blade of grass and his figure shot forward 100 meters. He was approaching the top of the mountain. Boom! On the top of the mountain, there were continuous booming sounds. Lu Ming lifted his head and saw two figures charging continuously in the sky above the mountain peak. The sword aura was shocking and terrifying shock waves were surging outwards. A suffocating pressure pervaded the area for several miles. What powerful combat strength! Lu Ming's eyes flashed. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that one of them was Feng Wuji of the Mystic Essence Sword sect. The other person was tall and had a wild aura. The battle sword in his hand was extremely wide. He must be Guanhong. Lu Ming was extremely fast. In just a few minutes, he reached the top of the mountain. At this time, Guanhong and Feng Wuji had already exchanged hundreds of blows. Feng Wuji, lose. The sword seemed to be able to cut through the sky. Its power was terrifying. Feng Wuji also roared and slashed out a shocking sword light. Boom! A terrifying fluctuation was heard, and the space trembled under the powerful sword chi. Then, Feng Wuji's figure was pushed back. His body trembled, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Feng Wuji is injured. Feng Wuji has lost. Suddenly, there was an earth-shattering shout around the Sunset Peak. Countless people were shouting excitedly. The other 5 of the 6 heroes of the Burning Sun had finally won. Guanhong defeated Feng Wuji. The Decimo Sword faction is too strong. Not only did Qiu Chongkong defeat the other heroes, but even Guanhong is so strong. The number 1 sect of the Burning Sun Empire lives up to its name. In the future, the Decimo Sword faction will be even stronger. Many people sighed. Feng Wuji, you're just SOSO. Guanhong stood in the air and said proudly. Feng Wuji's face was dejected. He sighed and said, Guanhong, I didn't expect your force to be so strong. It's not surprising that I lost. Guanhong smiled proudly and said, Feng Wuji, in my opinion, you're not qualified to be called the 6 heroes of the Burning Sun Empire. Let's change it to the 5 heroes. As soon as he said that, many people's faces changed, and Feng Wuji's face turned ugly. Guanhong's words were to kick Feng Wuji out of the 6 heroes of the Burning Sun Empire. If that was really the case, it wouldn't just be Feng Wuji, but the entire Mystic Essence Sword sect. The Mystic Essence Sword sect's reputation would be greatly damaged, and some geniuses might not even choose to join the Mystic Essence Sword sect in the future. Guanhong, you're just lucky to win against Brother Feng. Why are you so arrogant? Someone shouted from the side. Lu Ming looked in the direction of the voice and discovered that there were a few people standing in the sky by the side. Lu Ming was distracted by the battle between Feng Wuji and Guanhong, so he didn't notice them until now. There were 4 people in total. Lu Ming had seen 3 of them at the Emperor's birthday banquet. They were the other 3 of the 6 heroes of the Burning Sun Empire. Xianxia from the Crimson Cloud Valley. He was the one who shouted. There were also Shangguanqi from the Ghost Moon Saber sect and Zuolian from the Sky sect. There was another person who was extremely young, only about 23 or 24 years old. He carried a broadsword on his back and stood proudly. Guanhong looked at Xianxia. Guanhong, this time you declared that you would challenge me and Brother Feng. Now that it's my turn, I won't take advantage of you. Now, circulate your qi and adjust your breathing. Once you've recovered, we'll fight. Ling Yanqi continued. Ling Yanqi, who said I want to fight with you? The one who dealt with you was someone else. Guanhong smiled coldly. Someone else? Ling Yanqi was stunned. He could not help but look at Shang Guanqiong and Zhuo Lian. Ling Yanqi, you're looking at the wrong place. The one fighting with you is me. The young man with a sword on his back stepped forward and said proudly. You? Ling Yanqi was stunned. Everyone else was stunned. This young man was obviously a disciple of the Ten Directions Sword Sect, but almost no one knew him. Ten Directions Sword Sect actually wanted to let a youth with no reputation fight Ling Yanqi? Was this arrogance or an insult? Ha ha ha, Guanhong, are you sure he's qualified to fight with me? Ling Yanqi's eyes were full of anger. Whether he's qualified or not, we'll know after the fight. Guanhong smiled coldly. From now on, the 6 heroes of the Burning Sun will be replaced. The young man said proudly. Haha, boy, you're very confident, aren't you? Ling Yanqi laughed out of anger. It's not confidence, it's strength. Remember, the one who defeated you is Zhou Chonglai. The young man shouted and his aura burst out. The sword on his back unsheathed and flew up to the sky, slashing at Ling Yanqi. The sword shook the heavens and the earth. It was terrifying. In an instant, most of the people's faces changed. They were extremely shocked. Because the sword was too powerful. In the sky, Ling Yanqi's face turned solemn. His body emitted scorching waves and a spear appeared in his hand. He waved the spear and a giant flaming eagle was formed, attacking Zhou Chonglai. Boom, with a loud boom, Ling Yanqi and Zhou Chonglai both retreated. Then, they roared and fought again. He's too powerful. Who is this Zhou Chonglai? He's not famous before, but his combat strength is so strong that he can fight with Ling Yanqi. I'm afraid he's a genius secretly cultivated by the Shifang Sword Sect. On the Sunset Peak, countless people looked at the battle in the sky and discussed. In the sky, Feng Wuji, Shang Guanluo, and the others looked solemn. Guanhong, on the other hand, revealed a cold smile. Boom. Boom, in the blink of an eye, they had exchanged more than 100 blows. Bang, at this moment an earth-shattering sound was heard. Then, a figure flew back. It was Ling Yanqi. The crowd quieted down. Did Ling Yanqi lose? Swoosh, Ling Yanqi retreated for more than 1,000 meters before he stopped. He stood silently in the void, unmoving. Suddenly, Ling Yanqi's body trembled and a blood arrow shot out from his chest. At this moment, the crowd saw a long sword wound on Ling Yanqi's chest. Ling Yanqi was defeated. He was defeated by an unknown young man from the Shifang Sword Sect. The Sunset Peak was in an uproar. This news was like a whirlwind, spreading from the Sunset Peak to the entire imperial capital. The Shifang Sword Sect was too strong. First, Guanhong defeated Feng Wuji. Then, a young man appeared and defeated Ling Yanqi. It was too shocking. From now on, the situation of the younger generation in the Burning Sun sect would change substantially. Should he exclude Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi from the list? Or should they add one more person? No matter what, the Shifang Sword sect's reputation would reach its peak. In the sky, Ling Yanqi's body trembled slightly. His eyes were filled with disbelief. I told you to remember that the one who defeated you is called Zhou Chonglai. Zhou Chonglai smiled arrogantly, a hint of disdain appearing on his face. Brother Ling, are you okay? Feng Wuji appeared beside Ling Yanqi and injected a stream of true qi into him. I'm fine. Ling Yanqi smiled bitterly. Feng Wuji sighed. Today, he and Ling Yanqi were completely defeated. From now on, the reputation of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect and the Crimson Cloud Valley would plummet. On the other hand, the Shifang Sword Sect would rise. Wonderful, wonderful. The heroes of the Shifang Sword Sect are really admirable. Zhuo Lian of the Sky Demon Sect clapped his hands and walked out. He then looked at Shang Guanqiong and said, Brother Shangguan, since you're here today, why don't we fight? Let's fight. Shang Guanqiong was very direct. He stared at Zhuo Lian. The crowd was excited. 2 more of the Burning Sun's 6 heroes were going to fight. Boom, without any warning, Xianxia and Zuolian started fighting. The two of them fought fiercely. Ming Peak, stay here and watch. I'll go first. At this moment, Lu Ming said to Ming Peak. You can keep watching. Lu Ming smiled. He then moved and headed down the Sunset Peak. He didn't come here to see the outcome of the battle between the 6 heroes, but to see their strength. Now that he had a rough idea of the strength of the 6 Burning Sun heroes, there was no need for him to continue watching. He couldn't care less about the 6 heroes of the Burning Sun tribe. Lu Ming moved like a gust of wind and returned to the dormitory very quickly. He sat cross-legged on his bed and closed his eyes. The battle scene of the 6 Burning Sun heroes appeared in his mind. He had a rough idea of the strength of the 6 Burning Sun heroes. Feng Wuji, Ling Yanqi, Guan Hong, Qiu Chonglai, and the others were all at the peak of LV3 Martial Grandmaster realm, but their combat strength was terrifying. They were at least at LV5 Martial Grandmaster realm. That was Martial Grandmaster realm. The higher one's martial arts realm was, the harder it was to fight above one's level. In the Martial Grandmaster realm, those who could fight above 1 level were already peerless geniuses, let alone 2 levels. As for Guan Hong and Qiu Chonglai, they could only win because their force or martial techniques were stronger. The 6 Burning Sun heroes are indeed worthy of their reputation. They are only in their 20s, but many of the older grandmasters are no match for them. Lu Ming thought to himself. However, Lu Ming was not discouraged. Instead, his eyes were burning with passion. Although the 6 Burning Sun heroes were strong, he was confident that he could catch up with or even surpass them soon. After thinking for a while, Lu Ming left the Star General Hall and went to the Treasure Pavilion again. He used the last 400,000 spiritual crystals he had to buy 100 Class 9 LV3 monster cores. After buying the monster cores, Lu Ming went into the Divine Wind Valley. The arduous cultivation continued. Every day, Lu Ming would gain something. Be it his cultivation level, martial arts techniques, or force, all of them improved. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. Lu Ming had refined all 100 monster cores. He walked out of the Divine Wind Valley at this time. He returned to his dormitory but did not go in. Instead, he went to Ming Peak's room. He wanted to find Ming Peak to ask about the situation in the Imperial City in the past month. He had a premonition that the Imperial capital wouldn't be peaceful during this month. Many things would definitely happen. When he arrived at Ming Peak's dormitory, he found that Ming Peak was not there. Could it be in Miangcheng's place? With a thought, Lu Ming walked towards Miangcheng's dormitory. Now, Miangcheng had replaced Bai Qi's position as one of the top 10 experts of the outer hall. He lived in a courtyard. When he arrived at Miangcheng's dormitory, he found that Ming Peak and Pearl were both here. They were sitting on a stone bench in the courtyard with Miangcheng and were chatting. Big brother Tianyun, you've come out of seclusion? Ming Peak grinned when he saw Lu Ming. Lu Ming, others call me a martial arts madman, but I think you're the real one. You can still go into seclusion peacefully at this time. Miangcheng smiled. Oh? Why can't I go into seclusion peacefully? Did something big happen in the Imperial City during this time? Lu Ming asked with a smile. Of course. During this period of time, the Imperial City has been in turmoil. Miangcheng said, a month ago, Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi were defeated in the battle between the 6 heroes of the Burning Sun sect. Xianxia and Zuolian fought and exchanged thousands of blows. However, this matter didn't end there. A few days later, the gold-ranked disciples of the various sects fought fiercely. However, the 10 Direction Sword sect was extremely powerful. They had the upper hand in the battle between the gold-ranked disciples. About 10 days ago, the 10 Direction Sword sect sent out a 9th-level martial grandmaster to challenge the Mystic Essence Sword sect, Crimson Cloud Valley, and Star General Hall. The Star General Hall was the first to suffer a crushing defeat. The strongest group of people in the inner hall were swept away by a disciple of the 10 Directions Sword sect without any power to fight back. After that, the Crimson Cloud Valley and the Mystic Essence Sword sect also suffered a crushing defeat. The disciples sent out by the 10 Directions Sword sect were too strong. They were invincible in the martial Grandmaster realm. The disciples of the Mystic Essence Sword sect on the silver ranking were all defeated. Mingqing gave a brief account of what had happened. Lu Ming was also secretly surprised. In this month, many things had happened in the imperial capital. In this month, the reputation of the Ten Direction Sword sect has been like the sun in the sky. On the other hand, the Mystic Essence Sword sect, Crimson Cloud Valley, and the others have suffered a great decline in reputation. Especially the royal family, they have been suppressed even more. It is said that the Mystic Essence Sword sect has already mobilized the Qilin Courtyard's geniuses with special bloodlines to come here and compete with the geniuses of the Ten Direction Sword sect. Miangcheng said. Big brother, among the 9th layer martial grand masters sent by the Ten Direction Sword sect, there is a special bloodline. If the Mystic Essence Sword sect or Crimson Cloud Valley's geniuses with special bloodlines come here, they might be able to fight. Pearl said with her bright eyes. It's hard to say. I heard that the strongest martial grand masters of the Ten Direction Sword sect have not made their move yet. Miangcheng said. It can't be? Miangcheng and Ming Peak were speechless. Miangcheng, brother Miangcheng, something big has happened. Suddenly, a young man rushed in hurriedly. Che Yuan, what's wrong? Miangcheng looked at the young man and asked. I heard that the Mystic Essence Sword sect's geniuses with special bloodlines have arrived, and the Ten Direction Sword sect's disciples have already come to challenge them. The young man said. What? So soon? Let's go and have a look. Miangcheng shouted, then looked at Lu Ming and said, Brother Tianyun, do you want to come with us? Lu Ming's eyes moved, and he nodded. Together with Miangcheng and the others, they rushed to the Mystic Essence Sword sect's residence in Imperial City. When they arrived, they found that the entrance of the Mystic Essence Sword sect's residence was already surrounded by people. At the front, there were more than 10 Ten Direction Sword sect's disciples. A Ten Direction Sword sect's disciple stood at the entrance of the Mystic Essence Sword sect's residence and shouted arrogantly, Mystic Essence Sword sect's trash, hurry up and come out. What special bloodline geniuses? I think they're just a bunch of trash. Ha ha ha. The other Ten Direction Sword sect's disciples burst into laughter, full of contempt. A few of the Mystic Essence Sword sect's guards turned pale. Mystic Essence Sword sect's trash, hurry up and come out. Are you trying to be a coward? The young man at the front continued to shout. Tianyun, this young man is called Wu Kuei. He's extremely powerful. During this period of time, he defeated almost all of the Mystic Essence Sword sect's martial grand masters by himself. Miangcheng whispered to Lu Ming. Creak, at that moment, the door of the Mystic Essence Sword sect's residence opened, and a few young men and women walked out. There were a total of 4 of them, 3 men and 1 woman. All of them had an imposing aura, and it was obvious that they were giants among men. Humph, Wu Kuei, don't think that you're invincible just because you defeated those trash from the 4 great halls. Comparing us to those trash is your biggest mistake. A young man carrying a battle axe walked out and said arrogantly. Lu Ming could not help but curl his lips. The people from the Qilin Courtyard were really the same. Regardless of their cultivation level, they were all high and mighty. Of course, except for the mid-autumn moon, Lu Ming added in his heart. Hee, special bloodlines are also divided into high and low ranks. Some special bloodlines are trash. In my opinion, you guys are similar to those trash. Wu Kuei sneered. You're courting death. Slash. The young man from the Mystic Essence Sword sect shouted and slashed down with his battle axe. The battle axe carried a terrifying force. Obviously, these geniuses who were at the peak of the martial grandmaster realm had comprehended the force and were not weak at all. Child's play. Wu Kuei sneered and punched out. A terrifying fist force landed on the battle axe. Dong, with a loud explosion, the young man with the battle axe retreated slightly. Damn it. Explode. The young man with the battle axe roared and an ancient battle axe floated above his head. There were 6 blood-red chakras on the battle axe. This was his special bloodline. The battle axe vibrated and merged with the young man, causing his aura to surge. Sky-splitting slash. The young man roared and slashed out with his battle axe. This axe strike was capable of splitting mountains and splitting the heavens. Its might was 2 times stronger than the previous axe strike. Buzz, at that moment, a blood-red light flashed on Wu Kuei's body and a boundless mountain appeared above his head. The mountain was ancient, like a demonic mountain in the primordial times. Wu Kuei's bloodline was a mountain. Without a doubt, this was also a special bloodline. How mysterious. Wu Kuei's bloodline is a mountain. I've never seen him use it before. Someone shouted. Demonic mountain of hell. Wu Kuei roared and punched out. The terrifying fist force turned into a boundless demonic mountain and pressed down on the young man with the battle axe. Slash it open. The young man with the battle axe roared and slashed the mountain with his battle axe. Boom, with a violent tremor, the mountain was not slashed open. Instead, the young man with the battle axe trembled and his body was pressed down by the mountain and smashed to the ground. With a blood-curdling scream, blood and flesh splattered everywhere. The young man with the battle axe was crushed into a pulp by the mountain. A genius with a special bloodline was killed just like that. Special bloodlines contain ancient and mysterious secrets. Only by comprehending a mysterious secret skill can one unleash the power of the special bloodline to the extreme. What's the point of leaving a piece of trash who can only use special bloodlines to comprehend the force and cultivate martial skills alive? Wu Kuei sneered. The remaining young men from the Mystic Essence Sword sect looked terrible. Now, who wants to fight? Wu Kuei looked at the remaining people. In the martial Grandmaster realm, the duration of his bloodline eruption had increased to a shocking 10 minutes. He could already fight for a long period of time. The remaining members of the Mystic Essence Sword sect looked at each other with grave expressions. For a moment, no one stepped out. What? What a bunch of trash. Is this the strength of your Mystic Essence Sword sect? How disappointing. Let me tell you, there are still 5 people stronger than me in the Decimo Sword sect. Wu Kuei sneered. What? 5 more people? Impossible. Someone shouted. Everyone was shocked by Wu Kuei's words. Originally, everyone thought that with Wu Kuei's strength, he would definitely be one of the top few in the Shifeng Sword sect. He might even be the strongest martial grandmaster in the Shifeng Sword sect. But now, Wu Kuei actually said that there were 5 people stronger than him in the 10 Directions Sword sect. How was this possible? If it was true, wouldn't it be too terrifying? Your Mystic Essence Sword sect can't even beat me, who is ranked 6th. In my opinion, you should just withdraw from the 5 great sections. Wu Kuei continued to taunt. Damn it, I'll fight you. Among the remaining 3 people from the Mystic Essence Sword sect, a young man with a battle sword on his back walked out. There was nothing to say. The battle immediately broke out. Unfortunately, Wu Kuei was too strong. The young man with the battle sword on his back had an ancient battle sword in his bloodline. He was stronger than the young man with the battle axe, but he was still no match for Wu Kuei. After more than 30 moves, the young man with the battle sword was hit by Wu Kuei's mountain and coughed up blood. If not for his strength, he would have been crushed into a pulp. Another person from the Mystic Essence Sword sect had lost. Who else? Come up and fight me. Wu Kuei laughed arrogantly. The remaining 2 people from the Mystic Essence Sword sect had ugly expressions. Their strength was not comparable to the young man with the battle sword on his back. If they went up, they would only be humiliating themselves. They might even lose their lives. However, they were already the strongest martial grandmasters in the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Who else wants to come up? Don't you even dare to fight? What a bunch of trash. Wu Kuei laughed. In the crowd, Lu Ming looked on coldly. He had no intention of fighting. What did the Mystic Essence Sword sect's defeat have to do with him? He was not interested in fighting. In the clouds above the sky, Lin Shui, the Mystic Essence Sword sect leader, and a few golden-robed elders stood among the clouds. They looked down with gloomy faces. I didn't expect the Decimo Sword sect to have secretly cultivated so many peerless geniuses over the years. Wu Kuei has already comprehended some secret techniques from his bloodline. Ordinary special bloodlines are no match for him. One of the golden-robed elders sighed. It's a pity that Duan Mulin has broken through to the martial ancestor realm. If he was still a martial Grand Master, he would have defeated him. Another golden-robed elder said. Then, they all fell silent. Now that they had lost, they had to think about how to reduce their influence as much as possible. Junior brother Wu Kuei, looks like they don't dare to come up. Sigh, how disappointing. I thought I would have a decent opponent today. Another disciple from the Decimo Sword Sect sighed. Your Mystic Essence Sword Sect should withdraw from the 5 major sects as soon as possible. Don't embarrass yourself, haha. Wu Kuei laughed. In the crowd, Lu Ming smiled and shook his head. He was about to walk out. Tianyun, it's you? Stop right there. Suddenly, a loud roar was heard. Lu Ming was stunned. He stopped in his tracks and turned around. A disciple from the Decimo Sword Sect stared at Lu Ming with a gloomy face. He gritted his teeth. Obviously, this disciple had seen him before and recognized him at this time. The others beside Lu Ming were shocked and could not help but step back. Suddenly, only Miangcheng and his siblings were left around Lu Ming. He's Tianyun? Wu Kuei looked at Lu Ming. Yes, he's Tianyun. He has repeatedly gone against the Decimo Sword Sect. He deserves to die. The young man who recognized Lu Ming said with murderous intent. During this period, other senior brothers have been looking for him, but he has been hiding like a turtle. Today, I finally saw him. The young man added. Hiding? Lu Ming was a little speechless. He was just cultivating in seclusion. Since when did he hide? Well, then I'll get rid of him. Wu Kuei smiled coldly and walked towards Lu Ming. He looked at Lu Ming coldly and said, Tianyun, right? You should know that the crimes you've committed are unforgivable. How about this, I'll give you a chance to commit suicide. That way, I can make the decision to leave your corpse intact. Wu Kuei put his hands behind his back and looked arrogant. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. This guy thinks too highly of himself. He wants me to commit suicide? Is there something wrong with your head? Or did your mother accidentally squash your head when she gave birth to you? Lu Ming stared at Wu Kuei and said word by word. Pfft. They actually didn't want to laugh, but Lu Ming's words made them unable to hold back. Especially Ming Peak, he laughed until tears flowed out. Even the other disciples of the 10 Directions Sword Sect couldn't hold back their laughter. Wu Kuei's face turned red as his eyes turned red. He was so angry that his body trembled as he roared, Die, bastard. Boom, Wu Kuei threw a punch at Lu Ming. The fist force condensed into a huge mountain with shocking power. Lu Ming sneered and didn't back down at all. He also threw a punch. Bang, Lu Ming's fist smashed into the mountain that Wu Kuei threw out. A scene that made people's eyes pop out appeared. The mountain rumbled and exploded from Lu Ming's punch. Bang, bang. Bang, Wu Kuei took 7 to 8 steps back as his fist trembled non-stop. The surrounding onlookers sucked in a cold breath. Lu Ming actually forced Wu Kuei back with a punch. How was that possible? The strength that Wu Kuei displayed just now was extremely shocking. He suppressed many experts of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect and was simply an invincible existence in the martial Grand Master realm. Now, he was actually forced back by Lu Ming with a punch. A few months ago, Lu Ming had displayed extremely powerful combat strength in the Dtion battle arena. He was able to obtain 10 consecutive victories across 2 levels. It was extremely terrifying. However, his cultivation was only in the 6th level of the martial Grand Master realm. As for Wu Kuei, he was at the peak of the 9th level of the martial Grand Master realm and a peerless genius. Before this punch, no one thought that Lu Ming could fight with Wu Kuei. However, the reality exceeded everyone's expectations. Damn it! Wu Kuei roared as his aura became even more terrifying. He was like an enraged lion. What are you shouting for? You're too weak. Aren't there a few people in the 10 Directions Sword Sect who are stronger than you? Come at me together. I don't have that much time to play with you. If you want to fight, hurry up and come at me together. Lu Ming glanced at the other disciples of the 10 Directions Sword Sect and said indifferently. What? What? The disciples of the 10 Directions Sword Sect were stunned. The surrounding spectators were also stunned. Lu Ming actually wanted to challenge all the experts of the Ten Directions sword sect. Was he crazy? In the sky, Lin Xue's eyes flashed as she stared at Lu Ming. This young man is quite strong, but he's underestimating the geniuses of the Decimo sword sect. A golden-robed elder shook his head. It's not that I'm looking down on the geniuses of the Shifang sword sect, it's just that this young man is confident in himself. Lin Shui said. You have the confidence? According to the sect leader's words, could it be that this little fellow had challenged the experts of the Ten Directions sword sect and won? How was this possible? Even when Qiu Chongkong was a martial grandmaster, he wasn't this strong, right? The golden-robed elder said. We haven't fought yet. Who knows? Lin Shui smiled faintly. The other golden-robed elders were somewhat bewildered. Arrogant, too arrogant. He is courting death. Kill him. Many disciples of Decimo sword faction roared furiously. Tianyun, since you're so confident, don't blame us for winning by outnumbering you. Let's attack together. A handsome young man said coldly. He took a step forward and appeared beside Lu Ming, forming a triangle with Wu Kuei. Boom, then, an extremely shocking aura erupted from the young man's body. Then, a bloodline in the shape of a saber appeared. There was no doubt that it was also a special bloodline. As soon as the bloodline appeared, a shocking saber light shot into the sky. Its aura was even stronger than Wu Kuei's. Whoosh! Whoosh! Then, 4 figures flashed and appeared around Lu Ming, surrounding Lu Ming. A bloodline floated above each of the 4 of them. 2 of them had special bloodlines, and the other 2 didn't have special bloodlines. However, they were extremely powerful mutants. Each of their aura was terrifyingly powerful. Each of their aura was stronger than Wu Kuei's. The geniuses of the Mystic Essence sword sect with special bloodlines turned pale. Their eyes were full of disappointment. The onlookers also widened their eyes in shock. Previously, when Wu Kuei said that there were 5 geniuses stronger than him in the Decimo sword sect, many people didn't believe him. They thought that Wu Kuei was trying to elevate the Decimo sword sect. But now, they knew that Wu Kuei was telling the truth. There were really 5 geniuses in the Decimo sword sect who were stronger than Wu Kuei. This was too shocking. Countless people were shocked by the strength of the Decimo sword sect. One of these geniuses is enough to defeat all geniuses of the same level, let alone 6 of them. Tianyun is doomed. He will die here today. It's a pity that such a genius will die here. In the future, he will not be weaker than the 6 heroes. The crowd sighed. Attack. At this moment, the 6 exceptional geniuses attacked at the same time. Boom. Boom, 6 different attacks flew towards Lu Ming from different directions. Each of the attacks was extremely terrifying. Each of them had the power of a martial ancestor realm LV1. The martial grandmaster realm and martial ancestor realm were 2 completely different realms. The gap between them was like heaven and earth. It was rare for a martial grandmaster realm cultivator to have the combat strength of a martial ancestor realm LV1. Now, the 6 geniuses from the Decimo sword sect had the strength of a martial ancestor realm LV1. One could imagine how terrifying they were. Wind, fire. Lu Ming said softly. He grasped the air with his right hand and a long spear appeared. The long spear was infused with the power of wind and fire. Boom, then, Lu Ming bent his legs slightly and exerted force. The ground under his feet exploded, creating a large hole. The floor cracked like a spider web. Lu Ming's body shot up into the sky like a cannonball. The long spear pierced upwards, creating a terrifying whistling sound. Boom, Lu Ming's spear pierced a large hole in the joint attack of the 6 geniuses. Lu Ming shot up into the sky. Go up and surround him. One of the geniuses from the Decimo sword sect shouted. Then, the sound of the air being pierced could be heard. 6 figures shot up into the sky. Human Dao Palm. Lu Ming said softly and threw a palm down. Whoosh, spiritual chi surged wildly between heaven and earth and gathered toward Lu Ming. A large palm print appeared in the sky. The lines on the palm were clear as if they were real. The large palm print slammed down. Wherever the palm print passed, the air would explode. It was extremely terrifying. Not good. Let's fight together. The faces of the 6 geniuses from the Decimo Sword sect changed drastically. They screamed in horror. The 6 of them used all their strength. Suddenly, 6 terrifying attacks gathered together and blasted towards the large palm print. Suppress! There was a glint in Lu Ming's eyes and he shouted softly. Boom! The palm print collided with the attacks of the 6 geniuses. The force swept out and formed a terrifying shockwave that rushed in all directions. Not good. Below, the crowd's faces changed drastically and they fled in all directions. Bam! Bam! The force swept across the ground, creating a large crater. Bam! Then, there was a loud explosion. The joint attack of the 6 geniuses from the Decimo Sword sect was shattered by the palm print. The palm print did not stop and continued to press down. How could this be? Wu Kuei shouted. Boom! With a deafening boom, the 6 geniuses of the Decimo Sword sect were directly smashed to the ground by the huge palm print. They crashed heavily into the ground, creating 6 large pits and filling the air with smoke and dust. In the distance, countless people stared blankly at this scene. Time seemed to have frozen at this moment. They even forgot to breathe. They could only stare blankly with their eyes wide open. It was as if they wanted to engrave this scene in their hearts forever. This was because it was too shocking. Any one of the 6 geniuses of the Decimo Sword sect could defeat almost all the martial grandmasters in the Blazing Sun Empire. But now, the 6 of them were defeated by Lu Ming in a single palm strike. Even a fool would be able to see the difference between them. The remaining 3 geniuses of the Mystic Essence Sword sect looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. It was as if they could not believe that there was such a genius in the world. Then, the disappointment in their eyes became stronger. Before coming to the imperial capital, they were arrogant and thought that they were the favored children of heaven and earth. They looked down on martial artists with ordinary bloodlines. They thought that no one in the world was stronger than them in a battle of the same level. But not long after coming to the imperial capital, they suffered a fatal blow. They were defeated by Wu Kuei alone. In front of Wu Kuei, they were no match at all. But such an opponent that they looked up to, together with 5 other geniuses who were stronger than Wu Kuei, was defeated by Lu Ming in a single move. This simply overturned their understanding of the world. The blow to them was too big. Sigh, in the past, we dominated the Mystic Essence Sword sect and thought that we were invincible. It turns out that we have been ignorant all this time. The only woman among the 3 sighed softly. The other 2's eyes flickered and then turned into sighs. No matter how strong you are, there will always be someone stronger. Only today did they truly understand this principle. In the sky, Lin Shui and the other golden-robed elders were also stunned. Amazing, really amazing. There is such a genius in the Star General Hall. Looking at his age, he is only in his 20s? A golden-robed elder sighed, full of envy. In fact, Lu Ming's actual age was not even 18 years old. It was just that he was wearing a disguise, so he looked like he was in his 20s. The second level of the Earthrealm Palm Art. Great success in the force of fire and minor success in the force of wind. His Zhenqi is incomparably dense. Genius, a true genius. Lin Shui's eyes sparkled. Even though he thought highly of Lu Ming before, he still couldn't help but sigh. Big brother Tianyun is mighty. Big brother Tianyun is invincible. Ming Peak came to his senses and shouted excitedly. When the dust settled, everyone saw 6 large pits on the ground. The 6 geniuses of the Decimo Sword faction were lying motionless in the pits, their bodies covered in blood. Even though he was still breathing and wasn't dead yet, there were many broken bones in his body. Without a month or 2 of recuperation, it would be impossible for him to make a full recovery. What genius! That's all you've got? Lu Ming said as he glanced at Wu Kuei and the rest. Wu Kuei and the others almost spat out another mouthful of blood. If it weren't for their severe injuries, they would have roared out loud. He was angry and regretful. During this period of time, they had defeated many geniuses of the Mystic Essence Sword sect, Astral Hall, and Crimson Cloud Valley, pushing the reputation of the Decimo Sword faction to the peak. But now, the 6 of them were defeated by Lu Ming with a single palm strike. If this news spread, it would be a joke. It was definitely a huge blow to the reputation of the Decimo Sword faction. Their efforts during this period of time were equivalent to nothing under Lu Ming's palm strike. Haha, great. In the sky, a golden-robed elder laughed. Lu Ming glanced at Wu Kuei and the others indifferently and didn't make any more moves. He turned around and strode away. Miangcheng and the others quickly followed. Countless pairs of eyes followed Lu Ming and watched Lu Ming's back as he left. This was an arrogant, determined, and unyielding back view. In the sky, Lin Shui looked at Lu Ming's back and was shocked. In his eyes, Tianyun's back overlapped with the back of another young man. They were so similar. Lu Ming. Lin Shui whispered, his eyes shining. After a long time, it turned into a long sigh. This long sigh contained a trace of regret. Maybe, my choice was wrong. Lin Shui sighed in his heart. In Lu Ming's room in the astral hall, Lu Ming sat cross-legged on the bed. Now, my cultivation is very close to the 9th level of the martial master realm. I have to break through as soon as possible. Then, I can refine the blood refining pill and improve the foundation of the second bloodline to prepare for the awakening of the second bloodline. Lu Ming thought to himself. Before the emperor's birthday, Lu Ming had been in seclusion in the Earth Essence Cave for 3 months. In the first month, he had refined 100 monster cores and his cultivation had reached the peak of the 7th level of the martial master realm. In the next 2 months, his cultivation had successfully broken through to the 8th level of the martial master realm. In the last month, he had refined another 100 monster cores of the 9th level of the 3rd level of the martial master realm and reached the peak of the 8th level of the martial master realm. With his current cultivation, the 2nd level of the 3 Dao palms, and the fire force that had broken through to the greater success, it was normal for him to defeat Wu Kuei and the others with 1 palm. He did not place the matter of defeating Wu Kuei and the others in his heart. In his opinion, it was an insignificant matter. His current goal was to break through to the 9th layer martial grandmaster as soon as possible, and then break through to the martial ancestor realm. Immediately, Lu Ming began to cultivate. In the blink of an eye, 3 hours had passed. At this time, Lu Ming suddenly opened his eyes. This was because he felt a terrifying murderous intent shrouding him. At the same time, an extremely dangerous feeling arose, causing his heart to tremble slightly and his hair to stand on end. Oh no! There was no time to think. Without any hesitation, Lu Ming soared to the sky and dashed toward the ceiling. Chi, at this time, a terrifying sound broke through the air. 100-meter long, extremely bright sword light slashed toward Lu Ming's dorm room. Boom, Lu Ming's dorm room, including the other rooms, suddenly exploded. Gravel and wood chips flew in all directions. The whole floor was split in half. Whoosh, Lu Ming rushed to the sky from the broken wood. Tianyun, die. With a cold bellow, Lu Ming saw 2 young men walking in the air toward him. Chi, one of the young men in a yellow robe slashed with his sword. Another terrifying sword light slashed toward Lu Ming. The speed of the sword light was unbelievably fast. In an instant, it had arrived in front of Lu Ming. Ancient shield. Lu Ming let out a low roar. 4 ancient shields condensed in front of him in succession. 4 shields were stacked in front of Lu Ming, blocking him. Boom, the sword light slashed on the shields, causing them to shake violently. Then, the first shield exploded, followed by the second, the third. In just a breath's time, all 4 shields had exploded. However, in just a breath's time, Lu Ming's bloodline erupted. A powerful devouring force covered his body. At the same time, he frantically retreated and took out the demon-suppressing spear to block in front of him. Clang! Lu Ming's figure descended rapidly. When he was about to hit the ground, his body burst out with a burst of chi as he stomped heavily on the ground, causing his body to continue to drift backward. Trying to escape? Do you think you can escape today? The yellow-robed young man in the sky yelled coldly. He was extremely furious. Despite his cultivation of the peak 2nd layer martial ancestor realm, coupled with the fact that he had failed to kill Lu Ming with 2 consecutive attacks, he felt extremely humiliated. Die. The yellow-robed young man held his sword with both hands and lashed out. A terrifying sword ray that was a few hundred meters long tore through the air and instantly approached Lu Ming. Senior brother Huang, let me help you. Beside the yellow-robed young man was a white-robed young man. At that moment, he drew his sword out of its sheath and stabbed forward. A peerlessly sharp sword chi penetrated Lu Ming's body. At that instant, Lu Ming's eyelids twitched as if he was facing the Grim Reaper. Block, block. Lu Ming's eyes turned red as he circulated his chi to the maximum. Four ancient shields appeared in front of him to block the attack. Human Dao Palm. Lu Ming lashed out with his palm and executed the human Dao Palm. A giant palm print appeared in front of him and blasted forward with the force of wind and fire. Boom, a deafening explosion occurred, causing the entire Star General Hall to tremble violently. Figures screamed as they rushed out of the dormitories and fled in all directions. The human Dao Palm and the ancient shields that Lu Ming had executed were shattered into pieces as the terrifying force landed on Lu Ming's body. Bang! Lu Ming was sent flying backward like a cannonball, crashing through 2 dormitory buildings and flying a few hundred meters away. Lu Ming supported himself with his spear, leaving a deep mark on the ground before he came to a stop. His body shuddered as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Still not dead? In the sky, the 2 young men were astounded. With their cultivation and combat strength, even a first-layer martial ancestor realm expert would be killed with a single slash. However, Lu Ming had managed to block the attack and was only injured, not dead. This was too shocking. Kill. The 2 young men's killing intent burst forth. Their eyes flashed with cold lightning as they charged towards Lu Ming. Stop. With a few loud roars, a few streams of light broke through the air and arrived at the top of the dormitory in an instant. They were the elders of the General Hall. Scram. The yellow-robed young man and the white-robed young man were incomparably domineering. They slashed out with their battle swords, and sword chi soared into the sky. Bang! Bang! The 3 elders of the Star General Hall were no match for him and were sent flying several hundred meters away. Stop. Your Decimo Sword faction has gone too far. You've openly killed a student of my Astral General Hall. Let's see how your Decimo Sword faction will explain this to the royal family. An elder roared as he looked anxiously at Lu Ming. Lu Ming was a peerless genius of the Star General Hall. He was the hope of the future. Nothing could happen to him. However, the 2 young men of the Decimo Sword faction were gold-level disciples of the Decimo Sword faction. Their cultivation had reached the peak of the 2nd-layer martial ancestor realm and they were also peerless geniuses. Their combat strength was comparable to a 3rd-layer martial ancestor realm. Among the 3 of them, the most powerful one was in the 2nd-layer martial ancestor realm while the other 2 were only in the 1st-layer martial ancestor realm. They were no match for Lu Ming. Explain? Why should the Decimo Sword faction deal with the royal family? What a joke. Tianyun has been going against the Decimo Sword faction and has killed many geniuses of the Decimo Sword faction. He deserves to die. Scram now or all of you will die. The yellow-robed young man roared in an overbearing manner. The 3 elders of the General Hall had ugly looks on their faces but they stood firmly in front of Lu Ming. Pfft. Lu Ming spat out another mouthful of blood. He supported himself with his spear and stood straight as he looked at the sky. They were indeed disciples of the Decimo Sword faction. It seemed that the Decimo Sword faction had been forced into a corner and had sent their gold-level disciples to attack the General Hall. Then, he looked in the direction of the dormitory. It was in ruins and screams of agony could be heard continuously. Lu Ming had managed to dodge the first attack but the others did not have the strength to do so. At least 10 people had died under that attack and many more were injured. Fortunately, Ming Peak had been staying at Myeongchang's place during this period of time. Otherwise, he would have been in danger. Damn it. Lu Ming gripped the spear shaft tightly and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Senior brother Huang, why are you talking so much nonsense? Just kill them. The white-robed young man was even colder and his gaze was as sharp as a sword. He took a step forward and charged forward. Hold on, the elites will be here soon. One of the elders roared angrily and charged forward with all his might. The other 2 elders did the same but they were no match for the white-robed young man. After more than 10 moves, they were injured and one of the elders in the 1st-layer martial ancestor realm even lost an arm. You overestimate yourselves. The yellow-robed young man sneered with disdain. How dare you? Suddenly, there was a loud roar and a snow-white saber light slashed from afar. It tore through the void and arrived in an instant. Oh no, fourth layer martial ancestor realm. The two young men's expressions changed and they each slashed out with their swords. However, they were swept by the saber light and were sent flying over 1,000 meters away. Whoosh, in the sky, several streams of light arrived in an instant. There were a total of 3 people, 2 elders and 1 young man. Huaqi the young man was Huaqi. He was enveloped by the genuine qi of the elder, which was why he could walk in the air. I'm here. Let's see who can kill Tianyun. Huaqi's gaze was like lightning as he stared at the 2 young men from the Decimo Sword sect. 8th Prince, Tianyun has been going against the Decimo Sword sect and he's trying to destroy the relationship between the Decimo Sword sect and the imperial family. He has ulterior motives and the imperial family might be harmed by him. The yellow-robed young man said coldly. You don't have to worry about that. I'll investigate it. Now, get out of the Star General Hall. Huaqi shouted in a domineering manner. You. Huaqi, I'm giving face to the imperial family by calling you the 8th Prince. Don't be so shameless. The yellow-robed young man said angrily. How dare Huaqi tell him to get out? He was a gold-ranked disciple of the Decimo Sword sect. There were very few gold-ranked disciples in the 5 major sects and each of them was a famous figure in the Blazing Sun Empire. Their status was not much lower than those gold-robed elders. Because they had unlimited potential, they would have no problem becoming gold-robed elders in the future. Now, Huaqi dared to scold them, so what if he was the 8th Prince? Their gazes were cold. If you don't get out, I'll make you get out. Let me tell you, the imperial capital is the imperial capital of the imperial family after all. Huaqi shouted coldly. Beside him, the 2 elders burst out with powerful auras. One of them was at the 3rd layer martial ancestor realm while the other was at the 4th layer martial ancestor realm. The yellow-robed young man and the white-robed young man looked fearful. If they were at the 3rd layer martial ancestor realm, they could still fight. However, they were no match for the 4th layer martial ancestor realm even if they worked together. Good, good, good. 8th Prince, let's wait and see. The yellow-robed young man said the word good 3 times in a row but his voice was extremely gloomy. He then looked at Lu Ming and said, Tianyun, if you're capable, don't leave the Star General Hall for the rest of your life. We'll wait for you outside the Star General Hall and see how long the imperial family can protect you. Looking at the sky, Lu Ming looked calm on the surface, but his heart was in turmoil. Martial Ancestor Realm, I have to break through to Martial Ancestor Realm as soon as possible. I might seem invincible among Martial Grandmasters, but I'm still not strong enough to face Martial Ancestor Realm experts. The day I break through to Martial Ancestor Realm will be the day you die. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with killing intent. Quickly save the injured and clean up the dormitory. The Star General Hall elder ordered his men. On the side, Huaqi's eyes were also filled with killing intent and unwillingness. Someone had openly killed their way into the Star General Hall, destroyed several buildings, killed more than a dozen students, and injured many more. The men he brought with him had the strength to stop the culprit, but they could only watch helplessly as the culprit left. Such humiliation made Huaqi's body tremble. After a while, Huaqi took a deep breath and walked to Lu Ming's side. Tianyun, how are your injuries? I'm fine. Lu Ming smiled. Although his injuries were not light, they were not fatal. He would recover soon. I never thought that the 10 Directions Sword faction would dare to openly kill people in the Star General Hall. They're getting more and more lawless. In the past, I would have some scruples. Huaqi said. This time, I have to thank you. Lu Ming said. Why are you thanking me? Lu Ming, I was looking for you for something today, but I didn't expect to run into the incident just now. Oh? Why are you looking for me? Lu Ming asked. It's about your father. Huaqi said softly. My father? Lu Ming was shocked. His eyes were filled with hope as he said with a trembling voice, could it be? Huaqi nodded and said, let's talk on the side. The 2 of them walked to a secluded area. Lu Ming, I found your father. Huaqi said. My father, where is he? Is he in the imperial capital? Lu Ming asked in a trembling voice. Huaqi shook his head and said, he was originally in the imperial capital. He was imprisoned in an extremely secret place in the north of the imperial capital by the 10 Direction Sword sect. But 7 days ago, a group of unknown people suddenly attacked that secret place. Your father has already been taken away by that group of people. What? Kidnapped by a group of unknown people? Lu Ming was greatly shaken. Do you know why those people kidnapped my father? He asked. Huaqi shook his head and said, I don't know about that. However, we've already found out that group of people are currently rushing towards the desolate wasteland, and the members of the Decimo Sword sect are pursuing them with all their might. Desolate wasteland, I'm going to save my father immediately. Lu Ming revealed an anxious expression. Lu Ming, wait a moment. Don't be hasty. Don't forget that the disciples of the Decimo Sword faction are still waiting for you outside. Huaqi shouted. Lu Ming took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Yes, to go to the desolate wasteland, he first had to deal with those 2 disciples of the Decimo Sword faction. Lu Ming, I'll think of a way to lure those 2 disciples away. Also, my father has already sent 4 great experts to the desolate wasteland in secret. Speaking until here, a sword-shaped jade tablet appeared in Huaqi's hand. He handed it to Lu Ming and said, this is a 10,000-mile sound transmission talisman. The 4 great experts sent by my father also have a 10,000-mile sound transmission talisman. When you arrive at the desolate wasteland, you can use this to send a message to them. Within 10,000 miles, you'll be able to receive the other party's message. Huaqi, thank you. Lu Ming received it and thanked him sincerely. Huaqi had really helped him a lot. I've said that you don't need to thank me. You must be careful when you go. Huaqi said. Lu Ming nodded and said with a smile. Wait for me to come back and drink. Alright, I'll go lure away those 2 from the 10 Direction Sword sect. Huaqi nodded and led the 2 old men out of the Star General Hall in a flash. About half an hour later, Huaqi's figure appeared and said, Lu Ming, you can go now. Lu Ming nodded and took out a black robe and a bamboo hat. His figure flashed and disappeared without a trace. Lu Ming left the Star General Hall and walked along some small streets towards the north. After passing through 7 or 8 streets, he didn't see any disciples of the 10,000-mile sword sect chasing after him. Stop. Just when Lu Ming let down his guard, a delicate shout sounded. Swoosh, there was a sound of something breaking through the air and a pretty figure appeared in front of Lu Ming. Xianxia. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat as he looked at the person in front of him with a dumbfounded expression. The girl in front of him was incomparably beautiful. She was wearing a short skirt, revealing a pair of slender and fair thighs. Her big eyes blinked as she stared at Lu Ming. If it wasn't Xianxia, who else could it be? He had never imagined that he would run into Xianxia here. Why did Xianxia stop him? He had changed his appearance and was wearing a black robe and a bamboo hat. Xianxia couldn't recognize him. Ahem, miss, may I know why you're blocking my way? Lu Ming coughed a few times and lowered his voice. He sounded like a burly man in his 30s. Lu Ming, what are you pretending for? I finally found you. Come, let's have a fight. The corner of Xianxia's mouth rose slightly as he said disdainfully. Ah? Lu Ming was stunned. Xianxia really recognized him. How was that possible? Did he reveal any flaws? But when he looked around, he didn't reveal any flaws. But why did Xianxia insist that he was Lu Ming? Lu Ming took off his bamboo hat, revealing his disguised face, and said, Look, young lady, you really recognized the wrong person. Humph. Xianxia's small lips curled up slightly, her disdain growing. Lu Ming, you're still pretending. No matter how you disguise yourself, I will be able to recognize you. No matter how you disguise yourself, you won't be able to change your scent. It just so happens that my nose is more special. As long as I smell someone, even if he turns into ashes, I will be able to recognize him. That works? Lu Ming was speechless. He had thought of everything, but he didn't expect this. Ha ha ha, Miss Xia, what a coincidence. I haven't seen you for a long time and I miss you. Unfortunately, I have an urgent matter to attend to now. Please make way. Let's have a chat another day. Lu Ming laughed, revealing his original voice. Humph, Lu Ming, it's not easy to meet you. Don't even think about leaving. I said last time that if I see you again, I will ruthlessly trample you under my feet. Come, let's fight. Xianxia looked at Lu Ming unkindly. I said, I don't have time now. If you want to fight, I will accompany you later. Lu Ming's voice sank. He had to rush to the desolate wilderness. How could he have time to fight with Xianxia? I don't care. Don't even think about leaving today. Xianxia was very rude and unreasonable. He blocked in front of Lu Ming. Get out of my way. Lu Ming coldly shouted. He pushed out a palm, and a powerful true qi gushed out, wanting to push Xianxia away. But unexpectedly, Xianxing's body moved slightly, and a powerful true qi gushed out, counteracting Lu Ming's true qi. So strong. Xianxia was also a little surprised. Apparently, Lu Ming's strength was also beyond her expectations. Alright, you're quite strong. You're just in time to fight with me. Xianxing's eyes lit up. You're crazy. I don't have time for you. Lu Ming snorted coldly. Then, he soared into the sky and ran away at top speed. Don't even think about leaving. Xianxia shouted. She kicked her legs and chased after Lu Ming at top speed as if her body was weightless. Her speed was unbelievably fast. She was not slower than Lu Ming at all. Lu Ming was shocked. He used the high air steps to the extreme and walked hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye. Soon, he was out of the imperial city and heading northwest. Xianxia followed closely behind him. She could also walk in the air for a short time. This bitch is really crazy. Forget it. Follow me if you want. Lu Ming was speechless. He let her follow him. He used his body movement technique and moved forward at top speed. The desolate wilderness was at the northwest border of the Burning Sun Empire. It was a desolate wilderness that spanned across 3 empires. It was the border of the 3 empires. To the north was the Yin Moon Empire. To the northwest was the Blood Zhao Empire, a middle-level empire. Empires were divided into low-level, middle-level, high-level, and super-level empires according to their strength. The Burning Sun Empire and the Yin Moon Empire were all low-level empires. Emperor Yun had 36 empires. 8 of them were middle-level empires. The rest were all low-level empires. The middle-level empires were at least 10 times stronger than the low-level empires. They could not be compared. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, it would take him 4 or 5 days to reach the desolate wilderness. After 1 day and 1 night, Lu Ming's genuine qi was exhausted. He stopped to meditate and recover. Not far behind him, Xianxia was also panting and sweating. She stopped and sat cross-legged on the ground. She's really persistent. Lu Ming was speechless. 3 hours later, Lu Ming's true qi had completely recovered, and he saw Xianxia also stand up. How about this? I really have something urgent to do. Once I'm done here, I'll fight you. Lu Ming said. Humph, who knows where you'll run off to? You treated me like that back then. I said that I'll definitely trample you under my feet. I'll definitely do what I said. Don't even think about running away. I'll follow you. When you're done with your business, I'll teach you a lesson. Xianxia gritted his teeth. Lu Ming was speechless. Wasn't this girl's temper a little too strange? Forget it, forget it. Follow me if you want. Lu Ming was speechless. Then, Lu Ming continued on his way with Xianxia following beside him. In the blink of an eye, 4 days had passed. The desolate wasteland was already in sight. He stood on top of a mountain and gazed into the distance. The desolate wasteland was incomparably vast. It was like a gigantic beast lying down in front of him. The 2 of them took a step forward and headed towards the desolate wasteland. When they entered the desolate wasteland, they realized that the desolate wasteland was not completely desolate. They could see patches of trees and weeds. However, these trees and weeds did not have any leaves. They looked lifeless. The surroundings were completely silent. Not even the chirping of insects or birds could be heard. However, Lu Ming and Xianxia did not dare to be careless. The desolate wasteland was known for its danger. Roar! At this moment, the two of them saw a giant black tiger running through the desolate forest. This giant tiger had a powerful aura. It was actually a Class 2 LV3 demonic beast. Whoosh whoosh! At this moment, in front of the giant tiger, a black fog suddenly flew down from a leafless tree. The black fog coiled around the giant tiger and then flew away, disappearing from the tree. Below, a tiger-shaped skeleton was left. Lu Ming and Xianxia felt their scalps go numb. They could clearly see that the black mist that flew out of the tree was actually a type of tiny ant. However, there were too many of them and their power was terrifying. The Class 2 LV3 giant tiger did not even have the chance to scream before it turned into a pile of white bones. The desolate wasteland was indeed strange. They had to be extra careful. The two of them continued to move forward. Along the way, they were more than 300 miles into the desolate wasteland. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air was heard. 8 figures flashed and appeared in front of Lu Ming and Xianxia. The two of them paused and stopped. The Decimo Sword Sect is handling some matters here. We have temporarily requisitioned this area. Please go back. The leader of the group, a middle-aged man, said. His tone was unusually domineering. Hee, when did the desolate wasteland become the Decimo Sword Sect's territory? This is the first time I've heard of it. Lu Ming sneered. If I say it's ours, then it's ours. Kid, you'd better behave yourself. Otherwise, this place will be your burial ground. The middle-aged man's eyes turned cold and his body emitted a faint murderous intent. At this moment, Lu Ming did not wear his bamboo hat. These people from the Decimo Sword Sect had obviously never seen Lu Ming before and did not recognize him. Lu Ming glanced at the people from the Decimo Sword Sect. The leader of the group had an extremely strong aura and was in the martial ancestor realm. The other 7 people were all martial grandmaster realm LV9 experts. Obviously, the Decimo Sword Sect had mobilized a large force to capture Lu Yuntian. Okay, let's go. Suddenly, Lu Ming said and turned to leave. Xianxia's eyes flashed. He did not say anything and followed Lu Ming. Behind them, the middle-aged man from the Decimo Sword Sect had a strong murderous intent in his eyes. These 2 people are suspicious. I'd rather kill them than let them go. Kill them. The middle-aged man waved his hand. Kill. Immediately, 2 martial grandmaster realm LV9 experts unsheathed their swords and charged at Lu Ming and Xianxia respectively. They were extremely fast and arrived behind the 2 in an instant. Their wide swords slashed down at their heads. However, at this moment, Lu Ming and Xianxia suddenly turned around. Lu Ming waved his hand and a long spear appeared. It directly pierced through the martial grandmaster realm LV9 expert who was charging at him. Xianxia flicked his finger. With a whistling sound, the opponent's head suddenly flew high into the air and blood splattered everywhere. Lu Ming was slightly surprised. He could see that Xianxia's cultivation had already reached the martial grandmaster realm LV9. It seemed that Xianxia had some fortuitous encounter during this period of time. Otherwise, his cultivation could not have improved so quickly. It was because he had the spirit-devouring bloodline that his cultivation soared so quickly. However, Xianxia did not have the spirit-devouring bloodline. It was really shocking that his cultivation breakthrough was not slower than his. I knew that you would do this. Lu Ming looked coldly at the remaining people of the Decimo Sword Sect. In an instant, the 2 experts were killed, causing the middle-aged man and the others to be stunned. Then, they roared furiously, "You dare to kill the disciples of my Decimo Sword Sect? You're courting death. Kill them." The middle-aged man emitted a terrifying aura and charged at Lu Ming. The remaining 5 martial grandmaster realm LV9 experts charged at Xianxia. Martial grandmaster realm LV1. Just nice to test my strength. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. He shook his long spear and charged at the other party. During this period of seclusion, he had gained a lot. His combat strength had increased rapidly and he did not know what level he had reached. Previously, he had fought twice. The first time was with a martial artist at the peak of the martial grandmaster realm LV9. The other time, it was two geniuses at the peak of the martial grandmaster realm LV2. The first time was too weak and the second time was too strong. It was not a good test for Lu Ming's combat strength. A mere martial grandmaster dares to fight with me? Die. The middle-aged martial ancestor sneered. In his opinion, Lu Ming was overestimating himself and courting death. Swish, the middle-aged martial ancestor's sword slashed towards Lu Ming's head. He wanted to cut off Lu Ming's head with one slash. Wang. Swish, Lu Ming's long spear trembled and pierced forward. A bright spear radiance pierced forward. The spear radiance clashed with the middle-aged martial ancestor's sword. The middle-aged martial ancestor's face instantly changed. Boom, an incomparably sharp and powerful force blasted towards the middle-aged martial ancestor realm master. The middle-aged martial ancestor realm master's body trembled violently as he frantically retreated. He slid back tens of meters in the forest and left a deep ravine in the ground. How can a martial grandmaster be so powerful? The middle-aged martial ancestor roared in his heart. So this is your strength? It's nothing much. Kill. Lu Ming raised his spear and charged towards the middle-aged martial ancestor. The long spear pierced out and a bright spear radiance burst out. The middle-aged martial ancestor tried his best, but he was still no match for Lin Fan. After 6 moves, he was swept by Lu Ming's spear and flew out screaming. Swish, Lu Ming chased after him and smashed down with his long spear. Bang, the middle-aged martial ancestor screamed again as his body was smashed into the ground, creating a large pit. He lay in the pit and spat out blood continuously. He could not move at all. A figure flashed and Xianxia appeared beside him. Obviously, the 5 martial grand masters had been dealt with by her. The middle-aged martial ancestor lay in the pit and looked at the two youths with horror in his eyes. Where did this young man come from? He was too terrifying. His battle prowess was so strong that it was simply shocking. Could they be geniuses from the Blood Zhao Empire? The middle-aged martial ancestor thought. In the Burning Sun Empire, he had never heard of such a powerful martial grand master. It would be normal for such a genius to appear in a medium-sized empire like the Blood Zhao Empire. Tell me, what's the situation of the person you're chasing? Where is he? Lu Ming stared coldly at the middle-aged Wu Zong and asked coldly. Could it be that you're also after the martial emperor's treasures key? Don't even think about it. Let me tell you, my 10 Direction Sword faction's Cho Chong Kong is right in front. You, a mere martial grand master, want to interfere? You're really courting death. The middle-aged Wu Zong shouted angrily. The secret key to the martial emperor's treasure? And Cho Chong Kong is also in front? Lu Ming's expression changed. He looked a little serious and doubtful. The leader of the 6 heroes, Cho Chong Kong, was actually chasing after his father. And the secret key to the martial emperor's treasure? Could it be related to the martial emperor? Thinking of this, Lu Ming's heart trembled. Above martial great masters were martial kings. They were known as kings and were extremely powerful. Whether or not there was a martial king in the vast Burning Sun Empire was still a question. Even an overlord like Lin Shui had not reached the martial king realm. However, when a martial king was compared to a martial emperor, the difference was like heaven and earth. No, it was even greater. There was simply no comparison. Above the martial king realm, there were still the spirit god realm, the 3 realms. Above the 3 realms was the martial emperor realm. A martial emperor could shatter the heavens and the earth with a flick of his finger. He was the strongest person in the divine wilderness continent and was invincible. As for whether there were any higher realms above the martial emperor realm, there were legends, but they had always been legends. Could the secret key to the martial emperor's treasure be related to the martial emperor? Lu Ming could not help but be shocked. Lu Ming did not notice that when Xianxia heard about the secret key to the martial emperor's treasure, his eyes were filled with astonishment. So I advise you to let me go quickly. I can hide what happened today. Otherwise, you will end up in a miserable state. The middle-aged martial great master threatened. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he immediately let out a miserable shriek as Lu Ming's spear pierced through his thigh. So much nonsense. Speak, where are you now? Did you catch the person you were chasing? Lu Ming asked coldly. The middle-aged martial great master broke out in cold sweat as he shrieked, I'll speak, please don't kill me. He knew that he had met a tough opponent today and could only beg for mercy. Speak. Lu Ming shouted coldly. From here, the experts from the Yin Moon Empire kidnapped the person we were chasing. Our men are about to catch up with them. The middle-aged martial great master shouted. Yin Moon Empire? Lu Ming frowned as he felt that the situation was getting more and more complicated. He continued to ask, how many experts did you bring this time? Apart from Qiu Chongkong, there are 7 martial great masters. Apart from me, there are 6 others and over 100 martial grand masters. The middle-aged martial great master answered honestly. I've already said what I should say. Please let me go. I will not tell anyone about what happened today. The middle-aged martial great master begged. However, there was a murderous look in his eyes as he thought to himself. As long as Lu Ming let him go, he would inform Qiu Chongkong and kill Lu Ming and Xianxia. Let you go? The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. There was a flash of murderous intent as the long spear pierced out. Don't, the middle-aged martial great master shouted, but in the next moment, his voice stopped abruptly as his heart was crushed by Lu Ming's spear. I won't leave any hidden dangers behind. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Lu Ming, your combat strength is not bad. I'm looking forward to trampling you under my feet. Xianxia sized up Lu Ming carefully as his eyes burned with passion. Lu Ming shuddered and quickly changed the topic, you don't want the spoils of war. I want them. After speaking, Lu Ming searched the bodies of the Shifang sword sect members. At the same time, he controlled the soul-devouring bloodline and secretly devoured their blood essence. There was a martial great master realm first stage martial great master's blood essence. Lu Ming did not want to miss it. After the previous battle, Lu Ming had a better understanding of his combat strength. He was roughly at the peak of the martial great master realm. That middle-aged man was only at the early stage of the martial great master realm. Therefore, he was defeated by Lu Ming in a few moves due to his carelessness. However, such combat strength was far from enough. Qiu Chongkong was the leader of the 6 heroes and his combat strength was absolutely terrifying. Moreover, there were other martial great masters. It would be difficult to save his father. He had to continuously improve his strength. Soon, the blood essence of the 8 Shifang sword sect disciples were all devoured by Lu Ming. 8 storage rings appeared in his hand. Hey, you can't take the storage rings for yourself. I want that martial great master's storage ring. Xianxia shouted. Why should I? Lu Ming did not give it to him. No, I'm taking it. Xianxia gritted his teeth. Alright, but I want to cultivate for a while. Guard me. Lu Ming said. You. Alright. Xianxia gritted his teeth and finally agreed. The two of them left and stopped in a valley more than 50 miles away. Lu Ming wanted to refine the blood essence and break through to the martial great master realm. Xianxia snorted and unwillingly stood guard for Lu Ming at the entrance of the valley. Lu Ming sat cross-legged and circulated the true dragon fighting art. Rumble, the blood essence of a martial great master realm first stage martial great master was too rich. It was constantly converted into vigorous energy and was refined by Lu Ming into genuine qi. About 2 hours later, there was a booming sound coming from Lu Ming's body. A powerful aura burst out, but it was soon restrained. 9th level martial master, breakthrough, not far away. Xianxia widened her eyes in shock. He broke through just like that. To be honest, when she first saw Lu Ming, she was shocked because Lu Ming's cultivation speed was too fast. Back in the Dongyi tribe's ancestral secret realm, Lu Ming's cultivation was 1 level lower than hers. He was only a 2nd level martial master. It had only been half a year, but Lu Ming's cultivation had risen to a terrifying level. If she had not had a fortuitous encounter in the past 6 months, she would have been surpassed by Lu Ming. Just now, Lu Ming had broken through again. She did not know about the magic of Lu Ming's spirit-devouring bloodline, so she was naturally shocked. Alright, let's go. Lu Ming smiled and got up to walk forward. Xianxia's beautiful eyes stared at Lu Ming as if she wanted to see through him. The two of them walked toward the depths of the desolate wilderness. During this time, Lu Ming used the 1,000-mile sound transmission talisman to send a message to the experts of the imperial family and soon received a response. However, Lu Ming did not meet up with the experts of the imperial family. Instead, he walked separately. If they gathered together, they would be too big of a target. At this time, in a desolate forest in the depths of the desolate wilderness, with a flash of light, more than a dozen figures in black robes appeared. Among these people, there were some old men and some middle-aged men. Among them, there was only a young man in his 20s. However, everyone seemed to follow the young man's lead. Damn it, the 10 Directions sword sect is really like a haunting ghost, biting and not letting go like a dog. A middle-aged man said unhappily. Humph, if it weren't for this cripple, how could the Shifang sword sect catch up with us? Another man with a scar on his face said coldly as he looked at another person. This person had messy hair that reached his waist. His face was full of beard that hung down to his chest. His hair and beard were like a bird's nest. No one knew how long it had been since he washed them. He was wearing a tattered shirt that was stained with blood. His eyes were empty and lifeless as he stared blankly at the sky, completely ignoring the scarred man. Killing intent flashed in the eyes of the scarred man when he saw this. He shouted in a low voice, "Lu Yuntian, don't play dumb in front of us. Quickly hand over the martial monarch's key and tell us the whereabouts of the martial monarch's treasure. Otherwise, I'll kill you." This dirty and disheveled man was Lu Ming's father, Lu Yuntian, who had disappeared for more than 8 years. At this time, Lu Yuntian's eyes flickered as if he had come back to his senses. He looked at the scar-faced man with disdain and said, "Fine, then hurry up and kill me." You think I don't dare? Damn it, when we return to the Dark Moon Empire, I will torture you. Let's see if you still want to talk or not. The scarred man roared. I've been in the 10 Directions sword sect for more than 8 years. What methods have I not experienced? I didn't even say anything, do you think you can do it? Lu Yuntian's disdain deepened. Damn it, the scar-faced man was so angry that the muscles on his face trembled, causing the scar on his face to tremble continuously. He couldn't wait to kill Lu Yuntian, but Lu Yuntian had too many secrets that they had to know. They took the risk to kidnap Lu Yuntian for those secrets. Alright, let's bring him back and slowly investigate. The most important thing now is to get rid of the 10 Directions sword sect and Xiao Changkong's pursuit. A white-haired old man waved his hand and said. The scar-faced man smiled viciously at Lu Yuntian and didn't say anything else. So what if they catch up? I want to fight with Xiao Changkong. I want to see how Xiao Changkong is ranked on the Emperor leaderboard. The only young man sneered coldly. Third Prince, don't be careless. The Emperor leaderboard is a list of the strongest young people in the 36 countries. There are only 36 people on it. Xiao Changkong is ranked 36th, his strength is absolutely terrifying. Don't underestimate him. The white-haired old man exhorted. However, the young man just smiled and didn't seem to care too much. Let's leave here quickly. The white-haired old man said. Leave? Do you think we can leave now? Suddenly, a cold voice rang out from the sky. A ray of light took the lead and charged towards them. Behind him, there were 6 other rays of light. The white-haired old man's expression changed and he shouted in horror, Xiao Changkong, this is bad. Run. No one can leave. A cold voice came from the ray of light in front. Whoosh, a dazzling sword light flew out and slashed towards the people from the Yin Moon Empire. Xiao Changkong, I'll fight with you. The third prince of the Yin Moon Empire shouted and waved his hand. A circular weapon that looked like a bright moon appeared. The circular wheel spun and slashed out a terrifying blade light towards the sword chi. Boom, a shocking explosion sounded out as the ground was swept by the sharp light of the two people. 100-meter-long ravine appeared. Whoosh, the space moved and a slender figure appeared in the sky. He was 25 or 26 years old. His face was cold and handsome like a peerless sword. His swordsman robe fluttered in the wind. This was Xiao Changkong, the leader of the 6 heroes of the Burning Sun Empire. He was a famous genius even in the Cloud Emperor mountain range and was listed on the Cloud Emperor board. "Yin Jiuyo, it's you." Qiu Chongkong looked around and said. "Haha, Qiu Chongkong, you want to keep the great opportunity for yourself? I, Yin Jiuyo, will not allow it." The third prince of the Yin Moon Empire, Yin Jiuyo, laughed. "How dare you touch my things? Die." As soon as Qiu Chongkong said the word die, he attacked. A dazzling sword chi shot up to the sky. He merged with the sword chi and charged towards Yin Jiuyo. "Qiu Chongkong, I'd like to see how you can be listed on the Cloud Emperor board." Yin Jiuyo roared and fought with Qiu Chongkong. Their combat strength was terrifying and they were much stronger than Feng Wuji and the others. Their battle was earth-shattering and the clouds changed color. Boom! Boom! The two of them fought in the sky like two streams of light. In the blink of an eye, the battle had reached the depths of the desolate wilderness and disappeared. Kill! At that moment, the martial grandmasters of the Shifang sword sect arrived and charged towards the people of the Yin Moon Empire. The scene fell into a chaotic battle. Soon, the martial grandmasters of the Shifang sword sect arrived and the scene became even more chaotic. "Be careful, don't kill Lu Yuntian," an elder of the Shifang sword sect shouted. The purpose of the battle was to fight for Lu Yuntian. Therefore, they avoided Lu Yuntian during the battle as they were afraid that they would kill him by accident and everything would be in vain. The battle between the two parties was extremely intense but they ignored Lu Yuntian. A few kilometers away, Lu Ming and Xianxia were rushing with all their might. Suddenly, the two of them heard a loud explosion in front of them. "Someone is fighting. Has the Shifang sword sect caught up with my father? Let's go." Xianxia followed closely behind. The two of them covered a distance of a few miles in the blink of an eye. 1,000 meters away from the battlefield, the two of them hid in a pile of rocks and watched from afar. Lu Ming saw the figure with messy hair at first glance. "Father!" Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Although they had not seen each other for more than 8 years and Lu Yuntian's hair and beard were messy and his clothes were tattered, Lu Ming recognized him at first glance. This man was his father, Lu Yuntian. Damn Shifang sword sect. How dare they torture my father like this? Lu Ming's eyes were filled with killing intent. How can I save my father? Lu Ming began to think. Shifang sword sect and Yin Moon Empire had more than a dozen martial ancestor realm experts in total. There were even 2 4th-level martial ancestor realm experts who were fighting fiercely. It was impossible to save Lu Yuntian with so many experts. It was impossible to get close. Once they got close, they would be discovered. Even if they could get close, they would not be able to take Lu Yuntian away quietly. Once they were discovered, they would be hunted down by both parties. Facing such a powerful force, they would only die. What should I do? Lu Ming thought anxiously. After more than 8 years, he finally found his father. He was not far away, but he could not save him. At this moment, Lu Ming hated himself. He hated himself for being too weak. "I can save your father." Suddenly, Xianxia whispered beside him. "What? You can save my father? Really?" Lu Ming was shocked and asked. "Of course. It's up to you to believe it or not." "Forget it." Xianxia rolled his eyes at him. "No, I believe you. I believe you. If you can really save my father, I'll do whatever you want." Lu Ming said sincerely. "Humph, don't think too much. I'm saving your father to prevent you from rushing out on impulse and dying here. How can I fulfill my promise and trample you under my feet?" Xianxia snorted coldly. Lu Ming smiled bitterly as he rubbed his nose. "How do you want to save my father? As you can see, once they find out that my father has been rescued, they will definitely stop fighting and pursue us with all their might. I know a secret technique called the Heavenly Demon Illusory Technique. It can condense an illusory figure that is exactly the same as your father. If I leave it there, I can secretly replace it and save your father." Xianxia explained. "There's actually such a mysterious secret technique." Lu Ming exclaimed. "It's just a small trick. You're the one who's ignorant." Xianxia looked at Lu Ming with disdain. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a trace of complacency. Wait for me here. Before Lu Ming could react, Xianxia's figure floated forward like a ghost. A layer of black mist spread out from her body. In the darkness of the night, it was impossible to distinguish her. Soon, Xianxia was near Lu Yuntian. At this moment, Lu Ming's heartbeat quickened, almost jumping to his throat. In the end, Xianxia silently appeared behind Lu Yuntian. A layer of black mist spread out towards Lu Yuntian. The black mist moved and Lu Yuntian's figure disappeared without a trace. But in the next moment, Lu Yuntian reappeared in the same position. However, no one noticed that Lu Yuntian who appeared later had a dazed look in his eyes. Xianxia floated towards Lu Ming at extreme speed. In 7 to 8 breaths, he reached Lu Ming's side. Leave quickly. My heavenly demon illusory technique can only last for 15 minutes. After 15 minutes, it will disappear and the other party will find out. Xianxia's voice sounded. The black mist dissipated, revealing Xianxia and another figure. If it wasn't Lu Yuntian, who else could it be? Let's go. Lu Ming suppressed the excitement in his heart. He pulled Lu Yuntian and executed the high air steps. Together with Xianxia, they rushed out of the desolate forest at extreme speed. Now was not the time to catch up. They had to leave this place first. At the same time, Lu Ming used the 10,000-mile sound transmission talisman to send a message to the experts of the imperial family. The two of them moved extremely quickly. In the darkness of the night, their figures were almost invisible to the naked eye. Half an hour later, the two of them were 200 miles away. They stopped at a hidden mountain stream. Lu Ming had accidentally discovered this mountain stream when he came here. It was extremely hidden. The message he sent to the experts of the imperial family was to meet here. After all, Lu Ming and Xianxia were not martial ancestors. They could not fly. If they carried Lu Yuntian, it would not be long before the martial ancestors of the Ten Direction Sword faction caught up with them. They could only rescue Lu Yuntian with the help of the imperial family. The two of you are so young. Could it be that you are also here for the martial royal key? I advise the two of you to give up. Qiu Chongkong did everything he could and did not succeed. The same goes for the two of you. At this moment, Lu Yuntian glanced at Lu Ming and Xianxia and said indifferently. However, Xianxia did not say anything. Lu Ming did not say anything either. They only stared blankly at Lu Yuntian. Slowly, tears welled up in the corners of Lu Ming's eyes. He called out softly, "Father." Lu Yuntian's body suddenly trembled. His originally lifeless eyes suddenly lit up. He stared at Lu Ming and said, "You. What did you call me?" "Father, I am Ming-er." "Father." Lu Ming reached out and wiped his face, revealing his delicate and handsome face. He had returned to his original appearance. Looking at Lu Ming's face, Lu Yuntian's body trembled violently. More than 8 years ago, Lu Ming was less than 10 years old. In addition, he was frail and sickly. His appearance and demeanor were very different from now. However, that kind of outline would not change. Also, that kind of feeling between father and son would not disappear. Lu Yuntian immediately recognized Lu Ming. Ming-er, it's really you. It's really you. I'm not dreaming, right? Lu Yuntian stared at Lu Ming. His voice trembled as he kept muttering. His eyes were filled with joy and disbelief. Even in his dreams, he would never have thought that he would meet Lu Ming here. Father, it's me. Ming-er is here to save you. Lu Ming felt the tip of his nose tingle as tears welled up in his eyes. Haha, Ming-er, the heavens have eyes. I never thought that I would be able to meet Ming-er in my lifetime. I can die without regrets. Lu Yuntian sighed as tears flowed down his face. A man did not cry easily. That was only when he was sad. Ming-er, you've grown so big in the blink of an eye. Let me take a good look at you. Lu Yuntian placed his hands on Lu Ming's shoulders and looked at him carefully. Ming-er, you're finally able to cultivate, and you've even become an incredible expert. Lu Yuntian's face was full of smiles. Father, your cultivation? At this moment, Lu Ming realized that there was not a single trace of true qi in Lu Yuntian's body. His body was weak and his vitality was lacking. He was even weaker than an ordinary person. My cultivation has long been crippled. Lu Yuntian smiled. Crippled? Who did it? Father, was it done by the Shifang sword sect? Damn it, damn it. Lu Ming's eyes were red as he exuded a murderous aura. Ming-er, don't be rash. It's already a blessing that we can meet. The Shifang sword sect is too strong. Let's just forget about this matter. Lu Yuntian said. However, Lu Ming's heart was twitching. He knew that Lu Yuntian was worried about his safety. He was afraid that he would act rashly and go against the Shifang sword sect. Father, who is it? Is it the entire Shifang sword sect or someone else? Who is the mastermind? Lu Yuntian wanted to let it go, but he couldn't. No matter who it was, he would take revenge 10 times or 100 times over. If he didn't take revenge, was he still a man? If he wanted to hurt Lu Yuntian, he would end up 10 times or 100 times worse than Lu Yuntian. Lu Yuntian pondered for a moment and said, Ming-er, I can tell you, but you must not be impulsive. This person is not someone you can defeat. Promise me and I will tell you. Father, I promise you. I will not throw my life away before I am strong enough. Lu Ming said. All right, I will tell you. This person is, at that moment, whoosh. Whoosh, there was a sound of something breaking through the air. 4 figures rushed in from the mountain stream. The 4 of them were old men with white hair. Their auras were extremely strong and they were all experts above the martial ancestor realm. Lu Ming's eyes moved and 1,000 miles voice transmission talisman appeared in his hand. One of the short and fat old men in gray linen clothes smiled and 1,000 miles voice transmission talisman appeared in his hand. Young Master Tianyun, I have heard a lot about you. I didn't expect you to be able to save your father under Zhou Chengkong's nose. I am impressed. The short and fat old man cupped his fists. Senior, you are too polite. We were just lucky. This time, we will have to trouble you to send us back to the imperial capital. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said. You are welcome. It is a small matter. Let's not delay any longer. We should leave as soon as possible. If the Shifang sword faction finds us here, we will be in trouble. The short and fat old man said. Lu Ming nodded. At that moment, whoosh. Whoosh, there was a sound of something breaking through the air in the distance. A few figures streaked across the sky and disappeared in an instant. Lu Ming saw clearly that those figures were the martial ancestor realm experts of the Shifang sword faction. The Shifang sword faction is so fast. The short and fat old man's face changed drastically. Lu Ming's face turned gloomy. The mountain stream was very hidden and was surrounded by trees and weeds. Hence, the Shifang sword faction did not discover them earlier. However, they would definitely discover them after some time. What should we do? If we go out like this, we will definitely be discovered. If Zhou Chengkong arrives, we will not be his match. Another old man said with a solemn expression. Seniors, please take Ming-er and the others away. Zhou Chengkong and the others want me, I'll lure them away. Said Lu Yuntian. No, father. It was not easy to save you. How could I let you fall into the hands of Zhou Chengkong and the others? Lu Ming said firmly. Even if he had to die, he wouldn't let Lu Yuntian fall into the hands of the Decimo sword sect and suffer all kinds of torture. With a wave of his hand, Lu Yuntian's tattered clothes fell into Lu Ming's hands. Lu Yuntian's expression changed greatly as he said, Ming-er, don't. The expressions of the others also changed. Seniors, I will go and distract them. You take my father back to the imperial city and hand him over to His Highness the 8th Prince. Lu Ming said to the elders. Ming-er, this definitely won't do. I don't agree. Lu Yuntian let out a low growl. Lu Ming smiled and said, Father, don't worry. Ming-er will be fine. Let's meet again in the imperial capital. Wait a minute, I'll go with you. On the side, Xianxia suddenly said. You'll go with me? Lu Ming looked at Xianxia. Don't think too much. I'm just afraid that if you die, I won't be able to fulfill my promise. Also, how are you going to distract the people of the Decimo Sword sect alone? Don't forget that your father's cultivation has been destroyed. If you run too fast, you will be exposed. I'll take you with me. Xianxia curled his lips. Okay, let's do that. I owe you a favor. Lu Ming said. TSK, who wants your favor? Xianxia curled his lips in disdain. Father, take care. After saying that, Lu Ming was about to rush out. Minger, no, come back. Lu Yuntian growled. However, he had lost his cultivation. How could he catch up with Lu Ming? In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming and Xianxia's figures were out of the mountain stream. Out of the mountain stream, Lu Ming put on Lu Yuntian's clothes. I'll take you. With me. Xianxia pulled Lu Ming and rushed toward the depths of the desolate wilderness. In order to distract the people of the Decimo Sword sect, they naturally had to go to the depths of the desolate wilderness so that Lu Yuntian and the others could escape smoothly. Several miles later. Over here, I see them. A loud roar sounded in the desolate wilderness. Whoosh! Whoosh! A few figures were chasing after Lu Ming and the rest at high speed. They were several martial artists of the 9th level of the martial master realm. Let's run together. Lu Ming pretended to be pulled by Xianxia. In fact, he was using his movement technique. The two of them ran toward the depths of the desolate wilderness like a gust of wind. The martial artists of the 9th level of the martial master realm behind them could not catch up at all. In the blink of an eye, dozens of miles had passed. Who dares to rob the people of the Decimo Sword sect? You're courting death. At this moment, there was an explosion in the sky. A martial arts grandmaster flew in the air and chased after them. Lu Ming and Xianxia ignored him. They gritted their teeth and ran. In this way, they ran for hundreds of miles. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, there were 6 figures in the sky. They were the 6 martial arts grandmasters of the Decimo Sword sect. At this moment, they were getting closer and closer to Lu Ming and the others. No matter how fast their movement techniques were, they were still a little slower than flying in the air. Slowly, they were caught up. Whoosh! Whoosh! Sword chi slashed toward Lu Ming and the others. The two of them flashed and dodged. A moment later, more than 100 miles passed in the blink of an eye. Die. At this moment, an old man was already approaching Lu Ming and the others. The old man's aura was extremely dense. He was the 4th level martial arts grandmaster from the Decimo Sword sect. His face was cold. When he swung his sword, dozens of dazzling sword chi shot out. It completely enveloped the two of them. Oh no, block it! Lu Ming growled. 4 ancient shields appeared behind him. Xianxia also shouted and slapped out with her palm. Numerous black lotuses appeared behind her to block the attack. Bam! Bam! The ancient shields and the black lotuses exploded one after another. Dense energy shot out in all directions. Lu Ming and Xianxia used this energy to rush forward more than 1,000 meters. You're not Lu Yuntian. We've been fooled. The old man let out an earth-shattering roar. Haha, it's too late now. My men have already brought Lu Yuntian out of the lonely wilderness. You bunch of idiots. Lu Ming laughed. Damn it, damn it. Lu Yuntian ran away. Then I'll kill you. The old man roared and continued to chase after Lu Ming and the others. After chasing for a while, he swung his sword again. However, Lu Ming and Xianxia used the same trick again. They used the shield and the black lotuses to block and borrow the energy to rush forward. The old man in the sky was so angry that he almost vomited blood. At the same time, he was shocked. Lu Ming and Xianxia were clearly only 9th level martial grandmasters. Not only were they unbelievably fast, but their defensive abilities were also terrifyingly high. Although there was a distance between them, they could block his sword chi. This was already terrifying enough. 4th level martial arts grandmaster is indeed powerful. In fact, he and Xianxia were both injured and bleeding from the corners of their mouths. The two of them gritted their teeth and ran forward. Soon, they ran for another few hundred miles. Oh no, the blood demon cave is ahead. The elder from the Decimo sword sect shouted. Stop. You'll die if you enter the blood demon cave. Stop them and ask for Lu Yuntian's whereabouts. The others from the Decimo sword sect shouted. Not far ahead, there was a thick fog and a bloody mist. It was boundless. It was obvious that it was a place of great danger. Blood demon cave? Lu Ming frowned. He had never heard of it. He looked at Xianxia and saw that she was also confused. Forget it. The people from the Decimo sword sect seemed to be afraid. The more dangerous the place, the easier it is to escape. Lu Ming decided to charge in. He did not stop at all and rushed toward the blood demon cave. Damn it, damn it. Stop them. The elder from the Decimo sword sect roared and slashed out sword chi with all his might. However, it only increased the speed of Lu Ming and Xianxia. Stay. Suddenly, an angry roar came from the sky. A glass-like sword light slashed from afar. It was extremely terrifying. Young Master Chongkong. The people from the Decimo sword sect shouted excitedly. Oh no. Lu Ming and Xianxia's expressions changed drastically. Although the sword chi was still far away, its power surpassed that of the elder who was in the fourth realm of the martial ancestor realm. Without hesitation, Lu Ming unleashed his bloodline. At the same time, he condensed 4 ancient shields and struck out with his palm. Human path palm, a huge palm print blasted forward with the power of wind and fire. Xianxia covered her body with black lotuses and struck out 3 black palm prints at the same time. Heavenly Demon palm print, whoosh, the sword light arrived in an instant and clashed with the human Dao palm and Heavenly Demon palm. The instant sword. Qiu Chongkong's sword aura was resplendent. The sparkling and translucent glow shone even brighter, illuminating the entire sky. Lu Ming's and Xianxia's palm prints were swept away and continued to hit their defensive martial techniques. Bang! Bang! 2 violent explosions rang out. Lu Ming and Xianxia's bodies shook violently. They let out muffled groans and spat out mouthfuls of blood. Their bodies were sent flying backwards, crossing 1,000 meters in an instant. Enter the blood domain devil cave. Lu Ming growled. Together with Xianxia, the 2 of them once again struck out with their palms. The powerful force pushed the 2 of them back. In the next moment, the 2 of them disappeared into the fog of the blood domain devil cave, leaving no trace behind. Whoosh! Whoosh! 6 figures appeared and stopped outside the blood domain devil cave. Immediately after, a sword light flashed and Qiu Chongkong's figure appeared. However, his face was extremely gloomy as he stared at the blood domain devil cave in front of him. Young Master Chongkong, don't be rash. An old man shouted. He was afraid that Qiu Chongkong would rush in on impulse. The blood domain devil cave was a legendary land of death. Unless one was a martial king, they would only die if they rushed in. No one below the martial king realm had ever come out alive. Qiu Chongkong was silent for a while. In the end, he did not rush in. Leave a few people here to guard. If those 2 really come out, kill them without mercy. Qiu Chongkong instructed. Yes. The others bowed and replied. Humph, Lu Yuntian, no matter who saved you, no matter where you are hiding, I will find you. Qiu Chongkong's voice was unusually cold, like a ruthless sword. Immediately after, Qiu Chongkong stepped out and disappeared in the blink of an eye. 2 people followed Qiu Chongkong, leaving 4 people to guard the place. When Lu Ming and Xianxia rushed into the blood domain devil cave, they felt dizzy. When they stabilized, they realized that they were in a desolate land. Not a single blade of grass grew on the ground. A blood-red mist floated in the air. When they looked around, they realized that they could not find their direction. They did not know where they came from. This time, I implicated you. Lu Ming looked at Xianxia and sighed. Don't think too much. My goal is to trample you under my feet. Xianxia said coldly. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. Xianxia's temper was too strange. He could not understand it at all. However, no matter. What, it was all thanks to Xianxia. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy to save Lu Yuntian. Let's find a place to recuperate. Lu Ming said. Previously, they had blocked the attacks of the martial ancestor realm 4th realm expert and Xiao Changkong's sword. The two of them had suffered serious injuries. Humph. Xianxia snorted coldly. He randomly chose a direction and walked forward. Lu Ming followed him. Previously, although the desolate land was desolate, there were still living creatures. However, this place was absolutely silent. The ground was reddish-brown and there was not even a blade of withered grass. It was a barren land. The two of them walked forward for dozens of miles. Their surroundings were the same. There was no direction and no living creatures. They did not know where the way out was. Let's recuperate first, Lu Ming said. This time, Xianxia did not refute. The two of them sat down and circulated their qi to recuperate. However, in the next moment, Lu Ming opened his eyes. This was because he felt that there was no spiritual energy in the world. There was only a violent and ferocious aura. At the side, Xianxia was also bewildered. Then, the two of them took out spiritual crystals and began to absorb the spiritual energy in the spiritual crystals to recuperate. After half a day, the two of them had recovered a lot from their injuries and continued to walk forward. At this time, the two of them found that the blood-red mist around them was much thicker than before. The visibility of the surroundings was greatly reduced. With their cultivation, they could only see a few hundred meters away. Any further and it would be blurry. The two of them raised their guard and continued to move forward. As time passed, the blood-red mist became thicker and thicker. The visibility of the two of them dropped from a few hundred meters to 100 meters, then 80 meters, 60 meters, 50 meters, roar. At this time, a roar came from afar. The two of them became serious. There are living creatures in the mist? They had not encountered one for so long. Now that they had suddenly appeared, it was very strange. The two of them were highly focused. They did not continue to move forward. Instead, they stopped and paid attention to their surroundings. The mist became thicker and thicker. The blood-red mist was like dark red blood. Roar. Roar. There were more and more roars in the surroundings. They did not know how many there were. Roar. Suddenly, a roar came from beside the two of them. A murderous aura spread out and the blood-red mist surged. A pale white claw grabbed at Xianxia. The claw was like a human palm, but the fingernails were very long and as sharp as blades. The arm was covered with green hair. Xianxia's expression changed. He waved his hand and a black lotus appeared. The petals flew out and hit the pale white claw. Clang! Clang! The black lotus petals hit the pale white claw. There was a sound of metal colliding and sparks flew in all directions. It was not cut off. The two of them looked even more serious. This blood demon lair was too strange. The two of them focused and observed their surroundings. Roar! Behind them, a pale white arm covered in green hair grabbed at Lu Ming. Bang! Lu Ming pulled out his spear and hit the hand. With a bang, Lu Ming saw a figure being sent flying. Roars were heard all around. Some were filled with ferocity, while others were like painful screams. Whoosh! Blood mist surged as a tall figure pounced at Lu Ming. Before it arrived, the stench of blood filled the air. Lu Ming finally saw the monster's full appearance. It was a humanoid figure, 2 heads taller than Lu Ming. Its body was covered in green hair, its eyes were blood red, and it had sharp teeth. Is this a blood zombie? Lu Ming's heart stirred. He was somewhat shocked. The so-called blood zombies were a type of zombie formed after a cultivator died in battle. However, their bodies were invulnerable and they were abnormally strong. Without thinking, the spear pierced forward like a rainbow. Puff! The spear pierced through the blood zombie's body, but Lu Ming was not happy. He felt that the blood zombie's body was like an Iron Man. Although he had pierced through the blood zombie's body, it took a lot of effort. Buzz! The spear shook and the blood zombie was sent flying. However, the roars continued and more blood zombies charged at the two of them. Some of the blood zombies even started killing each other. Back off! Lu Ming shouted. The two of them rushed back, but the situation was the same. Blood zombies charged at them without fear of death. They were filled with ferocious aura as they pounced at the two of them. These blood zombies were very strong. The weakest one was a 7th or 8th grade martial master. The stronger ones were definitely at the peak of 9th grade martial master and were even close to a martial ancestor. The key was that there were too many of them and they were very difficult to kill. The two of them immediately fell into a passive situation. Great demonic palm. Xianxia's body was filled with black true qi. Black lotuses danced around his body. He waved both of his palms and black palm prints flew out, knocking away one blood zombie after another. Lu Ming's spear danced like a fiery dragon. With a sweep, 5 or 6 blood zombies were sent flying. However, even more blood zombies pounced on them. The two of them fought and charged at the same time. However, there seemed to be no end to the blood zombies as they swarmed in from all directions. The battle continued like this, and in the blink of an eye, more than an hour had passed. The two of them had lost a lot of their true qi. At this time, they were already drenched in sweat. I can't go on like this, I'll definitely die from exhaustion. Lu Ming's mind raced. Eh? The fog is thinning. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He noticed that the blood-red mist around him was fading, and his visibility was slowly increasing. He could vaguely see that he was surrounded by blood zombies. Most of the blood zombies were actually fighting and tearing at each other. Perhaps the blood zombies will retreat if the mist is thinning. Lu Ming guessed. When they first entered, the blood mist was not thick, and there were no blood zombies. Later on, the blood zombies appeared as the blood mist thickened. Lu Ming guessed that the appearance of the blood zombies had something to do with the blood mist. As time passed, the mist slowly faded. Lu Ming and Xianxia seemed to have seen hope. However, the next moment, an earth-shattering roar was heard. Heaven and earth shook, and the earth trembled. In the distance, an unimaginably thick blood qi pervaded the air. Lu Ming took a closer look, and his heart began to beat rapidly. That was not blood qi. It was clearly a huge monster. The huge monster was at least 100 meters tall. It was running wildly on the ground like a mountain. It looked like a huge lion. However, its body seemed to be made of blood, and it emitted a strong smell of blood. It opened its mouth and roared. Its voice shook the heavens, and an aura as deep as the sea spread out. Then, it opened its mouth and inhaled. One by one, the blood zombies were sucked into its mouth and disappeared. Blood demon. Is this the legendary blood demon? Xianxia's voice trembled slightly. Not only her voice, but Lu Ming also felt that her body was trembling. Let's go. Lu Ming pulled Xianxia's little hand and ran with large strides. The blood demon was too powerful. Its aura was as deep as the sea and unfathomable. There was no way they could fight it. The two of them ran wildly. The blood zombies on the side seemed to be extremely shocked. They gave up attacking Lu Ming and Xianxia and ran away. Roar, heaven and earth shook. The blood demon's huge body was running toward Lu Ming and Xianxia. No way. Lu Ming felt bitter. He ran with all his might, but his speed was still much slower than the blood demon's. In the blink of an eye, the blood demon was close to the two of them. Its blood-red eyes stared at the two of them. Am I going to die here today? Lu Ming could not help but think. No, I can't die. I just saved Dad. I haven't avenged him yet. I can't die. Lu Ming roared. His eyes were filled with unwavering determination, and his whole body was highly focused. Human path palm. Lu Ming roared and struck with his palm. This palm pushed Lu Ming's state to the peak. Boom, a huge palm print was formed. The palm print was almost solid, and it was twice the size of the previous ones. At this moment of life and death, Lu Ming's human path palm broke through and reached the 3rd level. Previously, Lu Ming had cultivated bitterly in the Diyuan Cave and Divine Wind Valley for a few months before breaking through to the 2nd level. Now, at this moment of life and death, he broke through again. The 3rd level of the human path palm was unprecedentedly powerful. It struck toward the blood demon like an avalanche. Roar, the blood demon roared. There was a hint of disdain in its eyes. It opened its mouth and spat out a ray of blood-red light toward the human path palm. Puff, like a punctured bubble, the human path palm that had reached the 3rd level collapsed. The difference in strength was too big. It was not something that could be compensated with a single martial technique. Roar, the blood demon roared and pounced toward the two of them. It opened its bloody mouth and a terrifying suction force was produced. Lu Ming and Xianxia could not resist at all. They were sucked into the blood demon's huge mouth and disappeared. Roar, the blood demon roared in satisfaction and continued to attack the blood zombies. Grab them. Once they entered the blood demon's mouth, Lu Ming grabbed Xianxia's small hand. The two of them were pulled down by the strong suction force. Don't let go of me. At this moment, Xianxia's small face was pale. Her large eyes were filled with fear. She grabbed Lu Ming's hand tightly. At this moment, she was like an ordinary little girl. She was so fragile that she needed to be protected. Hold on. Don't give up until the last moment. Lu Ming shouted. His true qi surged as he tried to break free from the suction force. However, it was useless. The suction force was too strong. After a few breaths, the two of them landed on a soft place. The surroundings were filled with a thick blood-red mist. This blood-red mist had a terrifying corrosive force. When the two of them landed, they felt a burning pain on their skin. The two of them immediately circulated their true qi to protect their bodies. However, it was not very effective. Their true qi was being consumed rapidly. The two of them had gone through a huge battle and did not have much true qi left. Before long, their true qi was completely consumed. Puff, Xianxia suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Her body swayed and her face turned pale. Hold on. Lu Ming roared. However, Xianxia's body swayed and her eyes were unfocused. She shouted, Lu Ming, I'm going to trample you under my feet. After saying that, her body went limp and she fell unconscious. Lu Ming was so angry that he wanted to laugh. This woman was still thinking about this at this time. Sizzle, the corrosive mist around them burned and stung their skin. Furthermore, the mist would seep into one's skin and cause one to become drowsy. Am I really going to die here this time? Lu Ming thought to himself, but he was unwilling to accept this. However, his body was getting weaker and weaker, and his mind was getting weaker and weaker. Ah! I have to hold on. I have to get out alive. I have to reach the peak of martial arts. Lu Ming roared in his heart and tried his best to fight back. It was not his character to give in. However, this mist was too strange and too strong. It was not going to work even if he did not give in. Just as Lu Ming was about to fall unconscious, the world suddenly changed. After a moment of dizziness, Lu Ming realized that he had appeared in another place. Temple of Paragon. This is the Temple of Paragon. Lu Ming was surprised and confused. Wasn't the Temple of Paragon not allowed to enter when he was in danger? He had tried many times before, but it was useless. He did not expect to enter automatically now. However, Lu Ming was surprised when he looked up. He realized that he was not on the first 3 platforms, but on the highest platform. Below him was a long flight of stairs that led downwards. On the other side was a palace. It was exactly the same as the one he saw on the first 3 platforms. Xianxia was lying next to him, still unconscious. Why am I at the highest point? Lu Ming was surprised and looked into the palace. The door of the palace was open, and it was dark inside. He could vaguely see a figure sitting cross-legged there. Suddenly, that figure moved. He actually stood up and walked out. Tap tap tap, with the sound of footsteps, Lu Ming's heart started beating rapidly. It had been more than 2 years since he had obtained the Temple of Paragon. Lu Ming was extremely curious about the palace and the figures in it. He had always wanted to take a look, but unfortunately, he couldn't reach the top at all, so he could only give up. Now, could he finally get what he wanted? Light footsteps were heard, and a figure walked out. It was a middle-aged man wearing a red battle robe with a sun embroidered on it. His body was extremely tall and majestic, with the back of a tiger and the waist of a bear. When he opened his eyes, it was as if he could see 2 suns floating in them. The aura emanating from his body was as deep as the vast universe. Just by standing there casually, he had an aura that could swallow everything and look down on the world. Facing him, Lu Ming felt like he was facing the entire world. But the next moment, the middle-aged man's aura disappeared, and he looked like an ordinary person. He looked at Lu Ming with a complicated expression. Lu Ming was stunned for a while, then he stepped forward and cupped his fists. Junior Lu Ming greets Senior. You don't have to introduce yourself. I've been watching you for a few years. The middle-aged man's voice was filled with dominance. As expected. Lu Ming thought. He then said, Senior, thank you for saving me this time. Don't be too happy. I didn't want to save you, but I didn't want to waste a drop of 9 Dragons' blood essence. The middle-aged man smiled casually. Following that, he sized up Lu Ming carefully and said, Are you very curious and want to know who I am? Where exactly is this place? That's right. Senior, please tell me. Lu Ming said. He was indeed very curious. His achievements today were mostly thanks to the Temple of Paragon. Alright, I can tell you, the middle-aged man said. Then, he put his hands behind his back and walked back and forth, as if he was deep in thought. After a while, the middle-aged man said, I'm Supreme Nine Sons. What? Lu Ming's body and mind trembled. His eyes widened, revealing a look of disbelief. You're Supreme Nine Sons from Emperor Heaven Divine Palace? Lu Ming asked. Besides me, is there a second Supreme Nine Sons in the world? The middle-aged man said coldly. Lu Ming gasped a breath of cold air. He was horrified. Supreme Nine Sons was too powerful. It was not an exaggeration to say that his name shook the world. Lu Ming had heard of Supreme Nine Sons before, but to him, Supreme Nine Sons was just a legend. Supreme Nine Sons came from Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. He was the eldest disciple of Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's Emperor Yi. His cultivation was earth-shattering and unparalleled. He was called Supreme Nine Sons, and his cultivation was very close to Martial Emperor realm. He was the invincible god of war of Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Such a person could destroy Emperor Yun's 36 empires with a flick of his finger. Why would he appear here? Why would he hide in such a palace? Supreme Nine Sons seemed to see Lu Ming's doubts. He sighed and said, What you see now is not my real body. I'm already dead. This is just a wisp of my soul. What? You're already dead? Lu Ming found it hard to believe. With Supreme Nine Sons' cultivation and combat strength, who could kill him? Even a martial emperor might not be able to kill him. That's right. I'm already dead. The one who killed me is my master, the ruler of Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, Martial Emperor Yi. Supreme Nine Sons said coldly. Lu Ming was shocked and dumbfounded. Supreme Nine Sons was killed by his master, Martial Emperor Yi. How could this be? You must be very surprised, right? Supreme Nine Sons said with a cold smile. That's right. It's quite surprising. Lu Ming did not hide the truth. Ha ha ha. What's there to be surprised about? That old bastard De is just a treacherous person. He can do anything. Supreme Nine Sons laughed angrily. His voice was filled with hatred and overflowing killing intent. Brat, do you want to know why that old bastard De killed me? And why you awakened the 9 Dragons bloodline? Supreme Nine Sons said. 9 Dragons bloodline? Is my bloodline called the 9 Dragons bloodline? But, what are 9 dragons? Lu Ming was very confused. Of course, he nodded repeatedly. Alright, then I'll tell you everything, Supreme Nine Sons said. Supreme Nine Sons said. Then, he began to explain the entire story to the other party in detail. 9 dragons were extremely ancient and tyrannical lifeforms. Legend had it that they were a type of true dragon. However, they were different from true dragons. They were mutated true dragons. True dragons had 5 claws. They were called 5-clawed true dragons. However, 9 dragons had 9 claws. They were extremely terrifying and tyrannical. Ordinary true dragons were nothing compared to them. It was said that since ancient times, only one 9 dragon had appeared in the world. There was an ancient forbidden land in the divine desolate continent. It was said to be the 9 dragon ruins. It was extremely dangerous there. Supreme Nine Sons used his powerful strength and horrifying bloodline to enter the 9 dragon ruins and obtain some things. Although Supremacy Jiu Yang had come out of the Nine Dragons historical remnant with 2 drops of blood, he had been injured. However, he had never thought that his teacher, Emperor De, would suddenly attack him and severely injure him. Emperor De even took away his 9 sons' blood. Moreover, one of the 2 drops of 9 dragon essence blood was taken by Emperor De. However, Emperor De had underestimated the 9 sons sovereign. The 9 sons sovereign's 9 sons bloodline was a divine bloodline. It was extremely mysterious. At the critical moment, the 9 sons sovereign had self-destructed his body and bloodline and escaped with the divine palace. At the same time, he had also taken a drop of blood. After that, he had turned the Temple of Supremacy into a bronze pendant to hide from Emperor De. After dozens of years, it had fallen into Lu Yuntian's hands. Ha ha ha, now I finally understand. De, that hypocrite, took me in as a disciple and taught me martial arts. It was all a scheme from the very start. From the very start, he planned to take away my 9 sons' bloodline. He wanted to use my 9 sons' bloodline to attack that supreme realm. Despicable, treacherous, the most treacherous person in the world is De. Supremacy Jiu Yang shouted hysterically. His eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. You were robbed of your 9 sons' blood? Whispered Lu Ming. He looked at Supremacy Jiu Yang and couldn't help feeling pity for him. Supremacy Jiu Yang had gone through the same thing as him. The only difference was that Supremacy Jiu Yang had been robbed of his 9 sons' blood by someone he respected, while he had been robbed of his 9 sons' blood by someone he loved. Kid, you should know by now that the reason why you were able to reawaken your bloodline after it was stolen was because I fused that drop of 9 dragons' blood essence into your body. I did that because your experiences were similar to mine. I wanted to nurture you and make you a peerless genius, a peerless cultivator. That's why I set up stairs in the Temple of Supremacy so that you could grow up step by step. Unfortunately, you disappointed me. You're talented, but you're reckless. Do you know that you almost died just now? Supreme Nine Yang hollered, answering Lu Ming's questions that had been bothering him. Lu Ming came to a sudden realization, but he smiled bitterly. The reason he had fallen into such a desperate situation was entirely because he wanted to save his father. If he could do it all over again, he would still do the same. Little boy, you can only take refuge in the Temple of Paragon this time. Don't do it again. The Temple of Paragon isn't a place for you to take refuge. If you don't face life and death situations, how can you become a peerless cultivator? The inscription formation of the Temple of Paragon won't disappear. You won't be able to enter when it's a matter of life and death. Supreme Nine Yang said with bright eyes. Lu Ming suddenly realized that every time there was a great battle, he couldn't enter the Temple of Paragon because Supreme Nine Yang didn't allow him to. Lu Ming nodded. This was exactly what he wanted. Every peerless powerhouse had been tempered by constant life and death situations. Brat, now that you've fused with the blood essence of the 9 dragons and awakened the bloodline of the 9 dragons, it's incomparably miraculous. You can continuously evolve, and even I don't know how far you'll reach. It can be said that your future is limitless. Supreme Nine Yang said. This is all thanks to Senior's help. Lu Ming cupped his fists and bowed. He couldn't help but look happy. The 9 dragons were even stronger than the true dragon. Now that Lu Ming knew about it, he was naturally happy. Supreme Nine Yang glanced at Lu Ming and sneered, "Little boy, don't be happy too early. Soon, you'll be in big trouble." Lu Ming was stunned and asked, "Senior, what do you mean?" Back then, I obtained 2 drops of the 9 dragons' blood essence. One of them fell into De's hands. With De's cultivation, he must have refined the 9 dragons' blood essence. The 9 dragons' blood essence can sense each other. Your cultivation is still weak now, so De can't sense you. According to my estimation, once you break through to the martial ancestor realm, De will be able to sense you instantly. At that time, you'll be robbed of your bloodline again. Supreme Nine Yang said. Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. There was such a thing? What kind of person was Martial Emperor De? He was a peak expert of the divine desolate continent, an overlord. If he really wanted to kill him, he could kill him tens of thousands of times with just a breath. If Martial Emperor De discovered the 9 dragons' bloodline in his body, he would definitely die. No one would be able to save him. Could it be that he had to stay in the martial Grand Master realm for the rest of his life and not break through to the martial Ancestor realm? No, that was impossible. As a cultivator, the goal of cultivation was to continuously break through and become stronger. If he couldn't break through, it would be worse than killing him. What should I do? Is there no other way? Lu Ming thought quickly. Suddenly, he saw a faint smile on Supreme Nine Yang's face. His eyes lit up as he cupped his fists and asked, "Senior, do you have a way?" "I do have a way, but why should I help you?" Supreme Nine Yang smiled faintly. Lu Ming was stunned. Indeed, why would Supreme Nine Yang help him? "Actually, I can help you as long as you agree to one condition," Supreme Nine Yang suddenly said. Lu Ming's achievements today are all thanks to Senior. "Senior, if you have any conditions, as long as Lu Ming can fulfill them, I will not refuse," Lu Ming said. "Alright, my condition is that you have to kill De and avenge me," Supreme Nine Yang said word by word with a cold murderous intent in his eyes. "Kill Martial Emperor De?" Lu Ming was shocked. He then said with a wry smile, "Senior, are you kidding me? With my cultivation, even if Martial Emperor De stood there and let me kill him, I still wouldn't be able to do it." It was not that Lu Ming was not confident, but the gap between them was too big, unimaginable. "I'm not asking you to kill De now. I want you to promise me that you will kill De in the future after your cultivation has improved," Supreme Nine Yang said. "In the future?" Lu Ming muttered. "What? You're not confident? Then I've misjudged you. But let me tell you, you and De will have a battle in the end. It's unavoidable since you merged with the Nine Dragons' blood essence. Even if you don't look for him, he will look for you. It's only a matter of time," Supreme Nine Yang said with a cold smile. "Senior, I promise you that I will kill De one day," Lu Ming suddenly said in a firm and resolute voice. Supreme Nine Yang's eyes glittered, then he burst out laughing. All right, I believe you. Let me tell you, if you can kill De and take the other drop of his Nine Dragons' blood essence, you will gain endless benefits. You can even break through the Martial Emperor realm and enter a Supreme realm." Supreme Nine Yang was extremely excited after Lu Ming agreed. He had set up the stairs in the past few years to train Lu Ming, hoping that he could avenge him in the future. "Well, Senior, you know that De is a martial emperor. It's too difficult to reach that realm. Do you have any benefits for me? For example, divine-level martial skills, divine-level pills, or divine weapons. Just give me a few dozen of them." Supreme Nine Yang was someone who was very close to becoming a martial emperor. His battle prowess was even more horrifying. To put it bluntly, a single hair from such a person would be extremely useful. It would not be Lu Ming's character not to take advantage of him. Supreme Nine Yang's eyelids twitched, and his lips trembled. Divine martial techniques? Divine medicinal pills? Dozens of them? What did Lu Ming think divine martial techniques were? Cabbage? "Senior, what's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Why are your lips trembling?" Lu Ming asked in surprise. "No, nothing." Supreme Nine Yang took a deep breath to calm himself down. He continued, "Regarding this, I might have to disappoint you. I escaped with a strand of my soul. After I came out, I only brought this Temple of Supremacy and a drop of Nine Dragon Essence blood. As for the things I placed on the first few platforms, I obtained them by accident over the years after I escaped. Also, there is nothing on the platforms at the back. I purposely placed a box on each platform to motivate you to work hard," Supreme Nine Yang said somewhat awkwardly. "Ah? The platforms at the back are empty?" Lu Ming was flabbergasted. He was speechless. After a while, he probed, "There are no treasures, but there should be martial techniques." "Senior, as Supreme Nine Yang, you should know a lot of martial techniques, right? Can you teach me a few?" Cough cough. Supremacy Jiu Yang coughed a few times and said, "I'm afraid that won't do. De knows all the martial skills that I practiced. As long as you practice the martial skills that I practiced, De will be able to sense it. A martial emperor is too strong." Lu Ming was completely speechless. So, he agreed to help him take revenge and kill De, but there were no benefits at all. Sigh, but don't be disappointed. I can't give you what I practiced, but I can still teach you what I haven't practiced. Back then, I didn't only bring back 2 drops of 9 dragons' blood essence from the 9 dragons' remnants. I also brought back a cultivation method and a martial skill. That cultivation technique is the true battle dragon art that you're cultivating. That's a divine level cultivation technique. There's also another martial skill that's compatible with the true battle dragon art. It's called the 9 dragons heaven stomping steps. That's also a divine level martial skill. Supreme Nine Yang felt a little embarrassed and hurriedly said. What? Is there really a divine tier martial skill? Lu Ming's heart trembled. His eyes emitted a resplendent light, like 2 bright suns. Earlier, when he had mentioned deity-level martial skills and deity-level medicinal pellets, he had simply demanded an exorbitant price. He had never imagined that Supreme Nine Sons would actually possess deity-level martial skills. It was a divine-level martial skill, and from its name, it seemed to be related to the 9 dragons. Supreme Nine Sons waved his hand, and a secret manual flew out from the hall. The secret manual was made of neither gold nor jade, and it was impossible to tell what material it was made of. This is the 9 dragons heaven stomping steps. According to my speculation, it should be a martial skill created by the 9 dragons. Its power is extremely terrifying. Even I haven't practiced it before. You're lucky. Supreme Nine Sons handed the secret manual to Lu Ming. Lu Ming hurriedly took it from him and opened it to read happily. As soon as he opened it, it was as if he saw a real dragon with 9 claws walking in the sky. A terrifying aura was applied to Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming felt intense pain all over his body, as if he was about to be torn apart. At that moment, Supreme Nine Sons waved his hand and closed the secret manual of the 9 dragons heaven stomping steps. The terrifying aura then disappeared. Kid, if your cultivation isn't strong enough, don't open it. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. Supreme Nine Sons said coldly. Lu Ming broke out in cold sweat. This is just a secret manual. Isn't it too terrifying? Kid, this manual contains a hint of the aura of the 9 dragons. Ordinary people would not be able to withstand it. Furthermore, with your current cultivation and the strength of your flesh, it's impossible for you to practice the 9 dragons heaven stomping steps. You'll have to wait until your cultivation has reached the 1st layer martial ancestor realm and your flesh has reached the 4th grade before you can practice it. Supreme Nine Sons warned. Thank you, Senior. Lu Ming carefully put away the 9 dragons heaven stomping steps secret manual. However, he sighed in his heart. This requirement was too high. Lu Ming believed that it wouldn't take long for him to break through to the martial ancestor realm. However, it wouldn't be that easy to reach the 4th grade physical body. Although Lu Ming had reached the complete 3rd grade physical body, it was still very difficult for him to break through to the 4th grade physical body. First, he had to have a technique that could allow him to cultivate to the 4th grade physical body. At the same time, he also needed an opportunity. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to break through in a few years. I have to meet these conditions as soon as possible. He had a divine grade martial skill in his hand but couldn't cultivate it. This feeling wasn't good at all. Alright. Next, I'll help you conceal the aura of the 9 dragons blood essence. Sit down, relax your mind, and control the bloodline to appear. Supreme Nine Sons instructed. Lu Ming nodded. Then, he sat down cross-legged. His body glowed. The spirit-devouring bloodline, no, it should be called the 9 dragons bloodline, appeared and quietly floated above Lu Ming's head. Shouted Supremacy 9 Sons. His body emitted a boundless radiance. Then, a sun appeared above his head. However, after a few seconds, another sun floated up. In the next minute, a total of 9 suns floated above Supreme Nine Sons. The 9 suns floated around Supreme Nine Sons like the god of the sun suppress, seal. Supreme Nine Sons shouted. The 9 suns emitted endless light. Then, the endless light surged toward the 9 dragons bloodline. It covered the 9 dragons bloodline and formed a seal, sealing the aura of the 9 dragons bloodline. Half an hour later, the 9 suns around Supreme Nine Sons suddenly disappeared. Supreme Nine Suns trembled and almost fell to the ground. Senior, are you all right? Lu Ming quickly got up and supported Supreme Nine Suns. Supreme Nine Suns' face was pale. His body became much fainter, as if he could disappear at any time. Sealing the Nine Dragons' bloodline requires a huge amount of energy. After I seal it for you, you will soon fall into a deep sleep. I don't know when you will wake up. Supreme Nine Suns let out a long sigh. Senior, Lu Ming is unable to repay Senior's kindness. Lu Ming bowed to Supreme Nine Suns sincerely. You only need to avenge me. Also, there is one more thing that I need to tell you. With my strength, I can help you seal the aura of the Nine Dragons' bloodline. However, I can only seal it for 10 years. After 10 years, my sealing power will disappear. At that time, Martial Emperor De will be able to sense you. Therefore, you only have 10 years. In these 10 years, you must continue to break through and grow. At the very least, you must have the ability to escape from De. Otherwise, everything will be over. Supreme Nine Suns said solemnly. 10 years, only 10 years? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. What's wrong? Are you not confident? Supreme Nine Suns said. Of course, 10 years is enough. Lu Ming's eyes flickered with a hint of battle intent. All right. Now, I will subdue the blood demon. After all, you are still inside its body. Martial Emperor Nine Suns said in a low voice. His body emitted a ripple and disappeared. Then, his hand glowed and a blood-red badge appeared. He gave the badge to Lu Ming and said, "This is the demon suppression badge. Use it to control the blood demon." Alright, I've said everything that needs to be said. From now on, you will have to rely on yourself. After saying that, Supreme Nine Yang staggered into the hall. Senior, if Lu Ming succeeds in his cultivation in the future, I will definitely find a way to save you. Lu Ming said. Save me? Even martial emperors can't do that. Looking at the desolate back view of Supreme Nine Yang, Lu Ming sighed. A supreme being of a generation, a powerful figure who dominated the world, had ended up in this state. It made one sigh. 10 years, 10 years. Lu Ming whispered. It was almost impossible for him to grow to the point where he could compete with Martial Emperor De in 10 years. The difference was too big. His cultivation was only at the 9th level of the Martial Grandmaster realm. Above the Martial Grandmaster realm were the Martial Ancestor realm, Martial King realm, Spiritual God realm, and Martial Emperor realm. There was a difference of 6 major realms. The difference was too big. No matter how difficult it is, I have to try my best. If I don't try, how will I know it won't work? Lu Ming had a determined look in his eyes. Then, he looked at Xianxia, who was still unconscious. I can't let anyone know about Supreme Nine Yang. Who knows if Martial Emperor De will find out. I'd better leave this place first. Lu Ming thought. Then, he walked over and grabbed Xianxia. With a thought, they disappeared from the Temple of Paragon. Roar, the blood demon's roar was earth-shattering. Once out of the Temple of Paragon, Lu Ming realized that they were not in the blood demon's stomach, but on its back. The blood demon felt 2 people on its back and was furious. It roared continuously. Blood chi surged and swept toward Lu Ming and Xianxia. Demon suppression token. Lu Ming waved his hand and the demon suppression token appeared. It floated in the air and an invisible wave spread out, surging toward the blood demon. Roar, the blood demon roared as if it was terrified. It let out a low cry and knelt down in the end. It was obedient. Lu Ming was pleasantly surprised. At the same time, he was amazed by Supreme Nine Yang's means. Supreme Nine Suns was only a remnant soul. Furthermore, in order to help him seal the Nine Dragon bloodline, he was already at the end of his rope. Under such circumstances, he could casually condense a demon-suppressing token and make the blood demon submit to him. The strength of his methods was already inconceivable. Let's continue. Lu Ming patted the blood demon. Roar. Blood demon growled and continued to run forward. The blood demon was obviously the overlord of this area. With him leading the way, this area was unimpeded. Aya, am I dead? Suddenly, Xianxia shouted and jumped up from the blood demon's back. He looked around with his big black eyes. The next moment, he saw Lu Ming and couldn't help but cry out, "Lu Ming, you're dead too? We went to the netherworld together? It's all your fault. Unfortunately, I still have unfulfilled wishes." Xianxia closed his eyes and sighed. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. He was stunned for a while before he said, "Who said I'm dead? I'm still alive and kicking." "You're not dead? Then why are you with me?" "I know, did you capture my soul? What are you trying to do? You didn't even let my soul go. You're a despicable, shameless, perverted pervert." As soon as Xianxia heard that Lu Ming was not dead, he began to scold him. His body kept shrinking backward. Lu Ming was completely dumbfounded. He stared at Xianxia in a daze. Xianxia also opened his eyes wide and looked at Lu Ming vigilantly. After staring for a while, he realized that something was wrong. He looked around and shouted, "I'm not dead either. Oh no, why are we on the blood demon's back? Hurry up and find a way to escape from here." "Escape? If you want to escape, then escape." Lu Ming sat there calmly, his face calm and relaxed. "You're not escaping?" Xianxia looked around and felt that something was wrong. "Of course not. With this blood demon leading the way, why do we need to escape?" Lu Ming said indifferently. "Blood demon leading the way? Wait, what's going on? Why isn't the blood demon attacking us?" Xianxia realized that the blood demon had been traveling obediently. It was completely different from the previous time when it attacked them ferociously. "Don't worry, I've already subdued it," Lu Ming said indifferently. "Subdued by you? How is that possible? How can you subdue this blood demon?" Xianxia asked a series of questions. She wouldn't believe it even if she was beaten to death. This blood demon was extremely ferocious and powerful. She estimated that even if it wasn't at the level of a martial king, it wasn't far from it. How could Lu Ming subdue it? How was that possible? However, in the next moment, her beautiful eyes suddenly widened. Lu Ming said lightly, "Little blood, stop." Then, the blood demon stopped and let out a low roar as if to please Lu Ming. "Little blood, lie down." With another light sentence, the blood demon obediently lay down on the ground. Xianxia's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Her small mouth was opened so wide that a duck egg could be stuffed in. Her beautiful face was filled with disbelief. The blood demon had actually been subdued by Lu Ming. Moreover, it was the submissive type. Most importantly, what did Lu Ming call the blood demon? Little blood? Xianxia felt that her mind was in a mess. "Ha ha ha, how is it? Don't you admire me? Do you have the urge to marry me?" Seeing Xianxia's expression, Lu Ming felt extremely comfortable. He laughed loudly and had a smug expression on his face. His smile was so wide that it almost reached his ears. "Promise you my ass." "Humph, who knows what despicable method you used to subdue this blood demon?" "Humph, despicable, shameless, obscene guy. Sooner or later, I will trample you under my feet." Xianxia snorted coldly and glared at Lu Ming. Then, she turned around and did not look at Lu Ming. However, she was still shocked and curious about Lu Ming. She did not know how Lu Ming had subdued the blood demon. Lu Ming smiled. He knew Xianxia's temper and did not bother to argue with her. Then, the blood demon continued on its way. Lu Ming and Xianxia sat cross-legged on the blood demon's back and circulated their qi to heal their injuries. About half a day later, the scenery in front of them changed. In front of them, a huge semicircular light curtain enveloped them. Lu Ming and the others were inside this semicircular light curtain. This was a huge inscription array. At this time, Lu Ming knew that the blood demon cave was inside a huge inscription array. No wonder they could not tell the direction as soon as they entered the array. The only difference was that there was a stone door here. This stone door was huge and tightly closed. It was embedded in the light curtain. This stone door might be the exit. Lu Ming guessed. He ordered the blood demon to rush forward. Roar! Roar! Suddenly, two shocking roars came from the huge stone door. The stone door shone and two huge exotic beasts appeared in front of the stone door. These two exotic beasts were huge and emitted a blood-red glow. As soon as they appeared, they stared at Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming's face changed and he shouted, "Little blood, destroy them." Roar! The blood demon roared furiously and rushed toward the two exotic beasts. Lu Ming and Xianxia jumped off the blood demon. Suddenly, the three exotic beasts fought with each other. Blood chi surged and the fight was extremely fierce. The two exotic beasts were also very powerful. Unfortunately, they were still inferior to the blood demon. After the two beasts were killed, there was no more movement from the stone door. "Little blood, break open the stone door," Lu Ming shouted. The blood demon roared and ran toward the stone door. Boom! It hit the stone door heavily, and the stone door shook violently. The whole world seemed to be shaking. However, the stone door did not open. "Continue," Lu Ming shouted. The blood demon continued to attack, and the stone door shook continuously. Finally, it opened a gap. Boom! At this moment, Lu Ming seemed to hear a deafening roar coming from outside the stone door. What's going on? Lu Ming frowned. However, he did not have time to think. He ran forward and shouted, "Let's go out." Xianxia followed closely behind. Roar! At this moment, the sanguine demon roared and stopped in its tracks. A thought was transmitted to Lu Ming's mind. Lu Ming roughly understood what the sanguine demon meant. It was born here and could not get out. Once it got out, it would turn into ashes. Lu Ming felt that it was a pity. If such a powerful blood demon followed them out, he would be able to defeat the Blazing Sun Empire and even the Shifeng Sword faction. What a pity! Lu Ming roared in his mind, but there was nothing he could do. He could only leave the blood demon and run toward the stone door with Xianxia. The stone door was too big. Although it was only a gap, it was enough for the two of them to pass through. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two of them were like the wind. When they passed through the stone door, they felt the world spinning. The next moment, they found themselves standing on a hill. Behind them, there was a blood-red mist. It was the blood demon cave. In front of them, there were green mountains and clear waters. However, at this moment, the mountain in front of them shook. A blood-red beam of light shot up into the sky. It could be seen from 100 miles away. Rumble! On the side, another mountain shook. Then, another blood-red beam of light shot out, stirring up the wind and clouds. Lu Ming and Xianxia were dumbfounded. Where was this? Why did it look so unfamiliar? Furthermore, could it be that this blood-red pillar of light was caused by them opening the giant stone door? Whoosh! Whoosh! At that moment, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Then, a few figures appeared in the sky. They were a few middle-aged burly men. Their auras were as thick as mountains. It was obvious that they were all martial arts grandmasters. Something is happening outside the Blood Domain Devil Cave. Could it be that a rare treasure has appeared? Hurry and inform the sect. The few burly men whispered. Then, they stepped into the air and disappeared. However, not long after, more people arrived. Some of them were flying through the air. They were all strong cultivators of the martial ancestor realm. There were also some great martial teachers. Through these people's conversations, Lu Ming learned a fact that left him dumbfounded. This place was not within the Burning Sun Empire, but on the other side of the desolate wasteland, the border between the Blood Zhao Empire and the Dark Moon Empire. Lu Ming and the others had actually run in the wrong direction. Lu Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He and Xianxia stared at each other. Rumble! The tremors became more and more intense. In the end, a total of 9 blood-colored light pillars appeared and shot into the sky. At this time, more than 100 people had gathered. This place is most likely the remains of the ancient sect, Cloud Emperor Palace. A white-haired elder in the sky speculated. What? It's the ancient sect, Cloud Emperor Palace? Some people were shocked and puzzled. That's a senior from the Great Sun Constabulary. His speculation shouldn't be wrong. That's right. The Great Sun Constabulary is the #1 sect in the Blood Zhao Empire. It has existed for a long time and is knowledgeable. I can't wait. Haha, this is a great opportunity. Nearby, some people were discussing excitedly. The ancient sect, Cloud Emperor Palace. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The Cloud Emperor Mountain Range was called the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range because of Cloud Emperor Palace. This showed how powerful Cloud Emperor Palace was. If this place was the remains of Cloud Emperor Palace, Lu Ming would definitely explore it. He didn't want to miss it. Everyone waited quietly. Lu Ming and Xianxia sat cross-legged on the side, healing their injuries and waiting. As time passed, more and more people arrived. Obviously, the news had spread. 7 days later, there was a sea of people in all directions. Even the sky was filled with people. There were people from the Blood Zhao Empire and the Yingyue Empire. Of course, most of them were from the Blood Zhao Empire. Lu Ming sighed inwardly. The Blood Zhao Empire was indeed powerful. Those standing in the sky were all grandmasters. There were at least 1,000 of them. The Blood Zhao Empire was indeed a medium-sized empire. It was terrifying. There are hundreds of experts from the Great Sun Constabulary and their core elders. It seems like we won't get a share of Cloud Emperor Palace's remains. Yeah, there are many experts from the other sects in the Blood Zhao Empire. The Yingyue Empire's imperial family is also here. There are many young experts, such as the 50 superstars of the Blood Zhao Empire and the 9 heroes of the Yingyue Empire. Discussions could be heard from time to time. Ka, at this moment, a sharp cry resounded in the sky. It was extremely ear-piercing. Then, a giant crow appeared in the sky. The crow was extremely large. Its wingspan was 30 meters. Its body was covered in blazing flames and its demonic aura was extremely terrifying. It was a Class 4 demonic beast. A Class 4 demonic beast was equivalent to a martial ancestor martial artist. A young man in his 20s stood on the back of the crow. He was wearing a fiery red robe with a large sun embroidered on it. He had his hands behind his back and looked at the blood-red light pillars. He had an aura of disdain. Yang Liuji, this is Yang Liuji? The 33rd on the Emperor Yun leaderboard? Other than him, who else could it be? Even the geniuses on the Emperor Yun leaderboard are here. There was a commotion in the crowd. Obviously, Yang Liuji's name had shaken everyone. 33rd on the Emperor Yun leaderboard? Is this person stronger than Qiu Chongkong? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The 36 geniuses on the Emperor Yun leaderboard could be said to be the strongest of their generation in the 36 countries of Emperor Yun. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, another 2 days had passed. At this time, Lu Ming and Xianxia had already recovered from their injuries. Boom! Suddenly, the 9 blood-red light pillars let out a violent roar and shone brightly. They then gathered together. After a while, the blood-red light disappeared and a giant black vortex appeared in the sky. The space teleportation path will lead to the remains of Emperor Yun Palace. Charge! Suddenly, dozens of people charged into the vortex. Ah! Ah! In the next moment, screams were heard. Among the dozens of people, more than half of their bodies suddenly exploded. Their flesh and blood splattered all over the ground. However, the other half of the people rushed into the whirlpool and disappeared. What's going on? How can this be? Why did some people die and others charge into the vortex? What are the restrictions? Everyone stopped and did not dare to charge into the vortex. A white-haired elder appeared in front of the vortex and observed it carefully. Everyone recognized that he was a core elder of the Great Sun Constabulary. What? Time inscriptions? Everyone was shocked. Time inscriptions were supreme inscriptions and it was extremely difficult to master them. According to my speculation, the age of those who enter this place is limited. Those who exceed a certain age will be killed by the inscription formation in the vortex. The white-haired old man said again. Then how old can we be and how old can we be? Someone asked. The world uses the age of 30 as a key classification. Those under 30 are the younger generation, which is the golden age for cultivation. So I speculate that those under 30 can enter this place, but those above 30 can't. The white-haired old man said. 30 years old? I've already surpassed that. I'm just 31 years old. How unlucky. Many people who were over the age of 30 had dejected expressions on their faces. They were cursing their bad luck. As for those under the age of 30, they were overjoyed. The stronger their cultivation, the happier they were. Since the older generation couldn't enter, those with powerful cultivation would naturally have an advantage. How could they not be happy? Let's go. Immediately, some young people under 30 rushed up. They disappeared into the vortex one by one. Ha ha ha, you ants want to compete with me. Yang Liuji laughed wildly. Of all the geniuses on the Imperial Cloud ranking list, he was the only one here. Who could compete with him? He stepped out, walked into the vortex, and disappeared. The other young people also rushed in like a swarm of bees. Lu Ming estimated that there were at least a few thousand of them. During this period, there were also those over 30 who didn't believe it and wanted to take a chance. In the end, they were all killed by the inscription formation. After that, those over 30 didn't dare to try again. Let's go in too. Lu Ming said to Xianxia. Xianxia nodded and rushed into the vortex with Lu Ming. After rushing into the vortex, the world was spinning. The next moment, Lu Ming found that he was standing at the foot of a mountain. In front of him was a boundless mountain. Xianxia was right beside him. Not only that, it seemed that everyone had gathered at the foot of the mountain. At first glance, there were people everywhere. Boom, suddenly, not far away from Lu Ming. A great battle broke out. The people who entered this place came from various factions. Some of them had grudges with each other, so it was normal for a fight to break out when they met. After a while, a miserable cry rang out as a young man was killed. But at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Inscriptions suddenly appeared in the sky, wrapping around the young man who had been killed. The next moment, a shocking scene appeared. The blood in the young man's body, including his essence blood, was all extracted. Under the effect of the inscriptions, the blood turned into a blood-colored crystal and fell to the ground. Could this be the blood refining crystal? It's the blood refining crystal. It's true. I have it with me. What? A dead person can actually be refined into a blood refining crystal. Unbelievable. A shocking uproar broke out among the crowd. Lu Ming was also shocked. The effect of the blood refining crystal was very similar to that of the blood refining pill. They were both used by martial artists to awaken their second bloodline. The effect of a blood refining crystal was similar to a blood refining pill. We'll know once we try. Suddenly, a cold shout sounded. Amidst the crowd, a sun emerged and exploded with a loud bang. There were endless screams and more than a dozen people were killed. The next moment, a large number of inscriptions appeared in the sky, wrapping around the corpses. Then, all the blood in the corpses was extracted and refined into blood refining crystals. It was true, many people gasped, and many of them had bloodthirsty eyes. Kill! Kill! Suddenly, someone roared and charged toward the people around him. Oh no, run! Someone shouted and rushed toward the vast mountains in front of them. The scene was in chaos and the smell of blood filled the air. Dense inscriptions appeared in the sky. The blood of those who were killed turned into blood refining crystals. Kill! There were also people who charged toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming swept out with his long spear and hit the other party. The other party was repelled. Xianxia, let's go. Let's rush into those mountains. Lu Ming shouted. There were too many geniuses who had entered this time. Most of them were young experts of the Blood Zhao Empire. There were many young experts of the martial ancestor realm. With Lu Ming's combat strength, he could only be ranked in the middle. He had to retreat for the time being. The two of them rushed toward the vast mountains. Soon, they rushed into the mountains and continued to run toward the depths of the mountains. Behind them, there were people rushing into the mountains. Thousands of people spread out in the vast mountains. Lu Ming and Xianxia ran for more than 200 miles before they stopped. In the next period of time, this place will turn into a killing hell. Lu Ming whispered. He could imagine how crazy it was to kill others and turn them into blood refining crystals. The young people who had entered would definitely kill each other. Although the young experts of the martial ancestor realm did not need the blood refining crystals, they could sell them at a shocking price. Lu Ming, we have to break through to the martial ancestor realm as soon as possible. Otherwise, we will be in a passive position. Xianxia said. In this unfamiliar environment where they were facing strong enemies everywhere, the two of them had unknowingly become closer to each other. That's right, but it's not easy to break through. Let's look around and see if there are any treasures. Lu Ming said. The two of them chose a direction at random and ran forward. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, a sharp piercing sound could be heard as a few sword chis were fired toward the two of them. Someone was trying to ambush them. The two of them were startled and dodged the attacks with a flicker. Then, 8 figures appeared in a flash and surrounded the two of them. Consider yourself unlucky. Now, turn into our blood. Refining crystals. A young man who was the leader of the 8 said coldly. He was the strongest among the 8 of them. His aura was extremely strong, indicating that he was a first-layer martial ancestor realm expert. The other 7 of them were also 9th-layer martial masters. 6th senior brother, this girl is so beautiful. It's a pity to kill her like this. Why don't you let me have some fun with her first before killing her? One of them, a short and fat youth, was looking at Xianxia with a lewd expression. His eyes were filled with a perverted light. His crotch was actually bulging. Fatty Lu, put away your lewd thoughts. Where are we? Let's end this quickly. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. 6th senior brother scolded. The short and fat young man laughed. However, when he looked at Xianxia, the lust in his eyes became stronger. He did not notice the murderous intent in Xianxia's eyes. This guy is so pitiful. Lu Ming shook his head. In his heart, he was already mourning for this fatty. He even dared to flirt with Xianxia. He was courting death. You're dead. As expected, a cold voice came from Xianxia's mouth. What? I'm dead? You want to kill me? Haha, what a joke. Didn't you see that my 6th senior brother is a martial ancestor realm expert? You're just a martial grandmaster. How dare you try to kill me in front of a martial ancestor realm expert? What a joke. My baby. The short and fat youth screamed at the top of his lungs. His screams were so tragic that the fat on his body kept shaking. A bloodstain could be seen at his crotch area. As for his thing, it had disappeared without a trace. Lu Ming could not help but tighten his crotch. He had seen clearly that Xianxia had flicked her fingers and a black lotus petal flew out and cut off the short and fat youth's penis. When the other youths saw this, they also felt a chill in their crotches. 6th senior brother, avenge me. The short and fat youth continued to scream. Bitch, you are courting death. Attack, kill them. The 6th senior brother shouted and charged at Lu Ming. He wanted to kill Lu Ming first and then torture Xianxia. Human Dao Palm. Lu Ming did not bother to talk nonsense and directly used his most powerful move. A huge palm print suddenly formed above 6th senior brother's head and slammed down. Its power was so strong that it was shocking to the extreme. The 6th senior brother was shocked. He had not expected Lu Ming's attack to be so terrifying. He immediately used all his strength to block the attack. Bang! With a loud bang, the 6th senior brother was directly smashed into the ground and a big pit was formed. When the smoke and dust disappeared, the 6th senior brother was lying in the big pit like a pile of mud and was dying. The other 6 youths were stunned. Then, they trembled and broke out in cold sweat. One move, he killed the 6th senior brother, who was a martial grandmaster, with one move. Was he still a great martial mentor? The short and fat youth forgot to scream and widened his eyes in horror. Run! One of the youths shouted and the other 6 youths turned and ran. Wait for me! The short and fat youth screamed. However, he could not run fast because of the sharp pain in his crotch. He was so anxious that he was about to cry. Want to run? Do you think you can run? Xianxing's voice was as cold as the winter snow. She waved her hands and black lotus petals flew out. The short and fat youth was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. He was killed before he could even scream. Swoosh! Swoosh! The flower petals pierced through the air, sharper than the sharpest blade. In just a few breaths of time, the 6 youths were all killed. At this moment, the 6th senior brother was no longer breathing. Inscriptions immediately appeared in the sky, extracting the blood from the corpses and condensing them into blood-refining crystals. However, not everyone could condense a blood-refining crystal. Lu Ming discovered that only a rank 5 bloodline martial practitioner could condense a blood-refining crystal. Those with bloodlines below rank 5 would have their blood energy dissipated before they could condense a single blood-refining crystal. One of the young men had a rank 6 bloodline, and he was able to condense 2 blood-refining crystals. As for the 6th senior brother, as a martial ancestor, he had awakened his 2nd bloodline. His 2nd bloodline was a common rank 9 bloodline. In an instant, he had formed 16 blood-refining crystals. Every time one's bloodline increased by a level, the number of blood-refining crystals condensed would double. It had nothing to do with cultivation. The 8 of them condensed a total of 22 blood-refining crystals. Lu Ming and Xianxia shared the crystals equally. Each of them received 11 crystals. Then, the 2 of them left the place. Along the way, the 2 of them were ambushed a few more times. However, the strongest enemy was only a rank 1 martial ancestor. They were all killed by the 2 of them, and each of them received more than 10 blood-refining crystals. Although Lu Ming had 4,000 blood-refining elixirs, the more the better. The stronger his 2nd bloodline was, the more likely he could awaken a higher-level bloodline. According to Supreme Nine Sons, his 1st bloodline was awakened by the 9 dragon blood essence. However, his 2nd bloodline had nothing to do with the 9 dragon blood essence. It was his own bloodline that was awakened. Lu Ming's bloodline was not of a high level. Lu Yao had taken away his bloodline and awakened a rank 5 bloodline. From this, it could be seen that Lu Ming's 1st bloodline was not higher than rank 5. Therefore, his 2nd bloodline was probably not of a high level. Therefore, he would need a large number of blood-refining elixirs and blood-refining crystals. The 2nd bloodline was very special. Some people might not even use a blood-refining pill or other treasures to replenish their bloodline potential, but they could still awaken an extremely high-level bloodline. However, this was not absolute. Consuming treasures such as blood-refining pills or blood-refining crystals would increase the chances of awakening a high-level bloodline. Half an hour later, the 2 of them appeared in front of a huge 7-story building. This building was shaped like a tower. In front of the tower, hundreds of young men stood facing each other. They were all staring at the tower. The gate of the tower was tightly shut. I've tried it just now. This gate is extremely heavy and cannot be opened by one person or a few people. I suggest that we work together to open the gate. As for the treasures inside, we'll let our strength speak for itself. A young man in a brocade robe shouted. Who knows if you will sneak up on us when we open the gate? I'm worried. A young man who looked like a skinny monkey shouted. If you're worried, you can get lost now. The young man in the brocade robe was very domineering. The skinny young man's face turned ugly, but he did not dare to refute. You want the treasures but don't have the guts. You're destined to be a good-for-nothing. The young man in the brocade robe mocked. He then looked at the others and said, How about it? Do you want to work together to open the gate of the tower? All right, I agree to work together. I agree too. Almost everyone agreed to it. If they wanted to get the treasures inside, they had to open the gate first. Attack together. The young man in the brocade robe shouted and threw out a powerful punch. Attack. The others attacked together. Suddenly, all kinds of sword chi, saber chi, fist chi, palm chi, etc., were thrown at the gate of the tower. Boom boom boom, the tower rumbled and flashed. Finally, with a loud bang, the gate was blasted open. Whoosh! Whoosh! Immediately, dozens of people rushed toward the gate, afraid that the treasures would be taken away by others if they were too slow. Ah! Ah! However, in the next moment, shrill screams could be heard. At least 20 of the people who rushed into the gate screamed as their heads suddenly exploded. The other people were all martial ancestor realm elites. They attacked the surroundings as if they were fighting against something. Inscriptions appeared in the sky and the young men who were killed were all condensed into blood refinement crystals. What's there? Outside the gate, someone shouted in fear. I don't know. I can't see clearly. It's too strange. I'd better not go in. Someone wanted to retreat. At that moment, the martial ancestor realm elites had already rushed in and disappeared. It's a type of blood-red bug. Lu Ming stared at the gate with bright eyes. With his eyesight, he could see the attack. It was a type of blood-red bug that was as thin as a hair and as long as a cicada. Most importantly, it was so fast that it could not be seen with the naked eye. Only martial ancestor realm elites could see it. As long as the blood-red cicada rushed into the head would explode. Let's go in. The other martial ancestor realm elites rushed in. Lu Ming and Xianxia moved and followed the crowd. Pissed, as soon as he rushed in, a blood-red cicada shot toward him. He swept out his spear and sent the cicada flying. Then, he rushed in. After Lu Ming rushed in, he picked up a few blood-refining crystals along the way. Nest, why are those two martial grandmasters so powerful? Outside, the warriors in the great martial mentor realm were dumbfounded. After Lu Ming and Xianxia rushed in, they saw a wide staircase that led to the second floor. Without hesitation, the two of them rushed up and found that there were shelves on the second floor. The shelves were empty, but there were a few dried corpses on the side of the shelves. It was obvious that they had been killed and their blood had been extracted to condense into blood-refining crystals. Obviously, the things here had been looted by the people who rushed in first. Quick, go up. Get lost. Go to hell. You're the one who's going to die. The scene was in chaos. Everyone wanted to rush up. Naturally, there was chaos. 7 or 8 people were fighting. Whoosh, a young man with a battle axe chopped at Lu Ming. His cultivation of first martial ancestor realm was revealed. Do you really think I'm a pushover? Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. He threw out a huge palm print at the young man. Bang! The young man's bones were broken and he was thrown back. However, he did not die because he had also cultivated an earth-class martial skill, which blocked part of the power of the human Dao palm. Even so, the other young powerful figures were alarmed and they looked at Lu Ming with fear. Where did such a powerful martial grandmaster come from? I've seen the strongest martial grandmasters in the Blood Zhao Empire, but I've never seen such a person. Someone said with a serious face. The others looked at Lu Ming and Xianxia with fear. Lu Ming ignored them and rushed to the third floor with Xianxia. There were also a few shelves on the third floor. The items on the shelves had also been looted. Lu Ming and Xianxia did not stop and kept rushing up. The 4th floor, the 5th floor, the 6th floor, until they reached the 6th floor, the two of them were always one step behind the others. Everything was looted. When they reached the 6th floor, they heard fierce fighting sounds coming from the 7th floor. The two of them rushed up without hesitation. Boom! Boom! On the 7th floor, 6 young men were engaged in an intense battle. One of them was the young man in the brocade robe. His cultivation was at the 2nd layer martial ancestor realm, and he was definitely a genius. The other 5 had a cultivation of the 1st layer martial ancestor realm. The battle was incomparably intense. The 6 of them were tangled up in a chaotic battle, but it was obvious that the young man in the brocade robe had the upper hand. On the 7th floor, there were only 2 shelves with some jade bottles on them. On the shelf was written, a Yuan Ancient Panacea, Level 4 Middle Grade Medicinal Pill. Lu Ming was greatly shocked, and then his eyes emitted a shocking light. The Yuan Ancient Panacea was a middle LV4 elixir that could increase one's cultivation level quickly. It was extremely useful for a martial arts grandmaster. In the outside world, the price of a Yuan Ancient Spirit pills was shockingly high. Moreover, there was often a price but no market. I have to get my hands on some of them. That way, my cultivation will be able to reach the peak of the 9th layer martial master realm in a short period of time. I will then consume the blood refining pills and blood refining crystals to refine my bloodline and break through to the martial ancestor realm. Lu Ming pondered quickly in his heart. In this place, Lu Ming did not have time to consume the blood essence of others. The blood essence of the martial artists who had died in the battle had all been refined into blood-refining crystals. Without consuming the blood essence, Lu Ming's cultivation would not be able to increase in a short period of time. The Yuan ancient panacea had appeared at the right time. You want to compete with me? You are courting death. The young man in the brocade roared. His eyes were like lightning, and his body emitted a strong purple light. He threw out a palm, and a purple palm print appeared. It was extremely powerful, and the other young men quickly retreated. Zisong, there are so many people here. Do you want to take the Yuan ancient panacea for yourself? How is that possible? Another young man shouted. Is that so? Then I will kill you first. Purple golden dragon palm. Zisong roared, and the purple light on his body became extremely dense. When it reached a certain level, the purple light turned golden. He threw out a palm, and a golden dragon roared out. Bam! The young man was hit by the golden dragon and was sent flying. He coughed out a mouthful of blood, and his aura was extremely weak. His eyes were filled with shock. Is it possible now? Zisong looked coldly at the young man, and then looked at the others. The other 4 young men's faces changed. Hurry up and get lost. If you don't, you will end up like him. Zisong's aura was domineering, and he looked coldly at the others. Zisong, there are 4 of us. Even if we join forces, we might not be afraid of you. A tall young man said unwillingly. As for Lu Ming and Xianxia, they were ignored by him. Boom! As soon as the tall young man finished his words, Zisong threw out a palm, and a golden dragon rushed out. With a scream, the young man was torn into 2 by the golden dragon. His blood essence was condensed into 16 blood-refining crystals, which were kept by Zisong. You still want to join forces? This is the consequence. Zisong sneered. The remaining 3 young men were horrified. Zisong was too strong, and they were no match for him when he used his ultimate move. They looked at each other, and finally retreated from the 6th floor unwillingly. Why aren't the 2 of you scramming? At this moment, Zisong looked at Lu Ming and Xianxia. Scramming? Why don't you get lost? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Instantly, Zisong's face darkened, and he said, Kid, do you know the consequences of your words? Now, you can't leave even if you want to. 2 mere martial grand masters want to get their hands on the Yuan ancient panacea. You really don't know your limits. Zisong looked down at Lu Ming in a condescending manner as he walked toward Lu Ming. Kid, do you want to commit suicide, or do you want me to do it? If I do it, you won't die so easily. Also, girl, if you swear to be my concubine and serve me well for the rest of your life, I promise to let you go. Zisong's gaze towards Xianxia flashed with a trace of blazing light. Xianxia's beauty was indeed rare in the world. Any man who saw her would be tempted. Trash like you, do you think you are worthy? Xianxia sneered. Since you want to do it the hard way, I'll send you on your way. Zisong's body emitted a cold murderous intent, and he slapped towards Lu Ming. A purple palm print surged forward. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and he slapped out as well. The human Dao palm was formed. Boom, the 2 palm prints collided and there was a loud bang. Lu Ming's figure swayed slightly while Zisong retreated 3 steps before he could stabilize himself. At this moment, his face was filled with disbelief. A mere martial grand master of the 9th level could actually force him back with a single palm. How was that possible? Then, an incomparably cold murderous intent burst out, and he roared, damn it, go to hell. The purple light on Zisong's body became extremely dense, and then it turned golden. He slapped out, and a golden dragon pounced out. The golden dragon merged with a powerful force. Human path palm. Lu Ming shouted and struck out with his palm again. Lu Ming used all his strength and integrated the force of wind and fire into his palm. Boom, the human path palm collided with the golden dragon. There was a loud explosion and the human path palm shattered inch by inch. A terrifying force surged towards Lu Ming and Lu Ming could not help but retreat. Zisong's combat strength was indeed extremely powerful. Lu Ming realized that as his cultivation increased, the opponents he faced became stronger. When facing these young martial arts grandmasters, his advantage in many aspects was not so obvious. These young martial arts grandmasters had all cultivated earth-class martial skills and had comprehended the force. Moreover, they were not weak at all. Although Lu Ming had a slight advantage in terms of martial skills and force, it was not by much. Furthermore, how could the martial arts grandmasters cultivate yellow-class martial skills? Normally, they would cultivate black-class upper-class martial skills. It was not surprising that some of them cultivated earth-class martial skills. The higher the level of the martial skill, the thicker and more condensed the genuine qi that was cultivated. Lu Ming's genuine qi could not possibly be 5 times that of these people. Therefore, his advantage was further reduced. It was even more difficult to fight someone of a higher level. Therefore, Lu Ming was forced to retreat by Zisong. However, Zisong was even more shocked. He was a peerless genius and not an ordinary second-realm martial arts grandmaster. He could not believe that his full-strength palm could only force Lu Ming to retreat and did not kill him. Kill, this brat is more talented than me. He cannot be left alive in this world. Zisong roared in his heart and attacked Lu Ming again. Chi. At that moment, Xianxia also attacked. Black lotuses formed around her body and the black petals danced in the air, enveloping Zisong. At the same time, she waved her palms and black palm prints whizzed out. Bitch, you are courting death. Zisong shouted and used a portion of his power to attack Xianxia. Boom. Boom, immediately, the 3 of them engaged in a great battle. Xianxia's battle prowess was also extremely shocking. He was not the slightest bit inferior to Lu Ming's. The 2 of them joined forces and fought Zisong to a draw. Zisong's expression was extremely gloomy. The more they fought, the more frightened he became. The 3 of them fought fiercely, and powerful qi shot out in all directions. However, inscriptions appeared on the walls of the 7th floor, reducing most of the power. Otherwise, those Yuan ancient panaceas would have been shattered. In the blink of an eye, more than 50 moves had passed. On the 6th floor, the 3 young men of the first martial ancestor realm stood there. When they heard the violent explosions coming from the 7th floor, they looked at each other. Who was Zisong fighting with? Could it be the man and woman of the 9th level martial grandmaster from before? But how was that possible? 2 young men and women of the 9th level of the martial master realm were able to fight Zisong to such an extent? Then what were they? Trash, they found it hard to believe. But other than the 2 young men and woman, there was no one else up there. The 3 decided to wait on the 6th floor. Die. Die for me. Zisong roared furiously. The golden glow on his body was extremely dense. He roared furiously in his heart. He wanted to kill Lu Ming and Xianxia, but he was unable to do so. After a while, the golden glow on Zisong's body began to dissipate rapidly. Damn it. You 2 pieces of trash. Cheating couple, just you wait. If I don't kill you, I swear I'm not a human. Zisong roared angrily, waving his palms continuously to block Lu Ming's and Xianxia's attacks. He then broke into a run and ran toward the 6th floor, disappearing down the stairs in an instant. Maintaining the golden glow consumed a great amount of his qi. He could no longer hold on and could only run away. Otherwise, he would be killed by Lu Ming and Xianxia. On the 6th floor, the 3 youths were waiting. Suddenly, they saw Zisong rush down from the 7th floor at an extremely fast speed. He ran down the stairs as if he was on fire. This caused the 3 young men to be stunned. Could it be that Zisong was defeated? The 3 young men looked at each other and gasped. Then, without hesitation, they ran away as well. On the 7th floor, Lu Ming and Xianxia looked around. There were 2 shelves and there were jade bottles on each shelf. All of them were Yuan ancient panaceas. Let's split it evenly. Lu Ming smiled and walked toward one of the shelves while Xianxia walked toward the other shelf. Lu Ming glanced at the shelves and counted that there were a total of 49 jade bottles. Lu Ming picked up a jade bottle and opened it. He smelled a strong medicinal fragrance. Inside the jade bottle, there were 9 round, milky white pills. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He waved his hand and kept all the jade bottles in the Temple of Paragon. On the other hand, Xianxia kept the Yuan ancient panaceas and smiled. With these Yuan ancient panaceas, I will be able to reach the martial ancestor realm very soon. At that time I will trample you under my feet. Xianxia looked at Lu Ming and said viciously. Lu Ming was speechless. Why does this girl keep thinking about this? Xianxia walked down the stairs while Lu Ming smiled and followed closely behind. When they reached the bottom of the stairs, there was no one around. When the two of them walked out of the pavilion, they realized that the people outside had all left. No one knew how long they could stay in the secret land and no one was willing to waste time. Since they couldn't do it here, they would look for other places. The two of them exited the pavilion, randomly chose a direction, and ran at top speed. They wanted to find a quiet place to consume the Yuan ancient panaceas to raise their cultivation. Half an hour later, the two of them passed by a dilapidated palace. Run! Zhao Hong, one of the 50 supernovas of the Blood Zhao Empire, is in there. Terrified shouts could be heard from the dilapidated palace. Then, more than 20 young men ran out of the dilapidated palace in fear. Die! A cold voice that was filled with killing intent could be heard from the dilapidated palace. Then, a terrifying saber light slashed out. Ah! Ah! Shrill screams could be heard. More than 20 young men were killed by the saber. Inscriptions filled the sky and blood refining crystals condensed one after another. A young man with messy hair and a long saber on his back stepped out. With a wave of his hand, he kept all the blood refining crystals. Then, he looked in front of him. A piercing killing intent spread out from his body. 1,000 meters away, Lu Ming and Xianxia's faces changed. Let's go! Lu Ming shouted and left the place quickly with Xianxia. This young man was too strong. The two of them were no match for him. The 50 supernovas of the Blood Zhao Empire were on the same level as the 6 heroes of the Burning Sun Empire. Looking at Lu Ming and Xianxia's figures, Zhao Hong's eyes flashed. He didn't chase after them. Instead, he turned around and entered the dilapidated palace. 50 miles away, in a valley, miserable screams could be heard. It's Duan Ling, one of the 9 heroes of the Yin Moon Empire. Don't kill me. In the next moment, a shocking sword chi burst out from the valley. More than 10 young men were killed by the sword and turned into blood refining crystals. Whether it was the first or second level of the martial ancestor realm, they couldn't escape the fate of being killed. Lu Ming and Xianxia, who saw this scene from afar, didn't stop. They turned around and left. A few hundred miles away from Lu Ming and the others, Yang Liuji laughed in the ruins. There were at least 50 young men's corpses lying around him. Their blood chi had been condensed into blood refining crystals. An hour later, the two of them appeared in a secluded valley. It was a secluded place with few people around. It was a good place to cultivate. Without saying anything, the two of them sat down cross-legged and took out the Yuan ancient panacea to cultivate. They took out a jade bottle and opened it. Immediately, a medicinal fragrance filled the air. The Yuan ancient panacea was a middle LV4 elixir. It was very helpful to martial grandmasters and was priceless. Lu Ming poured out one of the Yuan ancient panacea and swallowed it. In an instant, the 9 dragons' bloodline released a strong devouring force and the medicinal efficacy of the Yuan ancient panacea was continuously devoured and refined. Soon, the medicinal efficacy of the Yuan ancient panacea was completely refined. Lu Ming felt that his cultivation had increased by a level. The medicinal efficacy of the Yuan ancient panacea was at least 10 times that of a class 9 LV3 demonic pill. At this moment, Lu Ming opened his eyes and looked at Xianxia. When they saw it, they sucked in a breath of cold air. They saw a huge black lotus floating above Xianxia's head. This was obviously Xianxia's bloodline. However, there were 9 blood-red chakras around the black lotus. It was very breathtaking. LV9 bloodline. Xianxia's bloodline had actually reached LV9. It was really terrifying. One had to know that Xianxia had not broken through to Martial Grandmaster and awakened her second bloodline. In other words, her first bloodline had reached LV9. This little she-devil's bloodline is terrifyingly high. No wonder her combat strength is so strong. She is a true genius. Lu Ming sighed inwardly. To be honest, this was the first time he had seen Xianxia's bloodline. Her first bloodline has already reached LV9 ordinary LV9. I wonder what rank her second bloodline will be. Lu Ming could not help but look forward to it. Immediately after, Lu Ming continued to refine the Yuan ancient panacea. The surging energy was constantly converted into true qi and Lu Ming's cultivation increased rapidly. Soon, the entire bottle of a Yuan ancient panacea was refined and Lu Ming's cultivation was approaching the middle LV9 martial grandmaster. He continued to refine. Half a day later, Lu Ming had refined 12 bottles of pills in a row, raising his cultivation to the peak of the 9th level martial master realm. At this time, not far away, Xianxia's body also emitted a strong fluctuation. Her cultivation had also reached the peak of the 9th level of the martial master realm. After reaching the peak of martial master realm, one could start consuming blood refining pills and blood refining crystals to condense the second bloodline and accumulate energy for the awakening of the second bloodline. This process was known as blood coagulation, which was also known as half-grandmaster. In the process of blood condensation, one's blood and qi would be exuberant, even stronger than the peak of the 9th layer of the martial master realm. A piece of blood refining crystal appeared in Xianxia's hand and she swallowed it in one gulp. Immediately after, her spine emitted a dense bloody light. Lu Ming did not waste any time. He also took out a blood refining crystal and swallowed it. As soon as the blood refinement crystal entered Xianxia's mouth, it turned into a surge of blood energy that was absorbed by his spine. It began to condense beneath his first bloodline. At that place, a blood red dot began to appear. As the blood energy poured in, it slowly became brighter. In a few breaths, the blood energy of a blood refining crystal was completely absorbed. Lu Ming took out several crystals at once and swallowed them in one gulp. The blood red light at his spine grew bigger and brighter. Soon, the dozens of blood refining crystals that Lu Ming had obtained here were all used up. Then, he grabbed at the air and a handful of blood refining pills appeared. He stuffed them all into his mouth. After a while, he grabbed another handful. At this time, he suddenly found someone in front of him and could not help but open his eyes. He saw a pair of bright eyes staring at him in surprise. It was Xianxia. "Nest, what are you doing? Are you trying to scare me to death?" Lu Ming shouted. Xianxia blinked her big eyes and asked, "Do you have blood refining pills?" "How many do you have?" "I do have blood refining pills." "What does it have to do with you?" Lu Ming said. Can you give me some?" Xianxia seemed to find it difficult to speak and stammered. "No, I'll give them to you so that you can break through and trample me under your feet in the future." Lu Ming firmly resisted. "Humph, do you think that I can't trample you under my feet if you don't give me blood refining pills?" Xianxia snorted coldly as he gritted his teeth, revealing a few sparkling white teeth. Then, she turned her head and walked to the side. However, in less than a minute, she walked back and stared at Lu Ming with her big eyes. "What do you want now?" Lu Ming asked speechlessly. I'll buy blood refining pills from you, okay? How many spirit crystals do you want? Name a price. Or I can exchange with treasures." Xianxia said. "Oh? Exchange with treasures? That's fine. How about this, I'll name a few treasures. If you have them, I'll exchange with you." Lu Ming said. "Okay, tell me." Xianxia said. Shenyang Spirit, Shifeng Bone. Lu Ming listed the names of 5 heavenly treasures in a row. These 5 heavenly treasures were all materials needed to cultivate the 5th level of the true dragon fighting technique. Unfortunately, Xuxia and Nianqing both shook their heads, indicating that they did not. "If you don't have them, how can you exchange?" "How about this, give me some dragon essence and I'll exchange with you." Lu Ming curled his lips. "I don't have dragon essence, but I do have a flood dragon bone pearl. What do you think?" Xianxia asked hopefully. "What? Flood dragon bone pearl? You really have it? Let me take a look." Lu Ming said eagerly. Xianxia's palm glowed. The next moment, a fiery red bone pearl the size of a baby's fist appeared in Xianxia's palm. "It's really a flood dragon bone pearl, and it's a flaming flood dragon bone pearl. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Cultivating the true battle dragon art did not necessarily require those few materials. There were also some substitutes. It was just that these substitutes were more precious. For example, the items of a true dragon were priceless treasures. Having one of them could help the true dragon fighting technique break through. Although a flood dragon was not a true dragon, it had the bloodline of a true dragon and was an extremely rare species. It also had some functions. Lu Ming was just casually mentioning it. He did not expect Xianxia to really have such a treasure. Let me see. Lu Ming took the flood dragon bone pearl and looked at it carefully. The flood dragon that produced this flood dragon bone pearl has a very high cultivation. As long as I have this flood dragon bone pearl and another material, the true dragon fighting technique will be able to break through to the 5th level. Lu Ming thought. How is it? Not bad, right? I'll exchange it with you for 2,000 blood refining pills. Xianxia said. 2,000 pills? Dream on. You're asking for too much. Lu Ming was shocked and shouted. This is a flood dragon bone pearl. I paid a huge price to get it. 2,000 blood refining pills is not much. Xianxia said. 500. Lu Ming said. What? That's too much. 1,500, no less. Xianxia gritted his teeth. 800. I can't give you more. Lu Ming said with trembling lips. 1,200. 900. 1,000 blood refining pills, no less. I won't trade if it's any less. Xianxia said fiercely. All right. Deal. He took out 1,000 blood refining elixirs and exchanged them with Xianxia for the dragon bone pearl. Xianxia happily ran to the side to refine the elixirs. Lu Ming observed the dragon bone pearl and was overjoyed. He put it away and continued to devour the blood refining elixirs. 2 days later, Lu Ming had refined all the remaining blood refining elixirs. Lu Ming's spine was filled with blood light. However, Lu Ming was not in a hurry to break through to Martial Grandmaster. He felt that it was not enough. He still needed to refine treasures like blood refining elixirs and blood refining crystals. At this moment, Xianxia was sitting cross-legged. The blood light on his spine was denser than Lu Ming's and there was a terrifying fluctuation. He had not refined as many blood refining elixirs as Lu Ming, but his fluctuation was stronger than Lu Ming's. This was because of his talent. After a while, the blood light disappeared and the terrifying fluctuation was concealed. Xianxia opened his eyes. Do you have any more blood refining elixirs? This was the first question Xianxia asked after he finished cultivating. Lu Ming spread his hands and said, No, I don't think it's enough. Then let's go kill them. The others must have a lot of blood refining crystals. A cold light flashed in Xianxia's eyes. That's what I want. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Then, the two of them left the place. They chose a direction and ran wildly. 2 hours later, the two of them stopped at a barren mountain. They felt that their unawakened second bloodline was throbbing as if it was attracted by something. Over there. The two of them headed in that direction. 10 miles away, there was a boundless stone forest. Stone pillars stood there. These stone pillars were carved into various shapes, such as tigers, lions, wolves, some were even carved into humans, real dragons, and so on. Whoosh! Whoosh! Many figures appeared in the surroundings and rushed towards the stone forest. Boom boom, in the stone forest, there were continuous rumbling sounds. Clearly, there was a great battle going on. Lu Ming and Xianxia looked at each other and rushed towards the stone forest. Die! On the side, a young man in the first martial arts grandmaster realm charged towards Lu Ming. His heart was pierced by Lu Ming's spear. The young man's eyes were wide open as he died, filled with disbelief. The current Lu Ming was infinitely close to a martial arts grandmaster and could be considered half a step away from being a martial arts grandmaster. He was much stronger than before. Lu Ming could kill an ordinary first martial arts grandmaster in one move. As soon as the young man died, his blood qi and blood essence condensed into blood refining crystals. There were 16 of them in total, which Lu Ming took. At the same time, his true energy surged out and the young man's storage ring flew into Lu Ming's hands. Along the way, many people wanted to attack Lu Ming and Xianxia, but they were mercilessly killed by the two of them. The combination of my wind force and fire force is powerful. However, it is only a combination and cannot be fully integrated. If the two forces can be fully integrated, the power will be even more shocking. But how can I fully integrate the two forces? If it works, then it will become one of my trump cards. Lu Ming pondered as he fought. Soon, the two of them had covered a distance of 10 miles. The attraction to their bloodlines was even stronger. Soon, a pit appeared in front of them. The pit was surrounded by various carvings. The two of them walked into the pit and took a look. Instantly, their hair stood on end. In the pit, there were piles of white bones. There were all kinds of living beings. Some were humanoid, and some were demonic beasts. Between the white bones, there were blood-red crystals that emitted a blood-red glow. Blood refining crystals, they were all blood refining crystals. The blood refining crystals were the ones that attracted their bloodlines. They were not left behind now, but from the ancient times. This place is a burial ground. It is also a place where ancient sacrifices are held. Xianxia seemed to be talking to himself. His voice was trembling. Blood refining crystals, they are all blood refining crystals. These are all mine. Many figures appeared in the surroundings, their eyes blazing with fiery light as they looked down. Yours? You are courting death. You are the one who is going to die. Swoosh swoosh, a few figures jumped into the pit and started fighting in the air. At that moment, Lu Ming and Xianxia jumped into the pit. Immediately, someone attacked them. Bam! Lu Ming used a human path palm print to smash the martial arts Grandmaster Realm First Realm young expert into a meat patty. He was condensed into blood refining crystals in the air. Xianxia was also extremely powerful. A black lotus flew out and chopped off the head of a martial arts Grandmaster Realm First Realm expert. As soon as the two of them landed, their genuine qi surged and swept across. The blood refining crystals were collected by the two of them. In just a few breaths, Lu Ming had collected hundreds of blood refining crystals. There were still many of them. Some of them were even buried in bones. Collect, collect. Lu Ming and Xianxia collected the crystals to their heart's content. Damn it. When the others saw this, their eyes turned red. They stopped fighting and rushed down to fight for the blood refining crystals. Buzz, at that moment, a saber radiance suddenly slashed down from above. Screams were heard as 5 to 6 young men were killed. Then, a young man with disheveled hair and a saber on his back appeared above the pit. Zhao Hong, it is Zhao Hong. Let's go. The rest of the people turned pale with fright. They quickly flew into the sky and tried to escape. However, in the next moment, a saber radiance flashed and those people were all cut in half in the air. Die. Zhao Hong casually glanced at Lu Ming and Xianxia in the pit. Then, he slashed down with his saber. The saber radiance was ghastly white and the killing intent was as cold as winter snow. It shrouded the two of them. Human path palm. Great demonic palm print. Lu Ming and Xianxia shouted and joined forces to fight against the enemy. In the face of such a strong enemy, there was no need to hesitate. They could only join forces. Boom, with a loud boom, Lu Ming and Xianxia retreated backward. Zhao Hong's eyes flickered and he was surprised. He said, I did not expect two martial grandmasters to be able to block my saber. This is rare in the world. However, you will still die today. Boom, a strong aura exploded from Zhao Hong's body. A saber radiance shot up to the sky like a waterfall. Slash. Then, he slashed down with his saber. Retreat. Lu Ming and Xianxia retreated without hesitation. Bang, Zhao Hong's saber slashed down on the thousands of bones in the pit. Immediately, the bones shattered and shot out in all directions. Blood refining crystals flew into the sky and fell back down. Roar, at that moment, something strange happened. Under the thousands of bones in the pit, there was a shocking roar. A terrifying murderous aura surged out from the white bones. Bang, then, the white bones in the pit exploded, and a creature rushed out. This living creature was in the shape of a human. It was 3 meters tall and covered in green hair. Its nails were long and sharp and its mouth was full of fangs. Blood zombie. This living creature was exactly the same as the blood zombie that Lu Ming and the others had encountered in the blood demon cave. The only difference was that this blood zombie's eyes were golden. The aura it emitted was much stronger than the blood zombie in the blood demon cave. The demonic aura filled the air. Roar. You're courting death. Zhao Hong shouted coldly and swung his saber at the golden-eyed blood zombie. Clang, the saber light clashed with the golden-eyed blood zombie's claw. Sparks flew everywhere. Bang, a figure flew far away. It was Zhao Hong. He was no match for the golden-eyed blood zombie and was sent flying by its claw. Roar, the golden-eyed blood zombie roared and continued to chase after Zhao Hong. Its speed was as fast as lightning. Zhao Hong's face was extremely ugly. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He had been injured by the previous attack. Now that the golden-eyed blood zombie was charging at him, he didn't dare to continue fighting. He turned and ran in the direction of Lu Ming and Xianxia. Oh no, run! Lu Ming's face changed. He and Xianxia also turned and ran. You two still dare to run? Stop right now and help me stall this blood zombie. Dying at the hands of this blood zombie is a quick death. Once you fall into my hands, I'll make you beg for death. Zhao Hong shouted coldly. He was unusually domineering. Nest, one of the 50 supernovas of the Blood Zhao Empire? I think he's a complete idiot. Little Qing, what do you think? Lu Ming's disdainful voice came out of his mouth. Xianxia staggered and almost fell. What did Lu Ming call her? Little Qing, Xianxia's eyes flashed fiercely as she stared at Lu Ming. Little Qing, is that guy an idiot? Lu Ming pretended not to know and continued to ask. Yes. Xianxia gritted her teeth and spat out a word after a long while. Lu Ming was obviously taking advantage of her. You're courting death. Zhao Hong roared. He was about to unleash his true qi and slash at Lu Ming, but his true qi slowed him down. The golden-eyed blood zombie caught up and clawed at him. Qi la, even though Zhao Hong escaped quickly, a piece of cloth was still caught. And this piece of cloth that was caught just happened to be at Zhao Hong's buttocks. Immediately, half of Zhao Hong's snow-white buttocks were revealed. Zhao Hong screamed and jumped forward as if he had been electrocuted. Only then did he avoid the danger of being torn apart. But in the next moment, he felt a chill on his buttocks. When he turned his head to look, he roared. Why is that fellow's running posture so strange? He keeps looking at his own butt. Is he sick? Lu Ming's sharp eyes noticed Zhao Hong's strange behavior and muttered. Zhao Hong's face was flushed red. His killing intent towards Lu Ming was so thick that it could not be dissipated. He chased after Lu Ming in a frenzy while the golden-eyed blood zombie chased after him. Zhao Hong's speed was very fast. He would soon catch up with Lu Ming and Xianxia. Ha ha ha, go to hell, kid. With a beauty accompanying you, you won't be lonely on the road to the Yellow Springs. Zhao Hong sneered. His true qi burst forth, increasing his speed to the maximum. He flew over Lu Ming's heads in an extremely arrogant manner. Behind him, the golden-eyed blood zombie roared. It stared at Lu Ming and Xianxia with murderous intent. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly felt the demon suppression token that Supreme Nine Suns had given him glowing faintly. Could it be that after the demon suppression token subdued the blood demon, it still has the energy to subdue this golden-eyed blood zombie? A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Forget it, let's give it a try. Lu Ming suddenly stopped. The demon suppression token had unknowingly appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Lu Ming, why did you stop? Xianxia turned pale with fright. However, Lu Ming only gave her a slight smile and did not explain. Damn it, Lu Ming, you can't die before I trample you under my feet. Xianxia gritted her teeth and stopped as well. She stood beside Lu Ming. Ha ha ha, these two bastards are probably scared silly. Zhao Hong ran wildly. He only stopped when he was 10 miles away. He stood in the air and watched from afar. Roar! The golden-eyed blood zombie roared and was about to claw at Lu Ming. Stop! The demon suppression token in Lu Ming's hand glowed. An invisible wave surged toward the golden-eyed blood zombie. At the same time, Lu Ming shouted in his heart. It turned into an invisible wave and rushed into the golden-eyed blood zombie's body. All of this happened without a sound. Even Xianxia didn't notice it. At this time, Xianxia's body was already covered with black lotuses. Her genuine qi was running to the extreme, ready to fight to the death. However, the golden-eyed blood zombie suddenly stopped. It let out a low growl but did not continue to attack. It worked. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Go back. Lu Ming gave another order in his heart. The next moment, the golden-eyed blood zombie let out a low growl. As expected, it turned around and ran back. Then, it jumped into the pit and disappeared. Xianxia was dumbfounded. Her eyes widened, and she said in a daze, What's going on? Ha ha ha, little Qing, can't you see? I, Lu Ming, am blessed by the heavens. I'm blessed by the heavens. What golden-eyed blood zombie? It didn't run away obediently when it saw me. How would it dare to attack me? Lu Ming laughed wildly. He looked like a villain who was intoxicated with success and was extremely narcissistic. Tisk. Xianxia despised. She did not believe Lu Ming's nonsense at all. Then, she gritted her teeth and said, Lu Ming, I'm warning you. Don't call me little Qing. Okay, little Qing. Lu Ming replied. You, Xianxia ground her teeth. She could not wait to bite Lu Ming. In the distant sky, Zhao Hong was also dumbfounded. What's going on? Why didn't the golden-eyed blood zombie attack those two? Zhao Hong's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Could it be that the golden-eyed blood zombie won't attack as long as they admit defeat? Zhao Hong's imagination ran wild. However, he did not dare to step forward for a while. The golden-eyed blood zombie was too strong. If he fought it head-on, he would be killed in a few moves. In the stone forest, Lu Ming glanced at Zhao Hong in the distant sky and sneered. Then, he said to Xianxia, let's go. There are still so many blood refining crystals. Let's take them all. You're still going? Aren't you afraid of the golden-eyed blood zombie? Xianxia hesitated. What's there to be afraid of? I've said that I'm blessed by God. The golden-eyed blood zombie will run away when it sees me. Don't worry. I'm here. Everything will be fine. Lu Ming was full of nonsense, feeling smug as he strode forward in big strides. Xianxia gritted her teeth and followed Lu Ming. When they arrived at the pit, the golden-eyed blood zombie did not move at all. Lu Ming was not worried at all with a smile on his face. He jumped into the pit and began to collect the blood refining crystals. Seeing this, Xianxia was also relieved. For some reason, he suddenly believed Lu Ming's words a little. Bah, how is that possible? This guy is full of nonsense. Xianxia shook her head secretly and began to collect the blood refining crystals vigorously. It's okay. It's really okay. In the distance, Zhao Hong saw this scene. His mouth opened so wide that a goose egg could be stuffed in it. Should I kill those two and take the blood refining crystals? No, I'm a genius. My future is limitless. How can I take risks so easily? When those two guys finish collecting the blood refining crystals and come out, I'll kill them. The blood refining crystals will still be mine. Zhao Hong planned. He was not in a hurry and waited in the air. Collect, collect, collect. Lu Ming and Xianxia were extremely excited. What should we do? That guy is waiting for us outside. No matter which direction we go, he will probably chase after us. Xianxia looked at the sky and frowned. Why do we have to go out? Can't we just cultivate here? Lu Ming smiled faintly, jumped into the pit, and sat cross-legged beside it. Cultivate here? Xianxia was in disbelief. Trust me. Lu Ming transmitted his voice into Xianxia's ears. Xianxia was skeptical, but on second thought, Lu Ming had never been taken advantage of. Maybe he really had a way. Gritting his teeth, Xianxia threw caution to the wind. He also sat cross-legged, took out a handful of blood-refining crystals, swallowed them, and began to refine them. Lu Ming laughed and deliberately looked at the sky. He also took out a handful of blood-refining crystals, swallowed them, and began to refine them. In the sky, Zhao Hong was dumbfounded. They are refining blood-refining crystals here? Damn it, damn it. Zhao Hong roared in his heart, and killing intent burst out from his eyes. In his opinion, all the blood-refining crystals here belonged to him. Now Lu Ming and Xianxia were refining his blood-refining crystals, which was a heinous crime. But he still hesitated and did not go over. Soon, Lu Ming refined a handful of blood-refining crystals and took out another handful to refine. One after another, Lu Ming refined hundreds of blood-refining crystals in a short time, and Xianxia was almost the same. The golden-eyed blood zombie has not appeared yet. It should be fine. Smash it, die. Zhao Hong roared and flew toward Lu Ming. After a while, he was close to Lu Ming. Finally here? Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. He ignored everything and continued to cultivate. Xianxia was shocked and stood up to resist. Die, you little bastard. Zhao Hong roared as he unsheathed his saber, about to slash down. Roar, suddenly, a loud roar came from the crater. The golden-eyed blood zombie rushed out and charged at Zhao Hong. Bang, caught off guard, Zhao Hong was swept by the golden-eyed blood zombie's claws. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying far away. Roar, the golden-eyed blood zombie charged towards Zhao Hong. What's going on? How could this be? Those two bastards have been here for so long. Not only have they been collecting blood-refining crystals, but they have also been refining them. The golden-eyed blood zombie hasn't rushed out yet. Why did it rush out when I arrived? I can't accept this. Zhao Hong roared in his heart. But how could he dare to stay? He turned around and ran. The golden-eyed blood zombie clawed at Zhao Hong, tearing a large hole in his pants, revealing his snow-white buttocks, which writhed madly in the air. Hey! Your buttocks are showing again. Haha, eh? Why would I say again? Lu Ming laughed loudly. Xianxia's face reddened. He snorted coldly and turned around. Ah! Zhao Hong roared at the sky. His hair danced wildly, and his aura was astonishing. But what greeted him was the golden-eyed blood zombie's claw. Whoosh, the claw swept past, leaving 5 wounds on Zhao Hong's body. It was as if he had been cut by a blade, dripping with blood. Zhao Hong spat out a mouthful of blood. He had already been injured, and his speed had decreased. He could no longer escape from the golden-eyed blood zombie. If I die, let's die together. Zhao Hong roared and charged towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming stood up and looked at him with a faint smile. What happened next made Zhao Hong vomit blood. When the golden-eyed blood zombie passed by Lu Ming, it didn't even look at Lu Ming and continued to chase after him. Why? Zhao Hong roared, unwilling and puzzled. But it was useless. Soon, the golden-eyed blood zombie caught up. Despite his peerless talent and desperate resistance, he was still torn in half by the golden-eyed blood zombie after a few moves. Zhao Hong, one of the Blood Zhao Empire's 50 supernovas, a genius on the same level as the 6 heroes of the Burning Sun Empire, died unwillingly, puzzled, and humiliated. His blood and essence had all been converted into blood-refining crystals. 81 crystals. Zhao Hong had refined a total of 81 blood-refining crystals. His second bloodline was a first-rank king bloodline. Lu Ming took all of them, including Zhao Hong's blood-refining crystals. Roar, the golden-eyed blood zombie growled and appeared beside Lu Ming, standing there obediently. Xianxia was dumbfounded. She stared for a while, then suddenly remembered that the incomparably powerful blood demon was also obedient in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming, do you have a way to subdue demons? Xianxia asked. Didn't I tell you? I'm the chosen one, blessed by the heavens. These demons will be shocked when they see me and will naturally be obedient. Lu Ming looked proud. He looked at Xianxia carefully and said, How about it? Are you tempted? Why don't you be my bed-warming maid? You'll get endless benefits if you follow me. Lu Ming had a smug expression on his face. Bed warming your head, humph. I guess you must have some kind of treasure that can subdue demons. Don't pretend in front of me. One day, I'll trample you under my feet. Xianxia snorted. She twisted her arrogant neck and went to one side to refine the blood-refining crystals. Lu Ming smiled and ordered the golden-eyed blood zombie to guard at one side. Then, he took out Zhao Hong's storage ring. Ignoring the rest for the time being, Lu Ming took out all the blood refinement crystals inside. More than 500. There were more than 500 blood refining crystals in Zhao Hong's storage ring. This meant that at least a few hundred young experts had died in Zhao Hong's hands. This time all of them benefited Lu Ming. Lu Ming and Xianxia refined the blood refining crystals with all their strength. During this time other young people came here, but they were all scared away by the golden-eyed blood zombie. In the blink of an eye, another 2 days passed. Lu Ming refined more than 3,000 blood refining crystals. In total, Lu Ming had refined more than 6,000 blood refining pills and blood refining crystals. At this time, the blood light at Lu Ming's spine was extremely dense. The blood qi was so substantial that it looked like it was going to turn into blood droplets. It's done. I'll break through the martial arts grandmaster realm and awaken the second bloodline. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He waved his hand and hundreds of thousands of spiritual crystals appeared beside him. Then, he activated the true dragon fighting skill. The qi vortex in his dantian rotated rapidly. The dragon-shaped genuine qi in his body was surging. At his spine, the blood qi exploded. At this moment, Lu Ming's essence, qi, and spirit were condensed to the extreme. Boom! Suddenly, Lu Ming's body let out an earth-shattering roar. A surge of essence qi rose and rushed into the sky. Countless young experts within a radius of dozens of miles looked over. Soaring qi. Someone has broken through to the martial arts grandmaster realm. What a terrifying aura. This power is too shocking. What kind of genius is he? When I broke through to the martial arts grandmaster realm, my essence qi was less than 1/5 of his. Terrifying. Many people were discussing. Some people even rushed over. However, with the golden-eyed blood zombie around, they could not set foot in. Some people even tried to force their way in but were killed by the golden-eyed blood zombie. The rest did not dare to force their way in. It took a while for the pillar of essence qi to vanish. Swallow. At this time, Lu Ming's 9 dragons bloodline appeared. He opened his mouth and inhaled. Large amounts of spiritual crystals around him exploded and were swallowed by the 9 dragons bloodline. They were constantly converted into Lu Ming's genuine qi. Soon, at least 200,000 spiritual crystals were absorbed by Lu Ming and turned into genuine qi. Lu Ming felt that the genuine qi in his body was 10 times stronger than before. The martial arts grandmaster realm was really powerful. Lu Ming had broken through to LV1 martial arts grandmaster realm. Bloodline, awaken. At this moment, Lu Ming's spine shook and a thick blood light spread out. At his spine, a blood-red light was extremely dense as if something was about to break out of his body. Awaken. Lu Ming growled again. Bang! At his spine, a bloody light exploded. Then, an object condensed. It was a stone tablet. This stone tablet was 10 meters tall and it floated above Lu Ming's head. There seemed to be words on the tablet, but they were hazy and unclear. This is my second bloodline? It's actually a stone tablet? Is it a special bloodline? Lu Ming thought to himself. Buzz, the stone tablet shook and then a silver chakra appeared. A silver chakra represented a king bloodline. A silver chakra represented a level 1 king bloodline. But it was not over yet. The stone tablet shook again and a second silver chakra appeared. Then, a third silver chakra appeared. After the third silver chakra appeared, there were no more chakras. Level 3 king bloodline. This was the final level of the second bloodline that Lu Ming had awakened. 3 silver chakras were shining and extremely dazzling. I've swallowed more than 6,000 blood refining pills and blood refining crystals. The bloodline awakened didn't disappoint me. Lu Ming revealed a faint smile. He was quite satisfied. With his talent, if he hadn't swallowed more than 6,000 blood refining pills and blood refining crystals, he could only awaken a level 9 ordinary bloodline. It would be impossible for him to reach the Qing bloodline. Whoosh, the second bloodline vibrated and emitted a strong attractive force. The essence of the world was absorbed by Lu Ming and turned into genuine qi. This was the Qing bloodline. It was extremely magical. When it was awakened, there would be a chance to crazily devour the essence of the world. After that, it would slowly calm down. I can't waste this opportunity. Lu Ming waved his hands and more than 200,000 spirit crystals appeared around him. These spiritual crystals were obtained from killing other young experts. Bang! 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 The spirit crystals exploded one after another, turning into surging energy that was constantly absorbed and refined by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's cultivation soared like a rocket. Early stage of martial ancestor realm 1. However, not long after, Lu Ming's cultivation had broken through to the middle stage of martial ancestor realm 1. However, this was not the limit and it was still increasing. An hour later, Lu Ming's cultivation had broken through to the peak of martial arts grandmaster LV1. He was only a step away from martial arts grandmaster LV2. Only then did the second bloodline calm down and stop absorbing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Whoosh, Lu Ming took a deep breath. His eyes flickered and shot out like two long spears. Feeling the almost endless true qi in his body, Lu Ming smiled. However, in terms of Xianxia, he was much stronger than before. With a thought, the second bloodline went into hiding. Humph, it's only a level 3 Qing class bloodline. What's there to be proud of? Watch me. Xianxia, who had been observing Lu Ming's breakthrough, snorted and sat down cross-legged. He continued to refine the blood-refining crystals. Lu Ming smiled and did not mind. He moved his hand and took out a jade bottle. It was the Yuan ancient panacea. He still had dozens of bottles with him. He planned to use the Yuan ancient panacea to raise his cultivation to martial ancestor realm 2. He opened the jade bottle and the 9 dragons bloodline appeared. He opened his mouth and sucked in all 9 Yuan ancient panacea. The energy required to break through to martial ancestor realm was terrifying. Even if there were too few Yuan ancient panacea, it would not be of much use. Lu Ming decided to swallow the entire bottle. As Lu Ming refined the ancient panacea, he diverted a portion of his attention to observe Xianxia. An hour later, Xianxia stopped refining the blood-refining crystals and started to break through. With Xianxia's talent, it was not a problem for her to break through to martial ancestor realm. Soon, she successfully broke through and a terrifying essence qi shot up into the sky. This essence qi was comparable to Lu Ming's and it caused a stir. The people nearby were shocked. 2 consecutive essence qi shot up into the sky and each of them was terrifying. Could there be 2 demon-like geniuses breaking through? The crowd was curious. Boom. After Xianxia's cultivation broke through, she started to awaken her second bloodline. Blood light shot up into the sky and it was extremely dense. It almost covered a radius of a few miles. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. The blood qi was too shocking. It was 10 times more powerful than what he had done previously. No, it was more than that. Whoosh whoosh, blood qi swept out, surging unsteadily, and a shocking pressure spread out. After a while, the blood light dissipated and a figure appeared above Xianxia's head. Yes, that's right. Xianxia's second bloodline was a woman. She was more than 10 meters tall and had a curvaceous figure. She was wearing a black veil and sitting cross-legged on a black lotus. The woman's appearance was unclear, but her figure was extremely good. She exuded a seductive aura and she was like a demoness. The most terrifying and shocking thing for Lu Ming was that there were 7 silver chakras on the woman's body. Level 7 King class bloodline. Lu Ming's eyes almost popped out and he was dumbfounded. He was too shocked. It was extremely difficult to awaken a King class bloodline. Duanmu Lin, who was known as the once-in-a-thousand-years genius of the Duanmu family and would surpass Feng Wuji in the future, had only awakened a level 2 King class bloodline. Usually, geniuses like the 6 heroes of the Burning Sun tribe would only awaken a level 1 King class bloodline. Some might even awaken a level 1 King class bloodline. This showed how terrifying a level 7 King class bloodline was. Genius, this was a real genius. Xianxia didn't refine as many blood-refining pills and blood-refining crystals as Lu Ming, But the bloodline he awakened was much stronger than Lu Ming's. This was a real monster. Even if Xianxia didn't refine the blood refining crystals, he could still awaken a level 5 king-class bloodline. At this time, Xianxia opened his eyes and shouted, "Swallow!" Whoosh whoosh, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth rushed toward Xianxia crazily. The spiritual chi within dozens of miles was drawn and there seemed to be a gust of wind in the air. What's going on? I can't absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth is controlled by someone. Exclamations were heard from dozens of miles away. At the same time, Xianxia waved his hand and piles of spiritual crystals appeared. There were hundreds of thousands of them. They all exploded and turned into a sea of spiritual chi, pouring into Xianxia. Xianxia's cultivation rose rapidly. Early Level 1 Martial Arts Grandmaster Realm, Middle Level 1 Martial Arts Grandmaster Realm. Soon, he reached the peak of Level 1 Martial Arts Grandmaster Realm, but he didn't stop there. With a boom, he broke through the bottleneck and reached Level 2 Martial Arts Grandmaster Realm. He continued to rise until he reached the peak of Level 2 Martial Arts Grandmaster Realm. Xianxia's cultivation didn't stop rising. This is too terrifying. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. When he broke through, he made use of his newly awakened bloodline to reach the peak of Level 1 Martial Arts Grandmaster Realm. It was extremely rare and was equivalent to years of hard work for ordinary people. However, Xianxia was even more terrifying. He directly reached the peak of Level 2 Martial Arts Grandmaster Realm. This was a Level 7 King-class bloodline. At that moment, Xianxia stood up and looked at Lu Ming proudly. What do you think? A mere Level 3 King bloodline? What's the big deal? Humph, now take my blow. Xianxia shouted and struck with her palm. A black palm print was formed and its power was extremely terrifying. Human Dao Palm. Lu Ming also struck with his palm. Genuine chi surged and formed a huge palm print. It collided with Xianxia's black palm print. There was a loud explosion. Both of them trembled and took a step back. You've broken through to Martial Ancestor Realm 2nd level? Xianxia exclaimed. Of course. Lu Ming laughed. Before Xianxia had broken through, he had swallowed 20 bottles of Yuan ancient panaceas and broken through to Martial Ancestor Realm 2nd level. His cultivation was now at the early stage of Martial Ancestor Realm 2nd level. Humph, don't think that I can't step on you just because you've broken through to Martial Ancestor Realm 2nd level. Xianxia shouted and a bloody light surged on her body. She was about to unleash her bloodline. Roar! With a loud roar, the golden-eyed blood zombie appeared beside Xianxia and stared at her with its fangs wide open. Xianxia screamed and hurriedly retreated. Lu Ming, you're shameless. So what if I'm shameless? You've been saying that you're going to step on me. Today, I'll do it. Hee, attack. Lu Ming sneered coldly. With a light shout, he pounced on Xianxia at high speed. At the same time, the golden-eyed blood zombie roared and pounced on Xianxia. Xianxia was shocked. A bloody light flashed on her body and she was about to unleash her bloodline. However, the golden-eyed blood zombie pounced on her and roared. A bloody light rushed towards Xianxia and interrupted her bloodline. At the same time, Lu Ming pounced on Xianxia and struck out with his palm. A palm force entered Xianxia's dantian and temporarily sealed her true chi. Then, Lu Ming took advantage of the situation to pull Xianxia into his arms and threw her onto the ground. Lu Ming's body was pressed tightly against Xianxia's. Get out of my way! Xianxia screamed and struggled with all his might. What are you shouting for? As soon as Lu Ming exerted his strength, Xianxia's Shen Qi was temporarily sealed. How could he still resist? He was tightly pressed down by Lu Ming, unable to move at all. Lu Ming, let go of me, or I won't let you go. Xianxia shouted. Now that you've completely fallen into my hands, you still dare to threaten me. It seems that I was too honest before. Spanking your butt. Lu Ming let out a lascivious laugh and slapped down. This slap directly hit Xianxia's plump and perky buttocks. Pa! A very loud sound rang out. Xianxia's body suddenly trembled as if she had been electrocuted. Her whole body stiffened, and a pair of beautiful big eyes stared blankly at Lu Ming. But Lu Ming didn't have the slightest intention of stopping. With a beauty in his arms, it would be a lie to say that he didn't have any reaction. Lu Ming couldn't help but reach out a hand and wander around Xianxia's body. Lu Ming, I hate you. Do it, I must trample you under my feet. Xianxia's whole body went soft, and waves of inexplicable feelings rippled in her heart. She gritted her teeth and cursed in a low voice, looking as if she was at his mercy. However, as she cursed and scolded, tears streamed down her face. At this time, Lu Ming was really at a loss. He hurriedly let go of Xianxia and said, "Hey, what are you crying for? I haven't done anything yet." But Xianxia's crying was like a river that had opened the floodgates. It couldn't be stopped at all. She cried so sadly and pitifully. Her tears streamed down like strings, dripping to the ground like pearls. It was as if there was a great grievance that she wanted to vent through this crying. Lu Ming was tongue-tied. He felt as if he had done something wrong. But he hadn't done anything yet. So, he could only accompany her on the side. After a long while, Xianxia stopped crying. She stared blankly at Lu Ming for a long time, then suddenly gritted her teeth and said, "Humph, Lu Ming, I'll let you off for now. One day, I'll trample you under my feet." This again? Lu Ming was completely speechless. "I'm leaving. Are you coming or not?" Lu Ming asked. "Humph, of course I'm coming. Don't even think about escaping." Xianxia snorted coldly and followed Lu Ming closely. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. The two of them left the stone forest. Of course, the golden-eyed blood zombie was also with them, but Lu Ming took out a very large black robe and a bamboo hat for the golden-eyed blood zombie to wear. Otherwise, it would be too conspicuous. The two of them chose a direction at random and walked forward. On the way, they met a few martial artists who didn't know what to do, but Lu Ming casually dealt with them. 2 hours later. Dong, suddenly, a bell rang from afar, echoing between heaven and earth. It was unknown how far the bell came from, but it sounded like it was ringing in their ears. What a strange bell. What does it mean? Lu Ming was curious. Xianxia shook her head and didn't say anything. "Let's go and take a look," Lu Ming said. After saying that, his genuine qi surged. Lu Ming soared into the sky and flew in the direction of the bell. After entering the martial arts grandmaster realm, he could finally fly as he pleased. Xianxia and the golden-eyed blood zombie moved and followed Lu Ming. Dong, after a while, the second bell rang. It sounded similar to the previous bell, but Lu Ming and the rest were clearly closer to the location of the bell. Lu Ming and the rest continued to fly in the direction of the bell. After a while, the third bell rang. It sounded the same as the previous two bells, as if it was ringing in their ears. Swoosh! Swoosh! From time to time, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Not only Lu Ming and the rest, but the others also heard the bell and headed in the direction of the bell. Not long after, the fourth bell rang. At this moment, Lu Ming and the rest saw a huge mountain. This mountain towered into the clouds and was incomparably majestic. And the sound of the bell came from the top of this mountain. When they arrived at the foot of the mountain, they found that the mountain was blocked by a light screen and couldn't be entered. At this moment, hundreds of young powerhouses had gathered at the foot of the mountain. Swoosh, a sword ray flashed and a young man in a swordsman's robe stopped in the air. Everyone was shocked. Someone recognized him as Duan Ling of the 9 Heroes of Inoue. After that, experts appeared from time to time. In addition to Duan Ling, 2 of the 50 supernovas of the Blood Zhao Empire also appeared. Dong! Dong! The sound of the bell was long and drawn out. Every few moments, it would ring once. When the 8th bell rang, a young man with a demonic aura walked in the air with his hands behind his back. "Yang Liuji is here," someone exclaimed. Even geniuses like the Blood Zhao 50 supernovas had grave expressions on their faces. The geniuses on the Emperor leaderboard were too strong. At this moment, more than 1,000 people had gathered at the foot of the mountain. Dong! After a while, the 9th bell rang. There were 8 paths that led straight to the top of the mountain. On every path, there was a cluster of glittering objects that emitted a precious light at regular intervals. That's a treasure. That's right. Those who can stay here must be extraordinary. Many people's eyes lit up. Look, there's a stone tablet with words on it. Someone shouted. At the intersection of each path, there was a platform. In front of the platform, there was a stone tablet. Everyone went up to take a look. Then, their eyes lit up. The meaning of the stone tablet was obvious. It said that these were the paths that Yun Imperial Palace had set up for the disciples. Each path was set up with an inscription formation. Each path could only be taken by one person. 8 paths could only be taken by 8 people. On the path, there would be some treasure rewards. Everyone's eyes lit up. This path is mine, Yi Futian said. It's mine. Immediately, more than 10 people rushed to the platform of the first path. Boom. But then, a blazing fist force blasted towards the platform like the sun. More than 10 young experts did not even have time to scream before they were directly blasted into ashes. A young man stepped up and looked around. It was Yang Luji. Most people's faces changed. It was obvious that Yang Luji had stepped onto the first path. This path was already his. The second path. Someone rushed to the second path. Whoosh! An iron rod swept across. More than 10 young people screamed as they were swept off the platform. A young man with messy hair held an iron rod in his hand and walked to the second platform. One of the 50 supernovas of Blood Jiao, Blood Rod Iron Demon. Someone exclaimed. Many people's eyes lit up. They wanted to rush up, but the Iron Demon was extremely powerful. His iron rod could sweep away thousands of people. Whoosh! A sword light appeared on the platform of the third path like a flying immortal. It was one of the 9 heroes of Yingyue, Duanling Boom. A powerhouse also appeared on the 6th path. He was one of the 50 supernovas of Blood Jiao. The first path, the second path, the third path, the 6th path, and so on were all occupied by the cultivators. The 4 of them stood on the platforms. Others looked at them and retreated. No one wanted to court death. The competition for the remaining 4 paths was intense. Groups of people rushed up and fought with all their might. People kept falling. Of course, this was the battlefield of the martial ancestor realm. Those martial grand masters could not interfere at all. I want one. Xianxia muttered. Then, he dashed toward the 5th path. Great Demonic Palm. It was unknown what level Xianxia's heavenly demon Great Palm was. As her cultivation increased, its might became more and more terrifying. Ah! Ah! Following a series of blood-curdling screams, 7 or 8 martial ancestor realm experts were sent flying by Xianxia. Some of them even exploded in the air. So strong. Who is this person? Someone was shocked. Scram if you don't want to die. Xianxia coldly shouted, incomparably domineering. Some people refused to believe this and wanted to rush forward. However, they were all killed by Xianxia in one move. The remaining people had no choice but to switch to another route. Then I'll have one too. Lu Ming dashed toward the 8th path with the golden-eyed blood zombie following closely behind. Go to hell. A powerful blade radiance slashed toward Lu Ming's head. It was a peak martial ancestor realm 1 martial artist. You're the one who's going to die. The demon banishing spear appeared in his hand and he swept it out. Bang, the young man's body flew out like a cannonball. No one knew how far he flew before he disappeared without a trace. Brat, it's you. Suddenly, a cold shout rang out near Lu Ming. Lu Ming looked around and was amused. Isn't this the young man in the brocade robe who snatched the Yuan ancient panacea? The young man in the brocade robe looked around Lu Ming. Then, a cold light flashed across his eyes as he sneered, Brat, now that you're here alone, let's see how you're going to die. Is that so? I'm afraid you're still far from it. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Brat, it's useless to be stubborn. Go to hell. The young man in the brocade robe shouted as his body emitted a violent aura. Rank 3 Martial Ancestor Realm. The young man in the brocade robe had reached rank 3 Martial Ancestor Realm. A while ago, his cultivation was still at peak martial ancestor realm 2 martial ancestor realm. It seemed that the young man in the brocade robe had a fortuitous encounter over the past few days that allowed him to have a breakthrough in his cultivation. Die. The purple light on the young man in the brocade robe turned golden in the blink of an eye. He threw out a punch and a golden dragon flew out and pounced toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not even look at it as he pulled out his spear. Bang! The golden dragon was like a piece of tofu as it was smashed into pieces by Lu Ming's spear. The violent spear radiance continued to sweep toward the young man in the brocade robe. How could this be? The young man in the brocade robe shouted in disbelief. His cultivation had broken through to rank 3 martial ancestor realm and Lu Ming was alone. He had thought that killing Lu Ming would be a piece of cake. However, he had never expected that his most prized martial skill would be shattered by Lu Ming's spear. At that moment, he shouted and unleashed his full strength in an attempt to defend himself. Bang! The berserk spear aura whipped his body, shattering all of his defenses. His body emitted a series of crackling sounds, and it was unknown how many bones in his body were broken. He fell off the platform like a pile of minced meat. He was already dead to the point that he couldn't be more dead. Lu Ming reached out and sucked the storage ring of the young man in the brocade robe into his hand. He then charged toward the others. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming's attack was direct and overbearing. He formed a huge spear radiance with his long spear and swept away the entire army. Bang! Bang! Those young men were like broken sacks as they were swept away by Lu Ming. Those with weaker cultivations had their bodies explode. In an instant, Lu Ming was the only one left on the platform at the intersection of the 8th path. He held his spear and stood proudly. Who is he? He's too strong. Many people looked at Lu Ming in shock and did not dare to step forward. Just like that, the 5th and 8th paths were occupied by Lu Ming and Xianxia respectively. Only the 4th and 7th paths were left. The competition was extremely fierce. The killing continued and blood flowed like a river. In the sky, inscriptions appeared and blood refining crystals were condensed. Moments later, the 4th path and the 7th path had their respective owners. The owner of the 4th path was a bald young man. He was at the peak of martial arts Grandmaster Realm LV3 and was extremely powerful. Of course, he was still weaker than the geniuses of the 6 Burning Sun heroes. The 7th path was occupied by a short and fat young man. His cultivation was also at the peak of martial arts Grandmaster Realm LV3. No one dared to challenge the 8 paths. Charge, then, the people on the 8 platforms all rushed toward that path. Lu Ming also rushed toward the path and the golden-eyed blood zombie followed closely behind. The golden-eyed blood zombie was not a human, so it could go with Lu Ming. Not long after they rushed out, there was a flash of light and 4 tiger-shaped demonic beasts suddenly appeared and blocked the path. Obviously, the 4 demonic beasts were condensed by the inscription array and were not real. The 4 demonic beasts are at the early stage of martial arts Grandmaster Realm LV3. Lu Ming saw the strength of the 4 demonic beasts at a glance. Roar! Roar! Swoosh! Swoosh! Lu Ming shook his long spear and shot out 4 spear radiances. Poof! Poof! The 4 demonic beasts were pierced by the spear radiances and turned into energy. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, ordinary 3rd stage martial ancestor realm martial artists were no match for him. He could easily kill them in one move. After the 4 demonic beasts were killed, Lu Ming walked a dozen meters forward. There was a ball of light with a manual floating in it. With a breath, the manual naturally fell into Lu Ming's hands. 10-Wave Sword Art, a low-grade Earth-level martial skill. Flipping it open, Lu Ming was slightly disappointed. Lu Ming had no use for this sword art. Lu Ming's current Earth-level martial skills were the Ancient Shield Art and the 3 Palms. These 2 martial skills were extremely ancient and were definitely the best among the low-grade Earth-level martial skills. There was also the 9 Dragons Heaven Trampling Steps that he had yet to cultivate. It could be said that Lu Ming did not lack other martial skills for the time being. What he wanted was a spear art. He was still using the low-grade black-level martial skill, the Fire Gang Spear Art. It was already insufficient. However, it was an Earth-level martial skill after all. If he could not use it, he could sell it for a shocking price. Some of the top geniuses of the large sects did not lack Earth-level martial skills. However, many small sects and even martial ancestor realm martial artists among the rogue cultivators did not have an Earth-level martial skill. They would be willing to go bankrupt for an Earth-level martial skill. Therefore, an Earth-level martial skill would be worth at least 1,000,000 spirit crystals. Lu Ming kept the manual and continued to move forward. After walking for more than 100 meters, there was a flash of light and more demonic beasts appeared. This time, there were 8 demonic beasts in the early stage of the 3rd stage martial ancestor realm. They did not hinder Lu Ming at all. Swoosh! Swoosh! 8 spear radiances pierced out and killed the 8 demonic beasts. There was another ball of light in front. This time, there was a spiritual weapon in the ball of light. It was a high-grade LV-4 spiritual weapon. Lu Ming sighed. Why was it all about swords? But in any case, it was still a high-grade level 4 spirit weapon, and its price was not lower than the 10-wave sword art in the slightest. Lu Ming naturally put it away. Then, it continued to move upwards. But in the next moment, he was slightly stunned because he saw a short and fat figure. It was the short and fat young man from the 7th path. At this moment, Lu Ming discovered that the 8th route was actually going to converge with the 7th route to form one route. It was the same for the other routes. The 1st and 2nd routes converged. The 3rd and 4th lines converged, and the 5th and 6th lines converged. The 2 people on the 2 roads were about to meet each other. In the end, there were only 4 paths left. Obviously, the short and fat youth also saw Lu Ming. Fear flashed in his eyes. His figure flashed and he wanted to rush up quickly. However, at the point where the 2 paths converged, light flickered, and demonic beasts began to form. There were a total of 16 demonic beasts, and each demonic beast's aura was stronger than the previous one. The 16 demonic beasts were all at the peak of the 3rd level of the martial ancestor realm. Once the 16 demonic beasts appeared, they pounced towards the short and fat youth. In an instant, the short and fat youth was in a tough battle. Lu Ming dashed over at lightning speed and shot out beams of spear gleams. The demonic beasts at the peak of the 3rd level of the martial ancestor realm were unable to resist and were killed by Lu Ming one by one. In a short while, there were only a few demonic beasts left. Do you want me to do it myself? Lu Ming looked coldly at the short and fat youth. The short and fat youth's face was extremely ugly. Although he was a genius and his cultivation was at the peak of the 3rd level of the martial ancestor realm, his combat strength was comparable to that of an ordinary 4th level martial ancestor realm warrior. However, it was obvious that Lu Ming was stronger. He was not someone an ordinary 4th level martial ancestor realm warrior could compare to. Although the short and fat youth was unwilling, he finally gritted his teeth and turned to leave. After all, no matter how precious the treasure was, it would be useless if he lost his life. Lu Ming waved his spear and killed the remaining demonic beasts. Then, he walked towards the 3rd ball of light. This time, the ball of light contained a martial skill. Lu Ming picked it up and took a look. Earth rank high-grade martial skill, 100 steps divine fist. Lu Ming was delighted. This time, it was actually a Earth rank high-grade martial skill. It was really shocking. One had to know that a sect like the Mystic Essence Sword sect only had a Earth rank high-grade martial skill. The price was terrifyingly high. Lu Ming excitedly put it away. Then, he swept his gaze across the other paths. The youth in the 2nd path was the most unlucky. As the 50th supernova of the Blood Zhao Empire, he encountered Yang Liuji. There was no need to fight as he took the initiative to withdraw. If he fought with Yang Liuji, he would definitely die. Duan Ling easily killed his opponents in the 3rd and 4th paths. The battle in the 5th and 6th paths was the most intense. It caused the others to stop in their tracks. Xianxia and the 50th supernova of the Blood Zhao Empire had an intense battle. Xianxia displayed a terrifying combat strength. The 7th level king rank bloodline was too powerful. The battle was extremely intense. This was a battle between the 6 blazing sun heroes. After 100 moves, Xianxia finally waved his hand. A huge, beautiful woman's arm appeared out of thin air and slapped his opponent away. The opponent spat out a large mouthful of blood. Xianxia won this battle. This girl has such a strong combat strength. If she goes all out, I might not be able to defeat her. Looks like after I get out of here, I have to cultivate the 9 dragons' heaven stomping steps as soon as possible. Also, I have to break through to the 5th level of the true dragon battle technique as soon as possible. Otherwise, compared to the other geniuses, my advantage will become less and less obvious. Lu Ming thought to himself. Then, he continued to rush up. After a while, more demonic beasts were formed. This time, there were only 4 of them. However, the aura of each of them was much stronger than the previous beasts. The early 4th level of the martial ancestor realm. The 4 beasts were all at the early 4th level of the martial ancestor realm. The 4 beasts roared and pounced toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming fought with his spear. 4th level martial ancestor realm beasts were not something that could be killed instantly with a single spear. This gave Lu Ming a great pressure. Lu Ming did not execute the human Dao Palm. He only fought with his spear and the force of wind and fire. He wanted to use the battle to comprehend the fusion of the force of wind and fire. Bang! A beast was knocked flying by Lu Ming's spear. However, it did not dissipate. Instead, it roared and charged forward once again. Following this, the beasts charged forward one after another, but were knocked flying by Lu Ming's attacks. Lu Ming gradually became more familiar with the use of the force of wind and fire. However, he still had a long way to go before he could fully merge the 2 forces. After more than 100 moves, the 4 demonic beasts suddenly exploded and dissipated into nothingness. Lu Ming was startled. It seemed like the beasts had run out of energy after the continuous attacks, causing them to dissipate on their own. Lu Ming let out a smile. He took a step forward and a 4th glowing ball appeared. There was a jade box in it. Lu Ming put it away and opened it. He was overjoyed. There were portions of blood essence of beasts in the jade box. There were 9 portions in total. It was written on the jade box that these were Class 6 LV4 demonic beasts blood essence. Lu Ming was overjoyed. 9 portions of Class 6 LV4 demonic beasts blood essence were terrifyingly expensive. It was equivalent to a Class 6 martial ancestor realm expert. It was difficult to buy it in the outside world. Lu Ming put it away carefully. He continued to move forward. Soon, 8 demonic beasts at the early 4th level of the martial ancestor realm appeared. Lu Ming used them to practice his spear. After a while, the 8 demonic beasts exploded and dissipated on their own. What appeared in the glowing ball this time disappointed Lu Weiming. Lu Ming put away his cultivation technique and continued forward. After walking for a while, Lu Ming realized that the 2 paths overlapped again. In front, Xianxia stood quietly as if she was waiting for him. Xianxia glanced at Lu Ming and walked forward without saying a word. With a flash of light, 16 demonic beasts appeared. This time, 16 demonic beasts at the peak of the 4th realm of the martial ancestor realm appeared. Xianxia fought with the demonic beasts. Xiaoqing, why didn't you wait for me? Lu Ming rushed forward and laughed. Xianxia snorted and glared at Lu Ming. She clapped her hands as if she was treating the demonic beasts as Lu Ming and vented her anger on the demonic beasts. The demonic beasts were miserable and a few of them were defeated on the spot. This woman is so violent. Lu Ming muttered and shot out his spear. With the 2 of them working together, the demonic beasts were killed in a short while. The 2 of them stood facing each other and looked at each other in silence. If they wanted to continue, only one of them could go. Xiaoqing, if you continue, you will probably face Yang Liuji. If you can do it, I will let you go. Lu Ming laughed. No need. I am no match for Yang Liuji. I will let you have this chance. But let me tell you, if you lose to Yang Liuji and lose the treasure at the top, I will not let you go. Xianxia gritted her teeth. Lu Ming had the golden-eye blood zombie and he might be able to compete with Yang Liuji. Xianxia knew that she was no match for Yang Liuji and she might as well let Lu Ming have it. Haha, thank you. Lu Ming laughed. Xianxia glanced at him and turned to walk down. At the foot of the mountain, more than 1,000 people were looking up the mountain. They had no idea what was happening on the mountain because the mountain path was covered by a layer of hazy light and they could not see clearly. What do you think is up there? There must be treasures. The stone tablet said that it is a path for the disciples of Yun Imperial Palace. The rewards must be extraordinary. Unfortunately, we are too weak. We can't go up at all. I know the other 6 out of the 8. There's a young man and a young woman, but I've never seen them before. I wonder who they are to be able to suppress so many heroes and seize a path. As soon as Lu Ming and the others disappeared, the crowd below began to discuss. They waited and wanted to know what treasures there were on the mountain paths. Look, someone is coming down. Not long after, someone shouted. Everyone looked over and saw the short and fat young man walking down the 7th path. It's Kudong. Why is he here? What happened? Everyone was. Supernova. At this moment, 2 people walked down the 2nd and 6th paths respectively. These 2 were 2 of the 50 supernovas of the Blood Zhao Empire. Kudong, what happened? Everyone was guessing. Someone asked Kudong. Kudong was silent for a moment. He did not hide anything and told everyone what happened. I see. After passing a few stages, the 2 paths will meet and battle each other. No wonder the disciples of Yun Imperial Palace said it was a trial. I'm not surprised that Yang Liuji won. But according to Kudong, the beautiful woman on the 5th path defeated Supernova. That's unbelievable. That's right. If that's the case, Duan Ling will definitely lose if he encounters Yang Luji. Then, the 2 strangers will face each other, and the winner will face Yang Luji. Yang Liuji has made it to the end without any suspense. I wonder who will win between the 2 strangers? Let's see. We will know soon. The crowd discussed as they waited. Not long after, someone came down. It was Duan Ling. He was staggering. His clothes were stained with blood. Duan Ling is injured. Did he fight with Yang Liuji? I think that's most likely the case. He's really overestimating himself. He wants to fight against Yang Liuji? He's already lucky to be able to keep his life. Yeah. Even the leader of the 9 heroes of Yingyue, Yin Jiuyo, is no match for Yang Liuji. Hey, look. That woman is coming down. Someone suddenly shouted. The crowd looked at the 5th path and saw Xianxia coming down. That woman is so powerful. She defeated Supernova, but she still lost? It seems like the other stranger is stronger. There are so many hidden dragons and crouching tigers. I wonder if that man can compete with Yang Liuji. That's impossible. That man's cultivation base is too weak. He's too weak compared to Yang Liuji. That's true. Even so, everyone's eyes were still wide open as they stared intently at the mountain path, revealing looks of anticipation. In the end, who would be the first to come down? After Xianxia went down, Lu Ming continued to go up. There was a ball of light in front of him. This ball of light was actually a withered vine. The vine was only half a meter long and as thick as a finger. What's that? A withered vine? What's the use of it? Lu Ming was dumbfounded. He held the withered vine and looked left and right. He could not see anything special about it. It was like an ordinary withered vine. There was no vitality in it at all. Forget it. I'll keep it first. After all, he got it from the ruins of Imperial Yun Palace. He would not be given a withered vine. Maybe it would be useful. After keeping it, Lu Ming continued to go up. After a while, another demonic beast appeared. This time, it was 4 demonic beasts in the early stage of Martial Grandmaster Realm. Martial Grandmaster Realm was 3 levels higher than Lu Ming. It gave Lu Ming a lot of pressure. Boom, without hesitation, Lu Ming activated his bloodline. He did not activate the 9 dragons bloodline. He activated his second bloodline. An ancient stone tablet appeared. The stone tablet was shrouded in grey mist and looked mysterious. Then, the stone tablet entered Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's strength increased tremendously. In the past, Lu Ming rarely activated his bloodline. It was not because he did not want to, but because the duration of the 9 dragons bloodline was too short. It only lasted for a few breaths. But now that he had awakened his second bloodline, there was no such problem. At the martial Grandmaster realm, the duration of the bloodline activation was increased to an hour. It was enough for him to fight freely. After activating his bloodline, Lu Ming was extremely powerful. He rushed toward the 4 demonic beasts. Bam! He pulled out his spear and clashed with one of the demonic beasts. There was a loud boom and a blast of energy. He and the demonic beast retreated. Roar! The other 3 demonic beasts charged toward Lu Ming. Good timing. Lu Ming roared and rushed forward with the demon banishing spear in his hand. The demon banishing spear was shrouded in the power of wind and fire. As he waved it, it was extremely fast. At the same time, there was a burst of heat. It was extremely lethal. Boom! Boom! There were continuous explosions. During this process, Lu Ming did not let the blood zombie attack. Haha, great! Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He was completely immersed in the battle. When the second bloodline was activated, Lu Ming felt that there was an endless amount of energy in his body. Every time he blasted out his spear, it was as though a stone tablet had been integrated into the spear. This made Lu Ming's every move and style extremely powerful. Bang! With a sweep of the spear, one of the beasts was sent flying. The 4 demonic beasts were like 4 rubber balls that were constantly sent flying by Lu Ming. After around 100 moves, the 4 beasts were defeated. Although these beasts are not as strong as real beasts, they are not too far off. It seems like if I were to unleash my full strength, I should be able to fight against an ordinary 5th-layer martial ancestor realm warrior. Lu Ming had a rough idea of his strength. After all, the difference in strength was different in every realm. Following this, Lu Ming walked forward. In front of him, there was another ball of light. This time, it was another secret manual. Lu Ming flipped it open and was overjoyed. Art of Wind and Cloud, an upper D rank skill. This was a high-grade earth-level cultivation technique. Skills were different from martial skills. Skills were the foundation of a martial artist. Only a good skill would allow one to continuously cultivate and achieve breakthroughs. A good skill would allow one to cultivate at a faster speed, and the chi produced would be more condensed, allowing one to reach a higher realm. A single cultivation technique was enough to create a sect. For example, the Mystic Essence Sword sect had a martial skill called the Mystic Essence Sword technique. A high-grade earth-level cultivation technique was many times more valuable than a high-grade earth-level martial skill. A upper D rank skill was much more valuable than a lower D rank skill. Lu Ming was overjoyed and kept it. Following this, he continued to move upward. Not long after, 8 peak 5th-layer martial ancestor realm beasts appeared in front of Lu Ming. Roar! One of the beasts let out a loud roar and pounced toward Lu Ming like a gust of wind. Human Dao Palm. Lu Ming struck out with his palm, causing a giant palm print to collide with the beast. Boom! Lu Ming's body trembled as he was knocked back by a huge force. As for the beast, it only took a few steps back. The strength of a demonic beast at the peak of the 5th level of the martial ancestor realm had already surpassed Lu Ming. Blood Zombie. With a thought, Lu Ming ordered the golden-eyed blood zombie to attack. Lu Ming would definitely not be able to defeat 8 demonic beasts at the peak of the 5th level of the martial ancestor realm. He might as well let the blood zombie attack. Roar! The blood zombie roared and pounced forward. It swung its claws continuously and clawed out. Chi! The 8 peak 5th-layer martial ancestor realm beasts were torn apart by the blood zombie like rags. Lu Ming did not find it strange, as he had already discovered that the golden-eyed blood zombie's cultivation was at the 7th-layer martial ancestor realm, which was extremely powerful. It could easily deal with 5th-layer martial ancestor realm beasts. After killing the demonic beast, Lu Ming moved forward with ease. There was still a ball of light waiting for him in front of him. This time, it was a wooden box. Lu Ming opened the wooden box and found a strange piece of metal lying inside. Could this be flowing gold of heavenly fire? After taking a closer look, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and he was overjoyed. Flowing gold of heavenly fire was a rare treasure of the heavens and earth. It was also the main material used to forge level 5 spiritual weapons. Level 5 spiritual weapons were known as Emperor spiritual weapons and were exclusive to martial kings. Even martial kings would be envious of such a precious metal. Haha, I'm rich, I'm really rich. Lu Ming laughed heartily and put it away happily. An upper earth-level martial skill and fulling gold of heavenly fire appeared here. I'm really looking forward to what's ahead. Lu Ming was looking forward to it. He continued to move forward with the blood zombie. In front of him, a figure stood with his hands behind his back. Yang Liuji, the last two paths finally converged. Lu Ming and Yang Liuji finally met. I didn't expect someone to be able to make it here. Looks like you're quite capable. Now, I'll give you a chance. Go back the way you came and I'll spare your life. Yang Liuji spoke in a domineering tone as he looked down at Lu Ming with his hands behind his back. Who do you think you are? I'll return the same words to you. Get lost or you'll be the one to die. Lu Ming sneered. Yang Liuji's face instantly turned gloomy as he said in a deep voice, I guarantee that you'll regret your words. His voice was cold and filled with cold killing intent. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Step by step, he walked up unhurriedly. When Lu Ming neared the intersection of the two roads, many demonic beasts condensed at that place. There were a total of 16 of them and each of them emitted a terrifying aura. Early 6th Martial Ancestor Realm. The 16 demonic beasts were all at the early 6th Martial Ancestor Realm. When they gathered together, their aura was extremely terrifying. Roar, the 16 demonic beasts roared and pounced at Yang Liuji. Die. Yang Liuji shouted coldly as he threw out a punch. A sun appeared in the sky and a terrifying blazing energy exploded. The demonic beasts exploded one after another, turning into specks of light and dissipating. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. The geniuses on the Emperor leaderboard were indeed powerful. The demonic beasts at the early 6th Martial Ancestor Realm were completely crushed. Bam! Bam! The 16 demonic beasts exploded in the sky one after another like fireworks, creating a dazzling rain of light. Now you know the difference between you and me. However, it's too late for you to leave now. After killing the 16 demonic beasts, Yang Liuji stared at Lu Ming as he strode towards Lu Ming. Who said that I'm leaving? You're so full of yourself. Beat my pet first. Lu Ming sneered and waved his hand. Roar, the golden corpse pounced forward with a roar. This is? When Yang Liuji saw the golden-eye blood corpse, his eyes narrowed and he threw out a punch. The fist force formed a sun and blasted towards the golden-eye blood corpse. Boom, the blazing fist force collided with the golden-eye blood corpse's claw radiance. The force wreaked havoc in all directions. The golden-eye blood corpse and Yang Liuji both shuddered and took 7 or 8 steps back. Haha, it seems like you're just SOSO. You can't even beat my pet. Lu Ming laughed. However, he was secretly shocked. Yang Liuji's cultivation should be at the early 5th Martial Ancestor Realm. However, his combat strength could not be judged by his cultivation. He could at least fight someone 2 levels above him. Go to hell. Yang Liuji was shocked. His eyes were filled with boundless rage. His long hair danced in the wind and a blazing aura filled the air. It was the power of fire, and the power of fire was extremely strong. It was even stronger than Lu Ming's. Yang Liuji's power of fire is about to reach perfection. Lu Ming was surprised. Divine Sun Fist. Yang Liuji roared. His entire body emitted a dazzling light like a sun. Boom. Boom, he threw out a few punches in succession. Each punch was accompanied by a sun. The suns blasted towards the golden-eye blood corpse. The golden-eye blood corpse roared. Its entire body emitted a thick blood-red light. It clawed out with its blood-red nails. The claws were extremely sharp and seemed to be able to tear space apart. Bam! Bam! There were continuous sounds of collisions and explosions. The scene was extremely shocking. It was as if suns were being extinguished one after another. It was like the end of the world. The golden-eye blood corpse roared. It was fearless and its body was invulnerable. It was unusually strong. Although it was only at the 7th Martial Ancestor Realm, its combat strength was incomparable to that of an ordinary 7th Martial Ancestor Realm. Damn it! Yang Liuji roared in his heart and attacked even more violently. However, it was useless. The golden-eyed blood zombie's body was invulnerable. Yang Liuji's scorching fists landed on the golden-eyed blood zombie's body, but it did not feel anything. On the other hand, Yang Liuji had to avoid the golden-eyed blood zombie's claws. If he was not careful, he might be torn apart. After more than 10 moves, the golden-eyed blood zombie's claws landed on Yang Liuji's body. Yang Liuji tried his best to dodge, but it still left several wounds on his body. Roar! The golden-eyed blood zombie let out a violent roar and pounced on Yang Liuji. Yang Liuji's face was extremely ugly. "Damn it, kid. Sooner or later, I'll make sure you die without a burial ground." Yang Liuji roared angrily and then rushed down the mountain. "Take care. I won't see you off." Lu Ming waved his hand and said with a smile. This made Yang Liuji almost fall down. He was so angry that his body trembled and he almost vomited blood. In the blink of an eye, Yang Liuji disappeared. At the foot of the mountain, more than 1,000 people were waiting quietly. Who would be the first to come down? Everyone was thinking about this question. Maybe that kid will never come down. Some people sneered, thinking that Lu Ming would most likely die at the hands of Yang Liuji. "Damn it, you can't die at the hands of trash like Yang Liuji," Xianxia whispered. Although she knew that Lu Ming had the golden-eyed blood zombie with him, she was not confident. At this moment, she could not help but look worried. Even she did not notice it. "Someone is coming down." Suddenly, there was an exclamation. Many people were shocked and couldn't help but look at the 8th path. There was no one on the 8th path. Everyone's hearts trembled as they looked at the first path. Yang Liuji was covered in blood and came down from the first path with a gloomy face. Whoosh, there was an uproar. More than 1,000 people were dumbfounded. The first to come down was Yang Liuji, and he was injured. Did he lose or win? Everyone was guessing that Yang Liuji might have killed Lu Ming and obtained the final reward. However, Yang Liuji's subsequent performance made everyone realize that Yang Liuji was most likely defeated. He stood at the foot of the mountain and looked at the top of the mountain with a gloomy expression. From his expression, it was obvious that he had lost. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Even Yang Liuji had been defeated. Just who was this person, on the mountain path? Lu Ming didn't know any of this. After watching Yang Liuji leave, Lu Ming turned around and walked up. In front of him, the road had come to an end. At the end of the road, there was a bright ball of light. A secret manual floated in the light. Another secret manual? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Previously, he had already obtained an Earth-level high-grade cultivation technique, and now a secret manual appeared. Could it be a heaven-level secret manual? Lu Ming's heart began to burn. Stretching out his hand, Xianxia drew in his Xianxia, and the secret manual fell into his hand. The surface of the secret manual was actually filled with strands of blood, which was extremely strange. He opened the manual and took a look. The myriad spirit battle body was a body refining technique. At its strongest, one could cultivate a 9th-grade physical body. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Then, he was overjoyed. It was a body refining technique that could cultivate a 9th-grade physical body. This was simply a priceless treasure. It was even more precious than a heaven-level martial skill. Haha, I was just thinking about finding a body refining technique. Lu Ming laughed. Then, he couldn't wait to read it. However, before he could read a few pages, the world suddenly shook. What's going on? Lu Ming's face changed. Buzz, suddenly, a beam of light enveloped Lu Ming. Lu Ming felt that the world was spinning. Then, he disappeared from the mountain path. At the same time, beams of light also appeared at the foot of the mountain, enveloping everyone. Not only at the foot of the mountain, but the rest of the young people in the ruins of Imperial Yun Palace were also enveloped by the beams of light. After being enveloped by the beams of light, they disappeared in the next moment. After a while, beams of light suddenly appeared in the vast mountains outside Imperial Yun Palace near the Blood Demon Cave. The beams of light dispersed, revealing the figures inside. They were all young people who had entered the ruins of Imperial Yun Palace. He's out. He's out. Let's ask about the situation. Let's see if there are any treasures inside. In the vast mountains, the older generation people shouted. Lu Ming felt that the world was spinning. When he reappeared, he found himself in between two mountains. The golden-eye blood zombie had also followed him out and stood beside him. In the sky, people were flying around. "Little bastard, come out and die." Suddenly, a loud roar reverberated through the vast mountains. It was Yang Liuji. He stood in the sky and was filled with killing intent. What's going on? Who is Yang Liuji trying to kill? Many of the older generation people were puzzled. After asking the other young people, they found out that Yang Liuji had suffered a great loss in the ruins of Imperial Yin Palace. The older generation people were shocked. They didn't expect Yang Liuji to suffer a great loss in the hands of the younger generation. Damn it. How dare he steal the treasures from the Great Sun Constabulary? Damn it. Find that little bastard and let him know the consequences of offending the Great Sun Constabulary. Some of the older generation people of the Great Sun Constabulary shouted. A bunch of idiots. In the forest, Lu Ming curled his lips in disdain. Then, he ran with the golden-eye blood zombie in the direction of the Blood Demon Cave. He had made an agreement with Xianxia to rush to the Blood Demon Cave as soon as he came out. He wanted to go back to the Blazing Sun Empire through the Blood Demon Cave. If he wanted to go around the Blood Demon Cave, the journey would be more than 10 times longer. Those from the Great Sun Constabulary had never seen him before. How could they find him? Lu Ming successfully dashed across the mountain and came to the vicinity of the Blood Demon Cave. In front of him, a dark red mist filled the air. A graceful figure stood there. Xianxia had arrived. "Let's go in." Lu Ming hollered and dashed in with the golden-eyed blood zombie without hesitation. Xianxia followed closely behind. In the next moment, Lu Ming and the others appeared in the Blood Demon Cave. He looked around, but he didn't see the stone door from last time. Lu Ming took out the demon suppression token and it glowed. Soon, an earth-shattering roar could be heard. The tall figure of the blood demon ran out of the blood mist. Roar, the golden-eyed blood zombie roared and its green hair stood on end. It stood in front of Lu Ming and looked at the blood demon with fear in its eyes. Bang, the blood demon stopped nearby, stirring up a gust of wind. He looked at the golden-eyed blood zombie with slight disdain. "Alright, it's fine." Lu Ming smiled and sent a thought to the golden-eyed blood zombie, telling it to relax. The golden-eyed blood zombie relaxed. "Let's go." Lu Ming smiled and jumped on the blood demon's back. Then, Xianxia and the golden-eyed blood zombie jumped on the blood demon's back. The blood demon roared and ran into the distance. "Xiaoqing, there's something I want to tell you." On the blood demon's back, Lu Ming suddenly said to Xianxia. "What's the matter?" Xianxia said coldly. Although she gritted her teeth in hatred for Lu Ming calling her Xiaoqing, she had obviously acquiesced to it. "I've seen your sister." Lu Ming said. "What?" Xianxing's pupils suddenly shrank, and a trace of hatred and determination flashed in her eyes. "What did she say to you?" Xianxing stared at Lu Ming and asked. "She asked me to tell you that you shouldn't always think about surpassing her, because it's a waste of time. It's impossible." Lu Ming passed Xianxing's original words to Xianxing. "She's still so self-righteous." After hearing this, Xianxing gritted her teeth, and a determined look appeared in her eyes. She said, "Isn't it just a natural king bloodline? What's so great about it? Sooner or later, I'll trample her under my feet." When Lu Ming heard this, he couldn't help but touch his nose. This girl really liked to trample others under her feet. At the same time, he was secretly shocked. According to Xianxing's words, Xianxia actually had a natural king bloodline. That was terrifying. Natural king bloodline meant that the first bloodline awakened was the king bloodline. Without a doubt, this kind of person was a rare demon in the world. His talent was terrifyingly high. No wonder Xianxia was so powerful back then. With a cultivation of the 6th level martial master, she only relied on an inscription formation to injure a martial ancestor of the Shadow Wolf Pavilion. Lu Ming even suspected that Xianxia didn't use her full strength at that time. What kind of sister is this? What's her background? Her talent is so amazing? It seems that they don't get along? Lu Ming was secretly curious. However, since Xianxing didn't say anything, he didn't ask. On the back of the blood demon, Qin Lai fell into silence as he headed straight for the Burning Sun Empire. Burning Sun Empire, outside the Blood Domain Devil Cave. 4 silhouettes were standing guard there. These 4 people were the ones Qiu Chongkong had told him to stand guard here. It's so unlucky. It's all because of those 2 little bastards that I have to guard this godforsaken place. It's already been more than 10 days. I think those 2 little bastards must have died in there. A burly man scolded unhappily. Although we will definitely die if we enter the Blood Domain Demonic Cave, young Master Chongkong is just taking precautions. Let's wait here for another month. After a month, if there is still no movement, we will leave. A white-haired old man said. He had the highest cultivation level among the 4 of them, having reached the 4th level of the martial ancestor realm. I really hope that those 2 little bastards aren't dead. If that's the case, I'll make them regret being born into this world. The burly man said sinisterly. But in the next moment, his pupils suddenly widened, revealing a look of disbelief. The other 3 had the same reaction. In the Blood Domain Devil Cave, the blood mist rolled and 3 silhouettes walked out from the blood mist. Who else could it be other than Lu Ming and Xianxia? After more than a day of running, the blood demon carried them and finally arrived at the border of the Blood Domain Devil Cave in the Burning Sun Empire. There was no stone door here. Instead, there was a light door. Stepping through the light door, they were naturally out of the Blood Domain Devil Cave. However, the blood demon could not leave with them, but the GoldenEye blood zombie could. The GoldenEye blood zombie was not from the Blood Domain Devil Cave. To Lu Ming's surprise, as soon as they left the Blood Domain Devil Cave, they met the people from the Shifeng Sword faction. Ha ha ha, those 2 little bastards are actually still alive? Good, good, good. Let me take them down and torture them. I'll make them tell me the secret of why they are still alive after entering the Blood Domain Devil Cave. The burly man laughed and his eyes were filled with coldness. The aura of the 2nd level of the martial ancestor realm burst out and suppressed Lu Ming and Xianxia. You want to know? Alright, come over here and I'll throw you in. Then you'll know. Lu Ming smiled faintly. You're about to die and you're still trying to win a battle of words. How stupid. Kneel down. The burly man strode forward and pressed his palm toward Lu Ming. Although Lu Ming's combat strength was not bad, he was in the 2nd level of the martial ancestor realm. He was confident that he could suppress Lu Ming with one palm. However, the result was completely out of his expectations. Lu Ming casually stretched out a hand and grabbed his palm. At the same time, an extremely strong wave of genuine qi surged toward his palm. With an unstoppable force, it crushed his genuine qi and entered his arm. Crack, the sound of bones breaking came from his palm. Then, the muscles in his arm exploded and his bones broke. His arm was smashed into pieces. Ah 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 ah, the burly man screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Tears of pain flowed out of his eyes. Bam, Lu Ming kicked the burly man's elixir field and shattered the cyclone in his elixir field. The burly man's cultivation was crippled. The burly man screamed in despair. Your screams are so king unpleasant. Don't you want to know why I'm still alive after entering the Blood Demon Cave? Go in and see for yourself. Having said that, Lu Ming swung his arm and threw the burly man into the Blood Demon Cave. No. The burly man screamed in despair. However, in the blink of an eye, his body disappeared. How dare you? You're courting death. At that moment, the remaining 3 people from the Decimo Sword sect came to their senses and shouted. Their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. The burly man was in the 2nd level of the martial ancestor realm and he was powerless against Lu Ming. How did Lu Ming become so powerful in just a short period of time? You're the ones who are going to die today. Decimo Sword sect, I'll start with you. Take it as interest. Lu Ming's eyes were cold as he strode toward the remaining 3 people. Arrogant bastard. Don't think that you can be so presumptuous in front of me just because you killed a 2nd level martial ancestor realm. I'll let you know that the difference between a 2nd level martial ancestor realm and a 4th level martial ancestor realm is like heaven and earth. The white-haired old man screamed and his bloodline erupted. He raised his 4th level martial ancestor realm strength to the maximum. Swoosh, he slashed down with his sword and a boundless sword chi slashed toward Lu Ming. Is that so? Lu Ming sneered and threw out a punch. Boom, a terrifying fist radiance shot out from Lu Ming's fist. It tore through the air and landed on the boundless sword chi. Bam, the sword chi instantly dissipated. The remaining fist radiance did not lose its momentum and landed on the old man's body. The old man screamed in pain and spat out a mouthful of blood. His body flew 1,000 meters away. How can he be so powerful? This person is undefeatable. I have to escape quickly and report this to Master. Chong Kong. The white-haired old man was in disbelief as he turned around and ran. When the other two saw Lu Ming send the white-haired old man flying with a single punch, they were scared out of their wits. They turned around and flew into the distance. You want to run? How is that possible? Die. Lu Ming shouted coldly and threw out 2 punches in a row. Boom. Boom, the 2 fist radiances tore through the air and flew toward the other 2 people. The 2 of them were only in the first level of the martial ancestor realm and they could not withstand the attack. 2 screams were heard as the 2 of them exploded in the air. Then, Lu Ming stepped into the air and chased after the old man. In a few breaths' time, he caught up with the old man. Lu Ming activated the 9 dragons bloodline and devoured the essence blood of the white-haired elder. Then, in a flash, Lu Ming took the storage rings of the others. As he took the storage rings, he also devoured all the essence blood. The 4 Grandmaster powerhouses of the Shifeng Sword sect were killed by Lu Ming in no time. This was something that Chong Kong had not expected even in his dreams. Let's go. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Together with Xianxia and the golden-eyed blood zombie, they turned into a beam of light and flew towards the imperial capital. As they flew, Lu Ming refined the essence blood. Let's see if the second bloodline can be upgraded by devouring essence blood. With a thought, Lu Ming transferred all the refined energy of the 9 dragons bloodline to the second bloodline. Instantly, the second bloodline devoured the energy crazily. Lu Ming felt that the 3 silver chakras were shining brightly. The second bloodline was becoming stronger. It's really useful. The second bloodline can be upgraded too. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Heaven-defying. This was too heaven-defying. The 9 dragons bloodline could devour essence blood to upgrade other bloodlines. This was too shocking. The bloodline's grade was no longer important. What was important was that as long as there was essence blood to devour, his bloodline could be upgraded infinitely. Immediately, Lu Ming transferred all the remaining essence blood to the second bloodline. 2 Martial Ancestor Realm LV1, 1 Martial Ancestor Realm LV2, and 1 Martial Ancestor Realm LV4. The combined energy was too strong. If the 9 dragons bloodline devoured the essence blood, it would upgrade instantly. That would attract Xianxia's attention. The 9 dragons bloodline could not be exposed. However, although the essence blood was strong, it was still a drop in the bucket for the second bloodline. It could not upgrade the second bloodline. The amount of essence blood needed to upgrade a level 3 king class bloodline was terrifying. Xianxia seemed to feel that something was wrong with Lu Ming. However, he just glanced at him casually and did not pay much attention to it. The 2 of them rushed towards the imperial capital at full speed. With their current cultivation, their speed was much faster than before. In just a little more than half a day, the imperial capital was already in sight. The 2 of them returned to the imperial capital and rushed to the Star General Hall as fast as lightning. Previously, Lu Ming had already used the 10,000-mile sound transmission talisman to find out that Lu Yuntian had safely returned to the imperial capital and was currently in the Star General Hall. Lu Ming couldn't wait to see Lu Yuntian. Tianyun, you really showed up. Just as Lu Ming's group was about to reach the Star General Hall, a loud shout suddenly rang out. 2 young men appeared in front of Lu Ming. So it's you guys. You guys are really patient. You've been guarding here like dogs. It's been hard on you guys. Seeing the 2 young men, Lu Ming's lips curled into a mocking smile as he mocked. These 2 young men were the 2 genius disciples of the Decimo Sword faction who had rushed into the Star General Hall to kill Lu Ming. Later on, they had declared that they would block Lu Ming outside the Star General Hall. Who would have thought that after so many days, the 2 of them would still be here? What did you say? You're courting death. The two young men were enraged. Two powerful auras rushed out from their bodies. The aura of a peak second-layer martial ancestor realm spread out like a mountain. The people nearby were all alarmed. What's going on? What happened? Those two are gold-ranked disciples of the Decimo Sword faction. Eh? The other is Tianyun. I know. Half a month ago, two disciples of the Decimo Sword faction rushed into the Star General Hall to kill Tianyun. In the end, they failed and were blocked by the elders of the Star General Hall and the experts of the Imperial family. In the end, the disciples of the Decimo Sword faction declared that they would kill Tianyun outside the Star General Hall. There's such a thing? Now that Tianyun is out of the Star General Hall, he's finished. The experts of the Star General Hall have no reason to interfere. Tianyun is in danger. Countless people were attracted by the commotion and surrounded the area, discussing fervently. Tianyun, you should never have said those words. Ever since you said those words, your tragic ending has been decided. Today, I'll let you know what pain is and what it's like to beg for death. One of the Decimo Sword faction disciples had a gloomy expression. Killing intent burst out from his body as if it was real. Lu Ming dared to call them dogs. Damn it, he definitely deserved to die. Who were they? The gold-ranked disciples of the Decimo Sword faction were geniuses who had always been praised. When had anyone dared to talk to them like that? Stop wasting time. If you want to fight, then fight. If not, then scram as far as you can. Lu Ming berated. The surrounding people were stunned. This Tianyun was too domineering. He actually dared to berate the geniuses of the Decimo Sword faction. They were young evolved Jing masters and were incomparably powerful. Many seniors had to be respectful before them. Tianyun, where did his confidence come from? I think Tianyun is going all out. Knowing that he's going to die, he might as well curse to his heart's content. I think so too. That must be it. The surrounding people were discussing. Kill, kill, kill. Tianyun, I'm going to kill you and feed your corpse to the dogs. One of the Decimo Sword faction disciples roared. He could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. Chi, the battle sword vibrated, and a terrifying sword light, dazzling and sparkling, slashed toward Lu Ming. Retreat, retreat quickly. The surrounding people were shocked and retreated rapidly. This sword was too terrifying. If they were hit by the aftershock, they would either die or be heavily injured. However, Lu Ming's body was as straight as a mountain. He stood there and did not move. Beside him, Xianxia and Golden Eye Blood Zombie also stood there motionlessly as if they did not see it. Dumbfounded. Tianyun and the others are dumbfounded. Many people roared in their hearts and came to this conclusion. The sword light was about to cut down Lu Ming's head. At this moment, Lu Ming stretched out his palm. His palm glowed and a long spear condensed. Boom, the sword light slashed on Lu Ming's long spear and exploded with an earth-shattering roar. Then, everyone saw that Lu Ming's body did not move at all. Even the corner of his clothes did not flutter. He used the long spear condensed from chi in his hand to block the sword light steadily. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. Lu Ming blocked the sword light from the Decimo Sword faction disciple so easily. How was that possible? Could it be that the Decimo Sword faction disciple did not use his full strength? The eyes of the Decimo Sword faction disciple almost popped out. His heart was in turmoil. Others might not know, but he knew very well that he had used all his strength in that sword light. Last time, Lu Ming fled pathetically under his sword light and did not have the strength to fight back. How long had it been since then? Lu Ming could block his sword light so easily. How was that possible? This is your strength? You haven't changed at all. How disappointing. Lu Ming said with a hint of mockery. Then, Lu Ming's long spear shook and the body of the spear vibrated. A terrifying force erupted. Ah! Hiss, the sound of people sucking in cold air could be heard. Everyone looked at Lu Ming in shock. He was too powerful. The gap between them was too big. The gold-ranked disciple of Decimo Sword faction could not resist at all. He was easily suppressed. Previously, those who thought that Lu Ming would definitely die felt their cheeks burning. Lu Ming was not scared out of his wits. He was not courting death. He was confident and powerful. Die. The long spear in Lu Ming's hand turned into a bolt of lightning and shot out like an arrow. Puff, the long spear pierced through the chest of the young man from Decimo sword faction and killed him. Run. The remaining young man was scared out of his wits. He tried to run as far as he could. Who told you could run? Go and accompany your friends. Lu Ming said coldly. Then, another long spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand. The long spear pierced through the void and pierced towards the young man. Break! The young man roared and slashed with all his strength. A mighty sword aura slashed toward Lu Ming's long spear. However, the long spear pierced through the sword aura with a swoosh. The long spear did not stop. It was as fast as lightning. No! The young man from Decimo sword faction shouted. Stop! In the distance, an earth-shattering roar suddenly sounded. However, it was too late. Puff, the long spear pierced through the chest of the young man from Decimo sword faction. There was a big hole in his chest. Blood splashed in the air. His body fell to the ground. Swish, at this moment, a loud sound broke out. A figure appeared in the air. This figure was also a young man in his 20s. Qiu Changlai. It's Qiu Changlai. Someone exclaimed when they saw this young man. Qiu Changlai was famous in the Burning Sun Empire recently. He had defeated Ling Yanqi, one of the 6 heroes. He was in the limelight for a while. Someone had already said that the 7 heroes of the Burning Sun Empire was because of him. Qiu Changlia's face was gloomy. He stared at Lu Ming and said, You're Tianyun? You actually dared to kill a genius of my 10 Direction sword faction? Do you know how great of a crime you've committed? Do you know that this is a crime punishable by the extermination of 9 generations of your family? Ridiculous. Lu Ming smiled faintly, and said, They tried to kill me time and time again, but I can't kill them? I don't care if you're from the 10 Direction sword sect or the 9 Direction sword sect. Anyone who dares to offend me will be killed. Kill. Kill. The 3 words kill were roared out, reverberating between heaven and earth. They were filled with a sharp killing intent, causing people to feel chills all over. How dare you? You're looking down on my Decimo sword sect. You deserve to die. Qiu Changlai shouted. A beam of sword chi shot out from his body and soared into the sky. Kill your sister. If you want to fight, then let's fight. What's with all the nonsense? Now, I formally challenge you. Lu Ming roared, his voice rolling out in all directions. Everyone was stunned. Tianyun wanted to challenge Qiu Changlai? Was he crazy? Although his combat strength was powerful, and the 2 young men at the peak of the 2nd martial ancestor realm were powerless against him. However, no one believed that he could defeat Qiu Changlai. Qiu Changlai was a peerless genius secretly cultivated by the Decimo sword faction. As soon as he was born, he defeated Ling Yanqi, one of the 6 heroes of the Burning Sun Empire. He was extremely powerful and stood at the peak of the younger generation in the Burning Sun Empire. How long had it been since Tianyun rose to power? Not long ago, he was only a martial grandmaster. How could he be a match for Qiu Changlai? Tianyun, no. At that moment, a long roar came from afar, and a few figures rushed over. It was Hua Qi and a few elders of the imperial family. A few elders brought Hua Qi and quickly came over. Tianyun, don't be rash. This is the imperial capital. Let's see what Qiu Changlai can do to you. Hua Qi shouted. It was not that he did not believe in Lu Ming. On the contrary, he trusted Lu Ming. He believed that in 1 or 2 years, Lu Ming could surpass the 6 heroes of the Burning Sun Empire. However, he did not believe that Lu Ming could defeat Qiu Changlai. It was too unbelievable. Hua Qi, what are you doing? Don't think that you can stop me because you're a bull***t prince. If you piss me off, I'll kill you too. Now, get out of my way. Qiu Changlai looked at Hua Qi and scolded. His tone showed that he did not take Hua Qi seriously. How dare you disrespect the 8th prince? Beside Hua Qi, an old man shouted. Old man, what are you shouting for? So what if I'm disrespectful? What can you do to me? Let me tell you, Tianyun killed the gold-grade disciples of the Decimo Sword faction. His crime is unforgivable. No one can save him. Qiu Changlai was extremely arrogant. He looked at Hua Qi and the others coldly. Hua Qi and the other elders' faces turned ugly. Hey, are you done with your nonsense? I just challenged you. If you don't dare to accept my challenge, just say it. Don't change the topic. Lu Ming shouted. Everyone was shocked. Qiu Changlai was arrogant. This Tianyun was even more arrogant than Qiu Changlai. Qiu Changlia's face turned pale. He took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. He said coldly, all right, I accept your challenge. It will be a battle of life and death. Outsiders are not allowed to interfere. Good, that's what I want. I'm afraid that if I accidentally kill you, the old man of the Decimo Sword faction will come to me for revenge. Lu Ming shouted. Ha ha ha, Tianyun, what do you think the Decimo Sword faction is? Don't worry, if you can really kill me, it's because my cultivation is not good enough. The Decimo Sword faction will not pursue the matter. But let me tell you, it's impossible for you to kill me. I will let you know what despair is. Qiu Changlai laughed confidently. His voice spread far and wide. Everyone heard him. All right, let's fight. Lu Ming shouted and took a step forward. He appeared in the air and stood opposite Qiu Changlai. Lu Ming has broken through to the martial ancestor realm. Seeing this, Hua Qi's heart shook, and a trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. Then, there was a trace of joy. He knew Lu Ming well. Lu Ming would never fight a battle that he was not confident in. Clang, Qiu Changlai waved his hand and a huge sword flew out. It floated above Qiu Changlia's head and a terrifying sword chi spread out. It filled half the sky. Die! Qiu Changlai roared. His sword vibrated and turned into a terrifying sword radiance that slashed at Lu Ming. The sword radiance was infused with a powerful force. It was the force of the mountain. The sword radiance's attack had reached its peak. Compared to him, the two gold-level disciples from the Decimo Sword faction were trash. There was no way to compare them. The sword radiance slashed down. It was terrifying. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with battle intent. The demon-banishing spear appeared in his hand and he thrust it forward. His true chi gathered at the tip of the spear. At the same time, the force of wind and fire gathered and compressed at the tip of the spear. This was the sixth move of the flaming astral spear art, explosion. However, Lu Ming had modified it to fuse the force of wind and fire. The force of wind and fire was condensed to the extreme. Although it had not completely fused, its power was already shocking. Explode! Lu Ming shouted and a terrifying force exploded from the tip of the spear. Boom! Heaven and earth shook violently as if a sun had exploded in the sky. Terrifying shockwaves swept out in all directions. Those on the ground could see a visible shockwave erupting from the place where the two of them clashed in the air. The shockwave spread out rapidly and covered the entire imperial city in an instant. At that moment, all the experts in the imperial city were alarmed. They looked at the place where Lu Ming and Qiu Changlai were fighting. Boom! After the shockwave, the two figures retreated rapidly and stood 1,000 meters away from each other. They were evenly matched. Whoosh! Instantly, the whole place was in an uproar. Lu Ming was able to fight Qiu Changlai head-on, and they were evenly matched. How is that possible? How is that possible? Tell me, am I blind? What I saw just now was not real. You're F***king blind, but I'm not. I saw it too. Oh my god, Tianyun was only a martial grandmaster half a month ago. It's only been half a month, but he's able to fight Qiu Changlai. How is that possible? Isn't that too crazy? I've F***king lived in vain. Everyone's nerves seemed to have been deranged, and they were shouting randomly to vent the shock in their hearts. It was too shocking. This guy. Hua Qi was tongue-tied. He was almost speechless. Beside him, the other elders of the imperial family were also dumbfounded. Damn it, Tianyun, you deserve to die. Qiu Changlai shouted. Qiu Changlai was a genius, but he had been hiding for more than 20 years. His goal was to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. In the end, he did it. He defeated Ling Yanqi, one of the 6 heroes. His name was known all over the world. He enjoyed this kind of glory. He had an ambition. He wanted to climb up and step on the other geniuses. He even wanted to replace Qiu Changkong. But now, he was blocked by Tianyun, who was as weak as an ant. His reputation was not perfect. This was unforgivable, absolutely unforgivable. Boom, blood light flashed on Qiu Changlia's body, and a fierce tiger rushed out. The fierce tiger had a pair of wings on its back, and its aura was soaring to the sky. There was a silver chakra around the fierce tiger, which was extremely dazzling. First level king class bloodline. Tianyun, I have the bloodline of a king. I was born to be a king. Die. Qiu Changlai shouted. His aura was extremely strong. His sword light slashed towards Lu Ming again. Natural born king? The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled up into a sneer. His body shook, and a blood-red light rushed out. Following that, a giant stone tablet appeared. The 3 silver chakras on the stele almost blinded the others. Oh heavens, oh earth, what am I seeing? 3 silver chakras? 3rd level king grade bloodline? It's actually a 3rd level king grade bloodline? How is that possible? Monster, a real monster. The crowd, who had finally calmed down, was once again thrown into chaos. Everyone roared in disbelief. At first, Huaqi was stunned, but in the end, he smiled bitterly. He had tried his best to overestimate Lu Ming, but every time, he realized that he was wrong. He had always underestimated Lu Ming. No, this is impossible. Qiu Changlia's eyes almost popped out as he screamed in disbelief. Boom, Lu Ming waved his long spear and blocked Qiu Changlia's sword light. Then, he sneered at Qiu Changlai and said, why is it impossible? It's just a 3rd level king grade bloodline. What's the big deal? What's so surprising about it? You're just a frog at the bottom of a well. There was a 7th level king grade bloodline monster standing next to him. Lu Ming really didn't think that a 3rd level king grade bloodline was anything special. Kill. So what if you have a 3rd level king grade bloodline? You're still going to die today. Qiu Changlai roared. He was so jealous that he was about to go crazy. In his mind, Tianyun was like an ant. He couldn't forgive him for awakening a 3rd level king grade bloodline, which was 2 levels higher than his. He had to kill Lu Ming. He couldn't allow Lu Ming to live in this world. A moment ago, he was so proud of himself, calling himself a natural-born king and looking down on Lu Ming. However, in the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had activated a 3rd level king grade bloodline. Qiu Changlia's bloodline was trash compared to Lu Ming's. This was a slap to his own face. This made him want to kill Lu Ming even more. Buzz. Qiu Changlia's combat sword vibrated. He became one with his sword and charged toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming shook his long spear and charged toward Qiu Changlai. Boom. Boom. The 2 of them engaged in a fierce battle. Qiu Changlai was indeed powerful. He was far more powerful than the other young experts of his generation. He was at the peak of the 3rd level martial ancestor realm. His force had reached the great accomplishment. He had also cultivated a lower class earth level martial skill to the 4th level. His cultivation technique should also be a lower class earth level martial skill. Coupled with his 1st level king grade bloodline, he could kill a martial artist at the peak of the 4th level martial ancestor realm in one move, let alone a martial artist at the same level as him. He could definitely fight a martial artist at the peak of the 5th level martial ancestor realm. Lu Ming's cultivation was 1 level lower than Qiu Changlia's. It wouldn't be easy for him to win. Moreover, Lu Ming didn't use his earth level martial skill. He wanted to use the force of wind and fire to fight against Qiu Changlai. He wanted to use Qiu Changlai to train the force of wind and fire and merge them as soon as possible. Boom, boom. After dozens of moves, Lu Ming was gradually at a disadvantage. After all, he didn't use his earth level martial skill. He was at a disadvantage. Tianyun is going to lose. It seems like Qiu Changlai is stronger. However, Tianyun is already very powerful to be able to fight with Qiu Chonglai to this extent. With Tianyun's bloodline rank, he might be able to surpass Qiu Chonglai in the future. The spectators couldn't help but express their opinions. Hua Qi, who was in the crowd, looked worried. Elders, if Tianyun is no match for them later, no matter what price we have to pay, we must save him. Hua Qi secretly sent a message to the imperial family elders. Eighth Prince, don't worry. We will risk our lives to protect young Master Tianyun. The imperial family elders said. Hua Qi was slightly relieved and continued to watch the battle. Haha, Tianyun, go to hell. Qiu Chonglai roared. His aura was like a rainbow. Dazzling sword chi continuously slashed out and he swore to kill Lu Ming with his sword. At this moment, Lu Ming turned a deaf ear to the outside world. He was completely immersed in his own world, the world of wind and fire. Almost there, almost there. Just a little more and the force of wind and fire will merge completely. Just a little more. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The long spear in his hand moved faster and faster. Spear shadows filled the air and the power of each spear shadow increased. In the blink of an eye, dozens of moves had passed. Suddenly, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly felt that the force of wind and fire had reached a point where the force of wind and fire would merge completely. Success! Lu Ming was overjoyed. Buzz, Lu Ming's long spear shook and the force of wind and fire merged. A terrifying wave of energy exploded and destroyed all of Qiu Chonglia's sword chi. Whoosh, then, the long spear shook and stabbed out like a real dragon. The force of wind and fire merged and exploded. Bang! How could this be? Qiu Chonglai stood in the air a few thousand meters away. He spat out a mouthful of blood and shouted in disbelief. The onlookers were also in disbelief. What was going on? Qiu Chonglai had the upper hand just now. It was only a matter of time before he won. How could Tianyun suddenly explode and send Qiu Chonglai flying and injure him severely? Could it be that Tianyun had been hiding his strength all this while? Haha, Qiu Chonglai, thank you. Thank you for sparring with me just now. Thanks to you, I managed to cultivate a martial skill. Lu Ming laughed. What? The onlookers looked at each other and then realized what was going on. Lu Ming was actually using Qiu Chonglai to cultivate a unique skill. The onlookers were speechless. Lu Ming was using a genius like Qiu Chonglai to cultivate. It was crazy. The craziest thing was that he had actually succeeded. Ah, Tianyun, Qiu Chonglai looked up to the sky and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. He spat out the blood because he was so angry. It was an insult. It was a blatant insult. Qiu Chonglai felt that his anger was about to burst out of his chest. Why are you screaming? It's your honor that I'm using you to cultivate. Lu Ming stepped in the air and chided calmly. Qiu Chonglai was arrogant. I'm more arrogant than you. Boom, then, Lu Ming swung his spear. The force of wind and fire merged naturally and exploded with a terrifying power. Bam, Qiu Chonglia's sword chi was shattered in an instant. The spear continued to hit Qiu Chonglai. Bam, Qiu Chonglai was sent flying like a rubber ball. His body almost exploded and he spat out mouthfuls of blood. His body was covered in blood. It was a complete defeat. The force of wind and fire merged perfectly. It's so powerful? Lu Ming exclaimed in his heart. The power of the force of wind and fire had greatly exceeded Lu Ming's expectations. Lu Ming estimated that the power of the fusion of the power of wind and fire should be equivalent to the 6th level of a low-grade earth rank martial technique. After the perfect state of force, it's time to comprehend intent. The force of nature and intent of nature contain too many mysteries. I've only scratched the surface of it. In the future, I'll have to work harder on force. Lu Ming pondered. This move that combines the power of wind and fire shall be called Wind-Fire Annihilation. It can be considered as a killing move that I comprehended on my own. In the future, as my comprehension of the power of wind and fire deepens, I might be able to create a martial skill that belongs to me. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with anticipation. Ah! Qiu Chonglai roared and turned around to run. But Lu Ming caught up with him in just a few steps. Whoosh! Whoosh, Qiu Changlai screamed in pain as countless bones in his body were broken. He was barely able to stay afloat in the air and barely managed to stay afloat in the air. The whole place was silent. Qiu Changlai was no match for Tianyun. It was a one-sided battle. Tianyun, stop. This battle is over. I admit that you're slightly stronger than me. Qiu Changlai yelled. Stop? Have you forgotten that we agreed to fight to the death? We won't stop until one of us dies. Lu Ming sneered as he walked towards Qiu Changlai step by step. Qiu Changlai used his last bit of strength to back off. He yelled, no, you can't kill me. Tianyun, I'm warning you. I'm the peerless genius of the Shifeng sword sect. I'm destined to become a peak expert in the future. If you kill me, the Shifeng sword sect won't let you go. What a joke. This is a battle of life and death between us. Neither side will pursue the matter. This is the rule of martial arts. If the Decimo sword sect pursues the matter because of this, it would be breaking the rules of martial arts and making an enemy of all martial artists in the world. I would like to see if the Decimo sword sect has the ability to do so. Lu Ming sneered. At the same time, he approached Qiu Changlai with a murderous aura. No, Tianyun, you can't do this. Let me tell you, if you kill me, no one will be able to save you. Don't think that the imperial family can protect you. The imperial family will be destroyed sooner or later. The Shifeng sword sect will unify the Burning Sun Empire sooner or later. By then, there will be no place for you in the Burning Sun Empire. Qiu Changlai yelled and tried to threaten Lu Ming. Is that so? That's a matter for the future. I'll kill you first. Lu Ming sneered as he approached Qiu Changlai. He reached out his hand and grabbed Qiu Changlai. Qiu Changlai was severely injured. He had no strength to fight back. Lu Ming grabbed his throat. He struggled violently. His eyes were filled with fear and despair. Didn't you say that you'll let me know what despair is? Now, you should understand, right? Lu Ming looked at Qiu Changlai coldly and mocked him. Qiu Changlai had said to Lu Ming that he would let him know what despair was. Now, he understood it himself. Don't kill me. I beg you. I beg you. Qiu Changlai screamed desperately. He was truly terrified and in despair. All the experts of the Shifeng sword sect had gone back to the sect to discuss something important. He was the strongest in the imperial capital. Therefore, no one would come to save him. Even if they did, it would be useless. However, he didn't want to die. He was a peerless genius with a bright future. He didn't want to die. At this moment, he regretted messing with Lu Ming. Now, he understood that there were some people that he couldn't afford to offend. However, it was too late for him to understand. It's too late to beg me now. Lu Ming's eyes flashed coldly. Then, his true chi exploded. Bam, Qiu Changlai exploded in the air. Lu Ming secretly controlled his bloodline to devour Qiu Changlia's blood essence. Of course, Lu Ming wouldn't let go of Qiu Changlia's storage ring. Silence. At this moment, the entire imperial capital seemed to have quieted down. Qiu Changlai was killed by Tianyun. The rising genius who was about to become one of the 7 blazing sun heroes was killed just like that. Too powerful. This Tianyun is too powerful. He's ruthless. I'm afraid the higher-ups of the Shifeng sword sect will go crazy now that Qiu Changlai is dead. So what if they go crazy? Tianyun and Qiu Changlai were fighting according to the rules of martial arts. How dare the Shifeng sword sect interfere? Even if they don't interfere, they can do it secretly. That's true. Countless people in the imperial capital were discussing excitedly. Of course, there were also people who sighed. The path of martial arts was cruel. No matter how talented you were, you could die at the hands of a stronger genius. The fall of a genius meant the rise of another. From now on, there would be one more top genius in the Blazing Sun Empire. And that was Tianyun. He really killed Qiu Changlai? Beside Hua Qi, the imperial family elders were still in disbelief. This is his style. Hua Qi smiled bitterly. Whoosh, Lu Ming moved and appeared beside Hua Qi. Let's go to the Star General Hall. After being delayed by the Shifeng sword sect for so long, Lu Ming couldn't wait to see Lu Yuntian. When Lu Ming saw Lu Yuntian again, it was in an extremely secretive side hall of the general hall. Now, Lu Yuntian had changed into a new robe, shaved off his beard and combed his hair neatly. A pair of sword-like eyebrows reached his temples and he looked extraordinarily handsome. When Lu Yuntian was young, he was a rare handsome man. However, there was a hideous scar above his nose that extended all the way to his lips, destroying his beauty. However, Lu Yuntian did not care at all. He only looked at Lu Ming in a daze, carefully sizing him up. You've finally grown up and become a world-renowned genius. As expected of my son, haha. After a while, Lu Yuntian laughed heartily and was very satisfied. During this period of time, Huaqi had told him all about Lu Ming's achievements. When he heard that Lu Ming had achieved such an achievement, he was extremely excited and gratified. However, Lu Ming's nose was sour and tears welled up in his eyes. He said in a trembling voice, "Father, who did it? Who did it? I will definitely make him pay 10 times the price." He had already checked Lu Yuntian's body in detail just now. Other than the scar on his face, Lu Yuntian's internal injuries were even more serious. Every inch of his meridians were broken and there was not a single part of his body that was intact. In such a situation, not to mention cultivation, he was even worse than an ordinary person. It was hard to imagine what kind of suffering Lu Yuntian had suffered all these years. Lu Ming felt a terrifying murderous intent in his chest that was about to explode. Lu Yuntian pondered for a moment and said, I'll say it again. Don't be rash. Before you have absolute strength, don't let your emotions affect your decisions. Father, don't worry. Knows. Lu Ming said, but his fists were tightly clenched together. Alright, I'll tell you. All of this was done by Qiu Changkong. Lu Yuntian sighed. Qiu Changkong, it's really him. Lu Ming growled and said, Why? Father, why did Qiu Changkong do this to you? Because of the martial emperor's treasure. Lu Yuntian said, back then, Qiu Changkong wasn't the leader of the 6 heroes of the Burning Sun Empire, but he was already a famous young genius. I don't know why, but he knew that I had the martial emperor's treasure, so he secretly sent people to capture me. All these years, he has been interrogating me, trying to get information about the martial emperor's treasure from me. Haha, he's dreaming, how could I tell him? It's just a waste of effort. Qiu Changkong, I will make him pay a painful price. Lu Ming muttered in a low voice. His voice was incomparably cold as he continued, the martial emperor's treasure? Why is he so certain that father knows about the martial emperor's treasure? I do know about the martial emperor's treasure. Lu Yuntian smiled. What? Lu Ming was shocked. Haha, I only found out about the martial emperor's treasure by accident. However, I was already prepared for it. I have already left the information regarding the martial emperor's treasure to you. Lu Yuntian smiled. Left for me? Lu Ming was a little stunned. Could it be that bronze pendant? Lu Ming asked. Nope. Lu Yuntian smiled and said, I only found the bronze pendant by accident. I thought it was quite interesting, so I kept it with me and left it for you. The information regarding the martial emperor's treasure is actually inside the Heavenly Star Sword. The Heavenly Star Sword? Lu Ming was startled. Following this, the Heavenly Star Sword appeared in his hand. Lu Yuntian was overjoyed. He received the Heavenly Star Sword and inspected it carefully. He then passed it to Lu Ming and said, You're right. The information regarding the martial emperor's treasure is sealed inside the Heavenly Star Sword. There is a key to opening the martial emperor's treasure and a map inside the Heavenly Star Sword. You can ask an inscriber to retrieve it later. When your cultivation has reached a certain level, you can head to the martial emperor's treasure and obtain a great fortunate encounter. It's inside the Heavenly Star Sword. Lu Ming exclaimed in his heart. How has your mother been all these years? At that instant, Lu Yuntian asked with a trembling voice. Father, mother is fine, but she has been thinking about you all these years. Lu Ming said. That's good. I've let her down all these years. Lu Yuntian sighed. Father, don't worry. The imperial family has already secretly sent someone to pick up Mother. Soon, our family will be reunited. Lu Ming said. Lu Yuntian's eyes were filled with anticipation. Father, don't worry. Even if I have to travel thousands of mountains and rivers, I will find the elixir to heal your injuries and allow you to embark on the path of cultivation again. Lu Ming said firmly. It's good that you have such intentions. However, it's easier said than done to heal my injuries. There's no need to force yourself. Lu Yuntian sighed. Many years had passed since his injuries. His meridians were all broken. It would be extremely difficult to heal them. He no longer had any hope. He was already satisfied to be able to see Lu Ming and Li Ping while he was still alive. However, Lu Ming's eyes were filled with determination. The divine wilderness continent was as vast and boundless as smoke. There was no lack of all kinds of treasures. Legend had it that some treasures could even allow a person to regrow their severed limbs and bring the dead back to life. As long as he could obtain such treasures, it would be a piece of cake to heal Lu Yuntian's meridians and remove the scars on his face. No matter how difficult it is, I must get it. Lu Ming swore to himself. After that, he had a long talk with Lu Yuntian. After chatting for a few hours, Lu Ming left the place. Regardless of whether he wanted to avenge Lu Yuntian or heal Lu Yuntian's injuries, he couldn't do so without a strong cultivation base. He had to keep cultivating. Xiao Chongkong, you and I will fight to the death. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with murderous intent. After returning to his room, Lu Ming sat down cross-legged and carefully thought about the direction of his cultivation. Currently, he had a few main directions for his cultivation. The first was the breakthrough of the true dragon of battle art. He had obtained the Jiao Dragon Bone Pearl from Xianxia. As long as he could obtain a supplementary material called the Cold Spirit Liquid, he would be able to break through to the 5th level of the true dragon of battle art and possess 6 times the strength of ordinary true qi. The second was the cultivation of the myriad spirit battle body. As long as his physical body reached the 4th grade, he would be able to cultivate the divine martial technique, the 9 dragons heaven stomping steps. Alright, let's go and buy a portion of the cold spirit liquid. Lu Ming stood up and walked towards the market of the imperial capital. The cold spirit liquid was only a supplementary material and was not particularly rare. After walking around the market, Lu Ming successfully bought a portion. After returning to the Star General Hall and entering the Temple of Paragon, Lu Ming took out the Jiao Dragon Bone Pearl and the Cold Spirit Liquid and started cultivating. First, he refined the Jiao Dragon Bone Pearl and mixed it with the Cold Spirit Liquid. Half a day later, he successfully broke through to the 5th level of the True Dragon of Battle Art. Surging true qi flowed through his meridians. It was vast and boundless. Lu Ming's combat strength had increased by a large margin. If I can cultivate the true dragon of battle art to the 9th level, I will have 10 times the true qi. How powerful will that be? Lu Ming was looking forward to it. He hoped that he could cultivate the true dragon of battle art to the 9th level as soon as possible. With 10 times the true qi, Lu Ming would be invincible among those of the same level, unless his opponent also cultivated a divine martial technique. Now, let's do an inventory. Lu Ming let out a long breath and waved his hand. A pile of storage rings appeared on the ground. Although he didn't kill many people in the ruins of Emperor Yan's palace, his opponents had killed many people. Which one of the people he killed didn't have a few lives on their hands? Therefore, he sorted out the storage rings, and there were more than 200 of them. Most of the storage rings belonged to young geniuses in the 8th or 9th realm of the martial master realm, but there were also dozens of storage rings belonging to martial grandmasters. There were even storage rings belonging to peerless geniuses like Qiu Chonglai, Blood Zhao, and Supernova Zhao Hong. Lu Ming was looking forward to the wealth in the storage rings. He wouldn't have known if he hadn't seen it. Even though Lu Ming was mentally prepared, he was still dumbfounded. Spiritual crystals. Mountains of spiritual crystals. One storage ring wouldn't be able to store all of them. There were a total of 55,560,000 spiritual crystals. More than 50 million? What kind of terrifying number was this? Lu Ming was in a daze. Holding back his ecstasy, Lu Ming put away the spiritual crystals in several storage rings and looked at other things. There were more than 4,000 spiritual weapons. There were more than 12,000 spiritual herbs and spiritual herbs. However, most of them were not very advanced. Only a few of them had reached LV4. There were also more than 200 cultivation methods and martial techniques. There were also various refining materials piled up like mountains. Lu Ming was rich. He was rich. Apart from the 5 top sects and the royal family, the other small forces in the Burning Sun Empire wouldn't have so much wealth even if they sold all their assets. Lu Ming sighed. Half an hour later, Lu Ming put all the items into his storage ring and put them away. Afterward, with a move, the 10,000 Spirit Battle Body Manual appeared in Lu Ming's hands. Lu Ming flipped it open and studied it carefully. An hour later, Lu Ming closed the storage ring. The 10,000 Spirit Battle Body is so terrifying and mysterious. Lu Ming was amazed. The 10,000-mile battle body refined all the spirits in the world and merged them into the body to improve the strength of the body. All living things, as long as they had spirituality in the world, were fine. For example, all kinds of spiritual herbs, or all kinds of metal materials and ores that contained spiritual essence could be refined into the all-spirits chi to cultivate the physical body. It was to the extent where even living creatures could do it. It could be said to be terrifying. As expected of a technique that can cultivate one's physical body to the 9th tier. How domineering! Lu Ming exclaimed in surprise and excitement. After that, Lu Ming closed his eyes and began to comprehend. For 3 days in a row, Lu Ming was comprehending the myriad spirit battle body. Tens of thousands of miles away from the imperial capital, there was an endless stretch of mountains that resembled a fairyland. This was the location of the omnidirectional sword sect, the omnidirectional mountain. More than a dozen people sat in a large hall at the highest point of 10 Directions Mountain. Every single one of them was just casually sitting there, yet they were emitting an aura that was as vast as the mountains and seas. It was vast and unfathomable. The sect master of 10 Directions Sword Sect, Qiu Wuyang, sat at the highest point, his face extremely gloomy. The atmosphere in the hall was extremely stifling. Bam! Suddenly, a cold-faced old man slammed the table heavily and said loudly, "Tianyun, that brat deserves to die. How dare he kill a peerless talent of our omnidirectional sword sect? Sect master, please allow me to personally kill Tianyun." "That's not right." Another voice sounded. Tianyun and Chang Lai were having a life-and-death battle. Countless people in the imperial capital saw it. "If we kill Tianyun like this, I'm afraid we'll incur the wrath of the martial arts world. Then we can send assassins to assassinate him." The cold-faced old man said. "Tianyun's matter is small. Our plan is more important. I don't think we should let a single Tianyun affect our plan." The first person said again. The hall fell into silence again. After a while, Qiu Wuyang said, "Let's act according to our plan first. As long as everything goes smoothly, Tianyun won't be able to escape death. After killing a talent of our omnidirectional sword sect, he can't possibly live in this world. But let's put it aside for now. Now, let's discuss the details of this matter." No one objected to Qiu Wuyang's words. Next, they began to discuss an important matter. In the Temple of Paragon, Lu Ming had been comprehending the myriad spirit battle body for 3 days. 3 days later, he opened his eyes. With a wave of his hand, a second-grade spiritual herb appeared in his hand. "Refine," Lu Ming said softly. Following which, the vital energy in his body vibrated mysteriously according to the 10,000 spirit battle body. A gush of dense qi emanated from Lu Ming's palm and enveloped the spiritual herb. In a few breaths, the spiritual herb disappeared and was refined into a strange qi that entered Lu Ming's body. This was the myriad spirit qi. As soon as the myriad spirit qi entered Lu Ming's body, it seeped into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming could clearly feel that his physical body was becoming stronger. Although the increase was small, it was indeed becoming stronger. It was many times faster than ordinary physical body cultivation techniques. Amazing, this is amazing. Lu Ming was amazed and his eyes were filled with excitement. Then, he took out another third-grade spiritual herb and began to transform it into the myriad spirit qi to enhance his physical body. In the next 3 days, Lu Ming continued to refine spiritual herbs to enhance his physical body. In these 3 days, he had refined no less than 200 spiritual herbs. Finally, his physical body broke through the limit and reached the 4th grade physical body. The 4th grade physical body was amazing. Lu Ming could change his muscles, bones, and body shape at will. When he was injured, his muscles would squirm automatically to seal the wound and heal it quickly. His muscles were like steel wires, his bones were like steel, and his veins were wide and elastic. Lu Ming could unleash his strength without restraint. This was a great improvement to his combat strength. Now that my physical body has reached the 4th grade, I can finally start cultivating the 9 Dragons Heaven Stomping Steps. Lu Ming could not wait to take out the 9 Dragons Heaven Stomping Steps and start comprehending it. The pressure from the secret manual was no longer a problem for Lu Ming. But after a while, he closed the 9 Dragons Heaven Stomping Steps and frowned. Because he was completely confused, he did not know where to start. It was too difficult to cultivate a divine level martial technique. A divine level martial technique was completely different from the heaven, earth, black, and yellow level martial techniques. A divine level martial technique was not divided into a 1st grade, a 2nd grade, and so on. A divine level martial technique was very special. Every type was unique between heaven and earth. There would be various differences and it was difficult to explain. Take the 9 Dragons Heaven Stomping Steps as an example. The 9 Dragons Heaven Stomping Steps had a total of 9 steps. With each step completed, the power would be stronger and stronger. With each step, the power would be stacked. If the 9 steps were completed, the power would be stacked and could crush mountains and break the sky. The power would be extremely terrifying. As long as the 1st step of the 9 Dragons Heaven Stomping Steps was completed, the full power of the 1st step would be unleashed. At the same time as the cultivation increased, the power would be stronger. Unfortunately, it was too difficult to cultivate. Lu Ming tried to comprehend it for a while but had no clue. It seems that I have to take my time to comprehend it. As long as I put in more effort, I don't believe that I can't cultivate it successfully. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and thought to himself. Next, after comprehending the 9 Dragons Heaven Stomping Steps for a while, he started cultivating the myriad spirit battle body. He had countless spiritual herbs and spiritual medicine with him. He was not worried about not having enough spiritual herbs to cultivate. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had been in seclusion for a month. In the past month, his body had improved the fastest. After using a total of 3,000 different types of spiritual herbs, Lu Ming's physical body reached 5th grade in one go. However, after reaching grade 5, the effects of grade 1 and grade 2 spiritual herbs were very poor. Only grade 3 spiritual herbs were effective. Grade 4 spiritual herbs were even better. However, Lu Ming did not have many grade 4 spiritual herbs. There were still more than 8,000 stalks of spirit herbs on Lu Ming's body. However, he had a feeling that even if he refined all of them, he would not be able to cultivate his physical body to a 6th grade. The higher the level of the body, the more energy it would require. Moreover, after reaching the martial grandmaster realm, his comprehension of martial skills would be much faster. After a month of hard work and constant battles with himself, Lu Ming's martial skills had improved tremendously. He had reached the 6th level of the ancient shield technique and could form 6 ancient shields at once. His defense had greatly increased. As for the 3 path palms, he had mastered the 2nd palm, the beast path palm. When he threw out a palm, a giant beast palm was thrown out. Its power was much stronger than the human path palm. The reason why he could improve so quickly was because of the 3rd platform. Of course, he had paid over 600,000 spiritual crystals for it. Given Lu Ming's 2nd level martial grandmaster cultivation, he would need a total of 10,000 spirit crystals each time he wanted to condense a figure that was exactly the same as him. He could last for 6 hours each time. The consumption was shocking. If Lu Ming did not have over 50 million spiritual crystals, he would not be able to afford it. At this moment, Lu Ming's strength had reached its peak. Although his cultivation was still at the early stage of martial grandmaster realm 2nd level, he could kill Qiu Chunlai with one move. On the other hand, Li Ping had arrived at the imperial capital half a month ago and met Lu Yuntian. When they met, they were very affectionate. They stayed together every day and did not want to be separated. During this time, Xianxia had been cultivating in seclusion. As for the golden-eyed blood zombie, Lu Ming ordered it to lie dormant in one place and not move. On this day, Huaqi hurriedly found Lu Ming and brought a piece of shocking news. The Yin Moon Empire sent out millions of soldiers to attack the Burning Sun Empire. The Ghost Moon Saber sect in the north had already requested help from the Blazing Sun Empire. The two armies of the royal family at the northern border also requested help from the royal family. For a moment, the Burning Sun Empire was shocked. Although the Dark Moon Empire and the Burning Sun Empire had been in constant conflict, it was rare for the Dark Moon Empire to send an army of 1,000,000 to attack the Burning Sun Empire. Lu Ming, this time, the imperial family will send out an elite army, as well as some young experts that the imperial family has been secretly cultivating, to the north. On the one hand, it will promote the imperial family's prestige, and on the other hand, it will train these young experts. However, you also know that all geniuses are arrogant and unruly. No one is willing to submit to another. Father wants to choose someone to be the commander of this army and subdue these young experts at the same time. But after thinking about it, only you are suitable. Huaqi said to Lu Ming. Me? Lu Ming was surprised. Yes, there is no one more suitable than you. To tell you the truth, some of these young experts are geniuses from the Star Cluster Palace, while others are peerless geniuses that the imperial family has secretly recruited. They were sent to the Great Sun Palace in the Blood Zhao Empire to cultivate. They are all arrogant and ordinary people can't subdue them. Huaqi explained with a bitter smile. However, father said that he won't force you. If you don't want to go, he will find someone else. Huaqi said. Go, why not? Lu Ming smiled. After being in seclusion for so long, he wanted to go out and temper himself. The battlefield was undoubtedly the best place to temper himself. Lu Ming, you agree? That's great. I will go back and report to father. If there are no accidents, we will depart in 2 days. Huaqi was overjoyed. Lu Ming nodded. Then, Huaqi bid farewell and left. I will also go and say goodbye to father and mother. Then, Lu Ming went to Lu Yuntian's residence. After hearing the news, Lu Yuntian and Li Ping did not object. A cultivator must go through a series of life and death situations to reach the peak. Ming go ahead. Lu Yuntian was very supportive. In the past, Lu Yuntian was a member of the Lu family, but in order to pursue the martial Dao, he often went out to explore and accidentally discovered the secret of the martial emperor's treasure. Ming the battlefield is very dangerous, you must be careful. Although Li Ping did not object, she was still worried and warned seriously. Father, mother, don't worry. Ming will be fine. Lu Ming smiled and assured his parents. Very quickly, 2 days passed. 2 days later, Lu Ming brought the golden-eye blood zombie to the martial field of the Star General Hall. The army was gathered here today. Lu Ming, don't think of leaving me. Xianxia appeared beside Lu Ming. Xiaoqing, what's wrong? You can't bear to leave me? Lu Ming chuckled. Who can't bear to leave you? I'm afraid that you'll run away or die on the battlefield. Who can I find to settle the score with? How can I trample you under my feet? Xianxia snorted coldly. Haha, then come with me. But I heard that it's cold in the north. You have to warm my bed at night. Lu Ming laughed and walked forward. Warm your head. In your dreams. Xianxing's fierce voice rang out as the two walked further and further away. Rows of armored soldiers stood in front of the martial field of the Star General Hall. These soldiers were all tall and burly, exuding a powerful and murderous aura. At a glance, one could tell that they were all elite soldiers, veterans who had been baptized by the flames of war. There were a total of 20,000 soldiers. The sun shone on the armor of the 20,000 soldiers, shining with a cold light. At the top of the martial field stood dozens of people. Most of them were young men in their 20s. Each and every one of them had a strong and vigorous aura. The weakest among them was at the 9th level of the martial Grandmaster realm. There were 10 young men whose auras were as strong as mountains. They were clearly martial ancestor realm experts. Among the 10, 7 were the strongest in the Star Cluster Hall, equivalent to the gold-ranked disciples of the 5 major sections. As for the remaining 3, their auras were the strongest. As they looked around, they faintly exuded arrogance. They were the geniuses sent by the royal family to the Great Sun Palace. In the middle stood the emperor of the Blazing Sun Empire, Xianxia. Beside Xianxia stood Huaqi, Your Majesty, who is our commander. Why isn't he here yet? He even made His Majesty wait here. How arrogant. A young man cultivating in the Great Sun Palace said unhappily. That's right. I think he doesn't put His Majesty in his eyes at all. In my opinion, we should just remove him from his position and let senior brother Hua Ying be the commander. Another young man cultivating in the Great Sun Palace said. The Hua Ying he was referring to was a young man in a golden robe, the last young man cultivating in the Great Sun Palace. This person was handsome and had the aura of a king. He was a member of the Hua family of the royal family, but he wasn't a direct descendant. Hua Ying stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His bearing was extraordinary, and there was a hint of arrogance in his eyes. At the same time, a look of dissatisfaction appeared on his face. Originally, he thought he would be the commander this time. But he didn't expect the position to be given to someone else. This made him very unhappy. Your Majesty, I suggest that we appoint senior brother Hua Ying as the commander-in-chief. Senior brother Hua Ying is well versed in the art of war and his cultivation is profound. He will definitely be able to lead the army and win every battle. The young man from before bowed to Xianxia and suggested. Win every battle? I don't know where this brat came from, but he actually wants to get his hands on the position of commander-in-chief. How laughable. Among the 7 martial arts grandmasters from the Cluster Star Hall, one of them was unconvinced and sneered. The imperial family had always been led by the Star Cluster Hall. The 7 of them were the strongest in the Star Cluster Hall. Where did those 3 brats come from? How could it be possible that he wanted the position of commander-in-chief as soon as he arrived? How could the young expert from Star Cluster Hall possibly agree? Kid, what did you say? The face of the young man who had been suggesting Hua Ying to be the commander-in-chief darkened as he looked at the people from the Star Cluster Hall. His name was Gao Li, and he was very close to Hua Ying. Didn't you hear what I said? I said that he doesn't have the qualifications to be a commander-in-chief. If he wants to be a commander-in-chief, he should be a genius of my Star Cluster Palace. The person from the Star Cluster Palace continued. A genius from Star Cluster Hall? Haha, I'm dying of laughter. A few pieces of trash actually dare to call themselves geniuses? Truly laughable to the extreme. Gao Li laughed disdainfully. Who are you calling trash? Today, I'll let you know how powerful I am. The young man from the Star Cluster Hall roared, his powerful aura erupting as he strode towards Gao Li. You want to fight? That's exactly what I want. Gao Li's figure flickered as he rushed toward the opponent while throwing out a punch at the same time. This punch was as powerful as a mountain, and a powerful force spread out. The young man from the Star Cluster Palace also shouted and struck out with his palm. As the fist and palm collided, the young man from the Star Cluster Hall cried out in agony as his body was sent flying like a cannonball. He crashed heavily onto the ground and coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. Second Martial Ancestor Realm. The young man from the Star Cluster Palace shouted. Humph, a mere first-layer Martial Ancestor Realm cultivator dares to fight me, you're courting death. Gao Li said coldly. Throughout the entire process, Xianxia did not stop them. He simply watched from the sidelines. He had already expected this outcome. As long as no one died, he would not care. Now, if any of you are unconvinced, feel free to make a move. Gao Li was incomparably arrogant as he swept his gaze over everyone in the Star Cluster Hall. The faces of the people from the Star Cluster Hall turned ugly. They could not help but look at the bald young man in the middle. The bald youth was the #1 expert in the Star Cluster Hall. He had a cultivation of Martial Ancestor Realm Level 2. I'll take you on. The bald young man stepped out and stood opposite Gao Li. Boom, there was nothing more to say. A great battle erupted. It had to be said that Gao Li was indeed very powerful. Although the bald youth was at the same level as him, he was not a match for him at all. In just a dozen moves, he was sent flying and coughing up blood. Humph, as expected, a bunch of trash. Still not admitting it? I can only say that you guys haven't seen the world and haven't seen the geniuses of big countries. You think that staying in a small corner of the world and having a little bit of success, you guys can be complacent? How short-sighted. How can you improve like this? Dowley had his hands behind his back as he looked down at the people of the Star Cluster Hall, berating them with the tone of a senior lecturing a junior. Damn it. Where did these guys come from? How can they be so strong? The faces of the people from the Star Cluster Hall were flushed red as they roared in their hearts. Hee hee. Dowley let out a disdainful sneer and said, Senior brother Hua Ying is many times stronger than me. Why are you guys not convinced that he is the commander-in-chief? Of course not. What right does a guy who has stayed in a big country for a while think that he is a genius and came back to show off his strength have to be the commander-in-chief? At that moment, a faint voice was heard. Who is it? Gao Li's face instantly turned ugly. Hua Ying's face also darkened. When Hua Qi heard the voice, a look of joy flashed across his face. The owner of the voice was, of course, Lu Ming. Lu Ming had his hands behind his back. Beside him were Xianxia and a golden-eye blood zombie. He walked over step by step. Kid, who are you? How dare you talk to me like that? Dowley stared at Lu Ming with a gloomy look. Tianyun, it's Tianyun. Before Lu Ming could speak, the young experts from the Star Cluster Hall could not help but exclaim. Lu Ming smiled and said, Who am I? I am the commander-in-chief this time. Why aren't you kneeling and saluting when you see the commander-in-chief? Don't you know the military law? Commander-in-chief? You're the commander-in-chief? Ridiculous, ridiculous, I don't accept it. Dowley shouted, then turned to salute Hua Xingxing and shouted, Your Majesty, the commander-in-chief this time is no small matter. How can you let such a young boy be the commander-in-chief? I don't accept it. Hua Xingxing's face was calm, and no expression could be seen. He said, Tianyun is someone I have my eyes on. What's there to be unhappy about? Your Majesty, the commander-in-chief position is no small matter. Only the capable can occupy it. If an incompetent person is the commander-in-chief, it will harm tens of thousands of soldiers. Gao Li said. I agree that Tianyun is the commander-in-chief. I accept Tianyun as the commander-in-chief. Suddenly, a young man from the Star Cluster Hall exclaimed. I also agree that Tianyun is the commander-in-chief. I also agree, I accept it. The other young men from the Star Cluster Hall also spoke. Tianyun had killed Zhou Chonglai some time ago. His strength was incomparably powerful, and they were wholeheartedly convinced. However, Dowley and the others had just returned from the Blood Zhao Empire, and had never heard of Tianyun's name. At this time, Dowley's face was extremely gloomy as he said coldly, a bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well. They have never seen a real genius, so they can only treat trash as a genius. Then, he looked at Lu Ming and said, Kid, if you want to be the commander-in-chief, you have to be capable. I would like to see what kind of ability you have. Then, a powerful aura spread out from his body as he slowly approached Lu Ming. You talk too much nonsense. Hurry up and make your move, or you won't have the chance. Lu Ming said with a smile. Arrogant. Gao Li was furious. He shouted and threw a punch at Lu Ming. The powerful fist force almost penetrated the void. He had used all his strength in this punch, and he was determined to teach Lu Ming an unforgettable lesson. However, Lu Ming ignored his fist force. He took a step forward, and the ground cracked. Lu Ming's figure appeared in front of Gao Li in an instant, and he kicked out. This kick landed directly on Gao Li's stomach. Bam! Gao Li screamed in pain as he was sent flying by Lu Ming's kick. He flew over 1,000 meters away and crashed heavily into a huge rock. Everyone present was dumbfounded, including the elites from the Star Cluster Hall and the 20,000 troops present. Although they knew that Lu Ming was strong, the visual effect was too shocking. A genius in martial ancestor realm second realm was sent flying by Lu Ming's kick. Is this what it means to have cultivated in a big country? A genius who has seen the world? Not much? Lu Ming slowly withdrew his foot and said indifferently. Pfft, Hua Qi could not help but burst out laughing. On the other hand, Huaying was the opposite. He clenched his fists and a ferocious look appeared in his eyes. Bam, he took a step forward and a ferocious aura burst out from his body. It was terrifying and vast. Third-level martial ancestor realm and he was in the late stage of it. Tianyun, right? Just now, you merely used your movement technique to avoid Gao Li's attack. You only managed to win in one move when Gao Li was caught off guard. What's so great about that? In my opinion, it's merely a despicable and shameless trick. Otherwise, how could you have seriously injured Gao Li in one move with your second-level martial ancestor cultivation? Huaying stared coldly at Lu Ming. Oh, is that so? Lu Ming smiled and did not bother to explain. However, it won't work in my hands. I'll show you what true strength is. Huaying's eyes were filled with confidence. He was indeed talented. He was only 25 years old and he had already reached the late stage of the third-level martial ancestor realm. Even in the Blood Zhao Empire where geniuses were everywhere, he was considered a top genius and was only weaker than the 50th Blood Zhao superstar. In the Burning Sun Empire, other than the 6 heroes of the Burning Sun Empire, he did not believe that anyone among the younger generation could be his match. Therefore, he did not take Lu Ming seriously at all. 3 moves. I'll defeat you in 3 moves. If I can't defeat you, I'll let you be the commander-in-chief. Huaying placed his hands behind his back and said arrogantly. Lu Ming shook his head and smiled. He then slowly extended a finger. 1 move? Haha, it seems like you're not confident in yourself. Do you think I can defeat you in 1 move? Huaying laughed. No, you've misunderstood. Lu Ming shook his head and said, I mean, I'll defeat you in 1 move. What? What did you say? Defeat me in 1 move? Ha ha ha. Huaying was stunned at first and thought that he had misheard. Then, he burst out laughing. Defeat me in 1 move? Even the 6 heroes of the Burning Sun Empire wouldn't dare to say that. How arrogant of you. I'd like to see how you can defeat me in 1 move. Boom, a terrifying aura exploded from Huaying's body and a ray of sword chi shot into the sky. At the same time, his bloodline also erupted. A silver chakra was extremely dazzling. Huaying's second bloodline was also a first-tier king-class bloodline. She almost had the potential of the 6 heroes of the Burning Sun tribe. Slash. Huaying held the battle sword with both hands and raised it up high. A huge sword that was 100 meters long was formed and stood between heaven and earth. The 20,000-strong army was horrified. If you want to fight, then let's fight. What's the use of all these tricks? Lu Ming curled his lips and struck out with his palm. A huge beast claw condensed in the sky and pressed down on Huaying's huge sword. This beast claw was more than 20 meters long and wide, like a small mountain. It was covered with black scales, looking extremely ferocious. The second of the 3 Dao palms, the beast Dao palm, bang, Huaying's giant sword crumbled like a bubble under the beast Dao palm. The beast claw did not stop and continued to press down on Huaying. How could this be? Huaying let out an incredulous roar. She kept slashing with her battle sword, sending out streaks of sword chi towards the beast claw. However, it was useless. The streaks of sword chi collapsed one after another, and the beast claw continued to press down on Huaying. Bang, a cloud of dust filled the air. Huaying was pressed down by the beast claw and slammed into the ground. After a while, the beast claw disappeared and a 20-meter-long beast claw print appeared on the ground. Huaying was lying in the middle of the print, twitching and foaming at the mouth. Tragic, it was too tragic. Lu Ming had shown mercy. Otherwise, he would have been smashed into minced meat with one slap. Great! Tianyun is invincible. After a long silence, a loud roar came from the army. Lu Ming looked around and saw Ming Peak in the army. The roar just now was from Ming Peak. Who else could it be but Pearl and Myeongchang beside Ming Peak? Tianyun is invincible. Ming Peak continued to roar. Then, Pearl and Myeongchang followed suit. Soon, the others seemed to be infected and started to roar as well. The army of 20,000 broke out into earth-shattering roars that shook the sky. In the end, even the geniuses of the Star Cluster Palace followed suit and roared. Lu Ming raised his hand and the whole place suddenly quieted down. Everyone, this time I am indebted to His Majesty for letting me be the commander-in-chief of this army. I, Tianyun, hereby swear that as long as everyone believes in me, I will do my best to lead everyone to achieve great things. Lu Ming's clear voice spread throughout the whole place. Achieve great things, achieve great things. The army of 20,000 roared. On the high platform, Hua Jingxing stroked his beard and looked at Lu Ming with admiration in his eyes. How could this be? How could this be? At this time, Hua Ying and Gao Li had already struggled to get up. However, their eyes were full of disbelief. All right, Gao Li, Hua Ying, step forward and listen to my orders. Hua Jingxing suddenly let out a shout. Your Majesty! Hua Ying and Gao Li bowed. Now, Tianyun is the commander-in-chief. Are you convinced? Hua Jingxing asked. Both of them hesitated for a moment before answering. Lu Ming could see that the two of them were persuading him verbally, but they were not convinced in their hearts. However, Lu Ming did not care. He did not care about the two of them at all. All right, since that is the case, then prepare the army and set off immediately. Hua Jingxing announced. Not long after, the 20,000-strong army, each of them riding a tall green scale horse, left the imperial capital and headed north. The army of 20,000 formed a long dragon, stomping on the ground with a rumbling sound. Lu Ming was also riding on a tall and majestic green scale horse. He rode at the front, followed by Xianxia, Golden-Eye Blood Zombie, and Miangcheng and his siblings. Behind them were Hua Ying and the other young geniuses. Miangcheng, why are you here too? Lu Ming asked curiously along the way. Because the general of Full Moon City is our father. Ming Peak rushed to answer. No wonder. Lu Ming suddenly understood. The place they were going to support was Full Moon City. Although the imperial capital was weak and declining, the northern border with the Yingyue Empire was an important military area. The imperial capital still had two powerful armies guarding it that obeyed the imperial capital's orders. One of the armies was the Mountain Suppression Army, and the other was the Northern Suppression Army. Both armies were elite, battle-hardened armies. Each army had 100,000 soldiers. They were one of the few elite armies of the imperial capital. Miangcheng, Pearl, and the other's father was the general of the Mountain Suppression Army, Ming Meng. This time, the Ghost Moon Saber sect was the first to bear the brunt of the million troops of the Yingyue Empire. The Mountain Suppression Army and the Northern Suppression Army were also affected. They engaged in an intense battle with the Yingyue Empire. The Mountain Suppression Army was having a hard time and asked for help from the imperial capital. This time, Lu Ming and the others were going to support the Mountain Suppression Army. Therefore, Miangcheng and his siblings naturally followed. Along the way, Miangcheng and his siblings were very worried. They were afraid that something bad would happen to their father. Naturally, the army could not be compared to Lu Ming flying in the air. Their speed was much slower. Soon, 25 days passed. These 25 days were calm and peaceful. They arrived at the front of Mount Han. In front of them was the 1,000 miles of Mount Han. As long as they crossed the 1,000 miles of Mount Han, they would reach Full Moon City. Let's enter the mountain and set up camp. Lu Ming ordered. The army of 20,000 advanced towards Mount Han. After dozens of miles, they found a flat place to set up camp and had dinner. As night fell, the 1,000 miles of Mount Han roared continuously. Lu Ming ordered some people to patrol and some to rest. Late at night, more than 20 figures were leaping rapidly between the 1,000 miles of Mount Han. They were all dressed in black robes and their movement techniques were terrifyingly fast. In the forest late at night, they were like ghosts. Soon, more than 20 figures appeared not far from Lu Ming's army and looked at the camp. According to the news, the Burning Sun imperial family has sent out young experts this time. The general of the army is also a young peerless genius called Tianyun. As long as we kill Tianyun and some other young geniuses, this army will be crippled. A few black-robed men discussed together. It is said that Tianyun is a genius on the same level as the 6 heroes of the Burning Sun. Leave him to me. A black-robed man with a golden moon embroidered on his black robe said. The others nodded. This black-robed man with a golden moon was the strongest among them. Come, let's go closer. The black-robed man with a golden moon waved his hand and more than 20 people followed him to the camp like ghosts. They did not emit any aura and did not make any sound as they walked. They were silent. They stopped 1,000 meters away from the camp. One of the tents emitted the aura of a third-level martial grandmaster. That person should be Tianyun. I'll kill him and you guys assassinate the others. The black-robed man with a golden moon ordered. The others nodded. Under the moonlight, their figures actually became hazy, and they silently disappeared from their original positions. The black-robed man with a golden moon was the fastest. He easily passed through the checkpoints and arrived in front of a tent. In this tent, a young man sat cross-legged. This young man was none other than Huaying. Among the many young experts, his cultivation was the highest. He had reached the late third realm of the martial arts grandmaster realm. The black-robed man with the golden moon naturally thought that he was Lu Ming. Genius? Die. Murderous intent flashed in the eyes of the black-robed man with the golden moon. A slender black sword appeared in his hand. He and the sword turned into a black bolt of lightning and pierced towards Huaying. Huaying, who was sitting cross-legged in cultivation, suddenly felt a terrifying aura of death envelop him, causing his hair to stand on end. Not good. Huaying's spiritual sense was extremely sensitive. He had relied on it many times to avoid death. At this time, he did not even think about it and his body soared into the sky. Even so, he was still one step too late. Pucci, the long sword pierced through his shoulder, and blood splattered everywhere. Huaying roared, and an eagle appeared above his head. This was his bloodline. The eagle's wings flapped rapidly, and he retreated rapidly. You do have some ability, actually being able to avoid my sure-kill sword, but you're still going to die. The black-robed man with the golden moon sneered. His body was like a ghost as he charged towards Huaying. At the same time, in another tent, Lu Ming suddenly opened his eyes. In front of him, the tent suddenly split open, and a black sword radiance pierced towards his glabella at an extremely fast speed. An assassin of the second realm of a martial arts grandmaster realm. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. His body did not move, and he suddenly waved his right hand. A long spear instantly condensed and pierced forward. Its speed was much faster than the assassin's. How can this be? The assassin was horrified. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Puff, Lu Ming's long spear pierced through his heart, and the assassin was sent flying. Swoosh, Lu Ming broke out of the tent and appeared in the sky. In the military camp, there were a few screams. Some young experts had been assassinated. There were also young experts who were fighting with the assassin. Lu Ming looked around and saw Xianxia's body flash across the sky, and behind her, there was a corpse. He looked again and saw that Huaying was being chased by the black-robed man. He was in danger and could be killed at any time. Golden-eyed, kill. Lu Ming ordered the golden-eyed blood zombie. The golden-eyed blood zombie roared and pounced on the assassins. Lu Ming waved his hand, and a long spear appeared. He threw it out, and the long spear turned into a bolt of lightning, shooting towards the black-robed man with the golden moon. At this time, the black-robed man had already closed in on Huaying, and a cold murderous intent enveloped Huaying. Huaying's body was cold. He had a feeling that he would die under the black-robed man's sword in the next moment. This feeling almost suffocated him. He roared in his heart, "No, I can't die, I can't die, I still have to revive the Hua family." However, he had just been stabbed, and the terrifying sword chi was constantly seeping into his body. He felt waves of weakness coming over him. The black-robed man with the golden moon closed in instantly. Die. The black-robed man with the golden moon sneered and stabbed his sword towards Huaying. This sword was faster than the previous one, and it was extremely sharp and unstoppable. Huaying could not block it at all. No. Huaying roared, and his heart was filled with despair. At this moment, swoosh, a bolt of lightning pierced through the air, and it was extremely fast. It was a long spear that was condensed from genuine chi. Clang, the long spear stabbed the black-robed man with the golden moon's long sword, and there was a violent vibration. The black-robed man with the golden moon trembled, and his body could not help but fly to one side. Lu Ming moved, and in the next moment, he swept past Hua Ying and headed towards the black-robed man with the golden moon. Hua Ying looked at Lu Ming with a complicated expression. Just now, it was Lu Ming who had saved him. Who are you? The black-robed man with the golden moon let out a low roar. The power of Lu Ming's move had exceeded his expectations. With his cultivation of the martial ancestor realm's 6th realm, he had been forced to retreat, which shocked him. Tianyun. Lu Ming replied indifferently. The black-robed man with the golden moon's pupils suddenly contracted, and he said in a low voice, "So you are Tianyun? You know me? You are sent by the Yin Moon Empire, right?" Lu Ming's eyes flickered, and he asked. "So what if I know you? I'm here to send you to the west today." The black-robed man with the golden moon sneered, and with the sound of his sword, he became one with the sword, and turned into a sword radiance, attacking Lu Ming. Swoosh, Lu Ming's long spear shook, and he thrust it forward. The spear was wrapped in the power of wind and fire, and the power of wind and fire completely merged. Bang, the long spear and the sword radiance collided. A strong shockwave spread out, and the black-robed man with the golden moon groaned, and his body flew back like a cannonball. How can he be so strong? As he flew back, the black-robed man with the golden moon roared in his heart. He could see that Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the 2nd realm martial ancestor realm, and he was at the 6th realm martial ancestor realm. However, in the end, he was sent flying by the 2nd realm martial ancestor realm. How could this be? How could such a thing happen in the world? Hua Ying was equally horrified. He had just experienced how terrifying the black-robed man was. He knew that he was no match for him. It was already a miracle that he was able to avoid the assassination. But now, the black-robed man with a golden moon was actually sent flying by Lu Ming with a single move. The impact on him was simply too great. Lu Ming did not care what others thought. After he sent the gold moon black-robed man flying with one move, he took a step forward and charged toward the gold moon black-robed man. At the same time, he threw out a palm. Boom, in the sky, a huge beast palm slammed down on the black-robed man. The black-robed man roared and tried his best to resist, but it was useless. He was defeated by the beast palm and his body fell rapidly. At this moment, Lu Ming had arrived. He thrust out his long spear with the power of wind and fire and pierced the black-robed man's heart. The black-robed man let out a desperate roar before he died. He had never dreamed that Lu Ming would be so powerful. Wasn't the news that he had received about the same level as the 6 Burning Sun heroes, but apart from Qiu Chung Kong, the rest of the 6 Burning Sun heroes were only at the peak of the 5th Martial Grandmaster realm. He was at the 6th Martial Grandmaster realm, but he was easily killed by Lu Ming. Was this still the combat strength of the 6 Burning Sun heroes? His combat strength was close to that of the geniuses on the Emperor roll. This was the black-robed man's last thought before he died. He was unwilling and confused. Devour. After killing the black-robed man, Lu Ming controlled the 9 dragons' bloodline to devour the black-robed man's essence blood. The 9 dragons' bloodline started to refine the essence blood. 9 red chakras flashed on Lu Ming's body. They were so fast that no one noticed them. That's right, 9 red chakras. Previously, in the ruins of Emperor Yun's palace, he had obtained 9 blood essences of Class 6 LV4 demonic beasts, which were equivalent to the 6th Martial Grandmaster realm. Lu Ming had refined them all in the Imperial City and turned them into bloodline energy. 9 blood essences of Class 6 Martial Grandmaster realm. How terrifying was that? The 9 dragons' bloodline was directly upgraded to common level 9. One more step and it would become a king bloodline. However, to advance from the mortal class to the king class was extremely difficult. Who knew how much essence blood would be required? Whoosh, Lu Ming continued to refine the blood essence as he charged in other directions. In that direction, a martial ancestor realm level 2 assassin was fighting with a young man. That young man was a genius of the Star Cluster Hall. At that moment, he was surrounded by danger and could lose his life at any moment. Whoosh, Lu Ming rushed over and stabbed out with his spear. The assassin did not even have the strength to resist and was killed. His blood essence was completely devoured by the 9 dragons' bloodline. At this time, screams could be heard from other places. The golden-eyed blood zombie was simply unstoppable. His body flickered, and one of the assassins was torn to shreds. In just a short while, 7 assassins had died at the hands of the golden-eyed blood zombie. Xianxia wasn't much worse. With a wave of her hand, the killer couldn't resist at all, and his head was inexplicably cut off. 4 people had died in her hands. Retreat, retreat. The other party is too strong. It doesn't match the information we received. The remaining 10 or so killers screamed in panic and wanted to retreat. Where do you think you're going? Kill them. The army was alarmed. Countless soldiers rushed out and surrounded the 10 or so killers. Since you're here, don't even think about leaving. Lu Ming floated in the air, and his killing intent was like a tide. Then, whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Ming waved his hands continuously and long spears condensed one after another. Each long spear condensed the combined power of wind and fire. They transformed into a flaming light and shot toward the killers who were fleeing. Ah! Ah! Continuous screams were heard. They couldn't resist, they couldn't resist. The strongest of the remaining killers was only at the martial ancestor realm level 3. No matter what they did, it was useless. They were pierced by Lu Ming's long spears and nailed to the ground. In the blink of an eye, the remaining 10 or so killers were all killed. No one was lucky enough to survive. Everyone present, including the army of 20,000 and the young experts, suddenly quieted down. Then, there was an earth-shattering roar. The general is invincible. The general is invincible. The roar of the army of 20,000 was particularly loud in the middle of the night. It was so loud that the demonic beasts didn't dare to make a sound. At this moment, the army of 20,000 was sincerely convinced by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's invincible power had subdued them. On the other side, Hua Ying looked at Lu Ming with a complicated expression. Then, he gritted his teeth and flew toward Lu Ming. At the same time, Dao Li and another young man who was cultivating in the Great Sun Constabulary flew toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming looked at the 3 of them in surprise. Brother Tianyun, no, General, I was blind before and offended you. I didn't expect you to forgive me and save my life. From now on, my life belongs to you. No matter if it's climbing a mountain of swords or diving into a pot of boiling oil, as long as you say it, I won't refuse. General, Senior Brother Hua Ying's words are also my words. Dao Li will obey your words. Me too. Dao Li and the other young man said loudly. This time, Lu Ming's strength had completely subdued them, leaving them in awe. Lu Ming's strength was too strong. It would be a piece of cake for him to kill them. Previously, they had offended Lu Ming, causing them to tremble in fear at the thought of it. Furthermore, Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the 2nd layer martial ancestor realm. It was unbelievable for him to possess such strength. They understood that the gap between them and Lu Ming was too great. They would never be able to catch up to him. They were sincerely convinced by Lu Ming's strength. Don't mention it. Since I'm the general of this army, I have the responsibility to ensure your safety. Lu Ming glanced at them and said in a deep voice. The general is too generous. I can't wait any longer. Hua Ying sighed. Alright, let's check how many people we've lost. Lu Ming waved his hand and ordered. Yes. Hua Ying immediately cupped his fists and turned around to check. After a while, the results were out. 11 young experts of the martial grandmaster realm had died. 3 young experts of the 1st layer martial ancestor realm had died. This was a great loss. One should know that these were the geniuses secretly cultivated by the imperial family. They were the future pillars of the imperial family, but now they were dead. As for the rest, most of them were injured. The Yingyue Empire. Lu Ming whispered, his eyes flickering with killing intent. At the same time, he raised his guard. The Yingyue Empire was most famous for its assassins. The assassins of the Yingyue Empire were very famous in the 36 countries of Emperor Yun. Those assassins who hid in the dark were the most frightening and the most troublesome. Next, Lu Ming increased the number of patrols and sent out the golden-eyed blood zombie to patrol back and forth. The golden-eyed blood zombie did not know fatigue, so it was perfect for patrolling. Lu Ming returned to his tent to refine the essence blood. Just now, the essence blood of those assassins had all been devoured by Lu Ming when he had the chance. There were more than 20 people, and only a few of them were martial grandmasters. The rest were martial artists of the first-layer martial ancestor realm and above. The strongest one was of the sixth-layer martial ancestor realm. The essence blood of these people gathered together was very large. However, after the 9 dragons' bloodline had advanced to the 9th level, the refining speed had greatly increased. Soon, all the essence blood was refined and turned into nourishment for the 9 dragons' bloodline. That night was very peaceful. Early the next morning, the army set off and continued to move forward. For the next 4 days, Lu Ming strengthened his vigilance every day, but no assassins of the Yin Moon Empire came. Soon, they would arrive at Full Moon City. According to Miangcheng and his siblings, they would arrive at Full Moon City in a few hours. Rumble, suddenly, the earth rumbled, and the earth trembled faintly. What's going on? On the other side, Ming Peak's expression changed. There's a large number of armored cavalry running. It seems that there are a lot of them. Hua Ying frowned. Hua Ying was familiar with the art of war and was very accurate in judging marching and fighting. Did my father send someone to pick us up? Ming Peak was overjoyed. Impossible. Judging from the sound, there are at least 5,000 soldiers. How could he send so many people to pick us up in this situation? Hua Ying retorted. Stop. Lu Ming waved his hand and the army stopped. Then, Lu Ming rose into the air, hid in a dark cloud, and looked forward. More than 10 miles ahead, there was a long team running along the mountain path. Each person was riding a huge wolf. At a glance, there were more than 5,000 people, or even close to 10,000 people. Among them, there was a flag with a moon embroidered on one side and a wolf embroidered on the other. The army of the Yin Moon Empire. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. Then, he landed and told him what he saw. What? Why is the army of the Yin Moon Empire here? Has Full Moon City been breached? Ming Peak exclaimed. Father. Pearl's voice trembled and was full of worry. I don't think so. Judging from the number of people in this army and the direction of their march, they most likely came from some small path and wanted to sneak attack Full Moon City. If I'm not wrong, Full Moon City is probably in a war right now. If that's the case, when this army arrives, Full Moon City's mountain guard will be attacked from both sides. Hua Ying analyzed. Lu Ming couldn't help but look at Hua Ying in a new light. He didn't expect him to have such a good analysis of war. Let's lower our voices and advance stealthily. We'll set up an ambush ahead and annihilate this army. Lu Ming waved his hand and gave the order. Immediately, the 20,000-strong army dismounted and led their horses to set up an ambush on a hillside 2 miles away. The hillside was covered with weeds and tiny trees. The height of the trees could reach up to 2 meters. It was impossible for people and horses to see anything when they walked in. At the bottom of the hill, there was a slightly flat mountain path. By the time Lu Ming and the others had hidden themselves, the Yin Moon Empire's army had already approached. Roar! Roar! Wolf howls sounded one after another. The earth rumbled as a great army rushed over. Every soldier was tall and sturdy. They wore metal armor and carried bows and large blades on their backs. Beneath them were black wolves that were about 2 meters tall. They howled incessantly and emitted a murderous aura. This is the famous Grey Wolf Army of the Yin Moon Empire. Hua Ying's expression changed slightly. Lu Ming's expression changed as well. He had heard of the Grey Wolf Army of the Yin Moon Empire. Most of the Yin Moon Empire's territory was boundless grasslands and plateaus. There were countless monsters on them. Therefore, the cavalry of the Yin Moon Empire was very famous. According to the different mounts, they were divided into many armies, such as the Grey Wolf Army and the Crimson Moon Demonic Tiger Army. They were very powerful. Rumble, accompanied by wolf howls, the front of the Grey Wolf Army rushed over from the mountain path below. Lu Ming didn't make a move. It wasn't time yet. It would be best to wait until more people rushed over. Soon, more than half of the Grey Wolf Army had rushed over. Kill! At this time, Lu Ming let out a loud shout. He led the charge down. Kill! Kill! The 20,000-strong army mounted their green-scaled horses and roared as they charged down from the hillside. Their momentum was like a rainbow. Oh no, enemy attack! The Grey Wolf army roared. Kill! Lu Ming shouted and rushed down the hillside in an instant. He formed a giant spear that was over 100 meters long and swept it out. Bang! Bang! Suddenly, dozens of Grey Wolf cavalry soldiers were killed by Lu Ming's spear along with their armor and mounts. Blood, flesh, and bones splattered everywhere. Even the armor exploded into pieces and shot in all directions, piercing through the armor of the soldiers of the Grey Wolf army and killing them. With one spear, Lu Ming killed more than 50 armored soldiers. Kill! Lu Ming held his spear and swept it again. Another 50 soldiers were killed. Devour! Lu Ming controlled the Nine Dragons bloodline. His left palm was like a whirlpool, releasing a strong devouring power. All the blood essence was devoured by Lu Ming. Although most of these soldiers were in the martial soldier realm, some were in the martial mentor realm, and only a few were in the martial grand mentor realm, there were so many of them that Lu Ming didn't let them go. And the blood essence of the Grey Wolf. Whoosh whoosh, drops of blood essence were devoured by Lu Ming and refined crazily. Kill! At that moment, the army on the hillside had arrived. They separated the Grey Wolf army into several groups and surrounded them. The scene fell into a chaotic battle. Damn it, die! More than 10 generals in armor with strong auras rose into the air and charged towards Lu Ming and the rest. Obviously, they were the martial ancestor realm experts of the army. Good timing. Lu Ming rushed forward. Hua Ying and the other martial ancestor realm experts also went up to meet them. Lu Ming targeted a martial ancestor realm 5th realm expert at first glance. This person should be the most powerful expert of the army. Bang! Lu Ming swept his spear and the armor of the martial ancestor realm 5th realm general exploded. He coughed up blood and flew back. This person is too strong. I can't defeat him. The general was scared out of his wits and turned to run. However, in the next moment, poof, a long spear pierced through his heart and killed him. Lu Ming devoured his blood essence and turned to kill the rest. More than 10 martial ancestor realm experts were not enough for them to kill. Before long, they were all killed. Then, they charged towards the Grey Wolf cavalry. The Grey Wolf cavalry had a small number of people. There were about 10,000 of them and Lu Ming and the rest had ambushed them. Naturally, they had the upper hand. When Lu Ming and the other martial ancestor realm experts joined in, the battle became even more one-sided. An hour later, the battle was over. More than 10,000 Grey Wolf cavalry were killed and their corpses covered the forest. Count the number of casualties. Lu Ming gave the instructions. While waiting, he refined the blood essence. Soon, his body flashed and all the blood essence was refined. I still haven't leveled up. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. At that moment, the number of casualties was out. 2,009 people died and a few thousand were injured. This number made Lu Ming's heart tremble. Lu Ming did not expect so many people to die in the battle. The Grey Wolf cavalry is too strong. Hua Ying sighed beside him. In this battle, they had launched a surprise attack and had twice the number of people. Even with the help of the martial ancestor realm experts, more than 2,000 people died. This showed how powerful the Grey Wolf cavalry was. It's mainly because of their mounts. The Grey Wolf's skin is as hard as iron, and it's extremely ferocious. The Cyan scale horse is no match for it. Many of the soldiers who died in the battle were killed by the Grey Wolves. Hua Ying explained. How about the Grey Wolves? How many did we catch? Lu Ming asked. Not many. These Grey Wolves have been tamed by the Yin Moon Empire with a secret method. They won't surrender and will only fight to the death. We barely caught 100, but we can't use them. Hua Ying explained. Lu Ming frowned. Let's go. After a while, Lu Ming led the army and continued their journey. There was nothing to think about. Lu Ming didn't believe that the Yin Moon Empire's army was as elite as the Grey Wolf army. If they were all elites like that, the Burning Sun Empire would have been destroyed long ago. There shouldn't be a lot of such elite troops. The army set out and rushed towards the Moon City. At this moment, the Moon City might be experiencing a great battle. They had to rush over to help. They guessed right. The Moon City was indeed in a fierce battle. Kill. To the north of the Moon City was a boundless grassland. On the grassland, two armies were fighting fiercely. On one side was the Mountain Suppression Army. There were 80,000 of them. They were all cavalry and looked as majestic as a mountain. On the other side was the Moon Army. There were only 50,000 of them. However, there was one army that was particularly eye-catching. Because every cavalry's mount was a Blood Moon demonic tiger. This was the Moon Empire's Blood Moon demonic tiger army. They were even stronger than the Grey Wolf army. This Blood Moon demonic tiger army had 10,000 people. The Moon Empire used the 10,000 Blood Moon demonic tiger army as the vanguard. Together with 40,000 ordinary cavalry, they fought fiercely against the Mountain Suppression Army. More than 100,000 cavalry galloped on the grassland. The earth trembled. A powerful and terrifying aura gathered and stirred up the clouds. The clouds in the sky exploded and were swept away. It was impossible for them to gather. Kill. Shouts shook the heavens and the earth. The two armies collided fiercely. Suddenly, a murderous aura filled the sky. All kinds of true chi surged. Screams rose and fell. The smell of blood filled the air. Clang! Clang! The sound of steel clashing resounded through the grassland. A moment later, the two steel armies charged past, leaving behind a ground full of corpses. Change direction, quick! At the front of the Xinyu army, a man in his 50s roared. He was tall and sturdy, and his hair and beard were all over the place. He looked very similar to Miancheng. He was the general of the Xinyu army, the father of the three Miancheng siblings, Ming Meng. Dong! Dong! The 80,000-strong army, under Ming Meng's lead, drew a huge arc on the grassland and quickly turned around. On the other side, the Moon Empire's army also turned around under the leadership of the generals. The two armies faced each other again. Armor-piercing arrow, release! Ming Meng roared. Nearly 80,000 cavalrymen took down the armor-piercing bows on their mounts and shot arrows. Swoosh swoosh, a dense rain of armor-piercing arrows shot toward the Moon army, covering the sky and covering the earth. Fire! The Moon Empire also shot out arrows that blotted out the sky. After shooting out the armor-piercing arrows, the two armies charged towards each other. Ah! As the arrows fell, the screams of the people and the roars of the mounts blended together. People fell off their mounts and were constantly shot to death. These were armor-piercing arrows, which could pierce through thick armor and were very powerful. If an ordinary person was shot by one of these arrows, his entire body would directly explode. Tens of thousands of people shot arrows at the same time. Even a martial arts grandmaster expert would not dare to be careless. If he was careless, his genuine chi would be exhausted by the dense armor-piercing arrows. Therefore, ordinary martial arts grandmasters were not invincible in the face of such a large army. Once the army formed a battle formation, it was not impossible to kill a martial arts grandmaster expert. This kind of thing happened from time to time in history. After shooting a round of armor-piercing arrows, the two armies collided again. The generals of the two armies bore the brunt of the collision. Kill! Ming Meng roared. He held a 2-meter-long broadsword in his hand and slashed toward the general of the enemy. It seemed as if the sky and earth were about to be split open. Ming Meng's cultivation had reached the peak of martial arts grandmaster realm LV6, and he was a general of hundreds of battles. His combat strength was incomparably powerful. However, the general of the Moon Empire was no weaker than him. He was also at the peak of martial arts grandmaster realm LV6, and the long spear in his hand shook the space as he waved it. Clang! The two of them exchanged blows and formed a strong storm. The cavalry near them were directly swept up by the storm and flew hundreds of meters away. Ha ha ha, Ming Meng, today, I will definitely destroy your mountain suppression army and flatten Full Moon City. The general of the enemy laughed loudly. You've been saying this every day. Is there any use? Ming Meng snorted coldly. However, he had a bad feeling in his heart. The Grey Wolf army of the Moon Empire had not appeared, which made Ming Meng feel uneasy. Although there were only 10,000 Grey Wolf army, Their combat strength was too strong and he could not afford to be careless. Although he had left 20,000 mountain suppression army soldiers to defend Full Moon City, he was still not confident. Haha. The general of the enemy laughed and exchanged a few blows with Ming Meng. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers charged past, leaving behind a sea of corpses. Roar. Roar, tiger roars sounded. The 10,000 bloody moon demonic tiger army of the Yin Moon Empire was extremely powerful. Each time, they could bite off a piece of the Mountain Suppression Army's cavalry formation. After a few clashes, the Mountain Suppression Army lost thousands of cavalry. Ming Meng's heart was bleeding. The Xianxia army was a powerful army that he had spent decades to create. It was one of the few powerful armies of the royal family. Losing even one of them would make Ming Meng's heart ache. Kill. Ming Meng's hair and beard were as fierce as a lion. Rumble. At this moment, a violent roar came from the direction of Full Moon City. The earth was faintly shaking. Ming Meng's expression changed greatly. They're finally here. The general of the enemy laughed loudly. The Grey Wolf Army, it's the Grey Wolf Army. You made the Grey Wolf Army take a detour from Mount Han to sneak attack Full Moon City. Ming Meng's expression changed greatly as he roared angrily. Haha, that's right. However, it's too late now. How can the 20,000 soldiers you left behind be a match for the Grey Wolf Army? The general of the enemy laughed loudly. Ming Meng's expression was extremely gloomy. At this moment, he was in a dilemma. If he led the army back to help, the local army would definitely chase after them from behind. At that time, the Grey Wolf Army would attack them head-on. The Mountain Suppression Army would be in danger if they were attacked from both sides. However, if he didn't go back to help, could Full Moon City withstand the attack of the Grey Wolf Army? Rumble. The shaking sound was getting closer and closer. Ming Meng's expression became more and more unsightly, while the general of the Yin Moon Empire laughed more and more happily. Haha, today, I will definitely flatten Full Moon City and then lead the army to attack the imperial capital of the Burning Sun Empire. Eh? What's going on? The general of the Yin Moon Empire laughed arrogantly and happily at first, but his expression immediately changed. Amidst the smoke and dust, it could be seen that this army was not riding ash wolves, but strong green scale horses. The army of the Burning Sun Empire? The eyes of the general of the Yin Moon Empire widened in disbelief. How could the army of the Burning Sun Empire appear here? Where is the Grey Wolf Cavalry? Where did they go? This new army was naturally Lu Ming's army. Kill. Lu Ming took the lead, holding his spear with one hand and emitting a murderous aura. The army of 18,000 followed closely behind, stabbing at the army of the Yin Moon Empire like a sharp knife. Kill. Soldiers of the Mountain Army, follow me and kill the bastards of the Yin Moon Empire. How could Ming Meng miss such an opportunity? He immediately roared and his voice spread across the battlefield. Kill. 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 All the soldiers of the Mountain Army roared and followed Ming Meng to charge at the army of the Yin Moon Empire. The general of the Yin Moon Empire looked terrible. He shouted, "There are not many enemies, less than 20,000 of them. We are all experienced elites. 10,000 of us are enough to block them." Immediately, 10,000 cavalrymen of the Yin Moon Empire charged at Lu Ming's army. Remember, block them. When the Grey Wolf Cavalry arrives, we can kill them all. The general of the Yin Moon Empire shouted. His voice spread across the battlefield to boost the morale. Ha ha ha, you must be talking about the Grey Wolf Cavalry. Lu Ming laughed. He waved his hand, and a storage ring flew forward. Then, the storage ring glowed, and wolf and human heads fell to the ground. Those are the heads of the Grey Wolf Cavalry. So many? Could it be that the Grey Wolf Cavalry has all been killed? The army of the Yin Moon Empire was in an uproar. The 10,000 Grey Wolf Cavalry have all been killed by us. Don't expect them to come back. At the same time, he dashed toward the other party at high speed. Impossible. The general of the Yin Moon Empire shouted. He could not believe that 10,000 Grey Wolf Cavalry had been killed. Lu Ming's words made the army of the Yin Moon Empire very suspicious. Some soldiers did not hold their weapons as hard as before. Kill. At this moment, the 18,000 soldiers led by Lu Ming had already clashed with the 10,000 enemy soldiers. Deceiving the masses with lies, kill. The leader of the other party was a burly man in the fifth martial ancestor realm. As he shouted, he slashed at Lu Ming with his saber. Die! Lu Ming roared and thrust out his long spear. The saber light shattered, and the long spear directly pierced through the opponent's throat. Bang! The spear light did not stop, continuously killing more than a dozen people behind it before it dissipated. Lu Ming rode the azure-scaled horse and rushed past. Behind him, Xianxia, golden-eyed blood zombie, Hua Ying, Gao Li, and the others followed closely behind, leading an army of 18,000. Kill. Led by Lu Ming, the Blazing Sun army immediately tore a large hole in the enemy's formation. The 10,000 soldiers of the Yin Moon Empire were not as powerful as the Grey Wolf army. Their strength was on par with Lu Ming's army. Naturally, they could not block Lu Ming's attack. Moreover, the morale of the Yin Moon Empire was low, and they had fewer soldiers. They were no match for the Blazing Sun army at all. In a short while, they were scattered. On the other side, Ming Meng led the mountain army to entangle the enemy and gain the upper hand. Everyone, move out. Ming Meng's long roar echoed in Full Moon City. Rumble! Suddenly, a large army rushed out of Full Moon City and charged toward them. It was the 20,000 soldiers that Ming Meng had left behind to guard the city. The Yin Moon Empire was besieged and their morale was even lower. Large numbers of soldiers were killed by the Blazing Sun Empire. Retreat, retreat! The general of the Yin Moon Empire shouted anxiously. He knew that they were going to lose today. If this continued, they would be completely wiped out. The general of the Yin Moon Empire led the powerful Crimson Moon Demonic Tiger army and charged forward. Immediately, a gap was created in the mountain army led by Ming Meng. Charge out! The Crimson Moon Demonic Tiger army led the way, and the other armies followed behind. The army that was fighting with Lu Ming and the rest threw away their helmets and armor and ran for their lives. Kill! Lu Ming shouted and chased after them. On the other side, Ming Meng led the mountain army to chase after them. The army was defeated like a landslide. Along the way, the Yin Moon Empire left behind large numbers of corpses. Half an hour later, Lu Ming and the others retreated. In this battle, only about 20,000 of the Yin Moon Empire's 50,000 soldiers escaped. 30,000 died in battle. The mountain army seized countless materials. It was a great victory. An hour later, the two armies met on the grassland outside Full Moon City. Dad! Dad! Miangcheng and his siblings rushed toward Ming Meng. Why didn't you three cultivate in the imperial capital? Why did you come back? Ming Meng scolded with a straight face. Pearl stuck out her tongue and didn't say anything. Ming Feng giggled and said, Father, when we heard that the Inuit army was besieging Full Moon City, we were so anxious. As your sons, how could we not fight the enemy together with you? Naturally, we came back to be with you. Well, you are a little filial. Ming Meng's face became a little better, and he nodded. Also, this time, the imperial family sent an army to support us. The leader is Tianyun, so we naturally came back together to introduce him to you. Ming Peak said again. Tianyun? Is that the Tianyun who killed Qiu Chonglai, the genius of the Shifeng sword sect? Where is he? Hurry up and introduce him to me. Ming Meng was shocked when he heard Tianyun's name, and he hurriedly said. Tianyun greets General Ming. At this time, Lu Ming walked up and cupped his fists. You are Tianyun. Haha, you are really a dragon among men. I admire you. Ming Meng laughed and cupped his fists politely. General Ming, you are too polite. This time, Tianyun came here to fight against the Yin Moon Empire with you. If there is anything I don't understand, I would like to seek your advice. Lu Ming said politely. I don't deserve your advice. As soon as you came, you wiped out the Yin Moon Empire's Grey Wolf army and defeated the Yin Moon Empire's army. I should learn from you. Also, don't call me General. Call me Brother Ming. Haha. Ming Meng said very heroically. Brother Ming? Lu Ming's face was strange, and he glanced at Miangcheng and the others. Miangcheng, Pearl, and Ming Peek's faces stiffened, and they were dumbfounded. Lu Ming called Lu Ming brother Ming. Then, wouldn't they be a generation younger than Lu Ming? What should they call Lu Ming, uncle? At the thought of this, the three of them were a little mad. Haha, okay, then I will call you brother Ming. Lu Ming agreed unkindly, and he laughed heartily. Miangcheng and his siblings were the complete opposite. Each of them had a bitter face, and they objected in their hearts. For the next 3 days, there was no movement from the Yin Moon Empire's army. Full Moon City was peaceful. To the north of Full Moon City was the direction of the Yin Moon Empire. To the west was a boundless plateau. The terrain of this plateau was complicated. There were boundless grasslands, but there were also clusters of mountains and ridges. Ta! Ta! The earth shook. Lu Ming led Xianxia, Hua Ying, and a few hundred others. Ming Meng led 3,000 guards and galloped on the plateau. This plateau was usually used as a training ground for the mountain army. There were many demonic beasts roaring in groups. Roar! Lu Ming saw a group of hundreds of ferocious lions. Their bodies were shining in gold. When they saw Lu Ming's army, they roared and ran into the distance. Soon, he saw a group of several thousand 2-meter-tall black bulls galloping on the grassland. There are many demonic beasts on this plateau. If we can capture them and form an army, how strong will we be? Lu Ming laughed while riding on the green scale horse. Little brother Tianyun, you're right. However, the demonic beasts on this plateau are wild and untamed. Moreover, there aren't many of them of the same species. It's too difficult to form an army of tens of thousands of people. If we use different species, it'll be difficult to train them together and their combat strength won't be high. Ming Meng explained with a smile. Lu Ming nodded. He also understood. For example, the wild lions were not inferior to the Blood Moon demonic tiger. Unfortunately, it was difficult to capture more than 10,000 of them. Moreover, it was extremely difficult to tame these wild demonic beasts. The group galloped on the grassland. Along the way, they saw all kinds of demonic beasts. Some moved alone while others moved in groups. Roar! Suddenly, a roar came from the front. A murderous aura filled the air. Ta! Ta! Then, they heard a group of wild lions, giant bears, and other demonic beasts galloping toward them. All of the demonic beasts' eyes were filled with panic and fear. Roar! Wolf howls came from behind. Then, Lu Ming and the others saw a dozen blood shadows galloping toward them. Taking a closer look, it wasn't a blood shadow, but a dozen huge wolves. These giant wolves looked extremely strange. Each of them was over 2 meters tall and 4 meters long. Their bodies were blood red and covered with blood red scales. Even their legs were covered with scales. Only the fiery red hair on his neck looked like a ball of flame. Roar! A berserk lion was being chased by a giant wolf. It was unable to resist at all and was sent flying with a swipe of its paw. Then, the berserk lion's neck was bitten off. What a mighty giant wolf, what powerful strength! Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he exclaimed in admiration. These are crimson blood-scaled wolves. The weakest of these crimson blood-scaled wolves is equivalent to a 7th-layer martial Grand Master. There are even 2 1st-layer martial ancestor. They definitely came from the depths of the plateau. Ming Meng exclaimed in surprise. Roar! Roar! At this moment, when the demonic beasts in front saw Lu Ming and the others, they all took a detour and fled far away. However, the crimson blood-scaled wolves stopped in front of Lu Ming and the others. They looked at Lu Ming and the others ferociously and kept howling. They had no intention of running away. These crimson blood-scaled wolves are definitely the best mounts. Lu Ming looked at the crimson blood-scaled wolves with interest and said. That's right. These crimson blood-scaled wolves are said to have the bloodline of a flood dragon. Their bodies are invulnerable and they run like the wind. They are definitely the best mounts. If you have an army of tens of thousands of crimson blood-scaled wolves, you will be invincible. Unfortunately, perhaps the crimson blood-scaled wolves really do have the bloodline of a flood dragon. They are extremely arrogant and unruly. It is extremely difficult to tame them. Even if you use strength to suppress them, they would rather die than submit. The Moon Empire also covets the crimson blood-scaled wolves, but they have been helpless for so many years. Ming Meng explained. Oh? Lu Ming was a little disappointed. He originally wanted to build a strong army. Humph, it's just a beast. I don't believe that I can't tame it. Huang snorted and said unwillingly. He then rushed out and pounced on the crimson blood-scaled wolves. Roar! The crimson blood-scaled wolves roared and pounced on Huang to counterattack. Get lost! Huang shouted and threw out a few punches. Bang! Bang! Some of the martial master realm crimson blood-scaled wolves were sent flying. They rolled on the ground for a few rounds before they got up and shook off the mud on their bodies. They were fine. As for the two martial ancestor realm LV1 demonic beasts, they were only pushed back a few steps. On the other hand, Huaying's body swayed a little. What a strong force. Let's see if I can't tame you. Huaying shouted and rushed forward, throwing out punches. Huaying's cultivation was high. The crimson blood-scaled wolves were naturally no match for him and were sent flying. Huaying targeted a martial ancestor realm LV1 crimson blood-scaled wolf and rode on it to tame it. Roar! The crimson blood-scaled wolf let out an earth-shattering roar as if its dignity had been insulted. It was furious and its body shook and jumped wildly. At the same time, a blazing flame emerged from its body and enveloped Huaying. Kneel down! Huaying shouted and used all his strength to suppress the crimson blood-scaled wolf. Huaying was a martial ancestor realm LV3 martial ancestor realm bloodline. When he used all his strength, it was as if a mountain was pressing on the crimson blood-scaled wolf's back. The crimson blood-scaled wolf kept roaring but it could not resist and was pressed down. However, it did not give in. It kept struggling and roaring, looking extremely ferocious. Give in or I'll kill you! Huaying shouted. Roar! The crimson blood-scaled wolf responded to him with a roar. Damn it! Huaying continued to suppress it. After a while, Huaying was sweating profusely but the crimson blood-scaled wolf still did not give in. It's really untamed. Lu Ming sighed. At the same time, he felt that it was a pity. The crimson blood-scaled wolves were not too strong. As long as there were some of them who were equivalent to martial masters, they could form an army and it would be terrifying. Roar! At this moment, there was an earth-shattering roar. Two rays of bloody light came from afar at an incredible speed. In a few breaths, they were in front of Huaying. One of them pounced on Huaying. Huaying was shocked and threw out a punch. Boom! With a loud bang, Huaying's body was pushed back a dozen meters. At this moment, he could see clearly that there were two more crimson blood-scaled wolves. These two crimson blood-scaled wolves were extremely majestic and bigger than the other crimson blood-scaled wolves. They are equivalent to martial ancestor realm LV3. Lu Ming muttered. What's going on? What's going on today? Why are there so many martial ancestor realm crimson blood-scaled wolves? Normally, they would hide in the depths of the plateau. Why are there so many of them today? Ming Meng was extremely surprised. Roar! The two martial ancestor realm LV3 crimson blood-scaled wolves roared and stared at Lu Ming and the others. Then, with a roar, they turned and ran towards the plateau. The other crimson blood-scaled wolves followed closely behind. Lu Ming, how about we make a bet? A bet? Lu Ming was stunned. That's right. Let's bet with these two crimson blood-scale wolves. These two crimson blood-scale wolves are at the third level of the martial ancestor realm. Let's see who can tame them first. Whoever tames them first wins. The loser has to agree to a condition of the winner. Do you dare to bet with me? Xianxia turned her eyes and said. Hearing this, the surrounding people looked at the two of them with great interest. Lu Ming and Xianxia stood together like a golden couple. Since the imperial capital, Xianxia had been following Lu Ming. Naturally, the others thought that the two of them had a special relationship. Now that Xianxia proposed a bet with Lu Ming, the others naturally thought that it was a flirting between the two of them. By the side, Mingzhu looked at the peerless Xianxia and sighed in her heart. She thought that perhaps only a beauty like Xianxia was worthy of Lu Ming. The distance between her and Lu Ming was too far. In the future, it would only grow further. After sighing, Pearl hid her thoughts in the bottom of her heart. She smiled and looked at Lu Ming. "Why wouldn't I?" Lu Ming said with a smile. "Alright, let's begin." Xianxia revealed a cunning look. She moved and turned into a ray of light, chasing after the crimson blood scale wolves. Lu Ming smiled. Similarly, his figure moved and he stepped into the air. "Let's go and have a look." Ming Meng and the others chased after them on horseback. However, after a while, they could no longer see Lu Ming and Xianxia. "Forget it, let's wait for them here," Ming Meng said. The others nodded and waited. The crimson blood scale wolves ran at a terrifying speed on the grassland. However, with Lu Ming and Xianxia chasing after them, they caught up in a short while. Whoosh! With a slight movement, Xianxia lunged at a third-layer martial ancestor realm crimson blood-scaled wolf. Roar! That crimson blood-scale wolf roared, opened its mouth, and actually spat out a pillar of fire, rushing towards Xianxia. However, Xianxia waved his hand and sent out a palm strike. The fire pillar was dispersed, and Xianxia easily stepped on the back of the crimson blood-scale wolf. Roar! The crimson blood-scale wolf suddenly went crazy, and issued a furious roar. Its body crazily swung, and it wanted to throw Xianxia off. But Xianxia's true qi burst forth, forming a terrifying pressure, suppressing the crimson blood-scale wolf. However, the crimson blood-scale wolf howled and refused to submit. On the other side, Lu Ming was also standing on the back of the crimson blood-scale wolf, using his martial arts to suppress it. But at the same time, the crimson blood-scale wolf went crazy and refused to submit. Actually, it was not difficult for Lu Ming and Xianxia to kill these two crimson blood-scale wolves. It was very simple. However, they did not want to kill them, but to tame them. In this way, they could not use too much strength, or else they would kill the crimson blood-scale wolves in an instant. They could only use an appropriate amount of strength to suppress the crimson blood-scale wolves and wear down their ferocious qi. Only then could they slowly tame them. This was a process of exhaustion. Roar! Roar! The two third-layer martial ancestor realm crimson blood-scale wolves kept howling and leaping, trying to throw Lu Ming and Xianxia off. However, the two of them stood firmly on the backs of the crimson blood-scale wolves. Just like this, the two crimson blood-scale wolves abandoned the other crimson blood-scale wolves and ran towards the depths of the plateau while howling. The crimson blood-scale wolves were too fast, and they passed by mountains and rivers as if they were flat ground. Soon, they had crossed 1,000 miles. Here, the grassland had disappeared and was replaced by endless plateaus and mountains. The two crimson blood-scale wolves kept howling and leaping through the forest. Soon, they had crossed another 1,000 miles into the plateau. Roar! Roar! Suddenly, the howls of wolves echoed from afar, echoing the howls of the two crimson blood-scale wolves. Hearing the howls of the wolves around them, the two crimson blood-scale wolves howled even louder, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Roar! Roar! The howls of the wolves became denser and came from all directions. Then, one after another, tall and majestic figures appeared from all directions. Crimson blood-scale wolves. Crimson blood-scale wolves appeared all around them. The crimson blood-scale wolves looked at Lu Ming and Xianxia with murderous intent and howled continuously. There are so many crimson blood-scale wolves. Is this a wolf den? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The howls of the wolves were endless. Lu Ming looked around and realized that most of the crimson blood-scale wolves were second-grade demonic beasts, which were equivalent to martial masters. Only a small portion of them were third-grade demonic beasts. There are so many crimson blood-scale wolves. If we used them as mounts and formed an army, how powerful would that be? Lu Ming's heart could not help but burn with passion. Roar! Roar! Suddenly, two howls of the wolves were heard. These two howls were earth-shattering and pierced through the clouds. After these two howls, the other crimson blood-scale wolves in all directions quieted down, not a single sound was heard. Within a radius of 10 miles, the other demonic beasts did not even dare to breathe loudly. It was incomparably silent. That was, in the next moment, Lu Ming saw two crimson blood-scale wolves walking out from the tallest mountain peak. These two crimson blood-scale wolves were extremely tall and sturdy. They were at least 3 meters tall, and their bodies were covered with fiery red scales that seemed to be polished from fiery jade. They were sparkling and translucent, as if there were traces of flames jumping out from them. An extremely powerful aura burst out from the 2 crimson blood scale wolves. Peak 6th grade demonic beasts. They are equivalent to peak 6th grade martial ancestor realm. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly moved. Woo woo, at this moment, the other crimson blood scale wolves whimpered and prostrated themselves, as if they were welcoming the arrival of their king. Could these 2 crimson blood scale wolves be the wolf kings of this pack? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat as he thought of this possibility. Judging from the situation, it should not be wrong. Roar! Roar! The 2 crimson blood scale wolves suddenly roared and leaped into the air, pouncing toward Lu Ming and Xianxia. Lu Ming and Xianxia did not dare to be careless. They unleashed their full strength and met the wolves head-on. Boom! Boom! With 2 loud bangs, Lu Ming and Xianxia were both sent flying. What a strong power! Although the Crimson Blood Wolf King is only a Class 6 LV4 demonic beast, its combat strength is not comparable to an ordinary Class 6 LV4 demonic beast. It is at least a Class 7 LV4 demonic beast. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Roar! Roar! The 2 crimson blood scale wolf kings roared and pounced toward Lu Ming and Xianxia. The 2 of them engaged in a fierce battle. However, Xianxia was at a disadvantage as soon as the battle began. He was no match for the wolves. Lu Ming was slightly better, but he was also at a disadvantage. With Lu Ming's current combat strength, he could easily defeat a normal 6th grade martial ancestor realm martial artist. However, he was no match for a 7th grade martial ancestor realm martial artist. Bang! Bang! After a few moves, Lu Ming's muscles trembled and he was forced to retreat. He was at a disadvantage. Bang! On the other side, Xianxia was sent flying and landed beside Lu Ming, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. However, she did not make a sound and did not escape. It seemed that she would not leave if Lu Ming did not leave. She was very stubborn. Roar! Xiaoqing, why don't we leave this place first? Lu Ming said. With the 2 wolf kings here, it was impossible for them to tame the crimson blood-scaled wolf today. No, I don't believe that I can't tame it. Xianxia said stubbornly. Lu Ming was speechless. This girl is throwing a tantrum again. It's just a fake wolf king. Let's see if they dare to be arrogant in front of the real wolf king. Xianxia snorted and quickly formed a seal with both hands. Then, layers of black light emitted from Xianxia's body. Slowly, the black light formed a giant silver wolf in the air. Moonhell wolf. Lu Ming could not help but exclaim. Lu Ming was very familiar with this giant silver wolf. Back in the Dongyi tribe's ancestral remains, Lu Ming and Xianxia each obtained half of the Moonhell wolf's beast soul. Later on, in the Battle of White Tiger Hall, Lu Ming merged with half of the Beast King's soul and killed Lu Yunxiong and Duan Mulin. He was very familiar with this giant silver wolf. He did not expect Xianxia to condense the Moonhell wolf at this moment. However, Lu Ming could tell that it was not a beast soul, but something that had been condensed. It was a manifestation of a cultivation technique. The Moonhell wolf's aura had weakened significantly. Oh whoa, the Moonhell wolf let out an earth-shattering howl and a supreme aura spread out. Although it was only half of a Moonhell wolf and had been condensed, the Moonhell wolf was a real beast king when it was alive. The aura of a superior being was extremely powerful. Woo-woo, countless crimson blood-scaled wolves let out woo-woo-woo sounds. They lowered their heads and looked at the Moonhell wolf in the air in awe. The Moonhell wolf was silver and white. It stood in the air, looking mighty and powerful as it held continuously. Slowly, some of the level 4 crimson blood-scaled wolves also lowered their heads. Roar! Roar! However, the 2 crimson blood-scaled wolf kings continued to howl as they looked at the Moonhell wolf in the sky. Although they were afraid, they did not submit. Furthermore, an ominous glint flashed in his eyes, as if he would pounce on Lu Ming and Xianxia at any moment. It seems like the 2 wolf kings are very difficult to tame. Lu Ming thought. Roar! The Moonhell wolf in the air howled at the sky, its entire body emitting a dazzling silver light. At that moment, Lu Ming's body also emitted a silver glow. Then, the silver glow condensed into a huge moon-howling wolf in the sky. What happened? Lu Ming was shocked. Could it be that the remnant of the moon-hell heavenly wolf that remained in my body after I fused with the soul of the moon-hell heavenly wolf? Now, it has been activated by the other half of the moon-hell heavenly wolf in Xianxia, causing it to appear. Lu Ming's mind raced as he thought of this. This was the only explanation that made sense. The moon-hell wolf condensed on Lu Ming's body held at the sky, emitting a mighty aura. The rest of the crimson blood-scaled wolves were lying on the ground. Some of the low-level ones were even trembling. Even a few level 4 crimson blood-scaled wolves were lying on the ground, not daring to move. Only the 2 crimson blood-scaled wolf kings continued to howl. However, a trace of fear finally appeared in their eyes. At that moment, the moon-hell wolf above Xianxing's head and the moon-hell wolf above Lu Ming's head merged into an even larger moon-hell wolf. Roar! The moon-hell wolf held and emitted an extremely powerful kingly aura. It was an aura that was innate to the wolf tribe. It was superior and could not be provoked. The 2 crimson blood-scaled wolf kings began to tremble, their eyes filled with fear. The moon-hell wolf stood in the air, looking down at the 2 crimson blood-scaled wolf kings. There seemed to be a hint of displeasure in its eyes. Woo-woo, the 2 crimson blood-scaled wolf kings were finally afraid. They crawled on the ground and whimpered like 2 domestic puppies. Tamed? Lu Ming was overjoyed. Roar! The moon-howling heavenly wolf let out an angry roar. The 2 crimson blood-scaled wolf kings suddenly trembled and actually stood up shakily. They crawled to Lu Ming and Xianxing's side and lay down obediently. It's true. Lu Ming muttered. He was overjoyed. He moved and rode on the back of one of the crimson blood-scaled wolf kings. The crimson blood-scaled wolf king did not resist and behaved obediently. On the other side, Xianxia also rode on the other crimson blood-scaled wolf king. That one was also obedient. Lu Ming took a glance and discovered that Xianxing's wolf was a female while Lu Ming's wolf was a male. It was no wonder there were 2 wolf kings. Haha, Xiaoqing, a male and a female. They make a pair, just like you and me. Lu Ming laughed. Who's a pair with you? Dream on. Xianxia snorted and rolled his eyes at Lu Ming. Lu Ming grinned. He was just joking and did not take it to heart. At this moment, the moon-hell wolves held in the air and turned into 2 rays of light again. They fell into Lu Ming and Xianxing's bodies and disappeared. The powerful pressure between heaven and earth also disappeared. Roar! The 2 crimson blood-scaled wolf kings growled and stood up. However, they did not go crazy and did not resist. They seemed to have been completely tamed. Maybe, Xianxia and I still have the aura of the moon-hell wolves on us. That's why we can tame these 2 wolf kings. Lu Ming guessed. He patted the crimson blood-scaled wolf king and said, "Call all your subordinates and follow me." Roar! Roar! The 2 crimson blood-scaled wolf kings were very obedient. They let out 2 long howls that spread for dozens of miles. The other crimson blood-scaled wolves howled and gathered from all directions. In the end, the surroundings were densely packed with crimson blood-scaled wolves. There were so many of them that one could not see the end of it. So many? Lu Ming was stunned. Then, he was overjoyed. Lu Ming took a closer look and discovered that there were more than 8,000 crimson blood-scaled wolves all over the mountains. Most of them were LV2 demonic beasts. A small portion were LV3 demonic beasts. There were even dozens of LV4 demonic beasts. LV4 demonic beasts were equivalent to martial ancestor realm martial artists. I'm rich, I'm rich. Lu Ming roared in his heart. What are you so happy about? Don't forget that it's all thanks to me that we can tame the crimson blood-scaled wolves. If it were you, you would have run away, coward. Xianxia curled his lips and said disdainfully. Yes, yes, it's all thanks to you. Lu Ming was in a good mood and did not argue with Xianxia. You lost the bet this time. You won't go back on your word, right? Xianxia said. Hey, I also contributed to the taming of the Wolf King. How can it be considered my loss? Lu Ming said. What contribution? If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have had the chance to tame the Wolf King. Are you trying to go back on your word? If you go back on your word, I'll spread the news of you going back on your word in the camp. Xianxia gritted his teeth. In the end, Lu Ming could only compromise and agree to Xianxia's condition. What condition? Say it. As long as I can do it, I won't refuse. Lu Ming said. It's not time yet. When the time comes, I'll tell you. Xianxia smiled slyly and rode away on the crimson blood-scaled Wolf King. Lu Ming followed on the Wolf King. On the grassland 2,000 miles away, Ming Meng, Hua Ying, and the others were waiting anxiously. Why hasn't the general returned after so long? Could something have happened? Gao Li frowned. I don't think so. With the general's cultivation, he should be able to escape even if he can't defeat those below the martial ancestor realm. Hua Ying said. However, there was a worried look in his eyes. Ever since they had pledged allegiance to Lu Ming, they had been thinking for Lu Ming. Ming Meng, Miangcheng, and the others were also anxious as they looked in the direction that Lu Ming and the others had left. Rumble, at that moment, the ground started to shake as if thousands of soldiers and horses were galloping. Ming Meng's face changed and he shouted, "Oh no, there's a large group of demonic beasts coming. This is a beast tide. Listen to my orders, get into formation and prepare for battle." As soon as he finished speaking, the 3,000 guards that Ming Meng had brought with him got into formation and drew their longbows, ready for a bloody battle. Rumble, the shaking became more and more violent as if there were many huge creatures galloping. Ming Meng and the others looked more and more serious. Hell! Hell! At that moment, loud wolf howls came from the depths of the plateau and pierced through the clouds. Oh no, that's the howls of the crimson blood-scaled wolves. Why are there so many of them? Where are Brother Tianyun and the others? Ming Meng shouted. The others were also shocked. They did not know how. Many crimson blood-scaled wolves there were, but they were sure that they did not have enough people. How could they fight? Retreat, retreat. Let's rush back to Full Moon City first. Ming Meng shouted. Let's go. They turned their horses around and rushed back. Ah? That's the general and Miss Xianxia. Suddenly, a loud shout sounded. It came from a youth in the Star Cluster Hall. What? Ming Meng and the others hurriedly looked in that direction. At the end of the ground, there was a boundless red color. From afar, it looked like a fiery red sunset. Upon closer look, it was not a sunset. It was clearly a crimson blood-scaled wolf with a strong physique. As far as the eye could see, the ground was filled with crimson blood-scaled wolves. They covered the sky and covered the earth as an extremely dense baleful aura filled the air. Some of the more timid people's calves began to tremble. In front of the endless horde of crimson blood-scale wolves, there were two of the tallest crimson blood-scale wolves. There was a person sitting on each of the two scarlet bloods. It was Lu Ming and Xianxia. It's really Brother Tianyun and Miss Xia, but what's going on? Why are they riding on the crimson blood-scale wolves? Ming Meng was dumbfounded. Could it be that general and the others are being chased by crimson blood-scale wolves? Impossible? The two crimson blood-scale wolves they are riding seem to have the strongest aura, but they aren't resisting. Could it be that they have already tamed them? Tamed? That's impossible, right? Hua Ying and some other young experts were discussing among themselves. Roar! Roar! At this moment, the crimson blood-scale wolf king that Lu Ming and Xianxia were riding on let out two roars. Then, the horde of crimson blood-scale wolves gradually slowed down. Finally, they began to walk slowly towards Ming Meng and the others. This is the crimson blood-scale wolf king? Could it be that the crimson blood-scale wolf king has been tamed? How is that possible? Ming Meng's eyes widened and his mouth dropped open in disbelief. Those who were originally from Full Moon City also widened their eyes and mouths as they stared blankly. At this moment, Lu Ming and Xianxia were not far away. Brother Tianyun, you tamed these two crimson blood-scale wolf kings? Ming Meng asked in a daze. Haha, Brother Ming Meng, I was lucky to succeed. We chased after the previous two, but we didn't expect to run into the crimson blood-scale wolf king's lair. We were lucky to have tamed these two crimson blood-scale wolf kings, so we asked the Wolf King to order all the Crimson Bloodscale wolves to be brought here. Lu Ming explained. Oh, lucky? Ming Meng's lips were trembling, and one of his hands was tugging at his beard. Until now, he was still in shock, as if he was in a dream. The 3,000 guards he brought were not any better. They all thought they were dreaming. Taming the Crimson Bloodscale Wolf King? But no one had ever heard of anyone succeeding. Now, Lu Ming had succeeded as soon as he came, and even brought back a nest of Crimson Bloodscale wolves. Brother Tianyun is invincible. Ming Peak reacted quickly and shouted. Then, he ran to Lu Ming's side and said, Brother Tianyun, can you give me a Crimson Bloodscale wolf as a mount? After a few days of hesitation, Miangcheng and his siblings decided to be friends with Lu Ming, regardless of how their father and Lu Ming addressed him. Otherwise, they would really have to call him Uncle Lu Ming. Of course, you can choose one yourself. Lu Ming smiled. Thank you so much, Brother Tianyun. Ming Peak was overjoyed. He immediately picked a Class 3 LV6 Crimson Bloodscale wolf and rode on it. Roar! As soon as Ming Peak rode on it, the Crimson Bloodscale wolf let out a furious roar. Roar! At this moment, Lu Ming patted the Wolf King that he was riding and the Wolf King let out a loud roar. Immediately, the Crimson Blood-Scaled wolf became obedient and whined. Ren Mingfeng rode on it. Haha, let's go. Ming Peak patted the Crimson Bloodscale wolf, and it immediately roared and rushed out like a gust of wind. After a while, it ran back. Haha, awesome, this is awesome. Ming Peak laughed. This made the others unable to stand it. General, give me one. Huang shouted. General, I want one too. The other young men shouted. You can choose one yourselves. Lu Ming waved his hand and said. Huang and the others were overjoyed. They were all martial arts grandmasters, so they naturally chose Class 4 mounts. Huang picked a Class 4 LV4, which was equivalent to a martial arts grandmaster realm LV4. The others also picked suitable mounts. For a moment, the wolves howled and the red light leaped on the grassland. They were all trying out their new mounts. This is awesome. This is a real mount. With a mount like this, killing enemies will be as easy as pie. Huang and the others laughed. Ming Meng looked on enviously. With his status, he was too embarrassed to ask Lu Ming for one. Brother Ming Meng, this one is for you. Lu Ming waved his hand, and a tall and burly Crimson Bloodscale wolf came forward, exuding a powerful aura. This was a Class 4 LV5 Crimson Bloodscale wolf, second only to the two Wolf Kings in the wolf pack. Brother Tianyun, how can I accept this? Although he said that, his eyes were fixed on the Crimson Bloodscale wolf, and he could not move his eyes away. Brother Ming Meng, why are you being so polite with me? Take it and ride it. Lu Ming said with a smile. Okay, then I won't stand on ceremony. Ming Meng was overjoyed. He hurriedly jumped on the Crimson Bloodscale wolf and controlled it to run a big circle. The smile on his face could not fade. Let's go back to the barracks. Lu Ming waved his hand and said. Instantly, more than 8,000 Crimson Bloodscale wolves followed Lu Ming and the others to the barracks of Moonview City. Along the way, Ming Meng's 3,000 guards looked at the Crimson Bloodscale wolves with envy. When Lu Ming and the others returned to Full Moon City, it naturally caused a huge commotion. The entire Full Moon City was shaken. The 100,000 Mountain Suppression Army was even more shocked and envious. As for Lu Ming's 18,000 troops, they were extremely excited. They knew that the Crimson Blood-Scaled wolves would definitely be assigned to them. Sure enough, from the next day onwards, Lu Ming began to select 8,000 of the strongest soldiers from the 18,000 troops and assigned each of them a Crimson Blood-Scaled wolf. In this army of 8,000, everyone's cultivation was at least at the 9th level of the Martial Warrior realm. Among them, 2,000 were at the Martial Master realm and about 100 were at the Great Martial Master realm. 8,000 people formed a Crimson Blood-Scaled wolf cavalry. Those who were assigned the Crimson Blood-Scaled wolves were elated and excited. A powerful mount meant that their battle prowess was stronger. On the battlefield, not only did they have a higher chance of survival, but they also had a higher chance of killing the enemy and making contributions. All of them were extremely grateful to Lu Ming. Many of them even secretly swore to follow Lu Ming to death. As for those who were not assigned the crimson blood-scaled wolves, although they were envious, they were not jealous. They knew that the reason why they were not assigned the crimson blood-scaled wolves was because their cultivation was not enough. And Lu Ming was a peerless genius whose name shook the blazing Sun Empire. His future was limitless. They secretly swore to follow Lu Ming well and cultivate diligently. There would be benefits sooner or later. Lu Ming did not expect that this move would make the army under him trust him even more. It also made him more prestigious. 2 days later. Rumble, on the prairie, a crimson blood-scaled wolf cavalry whistled past. Like a gust of wind. Their aura was earth-shattering and stirred up the wind and clouds. Lu Ming and Xianxia rode at the front. The wind whistled and hit their faces, but the light in Lu Ming's eyes became brighter and brighter. As a man, what could make one's blood boil more than leading an iron-blooded army and making contributions on the battlefield with a beauty beside him? Roar. Roar. The howls of wolves could be heard as the 8,000 cavalrymen whistled through the air. On the grassland, when the other demonic beasts saw this, they all ran away madly, not daring to stop for even a moment. In the distance, Ming Meng and his army watched in shock. In the face of such power, most of the mountain-crushing army were terrified. Who can stop such an army? Ming Meng sighed. It's a pity that there are only 8,000 of them. Moreover, the cultivation base of each knight is too low. Otherwise, they might have become a special force to fight against the Yin Moon Empire. Beside Ming Meng, a deputy general sighed. That's right. The Yin Moon Empire's Blood Moon Demonic Tiger Legion and Grey Wolf Legion each have 100,000 soldiers. If they all attack together, Tianyun's 8,000 red blood cavalrymen will be no match for them. Another deputy general sighed. Don't ask for too much. 8,000 Xianxia armored cavalry is equivalent to 100,000 ordinary soldiers. For my Moon City, this is a great thing. Ming Meng said. In the next few days, the Yin Moon Empire didn't make any moves. Lu Ming took the red blood-scaled wolves to practice on the grassland. He wanted to get the soldiers and their mounts to know each other better. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. The 8,000 soldiers and the red blood-scaled wolves were getting along well. On the 6th day, a message suddenly came. The Northern Army, which was 3,000 miles away from the Moon City, sent an urgent message asking for help from the mountain-crushing army. They were under attack from the Yin Moon Empire. General Ming, it's urgent. I will take the red blood cavalrymen to ask for help first. In the big tent of the military camp, Lu Ming and Ming Meng were discussing this matter. Lu Ming directly proposed to take the red blood cavalrymen to help first. The Northern Army was another powerful army of the royal family in the north. It and the mountain-crushing army complemented each other. Once the Northern Army was destroyed, the mountain-crushing army would be in danger too. Therefore, when the Northern Army was in danger, they had to help. The red blood cavalrymen were the fastest, so they were the most suitable ones to go first. All right. Brother Tianyun, go first. The Northern Army will follow. Ming Meng said. After a while, the red blood cavalrymen rushed out of the camp like the wind, heading for the Northern Army's North City. The red blood cavalrymen only needed 4 hours to travel 3,000 miles. The red blood cavalrymen could travel tens of thousands of miles in a day. When Lu Ming and the others arrived at a grassland 100 miles away from the Northern Army, they saw countless people fighting. There were at least hundreds of thousands of people fighting together. Their shouts shook the sky. Grey Wolf Army, Blood Moon Demonic Tiger Army. Lu Ming saw 2 armies in the Yin Moon Army, each with about 10,000 people. They were extremely powerful and were fiercely attacking the Northern Army. The Northern Army had about 60 or 70,000 people. They were surrounded by the Yin Moon Empire's army and were constantly attacking. The smell of blood filled the grassland. Kill! Lu Ming shouted. He and Xianxia rode in the front, rushing towards the Grey Wolf Army. Hell, hell! Apparently, the Grey Wolf Army had also noticed Lu Ming and the others. They gathered their forces and rushed towards Lu Ming and the others. However, halfway through the charge, the Grey Wolf Army let out a terrified cry. What is that? Oh my God! Are those red blood scale wolves? How is that possible? They are red blood scale wolves. They are an army of red blood scale wolves. Countless people in the Grey Wolf army looked forward in fear. Hell! Hell! The red blood scale wolves roared. Their eyes turned red as they rushed forward. Hell! The Grey Wolf cavalryman's mount started to howl in fear and slowed down. Damn it! Go! Go! Don't be afraid! The general of the Grey Wolf army roared. He cut the wolf's skin with his saber and made it bleed. The others did the same. They all cut the wolf's skin. The wounded wolf became even more ferocious. It suppressed its fear and rushed towards the red blood cavalryman. Kill! Destroy the Grey Wolf army! Lu Ming shouted. His voice was full of killing intent. The first army he had encountered was the Grey Wolf army. In that battle, they had ambushed the Grey Wolf army. They had the advantage in numbers and had lost 2,000 men. Lu Ming was still brooding over that. Now that he saw the other Grey Wolf army, he was naturally filled with killing intent. Kill! The other red blood cavalrymen felt the same as Lu Ming. They all roared and rushed forward. Bang! The two armies finally clashed. However, the seemingly powerful Grey Wolf army was as weak as tofu in front of the red blood cavalrymen. The moment the two armies clashed, the Grey Wolf army was torn in half. Miserable cries filled the air. Hell! The red blood scale wolves were extremely ferocious. They roared and slashed out with their claws, tearing the Grey Wolf cavalrymen and their wolves in half. In a short moment, the Grey Wolf army's formation had been torn in half by the red blood cavalrymen. It was a mess and thousands of corpses were left behind. Kill! Lu Ming turned around. The 8,000 red blood cavalrymen followed him and charged towards the remaining Grey Wolf army. This was a battle without any suspense. The difference in strength was too great. It was a one-sided slaughter. Ah! Run! Save me! Don't kill me! Run! Devour! Lu Ming manipulated the Nine Dragons bloodline, and a terrifying devouring force was attached to his left palm. His left palm was like a black hole, and Lu Ming devoured the essence blood. Wherever he went, regardless of whether it was the blood essence of humans or the blood essence of the ash wolf, they were all devoured and refined. This time, Lu Ming used half of his essence blood to increase his cultivation. Although the Grey Wolf cavalry was not strong individually, they had the advantage in numbers. His cultivation base was slowly rising. Kill! Kill! The red blood cavalry's battle cries shook the sky. They kept reaping the lives of the Grey Wolf cavalry. The battle on the other side was alerted by the noise. The Grey Wolf cavalry is about to be destroyed. Our reinforcements are here. The Northern Battlefront army shouted. The Moon Empire's army was shocked. Send reinforcements to the Grey Wolf cavalry. Quick! A general roared. All of a sudden, a group of 20,000 ordinary cavalry charged toward Lu Ming and the rest. Kill! Kill them all! Lu Ming roared and dashed toward the 20,000-strong army. The other red blood cavalry followed him. The 10,000 Grey Wolf cavalry were almost wiped out. Only a few hundred of them were left. They were running away in fear. The Xianxia armored cavalry once again formed into a sharp knife formation and rushed towards the enemy. This time, it was even more one-sided. The 20,000 Grey Wolf cavalry were defeated as soon as they came into contact. The red blood-scaled wolves roared and the enemy's mounts trembled. Their fighting strength was greatly reduced. The red blood-scaled wolves waved their claws and tore apart several cavalrymen. They could not resist at all. It was still a massacre. Reinforcements. Send the signal. Ask for reinforcements. An exasperated shout came from the Moon Empire's army. Following that, streaks of smoke and fire flew up into the sky, forming multiple moons. The fierce battle continued. The Crimson Blood Scale Wolf entered the battlefield for the first time, displaying its unparalleled battle prowess. Facing enemies several times its size, it easily tore apart the enemy's battle formation and slaughtered the enemy's cavalry. Corpses were everywhere. Corpses were everywhere. During the battle, Lu Ming's cultivation broke through and reached the middle stage of the second martial grandmaster realm. Rumble, not long after, a deafening tremor resounded between heaven and earth. In the distance, tiger roars came from the Crimson Moon demonic tigers. The army of Crimson Moon demonic tigers was rushing toward them. There were 20,000 Crimson Moon demonic tigers. Together with the previous 10,000 Crimson Moon demonic tigers, there were 30,000 of them. Kill. Kill that red blood scaled wolf cavalry. The Crimson Moon demonic tigers were led by a general in red blood cavalry. He was strong blood scaled wolf, holding a mace. What a powerful aura. This is the aura of the 7th level martial ancestor realm. Blood scaled wolves was red blood tiger cavalry kill. Without hesitation, Lu Ming led the 8,000 red blood iron cavalry and charged toward the 20,000 Crimson Moon demonic tiger legion. The two armies drew closer and closer to each other. Die, brat. The blood-armored general roared and smashed the mace in his hand toward Lu Ming. Boom. Boom, the mace smashed through the air, causing the space to tremble violently. Golden Eye. Lu Ming's mind flickered, and the golden-eyed blood zombie beside him roared and charged towards the crimson-armored man. Boom. Boom, the golden-eyed blood zombie and the blood-armored general were locked in a fierce battle. Whoosh, Lu Ming thrust out his spear, the power of wind and fire fusing and erupting. Bang, a 5th martial ancestor realm expert had his heart pierced by Lu Ming's spear and fell to the ground. Lu Ming rushed over and devoured his essence blood, refining it with extreme speed. Following that, the spear swept out, and a 100-meter-long spear light swept out. Dozens of Blood Moon Devil Tiger cavalry were blown apart, and their flesh and armor fragments scattered all over the ground. Kill. The two sides engaged in a fierce battle. The battle was incomparably fierce. Boom. Boom, the golden-eyed blood zombie roared and attacked the blood-armored general without fear of death. For a moment, the blood-armored general was at a complete disadvantage. Beast Dao Palm. Lu Ming struck out with his palm, and a huge beast palm flew towards the blood-armored general. Great demonic palm print. Not far away, Xianxia also struck out a few palms, and a pitch-black palm print flew towards the blood-armored general. Bang. Bang, although the blood-armored general was fierce, he could not withstand the ferocious attacks of the golden-eyed blood zombie. In addition, Lu Ming and Xianxia were besieging him. His body shook violently, and he spat out large mouthfuls of blood as he retreated quickly. Chi, however, the golden-eyed blood zombie would not miss this opportunity. He pounced on the blood-armored general, and his fingernails were sharper than sabers. In an instant, he tore the blood-armored general's armor into pieces. Lu Ming rushed forward and devoured the blood-armored general's essence blood. This was the essence blood of a 7th martial ancestor realm martial artist, and it was shocking. Lu Ming continued to refine it, and his cultivation level began to rise rapidly. The general has been killed. Someone in the Blood Moon Devil Tiger cavalry shouted. The commander of the Blood Moon Devil Tiger cavalry had been killed, and their morale had plummeted. On the other hand, the Red Blood cavalry's morale had soared. General Tianyun is invincible. General Tianyun is invincible. The Red Blood cavalry roared as they charged towards the enemy. Slowly, the Crimson Blood Fiend Tiger army began to crumble. In a battle, victory and defeat were decided by a hair's breadth. Once they collapsed, they would be defeated like a landslide. Kill. The Red Blood cavalry's eyes were bloodshot as they charged towards the enemy. Hold on, hold on. The deputy general of the Blood Moon Devil Tiger cavalry roared. He tried to hold on and turn the tide, but it was all in vain. The Blood Moon Devil Tiger cavalry was doomed. Boom. Boom, in the distance, there were explosions in the sky. Lu Ming's eyes were like lightning as he looked in that direction. There was also an intense battle going on in the sky a few miles away. That was the battlefield of the experts, because the people fighting there were all experts of the martial ancestor realm and above. There were 40 to 50 people fighting in the sky. Lu Ming discovered that there were experts of the Mystic Essence Sword sect and the Ghost Moon Saber sect. The others were undoubtedly experts of the Yin Moon Empire. That's Autumn Moon. In the crowd, Lu Ming suddenly saw a familiar figure. It was Autumn Moon. Obviously, after not seeing him for such a long time, Autumn Moon had reached the martial ancestor realm. Hua Ying, I'll leave the red blood cavalry to you for the time being. All of a sudden, Lu Ming's shout could be heard from afar. Hua Ying was startled. Although he did not understand the reason, he immediately replied, yes. On the battlefield, one only needed to obey. Good, I'll leave the red blood cavalry to you. Lu Ming said. There was no suspense in the battle here. Hua Ying was well versed in the art of commanding, so Lu Ming was relieved to leave it to him. Goldeye, let's go. Lu Ming moved and leaped from the crimson blood-scaled Wolf King's body, flying toward the distant sky. The Goldeye blood zombie followed closely behind Lu Ming. They covered the distance of a few miles in an instant. Who's there? I'm here to kill you. Lu Ming could not be bothered to talk to him as he stabbed out with his spear. Fiery wind kill. The man was only of martial ancestor realm 3 and was unable to defend himself against Lu Ming's attack. He was killed by the spear in the air. Then, Lu Ming looked around and analyzed the situation. Most of the experts of the Burning Sun Empire were from the Mystic Essence Sword sect and the Ghost Moon Saber sect. It was obvious that they were at a disadvantage. High up in the sky, there was a loud explosion and a powerful aura came down. It was the aura of a martial ancestor realm 7 martial artist. Not far away, Autumn Moon was wearing a white dress. She exuded an extremely cold aura. When she waved her hand, the cold aura froze everything. After not seeing her for a while, Autumn Moon was even more beautiful. Her curves were graceful and her figure was even more voluptuous. However, her beautiful face was extremely cold. It was even colder than the aura she exuded. Judging from the aura on Autumn Moon's body, Autumn Moon had reached the early stages of martial ancestor realm 2. Even Lu Ming was shocked by her cultivation progress. Her opponent was a martial ancestor realm 3 expert. However, he was completely suppressed by Autumn Moon. Absolute frost. Autumn Moon shouted. She waved her hands and an endless amount of cold aura surged. Her opponent roared, but in the next moment, he was turned into an ice sculpture. Autumn Moon slapped out and the ice sculpture shattered into pieces. A martial ancestor realm 3 martial artist had been easily killed by Autumn Moon. Little b****, you're courting death. At that moment, a sharp sound was heard and a bright sword radiance shot towards Autumn Moon. Autumn Moon's face changed. Her body flashed quickly and she managed to dodge the sword radiance. With a flash of light, a white-haired old man appeared in front of Autumn Moon. He looked at Autumn Moon coldly. Little b****, die. The old man shouted coldly. His sword radiance flashed and he charged towards Autumn Moon. Martial Ancestor Realm 5, the old man had a cultivation of Martial Ancestor Realm 5. His sword radiance was bright and sharp. In an instant, he had completely suppressed Autumn Moon. Rise! Autumn Moon shouted. Her body flashed with a blood-red light, and a humanoid figure with blurry facial features appeared. This figure was incomparably cold, as if it was completely made of ice. At the same time, 5 silver chakras flashed across this figure. However, it was still seen by Lao O and Lu Ming. Level 5 King Class Bloodline. The second bloodline awakened by Autumn Moon was actually a level 5 King Class bloodline. Lu Ming was shocked. But on second thought, he felt that it was normal. The first bloodline of Autumn Moon was originally a very powerful natural type ice bloodline among the special bloodlines. Its level was as high as level 8. It was normal for the second bloodline to be powerful. However, Oldo was frightened. Then, he roared with a ferocious expression, Die, die, I will not let you live in this world. Amidst the screams, the terrifying sword chi surged towards Autumn Moon. After activating her bloodline, Autumn Moon's combat strength had increased tremendously. Although she was still at a disadvantage, she would not be defeated for a while. However, at this moment, a black-robed figure appeared not far away from Autumn Moon. He stared coldly at Autumn Moon. Die. Suddenly, the black-robed man attacked. A jet-black sword radiance pierced towards Autumn Moon. He was also a level 5 martial ancestor realm cultivation. You are the one who will die. When the black-robed man appeared, Lu Ming had already rushed over. At this moment, he shouted coldly and swept out his spear. Clang, the long spear hit the black-robed man's long sword. The long sword shook violently and almost exploded. Who is it? The black-robed man's body shook violently and he retreated quickly. The one who will kill you. Lu Ming stepped out and charged towards the black-robed man. Boom, on the long spear, the power of wind and fire was entwined, causing the long spear to move at an extremely fast speed. Bam, the black-robed man's body was swept by the spear. He screamed in pain and his body exploded. Now, Lu Ming only needed one move to kill a level 5 martial ancestor realm cultivation. The 9 dragons' bloodline circulated and devoured the opponent's essence blood. Suddenly, Lu Ming's body shook. His cultivation had broken through again. He had reached the late stage of level 2 martial ancestor realm. The essence blood he had devoured was too rich and there was still a large portion that he had not refined. Kill. With the breakthrough in his cultivation, Lu Ming's combat strength was even stronger. In a flash, he appeared beside Elder O, who was fighting with Autumn Moon. He stabbed out with his spear and the spear radiance was like lightning. Elder O screamed in horror and tried to dodge. However, everything was in vain. In the next moment, a large hole appeared in his chest. Killing with one spear. Lu Ming held the long spear in his hand and looked like a god of war. Autumn Moon looked at Lu Ming and her heart trembled. She did not know why, but when she saw Lu Ming, she felt that he was extremely familiar. Although his body shape and appearance were completely different, she was all too familiar with his temperament. For a moment, she was stunned. What? Little girl, don't you recognize your young master? Lu Ming came to Autumn Moon's side and smiled. Hearing this, Autumn Moon's body trembled. Her beautiful eyes suddenly widened as she stared straight at Lu Ming. Young master? Is it really you? Is it really you? Xiao Yu's eyes were misty and tears rolled down her cheeks as she spoke emotionally. Little girl, if it's not me, who else could it be? Lu Ming stretched out his finger and scratched the tip of Autumn Moon's white nose. Autumn Moon was so emotional that her body trembled. Tears streamed down her face as she said, young master, Autumn Moon has finally found young master. If it were not for the fact that they were fighting, she would have jumped into Lu Ming's arms. Back then, she was brought to a secret place by her master to cultivate in seclusion. Her cultivation progress was extremely terrifying. However, when she ended her cultivation and returned to the Mystic Essence Sword sect, she heard a shocking piece of news. Lu Ming killed his way into the White Tiger Hall and killed many people from the Duanmu family. In the end, the Duanmu family forced him to leave the Mystic Essence Sword sect and disappear without a trace. This news was like a bolt from the blue to Autumn Moon. If it were not for her master stopping her, she would have killed her way into the White Tiger Hall. During this period of time, she had traveled far and wide, but there was no news about Lu Ming. If it were not for her master's kindness, she would have left the Mystic Essence Sword sect on her own accord. This time, she followed the experts of the Mystic Essence Sword sect to support the Ghost Moon Saber sect. One reason was to gain experience, and the other was to find Lu Ming. She wanted to try her luck and see if she could get any news about Lu Ming. She never expected that Lu Ming would suddenly appear beside her. One could only imagine the excitement in her heart. Silly girl, why are you crying? It's more important to kill the enemy first. After we kill the enemy, we can have a good chat. Lu Ming stretched out his hand to wipe away Autumn Moon's tears. Yes, young master. Autumn Moon's tears turned into smiles. Her face revealed a smile that was even more brilliant than flowers. At this time, you still have the mood to be intimate with each other. Let this old man send the two of you on your way to the underworld to be intimate. Suddenly, a dry and hoarse voice rang out. A skinny and gloomy old man appeared not far away and looked at the two of them with a cold smile. His body emitted a powerful aura. Roar, the golden-eyed blood zombie growled and stood in front of the old man. The old man looked at the golden-eyed blood zombie with fear. The reason why he did not launch a sneak attack was because of the golden-eyed blood zombie. Old man, you're the one who's going to die. Golden-eyed, go. Lu Ming growled. The golden-eyed blood zombie roared and pounced on the old man. Swoosh, swoosh. At that moment, two figures appeared behind Lu Ming and Autumn Moon. As soon as they appeared, they turned into two slender and sharp sword radiances and stabbed toward Lu Ming and Autumn Moon. Their speed was shocking and the sword radiances were sharp and indestructible. The two sneak attackers were at the peak of the sixth realm of the martial ancestor realm and their auras were similar. When they joined forces, their power was multiplied. You're courting death. Lu Ming roared furiously and pulled Autumn Moon. At the same time, 6 ancient shields appeared in front of him. The 6 shields stacked together and blocked in front of him. Poof. Poof. Like leather being pierced, the sword radiances of the two sneak attackers were too sharp. The 6 shields were pierced one after another. However, Lu Ming had bought himself some time. His long spear turned into 2 spear radiances and stabbed forward. Clang. Clang, the tip of the spear and the sword collided. Lu Ming felt waves of sharp sword chi surging toward him. The wind and fire aura on the tip of the spear were almost scattered. Lu Ming moved and pulled Autumn Moon back quickly. The two sneak attackers were also blocked and were forced to retreat. At that moment, Lu Ming saw the two figures clearly. These two people looked almost exactly the same. They were short and small, like monkeys. They were about 40 years old. Damn it, this person can block our attack at such a young age. He's too terrifying. We can't let him live. The two short men growled and were shocked. Kill. Swoosh, swoosh. The two of them moved and turned into 2 sword radiances. They charged toward Lu Ming and Autumn Moon. They were as fast as lightning and could not be seen with the naked eye. Icebound 10,000 miles. Autumn Moon shouted as her second bloodline appeared. With a wave of her hand, the temperature in front of her plummeted, and a large patch of frost appeared out of nowhere. It was as if even the air itself had frozen. Great success ice force. Lu Ming could tell that the ice force that Autumn Moon comprehended was already at the major success stage. Its power was incomparably powerful. The two short men also seemed to be frozen, and their speed was greatly reduced. Damn it! Damn it! The two short men roared angrily. Haha, good. Lu Ming laughed heartily as he struck out with both palms. In the sky, 2 huge beast claws condensed and blasted towards the two short men. During this period of time, Lu Ming had already cultivated the 3 Dao palms to the 5th level. Its power was close to that of a superior grade earth rank martial skill. It was extremely powerful. As long as Lu Ming comprehended the final Heaven's Path palm, its might would be infinitely close to a heaven tier martial skill. Boom. Boom, 2 beast claws came crashing down like mountains. The 2 short men slashed out streaks of sword chi to block the beast claws. With 2 booming sounds, the 2 of them trembled and quickly retreated. Swoosh, Lu Ming charged forward. His long spear was like a dragon as the spear radiance pierced through the air and blasted towards the 2 short men. Behind him, Autumn Moon waved her hands and ice wheels that were like crescent moons appeared. They slashed towards the 2 short men continuously. It had to be said that the 2 short men were extremely powerful. Their genuine chi was dense and extremely sharp. Their cultivation had reached the peak of martial ancestor realm level 6. When the 2 of them joined forces, they could compete with an ordinary martial ancestor realm level 7. When Lu Ming and Autumn Moon joined forces, they could only fight to a draw. Refine for me. Lu Ming tried his best to refine the essence blood in his body. The essence blood in his body came from a martial ancestor realm level 7 martial artist. There was also the essence blood of a martial ancestor realm level 5 martial artist and a large number of other martial artists. It was extremely rich. At that moment, it was continuously converted into the energy of the 9 dragons bloodline and into Lu Ming's genuine chi. Lu Ming's genuine chi continued to grow. After a while, he reached the peak of martial ancestor realm level 2. However, he did not stop there. He started to break through to martial ancestor realm level 3. It was not the first time Lu Ming had broken through while fighting. He was familiar with the process. Of course, it was because of the 9 dragons bloodline. The 2 short men became more and more frightened as they fought. Firstly, Autumn Moon's cold chi was too shocking. Although her cultivation was much lower than theirs, the cold chi was extremely terrifying. It was as if it could freeze everything. They felt that the genuine chi in their bodies was about to be frozen and their speed slowed down. Of course, the most terrifying one was Lu Ming. His attacks were violent and his strength was shocking. Each of his attacks could destroy a mountain. Each of his attacks forced them to give their all. Furthermore, Lu Ming did not seem to be tired at all. The more he fought, the braver he became. The two of them had the intention to retreat. Come, let's leave first. These two are too terrifying. We'll let the stronger experts kill them. Let's go. The two of them slashed a few times and decided to retreat. At that moment, Lu Ming's eyes emitted a brilliant glow as he sneered, "Go? It's too late to leave now." Boom, the aura on Lu Ming's body rose rapidly like an erupting volcano. Third layer martial ancestor realm, just a moment ago, his cultivation had successfully broken through. After breaking through to the third layer martial ancestor realm, Lu Ming's combat strength rose rapidly again. Oh no, he broke through? One of the short men yelled in disbelief. Demon, he's a demon. Retreat, retreat quickly. The other man yelled crazily as he retreated frantically. However, it was too late. Lu Ming moved like lightning and appeared not far away from him in the blink of an eye. He thrust his spear forward. Poof, it was as if the air had been pierced through. A spear radiance instantly crossed 100 meters and penetrated everything. The short man did not even have time to react before his heart was pierced through by the spear radiance. Buzz. Then, Lu Ming held the spear in his hand and threw it out. A spear radiance that was 200 meters long crossed the void and blasted toward the other short man. Break! The short man yelled in horror as he slashed out a shocking sword radiance. However, it was useless. The spear radiance swept past and the sword radiance collapsed. The spear radiance did not stop and struck the short man. Bang! The short man screamed as many bones in his body were broken. His body flew out like a cannonball as blood spurted out from his body. Although he was not dead, he was not far from it. Chiao Yu waved out a crescent-shaped ice wheel, which rushed through the short man's body and cut him in two. Lu Ming rushed past them and devoured their blood essence. The blood essence of two martial artists at the peak of the sixth-layer martial ancestor realm was definitely a great supplement. Roar! On the other side, the golden-eyed blood zombie was fearless and had completely suppressed his opponent. How is this possible? Seeing that Lu Ming had killed the two short men, the old man could not believe it. Although the two short men were no match for him, they were not to be underestimated. He had thought that it would be more than enough to kill Lu Ming and Autumn Moon. However, he had never expected that they would be killed by Lu Ming. The old man was shocked. It's your turn now. Lu Ming's eyes were like lightning as he moved and stabbed the old man with his spear. Clang! The old man slashed out with his sword and collided with the long spear. However, he was pushed back by a powerful force. How can he be so strong? The old man was no match for the golden-eyed blood zombie. With the addition of the freakish Lu Ming, he did not dare to continue the fight. He turned and ran. You want to leave? It's not that easy. Lu Ming sneered and chased after him. At the same time, the golden-eyed blood zombie did the same. The white-haired old man was shocked. He flew up into the sky. There were 6 figures, both male and female. Each of them emitted a terrifying aura. The 6 of them were all experts in the martial ancestor realm. There were 3 from the Een Moon Empire and 3 from the Burning Sun Empire. The 6 of them were fighting fiercely. Seeing the white-haired old man rushing over, the 3 from the Een Moon Empire were shocked. One of them asked, "Old Lin, why are you back?" The intelligence was wrong this time. There are a few extremely powerful figures. I'm no match for them. Let's retreat quickly. The white-haired old man shouted. Retreat? We're about to win. How can we retreat now? Are you crazy? A burly man roared. Whoosh! At this time, Lu Ming and the golden-eyed blood zombie had already rushed over. The white-haired old man was scared and fled in a hurry. What's there to be afraid of? I'll kill him. That burly man bellowed coldly. The opponent who had retreated with one move was holding a huge saber in his hand. He slashed toward Lu Ming. Boom, the saber radiance slashed down and the space shook violently. No! The white-haired old man screamed. But it was too late. Roar, the golden-eyed blood zombie roared and rushed forward. He waved his claws and streaks of blood-red light appeared and collided with the saber radiance. Whoosh, then, Lu Ming stabbed out with his spear. The spear radiance, which contained the power of wind and fire, instantly pierced through the saber radiance and headed for the burly man. The big man's pupils suddenly widened, revealing an extremely frightened look. Ah! Retreat! 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 The burly man roared. He unleashed all of his genuine chi and physical strength in an attempt to dodge the spear radiance. But it was too late. He avoided his vital parts but was still stabbed in the shoulder by the spear radiance. The burly man's shoulder exploded and one of his arms disappeared. Ah! The burly man let out a blood-curdling scream as he coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. He had already suffered heavy injuries. Circulating his remaining Xianxia, he attempted to flee. Kill! Lu Ming shouted. His long spear shook, and the spear light swept out horizontally, whipping the big man's body. The big man screamed in horror, and then his body exploded in the air. Whoosh! Lu Ming rushed over and devoured the blood essence. Retreat, retreat quickly! The white-haired old man was scared out of his wits. The big man, who was no weaker than him, was killed by Lu Ming and the golden-eyed blood zombie in a single exchange. He was so scared that his whole body trembled. He screamed and ran even faster. Go! The other two martial arts Grandmaster realm experts from the Yin Moon Empire also turned pale with fright and fled madly. In the blink of an eye, the three of them disappeared without a trace. Lu Ming did not give chase. The reason why he had been able to kill the burly man so easily was not because he was much stronger than the burly man, but because the burly man had been too careless. That was why he had been killed by Lu Ming and the golden-eyed blood zombie. If they were to fight head-on, Lu Ming might not be able to defeat the burly man. Mister, how should I address you? At this moment, the three martial arts Grandmaster realm experts from the Burning Sun Empire flew over. They cupped their fists and bowed. At the same time, they carefully sized up Lu Ming. After discovering Lu Ming's age, they were shocked. I am Tianyun. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said. From their attire, he could tell that one of them was an expert from the Mystic Essence Sword sect, and the other two were experts from the Ghost Moon Saber sect. You are Tianyun? The expert from the Mystic Essence Sword sect was a tall and skinny man in his 50s. At this moment, he exclaimed. The two experts from the Ghost Moon Saber sect also looked at Lu Ming in shock. Tianyun's name had spread throughout the Burning Sun Empire. As long as one was a martial artist, they would know of him. However, today, they realized that Tianyun was even stronger and more amazing than the rumors said. Seniors, it's more important for us to deal with the enemy first. Lu Ming said. That's right. Let's go and kill those beasts from the Yin Moon Empire. The tall and skinny man from the Mystic Essence Sword sect roared. Immediately, the four of them rushed to the battlefield of the other martial arts grandmasters. The martial arts grandmasters from the Yin Moon Empire had obviously received the news and fled like the wind. After leaving behind a few lives, they all fled. Kill! The other martial arts grandmasters charged towards the battlefield on the ground. Mr. Xiaomoon appeared beside Lu Ming and whispered. Her eyebrows were filled with joy. Xiaomoon, let's go and kill the enemy together. After the battle, we can have a good gathering. Lu Ming smiled and said. Xiaomoon nodded obediently and followed Lu Ming to the battlefield below. There was no suspense on the battlefield below. When Lu Ming left, the 20,000 Crimson Moon demonic tigers of the Yin Moon Empire had already been defeated. After that, the Northern Battlefront Army fought back and attacked the Crimson Blood-scaled wolves from both sides. The Yin Moon Army was completely defeated. When Lu Ming came back, he saw Xianxia leading the Crimson Blood-scaled wolves to chase the defeated Yin Moon Army. Along the way, there were corpses everywhere. Whoosh! Lu Ming landed on the Crimson Blood-scaled wolf king. Xiaomoon also landed and sat in front of Lu Ming. The crimson blood-scaled wolf king was huge, more than 6 meters long. It was still very spacious for 2 people to sit on it. On the other side, Xianxia saw Lu Ming and Xiao Moon sitting in front of Lu Ming. His face darkened and a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. Run! The soldiers of the Yin Moon Empire screamed in fear and ran for their lives. However, no matter how fast they were not as fast as the crimson blood-scaled wolves. They were killed one by one. The smell of blood filled the air. Eh? Suddenly, Lu Ming noticed that the golden-eye blood zombie next to him was emitting a thick bloody light. The bloody chi in the air kept gathering towards the golden-eye blood zombie. The bloody light on the golden-eye blood zombie was getting thicker and thicker. That's right. Blood zombies like to drink blood to increase their strength. The battlefield is their heaven. Lu Ming thought to himself. He was secretly happy. He was happy that the golden-eye blood zombie had become stronger. The slaughter continued. After an hour, everything returned to normal. The Yin Moon Empire had suffered a crushing defeat. Tens of thousands of corpses were left behind. It was a great loss. All of this was because of the arrival of the crimson blood-scaled wolves led by Lu Ming. The crimson blood-scaled wolves' power was demonstrated. Dong dong, a troop of horses galloped over and stopped 100 meters in front of Lu Ming. It was the Northern Battlefront Army. Is that General Tianyun in front of us? A big dark-skinned man in his 40s shouted. Yes, I am Tianyun. Lu Ming said. I am Huang Chenlong, the Deputy General of the Northern Battlefront Army. Nice to meet you, General Tianyun. The dark-skinned man cupped his fists. General Huang, please come over for a chat. Lu Ming said. Huang Chenlong nodded and led some people to meet up with Lu Ming. Lu Ming asked Huang Chenlong what had happened. How was the Northern Battlefront Army? The great general was assassinated. The general of the North Battlefront Army was assassinated by the assassins of the Empire of Yin Moon. Then, the army of the Empire of Yin Moon seized the opportunity to attack. The North Battlefront Army was in chaos after the general died. The Empire of Yin Moon seized the chance and broke into the North Battlefront city. They suffered a great loss. The remaining soldiers of the North Battlefront Army tried to break out of the encirclement, but the army of Yin Moon caught up with them. That was the reason for the great battle. Luckily, the superior cultivators of the Ghost Moon Saber sect and the Mystic Essence Sword sect helped them. Otherwise, they would have been defeated. With the help of Lu Ming's army, they were able to turn the tables and defeat the army of Yin Moon. The North Battlefront city has been occupied by the Empire of Yin Moon. They have deployed a great army to guard it. It's too difficult to take it back. Huang Chenlong sighed. Lu Ming had a sudden realization. So that was the case. So, what's your next plan? Lu Ming asked. Huang Chenlong and the other deputy generals looked at each other and nodded. Then they got off their horses and bowed to Lu Ming. If you don't abandon us, we are willing to lead the remaining soldiers of the North Battlefront Army to you. Generals, what are you doing? Stand up and talk. Lu Ming hurried to help Huang Chenlong and the others up. General Tianyun, we are defeated. We have nowhere to go. If you don't take us in, we will be wiped out by the Empire of Yin Moon sooner or later. You are a peerless genius. If you lead us, we will avenge our brothers. Please take us in. Huang Chenlong bowed to him. Okay. I will take you in. Lu Ming pondered for a while and nodded in agreement. Thank you so much, General Tianyun. Huang Chenlong and the others were overjoyed. Generals, brothers, don't worry. I, Tianyun, swear that I will lead you to kill the Empire of Yin Moon and avenge our brothers. Lu Ming shouted. His voice spread far and reached the ears of every soldier of the North Battlefront Army. General Tianyun is awesome. General Tianyun is invincible. Instantly, the field burst into loud cheers. After a while, the cheers stopped. Then, Lu Ming asked Huang Chenlong to count the remaining Northern Battlefront Army. Huang Chenlong accepted the order and left. At this moment, a ray of light flashed across the sky, and a figure appeared. It was the tall and thin man from the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Autumn Moon, the battle here is over. Follow me back to the Ghost Moon Saber sect. the lanky man said. Martial uncle, you can go back first. I plan to stay in the military camp to train. Autumn Moon said. Stay in the barracks? No. The tall and skinny man's expression changed drastically. Autumn Moon's second bloodline awakening was a terrifying level 5 king class. This was too shocking. She was much stronger than Duan Mulin. Her future achievements were unimaginable. Only a few of the higher-ups of the Mystic Essence Sword sect knew that Autumn Moon was listed as a key training target. Now that Autumn Moon had to stay in the military camp to train, if anything were to happen, he wouldn't be able to answer to Autumn Moon's master and the other higher-ups. Martial uncle, don't worry. I'll be careful. Autumn Moon said. Senior, Miss Autumn Moon will stay in the barracks. Tianyun will do his best to protect her. I won't let her get hurt. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said. The tall and skinny man muttered to himself as his mind started to wander. How did Autumn Moon get to know Tianyun? Could it be love at first sight between a hero and a beauty? It's very possible. With Autumn Moon's talent, only a genius like Tianyun is worthy of her. Fine, I'll let her stay. I'll go back and report to Senior and the sect leader to let them decide. Thinking of this, the tall and skinny man bowed slightly and said, since that's the case, I'll have to trouble young Master Tianyun. Senior, don't worry. Lu Ming nodded. Then, the tall and skinny man turned into a ray of light and disappeared. Humph. General Tianyun, you're really handsome. You didn't forget to kidnap a little beauty when you're marching to war. Why? It's too cold at night. Are you using her to warm your bed? At this time, a faint voice sounded. Xianxia came over riding on the red blood-scale wolf. He carefully sized up Qiuyu and a gloomy look flashed in the depths of his eyes. Ahem, Xiaoqing, what nonsense are you talking about? Lu Ming coughed a few times and then rolled his eyes. He approached Xianxia and said, what's wrong? You sound so sour. Are you jealous? Jealous? You, what nonsense are you talking about? How could I be jealous of you? Dream on. Xianxing's heart skipped a few times and she hurriedly denied it. But her heart beat even faster. That inexplicable feeling in her heart made her a little flustered. When she saw Lu Ming and Qiuyu together, she felt an inexplicable sourness in her heart. Am I really jealous? No, that's impossible. How could I be jealous of this guy? I just want to trample him under my feet. Yes, that must be it. I will work hard to cultivate and trample him under my feet as soon as possible. Xianxia kept thinking in her heart. She stared at Lu Ming fiercely and gritted her teeth. Lu Ming got goosebumps from her stare. He thought to himself, is this woman crazy? On the side, Autumn Moon looked at Lu Ming and Xianxia. No one knew what she was thinking, but she didn't say anything. After a while, Huang Chenlong came to report the number of soldiers. There were 60,160 soldiers in the Northern Battlefront Army. Almost 40,000 of the 100,000 soldiers in the Northern Battlefront Army were killed in one night. It was a great loss. Immediately, Lu Ming led the Red Blood Scale Cavalry and more than 60,000 soldiers to the Moon City. On the way, they met Ming Meng, who was leading the army to rescue them. After knowing the situation of the Northern Battlefront Army, Ming Meng sighed. They returned to the Moon City the same way they came. After returning to the Moon City, Lu Ming asked Huaing to reorganize the Northern Battlefront Army. He hid in the Temple of Paragon and started to refine the Essence Blood. Although he had refined a part of the Essence Blood, there was still a lot left. The energy of the Essence Blood was turned into genuine qi. Lu Ming's cultivation kept increasing. After refining all the Essence Blood in the 9-Dragon bloodline, his cultivation reached the late stage of the Martial Ancestor realm. He was only one step away from the peak of the Martial Ancestor realm. After breaking through to the Martial Ancestor realm, he had killed a Martial Ancestor realm 7 expert. However, the Essence Blood of the Martial Ancestor realm 7 expert didn't help him increase his cultivation by much. After refining the Essence Blood, Lu Ming left the Temple of Paragon and helped Huaing reorganize the Northern Battlefront Army. 2 days later, the Northern Battlefront Army was reorganized. Lu Ming had almost 80,000 soldiers under his command. His strength had increased greatly. However, Lu Ming still wasn't satisfied. After this battle, Lu Ming found the weakness of the red blood scale wolf army. Although the red blood scale wolf army was powerful, most of them relied on their mounts and red blood scale wolves. The soldiers' cultivation was too weak and it was difficult for them to use the full strength of the red blood scale wolf army. Moreover, there were too few of them. There were originally 8,000 of them, but they had lost 500 to 600 in this battle. Their numbers had decreased by a lot. I have to think of a way to increase the soldiers' cultivation. Also, I have to capture more red blood scale wolves. Lu Ming thought. If he could have 30,000 crimson blood scale wolves and 30,000 martial master realm warriors to form an army, it would be truly terrifying. It would become an invincible army. Lu Ming shook his head with a smile. It was just a thought. It was too difficult to realize. Crimson blood scale wolves were easy, but 30,000 martial master realm warriors were too difficult. Now, including the 60,000 Northern Battlefront Army, Lu Ming had less than 5,000 martial master realm warriors under his command. Unless it was a force like the 5 great sections. For example, the Mystic Essence Sword sect, besides the young disciples, there were many warriors over 30 years old. The total number of martial master realm warriors might be more than 100,000. But that was the result of years of accumulation. In the past few days, there was no movement in the Yin Moon army. It seemed that after the battle, the Yin Moon army needed to rest. Hence, Lu Ming led the red blood iron horse into the depths of the plateau to capture the red blood scaled wolves. Roar, Lu Ming rode on the crimson blood scale wolf and rushed forward. On the side, Xianxia rode on another crimson blood scale wolf and followed closely. On the other side, Autumn Moon also rode on a crimson blood scale wolf and followed. Seeing Lu Ming, Autumn Moon was in a good mood. She had a bright smile on her face every day. She followed Lu Ming all day, just like the little maid she used to be. Xianxia gritted his teeth and muttered that Lu Ming was a pervert, which made Lu Ming smile bitterly. Roar! Roar! The crimson blood scale wolf army roared and marched into the depths of the wilderness. Lu Ming let the crimson blood scale wolf lead the way. After a few hours, they arrived at a huge valley. Roar! Roar! Wolf howls came from the valley. Then, crimson blood scale wolves appeared one after another. There are more. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Obviously, this was another group of crimson blood scale wolves. Roar! A huge wolf howl sounded, and a huge crimson blood scaled wolf with a fiendish aura walked out. This crimson blood scale wolf, whether it was its size or aura, was not inferior to the crimson blood scale wolf king that Lu Ming was riding. Clearly, this was the king of the crimson blood scale wolves. Roar! Roar! The crimson blood scale wolf kings under Lu Ming and Xianxia began to howl. They seemed to be communicating with the crimson blood scale wolf king. Roar! After howling for a while, the crimson blood scale wolf king growled at Lu Ming. Its eyes were filled with doubt and then a provocative light. Looks like strength is the only thing that matters. Lu Ming smiled faintly and pounced on the crimson blood scale wolf king. Roar! The crimson blood scaled wolf king also pounced forward. One man and one wolf engaged in a fierce battle. Half an hour later, when Lu Ming continued his journey, there were more than 5,000 crimson blood scale wolves behind him. This was the number of crimson blood scale wolves in the previous pack. The crimson blood scale wolf king had become Qiu Yu's mount. However, Lu Ming was still not satisfied. He continued his search on the plateau. There were countless crimson blood scale wolves in the plateau. They had lived here for countless years. In 3 days, Lu Ming found 5 packs of crimson blood scale wolves. The strongest pack of crimson blood scale wolves had more than 10,000 wolves. The weakest pack only had 2,000 wolves. Through the 2 crimson blood scale wolf kings at the beginning, Lu Ming's strength, and Lu Ming and Xianxia's howling moon wolf king's aura, these crimson blood scale wolves were subdued one by one. Suddenly, the number of crimson blood scale wolves under Lu Ming's command exceeded 30,000, reaching a total of 32,000. At this point, Lu Ming had to stop. Deeper into the plateau, the beasts that appeared were too strong. Some of them were Class 8 LV4, and some were even Class 9 LV4. If Lu Ming and the rest continued, they would suffer great losses. However, 30,000 crimson blood scale wolves were enough. Immediately, Lu Ming brought the crimson blood scale wolves back to Full Moon City. Needless to say, it caused a tsunami-like commotion. The Mountain Suppression Army was envious, while the former Northern Battlefront Army that had sided with Lu Ming was ecstatic. Lu Ming was not stingy. He gave a few hundred crimson blood scale wolves to Ming Meng. As for the rest, Lu Ming selected 30,000 of the strongest men to form a crimson blood scale wolf cavalry. There were 31,000 of them. 1,000 of them were called the Crimson Blood Guards. They were the strongest and the most elite. They were Lu Ming's guards. The other 30,000 formed an army. Lu Ming temporarily handed them over to Hua Ying to manage and train. Hua Ying's mount was also changed to a Crimson Blood Scale Wolf King. It was easier to manage. Lu Ming was happy to be able to relax. Other than occasionally sparring with Autumn Moon, he spent most of his time cultivating. In the Temple of Paragon, Lu Ming sat cross-legged. He had just refined a few hundred spiritual herbs and cultivated the 10,000 spirit battle form to increase his physical strength. At this moment, he stopped cultivating. The 9 Dragons Heaven Stomping Steps is really difficult to cultivate. It's been so many days, but I still haven't mastered the first step. However, I feel that I've gained some insights recently. As long as I continue to comprehend, I'll master it sooner or later. There's also the third palm of the 3 Tao palms, the Heavenly Path palm. I don't have any clue about it either. If I can master it, it'll definitely be my trump card. Lu Ming pondered. Now, cultivating the true dragon of battle arts and comprehending the force was something that he had to do every day. Other than that, he had to cultivate various martial techniques. Every day, Lu Ming felt that he didn't have enough time. Thinking of this, Lu Ming moved his hand and a storage ring appeared. What's in the storage ring of a king? Looking at the storage ring, Lu Ming's eyes were filled with anticipation. That's right. This storage ring belonged to the martial king that Lu Ming had obtained in the Dongyi tribe's ancestral ruins. Lu Ming had fought with Xianxia for this storage ring. In the end, Xianxia had chosen a small jade sword. There was a powerful inscription array on the storage ring. Lu Ming couldn't break it in the past. He could only slowly work on it. However, recently, Lu Ming felt that the inscription array on the storage ring was loosening. It was about to be broken. Today, I'll break it completely. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Then, his hands glowed and powerful true qi surged toward the storage ring. The storage ring floated in the air, surrounded by a light screen. However, this light screen had become very thin. Under Lu Ming's true qi, it was on the verge of collapsing. Break for me! Lu Ming shouted. The true dragon of battle qi was constantly circulating. Like small true dragons, they rushed toward the light screen. Suddenly, the light screen emitted a bright light and expanded rapidly. When it had expanded to a few meters, it exploded with a poof. The inscription array on the storage ring was broken. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He grabbed the storage ring and immersed his mind into it. It's so big. His first impression was that the storage ring had a huge space. Lu Ming reckoned that even if he threw a mountain peak into it, it would be able to contain it. Then, Lu Ming saw a mountain of items in the storage ring. This is? Spiritual weapons, armor, elixirs, and secret manuals. However, after looking through them, Lu Ming was shocked. Actually, these spiritual weapons, armors, elixirs, and secret manuals were not very high level. The key was that there were too many of them. Numerous battle spears and battle swords were piled up like a mountain, emitting a cold luster. The armors were piled up higher than a mountain. The elixirs in jade bottles were also piled up like a mountain. There were too many of them. There were too many of them. Lu Ming estimated that there were at least hundreds of thousands of sets of spiritual weapons and armors. This was simply an armory. Lu Ming picked up some of them and found that most of them were level 2 spiritual weapons. There were a few level 3 spiritual weapons. As for level 4 spiritual weapons, there were not many of them. These are soul-gathering elixirs and soul-breaking elixirs. When Lu Ming checked the elixirs, he was shocked at first. Then, he was excited and overjoyed. Soul-gathering elixirs could help martial soldiers and even martial masters improve their cultivation quickly. On the other hand, soul-breaking elixirs could help people break through to the next realm. Most of them were level 2 elixirs. They were not very useful for martial masters. However, there were too many of them. No wonder Lu Ming was so excited. These items could equip a huge army. How could there be so many low-level items in the storage ring of a martial king expert? Then, Lu Ming thought about it and understood. The Dongyu tribe had occupied a huge territory and established an empire. Now, most of the territory of the Burning Sun Empire, the Dark Moon Empire, and even the Blood Zhao Empire belonged to the Dongyu tribe. The Dongyu tribe was a real medium-sized empire. Later on, it was destroyed. The Dongyu ancestor storage ring was filled with so many low-level spiritual weapons and elixirs. He must have wanted to build an army and rebuild the Dongyu Empire in the future. However, he died before he could do it. Now, all of them were taken advantage of by Lu Ming. Ha ha ha, I've searched high and low, only to find it by chance. Good, this is great. In this way, how big of an army can I build? The Crimson Blood-scaled wolf cavalry and the other soldiers will be upgraded. Their strength will definitely increase greatly. Lu Ming thought ecstatically. Thinking of this, Lu Ming immediately left the Temple of Paragon and gathered all his deputy generals and deputy generals. When Lu Ming used some empty storage rings to store these spirit armors and elixirs, and showed them to these deputy and deputy generals, these people were immediately petrified. All of them widened their eyes and opened their mouths. They stared at Lu Ming in disbelief, motionless. After a long while, they finally reacted, and their bodies trembled with excitement. General, are these all yours? Huang gulped and said. Of course. Did you think I snatched them? Alright, give everyone a set of spiritual weapons and armor. Distribute these medicinal pills to increase their strength. Take note, focus on the 30,000 scarlet blood-scaled wolves. I want them to break through to Martial Master as quickly as possible. Lu Ming instructed. His goal was to let the 30,000 crimson blood-scaled wolves all reach the Martial Master realm. Only then could the crimson blood-scaled wolves unleash their true strength. Of course, he only gave out 80,000 sets of spiritual weapons and armors. He would keep the rest for now. As for the secret manuals, they were some low-level martial techniques and battle formations. They were suitable for fighting on the battlefield, so they wouldn't be used in a short time. Lu Ming didn't give them out. Huang and the others went out happily. Not long after, when Lu Ming's subordinates all changed into new equipment, everyone in the mountain-crushing army was shocked. It was too shocking. Lu Ming's subordinates were all equipped with level 2 spiritual weapons and armors. Level 2 spiritual weapons were on par with martial masters. When martial soldiers put on level 2 spiritual weapons and armors, their combat strength would definitely increase greatly. Their ability to protect themselves would also increase greatly. As for the elites, they all changed into level 3 spiritual weapons. It didn't take long for everyone to find out that Tianyun was the one who had given them the equipment. The mountain-crushing army soldiers were so envious that their eyes turned red. They found that the soldiers who followed Lu Ming were treated too well. First, they had crimson blood-scaled wolves, and now, even their equipment was brand new. If it weren't for the military rules, they would have sworn allegiance to Tianyun. After Ming Meng found out, he smiled bitterly. From then on, every soldier under Lu Ming used the energy-gathering pill and the energy breakthrough pill to crazily increase their cultivation. During this time, the Yin Moon Empire seemed to have calmed down and didn't make any other moves. Time passed in a flash and half a month passed. In the past half a month, the strength of the crimson blood-scaled wolves had increased crazily. Originally, there were about 5,000 martial masters in the crimson blood-scaled wolves. As for the rest, most of them were at the 8th and 9th level of the martial warrior realm. In the past half a month, all of them had crazily improved. Some 9th level martial warriors had been stuck in the 9th level for a long time. At this time, with the help of the energy breakthrough pill, they broke through the bottleneck and rushed into the martial master realm. In half a month, more than 10,000 people rushed into the martial master realm. As for the others, almost every one of them had advanced by 1 or 2 levels. Pills left behind by a martial king expert, even if the level wasn't high, were still extraordinary. The Eastern barbarian martial king intended to build a strong army in a short period of time. The effects of the pills were naturally astonishing, exceeding Lu Ming's expectations. Great, if this continues, the 30,000 crimson blood-scaled wolves will all enter the martial master realm in less than a month. Lu Ming was overjoyed and distributed the pills without hesitation. The pills in the martial king's storage ring were prepared for the army of 500,000, so there was an inexhaustible supply. At this time, news came from Ming Meng that the Yin Moon Empire had made a move recently. Sure enough, 3 days later, the Yin Moon Empire's 600,000 army attacked the Ghost Moon Saber sect's territory. For a time, the war continued. After Lu Ming received the news, he didn't hesitate and led the 30,000 crimson blood-scaled wolves to set off. It was time to test the strength of the crimson blood-scaled wolves. This battle shocked the entire world, shaking the Blazing Sun Empire and the Yin Moon Empire. The 30,000 crimson blood-scaled wolves led by Lu Ming were simply invincible and undefeatable. In this battle, the crimson blood-scaled wolves' first opponent was the Yin Moon Empire's Grey Wolf Legion. The 50,000 Grey Wolf Legion didn't have the slightest ability to fight back against the crimson blood-scaled wolves' attack. The 50,000 Grey Wolf Legion was almost completely annihilated. In this way, the Yin Moon Empire's Grey Wolf Legion was completely destroyed by Lu Ming, with 70,000 of them destroyed. Afterwards, the Yin Moon Empire sent out an extremely powerful legion, the Wild Lion Legion. The Wild Lion Legion was 100,000 strong, and their battle strength was even stronger than the Grey Wolf Legion. This battle was incomparably tragic, and shouts of killing filled the sky. In the end, the result was the same. The 30,000 crimson blood-scaled wolves defeated the 100,000 Wild Lion Legion in one fell swoop. The 100,000 Wild Lion Legion was almost completely wiped out. In this battle, the Yin Moon Empire had lost 2 powerful legions and was forced to retreat. After this battle, the prestige of the Burning Sun Empire's imperial family increased greatly. This was because the Scarlet Blood Cavalry and Tianyun belonged to the imperial family. In the imperial palace of the Burning Sun Empire, excited laughter came from the throne room. In the throne room, Emperor Xianxia sat on the dragon throne. Below him stood all the officials. Ha ha ha, good, good. Tianyun is indeed a peerless genius with the potential of a dragon or a phoenix. This battle has greatly damaged the morale of the Yin Moon Empire, and our imperial family's prestige has greatly increased. We have regained our popularity in the hearts of the people. Xianxia laughed as his eyes shone with excitement. Congratulations, Your Majesty, for finding such a genius. Our imperial family has forgotten about this. A white-haired old official came up to congratulate. Congratulations, Your Majesty, for finding such a talent. The other civil and military officials all bowed and shouted loudly. Father, Tianyun has done such a great service. We have to reward him. Huachi walked out and bowed. Reward, of course we have to reward him. How about this, give Tianyun the title of Marquis Champion, meaning that he can form any army and recruit any talents. Xianxia announced. Thank you, Father. Huachi was overjoyed. Your Majesty is wise. The officials all congratulated. The news of Tianyun being given the title of Marquis Champion shook the Burning Sun Empire again. Tianyun's name was remembered by everyone because he was the youngest marquis in the history of the Burning Sun Empire. In the palace of Heavenly King Suppressor. Marquis Champion? Damn it, this Tianyun deserves to die. Heavenly King Suppressor's angry roar came from the palace. In a certain side hall of the Star General Hall, Lu Yuntian was sitting on a stone table in a small courtyard with a piece of white paper spread out. He was concentrating on writing. It was the character for Marshal. Lu Yuntian's brush strokes were bold and vigorous, as if they were about to break free from his grasp. Although Lu Yuntian's cultivation had been destroyed, the word Marshal still contained his essence. He finished writing in one go. Lu Yuntian exhaled deeply. Brother Tian, I believe that in the future, Ming-Er will definitely cure you and let you step onto the martial path again. Li Ping whispered as she saw through Lu Yuntian's thoughts. She understood how desolate it was for a martial arts genius to be unable to practice martial arts. Ping as long as you're by my side, even if I can't practice martial arts, so what? Moreover, Ming talent is countless times higher than mine. I'm satisfied. Lu Yuntian smiled. At this moment, a servant girl of about 20 years old hurriedly ran in. The maidservant was brought over by Li Ping from the Lu family and was very loyal. Chuanxiang, why are you in such a hurry? What happened? Li Ping frowned and asked. Master, madam, good news, good news. Young master won a great victory at the border. Now, His Majesty the Emperor has already conferred young master the title of Marquis Champion and announced it to the world. Xianxia said excitedly. What? Lu Yuntian froze, the brush in his hand falling to the ground. Li Ping was also stunned. After a while, she finally reacted. She was so excited that her whole body was trembling. Marquis Champion? Ming has been conferred the title of Marquis? Is it true? Is it true? Li Ping asked a few times. She thought she was dreaming. It's absolutely true. Master, madam, the outside world is talking about this matter now. Everyone knows about it. Xianxia said. Ming has been conferred the title of Marquis. Brother Tian, Ming has been conferred the title of Marquis. Li Ping whispered as tears rolled down her face. She couldn't help but lean into Lu Yuntian's arms. She was too excited. Why are you crying? This is a great thing. Why are you crying? Lu Yuntian hugged Li Ping and pretended to be calm. However, his slightly trembling voice could not hide his excitement. 2 days later, the news spread to Full Moon City. Marquis Champion, Marquis Champion. An inspiring roar resounded through the sky, on the northern grassland tens of thousands of miles away from Full Moon City. There were endless military tents here. At a glance, there was no end to it. This was the largest military camp in the south of the Yin Moon Empire. It ruled most of the southern territory of the Yin Moon Empire. Yin Tianjue, the south guarding king of the Yin Moon Empire, was stationed here. He was fully in charge of the attack against the Burning Sun Empire. At this moment, there were a dozen people sitting in Yin Tianjue's military tent. Yin Tianjue sat at the top, looking at a figure wrapped in a black robe in the middle of the tent. Yin Tianjue, why did your Yin Moon Empire retreat? Our plan is ruined. The black-robed man only revealed a pair of eyes. He looked at Yin Tianjue gloomily. Why did we retreat? Nonsense, do you know how big our losses are? The entire Wild Lion Legion was annihilated, the Grey Wolf Legion was almost destroyed, and the Crimson Moon Demonic Tiger Legion and so on. Do you know how much it cost to train these legions? Do you know? Yin Tianjue slammed the table heavily and almost roared. The black-robed man was silent for a while and said, this time, we didn't foresee it. We didn't expect Tianyun to be so difficult to deal with. Haha, you want to shirk responsibility by saying that you didn't foresee it? Wishful thinking. Yin Tianjue sneered. When I came here, I already received the order that we will compensate for your losses. However, the plan still has to go on. Otherwise, this loss will be in vain. As long as the plan succeeds, we will give you a lot of benefits. The black-robed man said. Go on? It's easy for you to say. Who will be responsible for Tianyun's Red Blood Cavalry? We can't afford to lose them. Yin Tianjue sneered. The Red Blood Cavalry is not scary. The scary one is Tianyun. As long as Tianyun is dead, the Red Blood Cavalry will fall apart. At that time, we will be able to destroy them easily. The black-robed man said. Oh? What's your plan? Yin Tianjue asked. The black-robed man sneered and said, assassinate Tianyun. Assassinate? Tianyun is hiding among the 30,000 Red Blood Cavalry, and there is a powerful expert following him. It's not easy to assassinate him. Yin Tianjue said. Then let's wait. I refuse to believe that Tianyun will just hide in his barracks. Your country is famous for its assassination techniques, and I'm sure you're more adept than I am. Besides, this time, we'll be sending our strongest assassins to work with your country to kill Tianyun. The black-robed man's voice was filled with killing intent. Good. We will also send our strongest assassins to kill Tianyun. Also, I need to ask for reinforcements from His Majesty. I'm afraid that we won't be able to launch a large-scale attack in a short period of time. Xianxia said. Don't worry. We can still afford to wait for 1 or 2 months. That's settled then. After the Black Faction member finished speaking, his figure moved, and he had already disappeared. Xianxia thought for a while and then ordered, summon the Yuanke twin killers to see me. Yes. 3,000 miles northwest of Full Moon City, there was a quiet valley. Lu Ming appeared outside the valley. Then, Lu Ming moved and went into the valley. After about 1,000 meters, Lu Ming stopped. In front of him, there was a huge blood cocoon floating in the air. The golden-eye blood zombie is going to evolve. Lu Ming whispered. That's right, the blood cocoon in front of him was the golden-eye blood zombie. Previously, Lu Ming had led the golden-eyed blood zombie and the red blood armored cavalry to kill hundreds of thousands of Yin Moon soldiers. The golden-eyed blood zombie had absorbed too much blood and aura and had begun to evolve on the way back to Full Moon City. They could only find a quiet place to let it evolve. After Lu Ming returned to Full Moon City, he finished his business and rushed over to check on the situation. I don't know how long it will take for the golden-eye blood zombie to evolve. Now it seems that the situation is stable. I'll go back to Full Moon City first and check on it later. Thinking of this, Lu Ming turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the sky. Soon after, he returned to Full Moon City. Greetings, Marquis Champion. Greetings, Marquis Champion. Once he returned to Full Moon City, the officials and the general of the mountain army bowed respectfully when they saw Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded in response. Soon, he returned to the Red Blood Army camp. Everything was normal. Huaying was indeed a good commander. Under his management, the Red Blood Cavalry and the other soldiers were cultivating hard. Lu Ming was very assured about this. In the Temple of Paragon, Lu Ming sat cross-legged. A huge stone tablet floated above his head. What was different was that there were 4 silver chakras around the tablet. That's right, Lu Ming's second bloodline had evolved. Lu Ming felt that the 9 Dragons bloodline had reached the limit of ordinary level 9, but it was difficult to evolve. No matter how much blood chi it refined, it was still at ordinary level 9. Therefore, Lu Ming had used the blood chi he had devoured to evolve his second bloodline. In that battle, he had devoured so much essence blood that his second bloodline had successfully evolved. His cultivation had also reached the peak of the 3rd layer martial ancestor realm. I don't know when the 9 Dragons bloodline will reach the king level. Forget it, I don't want to think about it. When the time comes, it will naturally come naturally. Right now, the 9 Dragons heaven step is the most important. Lu Ming pondered. After this period of cultivation, coupled with the continuous battles, Lu Ming finally had some understanding of the 9 Dragons heaven stomping steps. Lu Ming took out the secret manual of the 9 Dragons heaven stomping steps and read it carefully. Then, he closed his eyes and carefully comprehended it. An hour later, Lu Ming suddenly stood up and casually stepped to the side. Weng, at this time, Lu Ming's body seemed to resonate with the heavens and earth. His body emitted an inexplicable fluctuation that was extremely mysterious. What a strong pressure! At this moment, Lu Ming felt a terrifying pressure acting on his body. He felt as if his body was about to explode from the pressure. Dong, finally, Lu Ming stepped on the ground. At this moment, the entire Temple of Paragon shook violently. The ground rumbled as if it was about to explode. Phew, after stepping on the ground, Lu Ming let out a long breath. The mysterious fluctuation on his body disappeared and the pressure on his body disappeared without a trace. What a strong pressure. No wonder Supreme Nine Suns told me that I must break through the martial ancestor realm and my physical body reach the 4th layer before I can cultivate the 9 Dragons heaven stomping steps. If my physical body and cultivation don't meet the requirements, I'm afraid I'll explode from the pressure. Lu Ming sighed. However, his eyes were filled with excitement. I haven't completed the first step yet, but the power is already extremely shocking. The Supreme Divine Palace is indestructible, but it actually caused such a vibration. If I took a step on the ground, I'm afraid the ground would explode. Lu Ming was extremely satisfied with the power of the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. It was indeed a divine-level martial skill. Continue. After that, Lu Ming continued to cultivate. He wanted to complete the first step of the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. Time flashed by and another month passed. In a month, the Xianxia cavalries had made incredible progress. With the continuous supply of medicinal pills, the remaining 30,000 Xianxia cavalries had all broken through to the martial master realm. This had greatly increased the strength of the Xianxia cavalries. Of course, the consumption of medicinal pills was also terrifying. 30,000 people had consumed the medicinal pills that were originally prepared for 100,000 people. That was why their cultivation had increased so quickly. Apart from the 30,000 Xianxia cavalries, the other soldiers' cultivation had also increased a lot. The fastest one had increased his cultivation by 3 whole levels. The worst one had increased his cultivation by 1 level. Lu Ming's army of 80,000 people had become much stronger. During this month, the outside world had not been peaceful. It could be said that a storm was brewing. However, there were 2 people who had attracted the most attention. One was Duan Mulin. After being silent for many years, Duan Mulin had finally erupted. He had consecutively challenged 10 extremely famous golden grade disciples of the 5 great sections. He had won one battle after another. He had almost challenged the 6 heroes of the Blazing Sun Empire. Just when everyone thought that he would challenge the 6 heroes of the Blazing Sun Empire, he had stopped. This made many people wonder how strong Duan Mulin was. The other person was even more shocking. He was Zhou Chongkong. For some reason, Zhou Chongkong had a conflict with Gu Yuyun, who was ranked 22nd on the Emperor leaderboard. The result was shocking. In the end, it had ended with Gu Yuyun being killed. Zhou Chongkong was ranked 36th on the Emperor leaderboard. However, he had killed Gu Yuyun, who was ranked 22nd. This was not only shocking in the Blazing Sun Empire, but also in the 36 empires of the Emperor leaderboard. Zhou Chongkong's strength had exceeded everyone's expectations. Among the 36 empires of the Emperor leaderboard, there were 8 middle-ranked empires. Of the 36 geniuses on the Emperor leaderboard, 32 of them were from the 8 middle-ranked empires. Only 4 of them were from the low-ranked empires. It was already shocking that Zhou Chongkong could be ranked on the Emperor leaderboard. This had caused an even greater commotion. These 2 pieces of news naturally reached Lu Ming's ears. However, when Lu Ming heard it, he smiled faintly and continued to cultivate. There is movement from the golden eye. On this day, when Lu Ming was cultivating, he suddenly felt that something was wrong with the demon suppression token. It was emitting a faint light. Perhaps the golden eye has completed its evolution. Let's go and see how much the golden eye can improve. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with anticipation. The golden-eyed blood zombie was already at the peak of the 7th realm of the martial arts Grandmaster realm. If it evolved again, it would definitely be stronger. It would be a great help to Lu Ming. Lu Ming left the full moon city and turned into a ray of light. He headed toward the valley where the golden-eyed blood zombie was. Lu Ming did not notice that not long after he left the full moon city, a few figures in the distant grassland rushed into the sky and followed him. Soon, Lu Ming arrived at the valley and walked in. In front of him, the smell of blood was extremely strong. The blood cocoon was filled with blood light. When Lu Ming stepped into the valley, the blood light in front of him suddenly shrunk. Crack! This figure was the golden-eye blood zombie. However, it was slightly different from before. Its golden pupils had become even more dazzling, as if 2 pieces of gold had been embedded in them. The green hair on its skin had faded a lot, making its skin appear blood-red and translucent. It looked like it was made of fiery red steel and was full of power. The aura of the golden-eye blood zombie was more than 5 or 6 times stronger than before. How could it be so much stronger? This aura is definitely not the aura of an 8th-level martial arts grandmaster. Could it be that the golden-eye blood zombie has reached the 9th-level martial arts grandmaster? Lu Ming's mind raced and his eyes were filled with surprise. Roar! The golden-eye blood zombie growled and came to Lu Ming's side. Let's go back to Full Moon City, Lu Ming said. Then, together with the GoldenEye blood zombie, they shot into the sky and flew toward Full Moon City. However, before they had flown for more than 10 miles, Lu Ming suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Roar! At this moment, the GoldenEye blood zombie let out an earth-shattering roar and rushed toward Lu Ming's head. Chi-chi, above Lu Ming's head, a dark cloud suddenly split open. Two pale white saber radiances, faster than lightning, slashed toward Lu Ming's head. Boom! Boom! The GoldenEye blood zombie and the two saber radiances collided. Then, the GoldenEye blood zombie's body fell to the ground like a cannonball. Swoosh! Just as the two saber radiances slashed out, a black sword radiance pierced through the void behind Lu Ming and stabbed toward him. This sword was fast, accurate, ruthless, and terrifyingly powerful. 9th level Martial Arts Grandmaster. 3 9th level Martial Arts Grandmaster assassins, block for me. Lu Ming roared furiously. 6 ancient shields condensed behind him and stacked together. However, Chi-chi, the 6 ancient shields were penetrated in an instant. However, this bought Lu Ming time. The second bloodline was activated instantly. He waved his left hand and a huge beast claw struck out. At the same time, he held the demon banishing spear in his right hand and stabbed it out. The spear was filled with the power of wind and fire. Bang! The first to bear the brunt was the giant beast claw, which was destroyed by the sword light. Following that, the tip of the demon banishing spear clashed with the sword light. Clang! A terrifying shockwave spread out and Lu Ming gave a muffled groan as he was sent flying back several thousand meters. Only then did he stop in the air and spit out a mouthful of blood. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, 3 figures flashed and appeared in the air. 2 of them were middle-aged men wearing blood-red robes. One of them had a full moon embroidered on it, while the other had a chipped moon embroidered on it. Both of them held a scimitar in their hands. The 2 of them stood behind Lu Ming, blocking his path of retreat. The third person was wrapped in a black robe, and his appearance could not be seen. He held a thin and black sword in his hand. He was in front of Lu Ming, and the 3 of them had faintly sealed off Lu Ming's escape route. This Tianyun is indeed difficult to deal with. I can't even kill him. The middle-aged man with a flawless full moon embroidered on it spoke. His voice was cold and hoarse, extremely unpleasant to the ears. That's a golden-eyed blood zombie. What a powerful golden-eyed blood zombie. It seems to have reached the early 9th realm of the martial arts Grandmaster realm. It's not weaker than the 3 of us. The middle-aged man with a chipped moon embroidered on it said. Roar! The golden-eyed blood zombie roared and rushed out from the ground, blocking in front of Lu Ming. There were 2 deep wounds on the golden-eyed blood zombie's claws, which were caused by the scimitar radiance. Lu Ming wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His gaze landed on the thin black sword in front of him. His eyes flashed as he said, "You're from the Shadow Wolf Pavilion, right?" He had seen that kind of sword more than once. Hee, since you're going to die today, there's no harm in telling you. You guessed right. I'm the top assassin of the Shadow Wolf Pavilion. It's your honor to have me. The black-robed man sneered. The Shadow Wolf Pavilion is actually cooperating with the Een Moon Empire. It seems that the Decimo Sword sect is going to play a big game of chess. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Hee, you seem to know quite a lot. The Shadow Wolf Pavilion assassin sneered. Charge. Suddenly, Lu Ming shouted softly and dashed to the left. What a joke. The 3 martial arts Grandmaster realm early-stage assassins were too strong. They were not people he could fight against. If he stayed, he would only die. Only by charging out would he have a chance of survival. Trying to escape? How is that possible? Die. The 3 assassins roared and attacked. 2 scimitars and 1 scimitar radiance pierced through the void and slashed toward Lu Ming. Fast, too fast. They were behind Lu Ming in an instant. The martial arts Grandmaster realm 9th stage assassins were too strong. Roar! The golden-eyed blood zombie roared and rushed forward fearlessly. However, it was only one person after all. It was no match for the 2 scimitars and was sent flying again. If its body was not as tough as steel, it would have been cut into pieces. Clang! On the other side, Lu Ming used all his strength to exchange blows with the Shadow Wolf Pavilion assassin. This time, Lu Ming was sent flying even further. He coughed up blood and one of his arms was covered with scars. He felt as if his entire body was about to split open. This blow had caused him to be even more severely injured. Kill! The Shadow Wolf Pavilion assassin shouted coldly. His murderous intent surged as he continued to attack Lu Ming. Roar! The golden-eyed blood zombie rushed out from the ground again. Leave this beast to the two of us. You're in charge of killing Tianyun. Yuan Ke shouted coldly and charged toward the golden-eyed blood zombie. Don't worry. Tianyun will die. The Shadow Wolf Pavilion assassin's voice was extremely cold. His scimitar radiance became sharper as it pierced through the sky. A sword scar that was a few miles long appeared in the sky as if it was going to cut the sky apart. 9 dragons stomping the sky. Boom! At that moment, Lu Ming unleashed all his strength. His true chi surged as he roared into the sky and suddenly took a step forward. A strange wave of energy emanated from Lu Ming's body. Following that, a terrifying force exploded from Lu Ming's feet. A dragon's roar suddenly sounded. It was as if a supreme true dragon was stepping in the sky, crushing everything. After a month of hard work, he had finally mastered the first step of the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. Boom! This step collided with the Shadow Wolf Pavilion assassin's scimitar radiance. With an earth-shattering boom, Lu Ming's body flew far away again. However, the Shadow Wolf Pavilion assassin was also stunned by this blow and stopped. How is this possible? The Shadow Wolf Pavilion assassin let out a hysterical roar. He could not believe it. He could clearly see that Tianyun was only at the peak of the martial arts Grandmaster 3rd realm while he was at the early stage of the martial arts Grandmaster 9th realm. There was a difference of about 6 levels. It could be said that they were worlds apart. With such a huge difference, it was already a miracle that Ling Yin could survive 2 strikes of his scimitar. But now, Ling Yin had actually blocked his attack. This was simply a fantasy. The Shadow Wolf Pavilion assassin had lived for so long, but he had never heard of such a thing. His self-confidence had been severely damaged. Die! 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 The Shadow Wolf Pavilion assassin roared and charged toward Lu Ming in a frenzy. Lu Ming's talent terrified him. 9 dragons heaven-stomping steps. Lu Ming roared. This time, he did not step toward the Shadow Wolf Pavilion assassin. Instead, he stepped toward the space behind him. As a divine martial technique, the 9 dragons heaven-stomping steps was not only used for attacking. With one step, Lu Ming's figure suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already 10 miles away. 10 miles in one step, this was the terrifying power of the 9 dragons heaven-ascending steps. Moreover, Lu Ming had only mastered the first step. According to the records of the 9 dragons heaven-ascending steps, when cultivated to the highest level, one would be like 9 dragons. With one step, one could travel hundreds of millions of miles. It was unimaginably powerful. Right now, Lu Ming was still far from it. Damn it, you can't escape. The Shadow Wolf Pavilion assassin roared furiously and chased after Lu Ming. To a martial arts grandmaster, 10 miles was a matter of a few breaths. Without thinking, Lu Ming took another step. With a flash of his body, he moved as fast as lightning and crossed a distance of 10 miles under his feet. Puff! Suddenly, Lu Ming's body trembled and he spat out another mouthful of blood. He was already severely injured. Using the 9 dragons heaven-ascending steps consumed a lot of energy. Moreover, the pressure from heaven and earth was also extremely great. This caused his injuries to worsen. The difference was too great. There was no way he could fight back. He could only escape. Swoosh! Behind him, the Shadow Wolf Pavilion assassin chased after him relentlessly. Even further behind, the golden-eyed blood zombie was holding Yuan Ke back. Tianyun, hand over your martial technique and I'll leave your corpse intact. The Shadow Wolf Pavilion assassin shouted. The martial technique Lu Ming used was too shocking. He was envious. If he could get it, how strong would his combat power be? His desire to kill Lu Ming grew even stronger. What a joke. If you have the ability, come and get it yourself. Lu Ming sneered and took another step. Buzz, heaven and earth trembled slightly. Lu Ming's body was like a bolt of lightning, sweeping across the void. In an instant, he was 10 miles away, widening the distance between him and the Shadow Wolf Pavilion assassin. Damn it, damn it. I don't believe you can use such a powerful martial technique continuously. Today, you must die. The assassin from the Shadow Wolf Pavilion roared loudly, and a huge black wolf rose from his body. He chased after Lu Ming with all his might. Every time Lu Ming took a step forward, he would take 2 breaths, and then take another step forward. It was these 2 breaths that allowed his opponent to close the distance between them. Just like this, one fled while the other chased. In the blink of an eye, they had crossed 1,000 miles. Lu Ming's body was bleeding profusely. The continuous use of the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps had caused him too much damage. His skin cracked open and blood flowed freely. The true qi in his body was becoming increasingly scarce, and he could not hold on for much longer. Suddenly, there was a burst of moisture in front of him. It was a great river that was incomparably wide, surging across the prairie. Day! Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he took another step along the river. 10 li away, Lu Ming looked ahead. The great river forked in front. Moreover, it wasn't a single fork, but rather a fan shape, opening up 5 forks, 5 branches, flowing towards the entire prairie, nurturing the creatures of the prairie. The heavens are helping me. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Without thinking, he plunged into the great river. The river was extremely deep, more than 100 meters deep. Lu Ming sank directly to the bottom of the river and swam rapidly forward. Swoosh, in just 4 to 5 breaths, the assassin from the Shadow Wolf Pavilion appeared above the great river. Trying to escape? Dream on. Kill. The assassin from the Shadow Wolf Pavilion shouted loudly as he slashed out with his battle sword. Dense and sharp sword qi shot toward the river. Instantly, the river surged, and many large fish were killed. Their corpses floated to the surface, and blood dyed the river red. Die, die. The assassin from the Shadow Wolf Pavilion seemed to have gone mad as he continuously slashed out sword qi at the river. Boom. Boom. Sword qi shot out continuously, covering the entire river surface. At the bottom of the river, Lu Ming swam like a fish, dodging the sword qi. Splat, however, the sword qi was too dense, and one sword qi still pierced through Lu Ming's shoulder, almost chopping off his arm. Blood flowed profusely. Lu Ming snorted and continued to move forward. 5 forks appeared in front of him. Lu Ming chose one at random and swam down quickly. Above him, the assassin from the Shadow Wolf Pavilion ravaged this part of the river as if he had gone mad. However, he still did not see Lu Ming's figure. Then, he rushed into the river and started searching. After searching everywhere, he still could not find Lu Ming. When he reached the fork, his face was completely distorted. He did not know which fork Lu Ming had gone to. Moreover, it was impossible to chase after the enemy based on the aura in the river. The river water would disperse the aura. Swoosh, he rushed into the sky and looked around. Then, he roared furiously, damn it, damn it. Lu Ming followed the river and swam down. He did not know how far he had drifted. Lu Ming felt more and more weak. His vision turned black, and he felt waves of intense pain all over his body. He knew that his injuries were too severe previously, and they were acting up now. No, I have to find a place to heal. Otherwise, I'll be in danger. Then, Lu Ming wiped his face and took off his disguise mask, revealing his true appearance. His body had already returned to its original state due to his injuries. Then, he changed into a new set of clothes. Lu Ming continued to drift along the river for a while, in case the assassin from the Shadow Wolf Pavilion caught up to him. In the evening, a group of people hurried along the main road beside the Sioux River. There were more than 10 people. Most of them were burly middle-aged men. They exuded a heavy aura. It was obvious that they were martial arts experts. Riding at the front were 2 young people, a man and a woman. The man was handsome, but his long and narrow eyes gave people a gloomy feeling. The woman wore a long green dress. Her figure was graceful, and her curves were undulating. She was extremely beautiful. However, the woman seemed to have something on her mind. Her brows were tightly furrowed. Stop. Suddenly, the woman shouted softly. She pulled the horse under her and made it stop. The others also stopped. Moing, why did you suddenly stop? The young man asked with a frown. There's someone ahead. Moing said. The group looked ahead. Indeed, they saw a figure climbing out of the Sioux River. After the figure climbed onto the bank, he staggered as if he would fall down at any moment. Yin and Yang. The figure looked at everyone and suddenly screamed. Then, he fell straight to the ground. He's just a dying man. Why do you care so much about him? Let's hurry back to Tiansu City. The young prince came specially to see you. Don't keep him waiting. The young man casually glanced at the figure and said nonchalantly. I want to save him. After saying that, Moing jumped off her horse and walked toward the figure. What? You want to save him? You want to save a piece of trash like him? The young man shouted. However, he did not see the shock in Mo Ying's eyes. How did he know? Can he cure me? I'm the only one who knows about this. But this person can tell at a glance. I must save him. Mo Ying thought as she helped the figure up. She was slightly shocked when she saw him. He's so young. The figure who climbed out of the river was naturally Lu Ming. He drifted along the river for a while. Unexpectedly, his injuries were more serious than he thought. Lu Ming tried his best to climb to the shore, but he was already exhausted and could faint at any time. But then, he saw Mo Ying and the others. The moment he saw Mo Ying, his 9 dragons bloodline throbbed for some reason. He could clearly feel the cultivation situation in Mo Ying's body. Mo Ying's bloodline was definitely related to dragons. He realized that there were 2 types of qi in Mo Ying's body. That was why he screamed before he fainted. His purpose was to attract Mo Ying's attention. Mo Ying would definitely not abandon him and save him out of curiosity. He guessed right. Mo Ying was very curious about him. Mo Ying, there is no fluctuation of genuine qi in this person. He is obviously an ant. Why save him? Leave him here and follow me back to Sutian City. It will be hard to explain to the young prince if he waits for too long. At this time, the young man walked over and glanced at Lu Ming, urging him. Mo Bing. Mo Ying's face flashed with displeasure. She shouted coldly, if you are in a hurry to return to Sutian City, you can go back first. Also, I am not going back to Sutian City to see the young prince. I just want to go back. There is no need to explain to anyone. If you want to explain, do it yourself. Also, this person is seriously injured. If I don't save him, he will not live for long. I must save him. Mo Ying's tone was resolute. Mo Bing's face was livid. Then, he glared at Lu Ming viciously and turned to leave. Mo Ying looked at Lu Ming and frowned slightly. Lu Ming's injuries were too serious. This person is definitely a martial artist. Maybe he has exhausted his genuine qi. Otherwise, how could he see the abnormality in my body at a glance? But this person's injuries are too serious. I am afraid it will not be easy to save him. Mo Ying thought for a while, took out a fragrant pill and fed it to Lu Ming. The pill melted in his mouth and turned into energy that flowed into Lu Ming's body. After a while, Lu Ming's face became a little rosier. Come, help him onto the horse. We will go slowly. Mo Ying ordered. Yes, Miss Ying. A middle-aged man stepped forward and helped Lu Ming onto a horse, letting Lu Ming lie on the horse. After that, Mo Ying got on her horse and moved forward at a speed that was not much faster than a normal person's walking speed. Moing, you're doing this on purpose, aren't you? You're walking so slowly on purpose. Have you thought about the consequences of standing Little Prince up? Little Prince is the son of our Inui Empire's Shannon Prince. Mo Bing shouted coldly. You keep calling me Little Prince. I'm not Little Prince's dog. I can see whoever I want. I can walk as slowly as I want. No one can stop me. I've said it before. If you're impatient, you can go back first. Mo Ying replied coldly with a hint of mockery. What did you say? Mo Bing was furious. But Mo Ying sneered and ignored him. Little bitch, just because you have some talent, you think you're a proud daughter of the heavens. Just you wait. One day, I'll make you regret what you said today. Mo Bing roared in his heart, but he did not say it out loud. The group moved forward at a leisurely pace. Half a day later, Lu Ming woke up. As soon as he woke up, he felt a stabbing pain all over his body. I've been cut by the Silver Wolf Pavilion assassin's sword chi and the pressure from using the 9 Dragons Heaven stomping steps. My muscles and bones are all cracked. Fortunately, my internal organs are not seriously injured. I should be able to recover soon. Lu Ming secretly observed his injuries and pondered in his heart. Then, Lu Ming struggled to sit up and circulated the True Dragon Battle chant to heal his injuries. At first, he did not use any true chi, but after circulating the True Dragon Battle chant several times, a wisp of true chi began to appear in his body. With the circulation of the True Dragon Battle chant, the true chi in his body increased. On the side, Mo Bing looked at Lu Ming and did not disturb him. On the other side, Mo Bing glanced at Lu Ming and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He thought, so he's a martial artist. This time, it's all because of him that we're late. When we get back to Sutian City, I'll teach him a lesson. 2 hours later, Lu Ming had recovered 1% of his true chi. At this time, he took out 2 spirit crystals and held them in his hand to speed up the recovery of true chi. The wounds on his body were healing rapidly. At the same time, the internal injuries deep in his body were also slowly healing. This was the benefit of having a strong body. His body had reached the 5th grade, so his recovery and vitality were extremely amazing. If an ordinary person suffered such injuries, they would have died several times over. Half a day later, Lu Ming barely recovered 1/20th of his true chi. The injuries on his body were also much better, and there were no more bursts of stabbing pain. How's your recovery? At this time, Mo Bing rode over and asked. It's a little better. This time, thank you for saving my life. Lu Ming will remember it in his heart. Lu Ming clasped his fist and said. This was the Yingyue Empire. Of course, he could not use the name Tianyun, or he would be killed on the spot. So, he simply used the name Lu Ming. You don't have to thank me. It's just a small matter. Mo Bing pondered for a while and asked in a low voice, Young Master Lu Ming, before you fell unconscious, you shouted that qi is divided into yin and yang. What do you mean? Finally, you can't help it. Lu Ming smiled in his heart and said, You know the answer. If I'm not wrong, your bloodline should be related to the dragon. But in the process of cultivation, there is a problem. The true qi you cultivate is biased toward yin, but there is yang true qi in your bloodline. So, yin and yang are not in harmony, which often causes you to suffer. Lu Ming spoke very softly, and only Mo Bing could hear him. After hearing this, Mo Ying's eyes lit up. She was very surprised and said, Young master, you can see it at a glance. It's completely correct. My bloodline is the cloud dragon. Like the flood dragon, I have the bloodline of the true dragon. But I don't know why there is yang true qi, which repeatedly interferes with my cultivation. I wonder if young master has a way to solve it. After saying that, she looked at Lu Ming with a hopeful face. She had secretly looked for famous doctors and some famous inscriptionists, but she could not find a solution. She had been in despair, but now there was hope. It shouldn't be difficult. As long as you suppress the yang true qi and take it out, it will be fine. But to do this, you have to wait until my injuries are healed. Lu Ming said. Really? Well, I will buy the best elixir to let you recover as soon as possible. Mo Bing was overjoyed. Lu Ming nodded. He planned to go to Sutian City with Mo Bing first. After his injuries were healed, he would return to Full Moon City. Otherwise, with his current situation, he wouldn't even be able to fly. If he were to encounter a slightly stronger demonic beast along the way, he would become its food. That would be too unjust. Not far away, Mo Bing saw Mo Bing talking to Lu Ming as if they were very close. He immediately roared in his heart, This little bitch is really a slut. She must have taken a fancy to this little bastard. Humph, when we reach Sutian City, I will report to the young master. Let's see how you will die. The Yin Moon Empire and the Burning Sun Empire were completely different. In the Yin Moon Empire, the royal family was extremely powerful and controlled everything. Below them, there were a series of powerful aristocratic families that obeyed the royal family and ruled over thousands of miles of land. Xianxia was extremely majestic and was one of the top 10 cities in the Moon Empire. The Mo family in Xianxia was also extremely prosperous and ranked in the top 10 among the aristocratic families in the Moon Empire. Along the way, Lu Ming learned a lot of information. For example, Mo Ying was originally a collateral disciple of the Mo family. However, she was extremely talented and was heavily nurtured by the Mo family. Now, she was already one of the top 5 geniuses in the Mo family, and her cultivation had reached the first level of the martial arts grandmaster realm. With such a status, she would be treated well in the Mo family. She had her own courtyard and more than 10 servants. Once they returned to the Mo family, Mo Ying brought Lu Ming to her courtyard so that Lu Ming could recover better. In a guest room in Mo Ying's courtyard, Lu Ming sat cross-legged. With a wave of his hand, a pile of spiritual herbs and spiritual medicine appeared beside him. Here, Lu Ming could finally relax and recover to his heart's content. Immediately, he activated the 10,000 spirit battle body and turned the spiritual herbs and spiritual medicine into 10,000 spirit qi. The 10,000 spirit qi seeped into his body and quickly healed Lu Ming's injured body. Lu Ming's body was recovering rapidly. A few hours later, Lu Ming finished healing his body and activated the true dragon of combat skill to recover his genuine qi. When he finished cultivating, it was already evening. Knock knock, there was a knock on the door. Lu Ming opened the door and saw Mo Ying. Apparently, Mo Ying had just finished washing up. Her hair was still wet and stuck to her face. She had changed into a black gauze dress and her graceful figure was faintly discernible under the gauze dress. She was extremely seductive. Mo Ying was indeed very beautiful. Among the women that Lu Ming had seen, Mo Ying was only slightly inferior to Xianxia, Xianxia, Autumn Moon and Mulan's. She was a rare beauty. Brother Lu, these are the healing elixirs that I just bought. Take them. Mo Ying took out a few jade bottles and handed them to Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not stand on ceremony either. He received the jade bottle and said with a smile, "Many thanks, Miss Mo. There's no need to be so polite. I won't disturb Brother Lu's recuperation." Mo Ying did not say much. She said a few words of courtesy and turned to leave. After Mo Ying left, Lu Ming raised his head and looked towards the north. That direction was the depths of the Mo family. For some reason, as soon as Lu Ming arrived at the Mo family, he felt that there was something in the depths of the Mo family that was attracting him. To be precise, it was attracting the 9 dragons bloodline, making it feel as if it was cheering. What exactly does the Mo family have? It actually caused the 9 dragons bloodline to jump for joy. Looks like I'll have to stay in the Mo family for a while longer. Lu Ming looked in that direction, deep in thought. After pondering for a while, Lu Ming returned to his room to recuperate. Just like that, 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. After 5 days of recuperation, Lu Ming's injuries had completely healed and his cultivation had returned to its peak state. To be able to fully recover from such a serious injury in just 5 days was extremely shocking. This was completely dependent on the divine level cultivation method, true dragon tactics, and his rank 5 physical body. In these 5 days, Mo Ying often came to visit him, but she did not mention a word about treating him. I wonder what the local customs of the Yue Empire are like. It's rare for me to come here. I'll take a look. Lu Ming smiled, then walked out of Mo Ying's courtyard and casually strolled around Sutian City. Sutian City was really big. In the Burning Sun Empire, among all the cities that Lu Ming had seen, only the Burning Sun Empire was bigger than Sutian City. On the streets, there was an endless stream of powerful martial artists. Around the streets, there was a forest of shops. There were all kinds of strange things, some of which were specialties of the Yue Empire. Lu Ming had only seen them in books before. Now that he saw the real thing, he could not help but buy some. Little bastard, stop right there. Lu Ming had just strolled for a while when a cold voice came from behind. Lu Ming turned around and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Wasn't that Mo Bing? Mo Bing's face was gloomy as he strode towards Lu Ming with 4 big men. Little bastard, who are you calling? Lu Ming said lightly. Of course, little bastard is calling you. Mo Bing said coldly. Oh? So it's little bastard calling me. Hello, little bastard. Lu Ming said with a smile. You. Only then did Mo Bing react, his face was livid. The four big men behind him almost could not hold back their laughter, but looking at their slightly trembling body, it was obvious that they had a hard time holding back their laughter. You have a sharp tongue. Do you want to die? Mo Bing's face was incomparably ugly. He stared coldly at Lu Ming and said, I think your injuries have almost healed. In that case, quickly get out of the Mo family. Mo Ying's courtyard is not a place where you can stay. The longer you stay, the more miserable your death will be. Oh? Is that so? I'd like to try. Lu Ming smiled, not caring at all. Brat, have you taken a fancy to that girl Moing? Do you want to hit on her? Let me tell you, that girl Moing is someone that the young prince likes. If anyone wants to hit on her, he will be going against the young prince. Only death awaits him. Mo Bing threatened. Little prince? Who does he think he is? Lu Ming said lightly. Mo Bing's face suddenly changed and he shouted, Boy, you're courting death. Men, break his legs and throw him out of Xianxia. Yes. Behind Mo Bing, the four big men responded in unison. They took large strides forward, emitting powerful auras as they closed in on Lu Ming. Ninth layer martial master realm. The four big men were all ninth layer martial masters. Whoosh! Whoosh! The four big men attacked together, aiming at Lu Ming's hands and feet. They were going to cripple his limbs in one blow. Bang! 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 In the next moment, four crisp sounds could be heard. Four tall figures were sent flying far away and fell to the ground. Each of them hugged an arm and cried out in agony. It was the four big men. At this moment, one of their arms was twisted into a fried dough twist, broken into 7 or 8 pieces. Mo Bing was stunned. He kept blinking his eyes, thinking that he was dreaming. The four martial artists at the 9th level martial master realm had their arms broken in an instant and were sent flying. He did not even see how Lu Ming did it. How was this possible? This person that they had randomly bumped into on the side of the road who was about to die was so strong. Was he a martial ancestor realm genius? You said you were going to break my legs? Lu Ming smiled and walked toward Mo Bing. Mo Bing's expression changed greatly. He could not help but retreat and shouted, what are you trying to do? I'm an elite disciple of the Mo clan. These servants can't compare to me. If you dare to touch me, I won't let you leave Xianxia. However, Lu Ming was not moved at all. He walked toward Mo Bing step by step. Cold sweat started to appear on Mo Bing's face. His eyes were filled with fear. In the end, he screamed and turned to run. Lu Ming smiled coldly. He flicked his finger and shot out a few streams of energy, hitting Mo Bing's legs. Both of Mo Bing's legs were broken by Lu Ming, and blood flowed out. Mo Bing wailed again, and even tears flowed out. Around them, a large number of onlookers were shocked. Mo Bing was a genius disciple of the Mo family and was very famous in Sutian City. Who was this person who dared to break his legs? Many people looked at Lu Ming and secretly guessed. What are you shouting for? Now, get out of here! Lu Ming shouted angrily. The four burly men struggled to get up as if they had been pardoned. They used the other hand to support Mo Bing and ran away. Lu Ming did not care and continued to stroll on the street. After strolling for a while, he went back. As soon as he returned to Mo Ying's courtyard, he ran into Mo Ying. Brother Lu, have you recovered from your injury? Mo Ying asked. Lu Ming nodded and said with a smile, it's almost healed. That. Mo Ying stammered, wanting to say something but hesitated. Lu Ming smiled and said, let's go and see how the true qi in your body is. Okay. Mo Ying was overjoyed. Then to my bedroom? Or to your bedroom? Lu Ming asked. Ah? Mo Ying was stunned, and then her face turned red. After pondering for a while, she whispered, let's go to my bedroom. Lu Ming nodded and walked to her bedroom with Mo Ying. Mo Ying's bedroom was decorated very elegantly, with a faint fragrance. The two sat cross-legged on the bed. Miss Mo, there may be some presumptuous actions later, please forgive me. Lu Ming said. Presumptuous actions? Mo Ying's face turned even redder, and her big eyes were misty. Lu Ming was speechless. This girl was too shy. I haven't started anything yet. Mo Ying took a deep breath, as if she was going to throw caution to the wind, and said firmly, Go ahead, I'm fine with anything. Anything? Lu Ming's heart could not help but flutter. A man and a woman alone in a room, and a young and beautiful girl said, Go ahead, I'm fine with anything. This was too much for one's imagination to run wild. I didn't mean that. When Mo Ying thought about it, even her ears turned red. The two of them stared at each other for a long time before they slowly calmed down. Then, Lu Ming and Mo Ying's palms touched each other. Lu Ming channeled a stream of true qi into Mo Ying's body. Mo Ying's genuine qi was strong and condensed, and it was unusually cold. However, within the cold true energy, there were traces of blazing true energy that intertwined with the cold true energy. In this way, Mo Ying's genuine qi would not be pure, which would greatly interfere with her cultivation. Sometimes, she would even experience alternating between hot and cold, which would be extremely painful. Only by removing the blazing genuine qi could Mo Ying's shackles be lifted. By then, Mo Ying's cultivation speed would be even faster. As expected, the true qi nurtured by the cloud dragon can actually take the form of a dragon. Lu Ming discovered that Mo Ying's cold and blazing true qi were both in the shape of dragons, intertwining with each other like tiny dragons. It was very similar to the true qi cultivated by the true dragon battle art. However, the dragon-shaped true qi cultivated by the true dragon battle art was more lifelike and lifelike. After observing for a while, Lu Ming withdrew his genuine qi. Brother Lu, how is it? Can you get rid of the yang attribute genuine qi? Mo Ying asked nervously. This was related to her future path of martial arts. Of course, she was nervous. Lu Ming nodded and said, It shouldn't be a big problem. The two types of genuine qi are too deeply intertwined. It can't be completely removed in a day or two. I estimate that it will take about 10 days. It's okay, it's okay. It's worth it no matter how much time it takes. Mo Ying said excitedly. She had endured it for more than 10 years. Why would she care about 10 days? Well, that's good. Take off your clothes. Lu Ming said. Okay. Huh? What? Take off my clothes? Mo Ying nodded subconsciously. When she came to her senses, she let out a deafening scream. Well, I need to directly suppress your blood meridians from your spine. That's the only way to get rid of the yang attribute genuine qi. Lu Ming explained helplessly. Mo Ying's face turned red. After pondering for a while, she gritted her teeth and turned her back to Lu Ming. Then, she slowly took off her clothes. Suddenly, a jade-like body appeared in front of Lu Ming. Although it was only her back, the amazing curves were still visible. Lu Ming's heart raced and he almost lost control. Lu Ming desperately looked away. He took a deep breath to calm himself down. Then, he stretched out his palm and placed it on Mo Ying's back. When he touched it, it was delicate and smooth. It was as if he was touching a piece of nephrite. Mo Ying's delicate body trembled. She moaned and her body became hot. Even her back turned red. Buzz, at this moment, Mo Ying's back trembled slightly. A strong blood-red light was emitted. Roar, a cloud dragon that was as white as jade emerged and roared at Lu Ming. How dare you? Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and the 9 dragons' bloodline appeared. It was only in the shape of a python. However, when the cloud dragon saw the 9 dragons' bloodline, it seemed to be terrified. It wailed and sank into Mo Ying's back. It did not dare to move. Devour. Lu Ming's palm exuded a powerful devouring force. He pressed it against Mo Ying's back and the devouring force gushed out. The yang-type true qi in Mo Ying's genuine qi was instantly extracted and refined by Lu Ming. Although it was not very fast, it was very stable. Mo Ying's delicate body trembled slightly. Fine beads of sweat appeared on her smooth back. 2 hours later, Lu Ming stopped. Phew, Mo Ying let out a long breath. Then, she carefully observed her genuine qi. She was so excited that her body trembled. It's really been extracted. It's really been extracted. Moing turned around excitedly and looked at Lu Ming with excitement and gratitude. However, Lu Ming's eyes widened and he stared straight at her chest. Ah! Moing screamed again. Only then did she realize that she had not put on her clothes yet. She hurriedly put on her clothes. Her pretty face was as red as an apple. Lu Ming coughed awkwardly. If he had not told Mo Ying's servants not to barge in, Mo Ying's servants would have barged in by now. This time only a part of it has been extracted. It will take another 8 or 9 days. Lu Ming changed the topic. Thank you, Lu Ming. Moing had forgotten her embarrassment. She was extremely excited. The problem that had troubled her for many years was finally going to be solved. Let's continue tomorrow. Lu Ming smiled. Okay. Moing nodded cheerfully. In the following days, Lu Ming spent 2 hours every day to help Moing extract the yang qi. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. The yang qi in Mo Ying's body was almost completely extracted. Mo Ying's genuine qi suddenly became several times faster and smoother. She even broke through a realm and reached the second realm of martial arts grandmaster. On the 8th day, just as Lu Ming was extracting the remaining yang qi from Mo Ying, there was a sudden noise and screams outside. Young master, missing is really cultivating. Get lost. How dare a few lowly ants block the young prince's way? Are you tired of living? An old man with a big belly scolded. With a slap, Mo Ying's servants were sent flying far away and fell to the ground. One side of their faces was swollen and blood was flowing from their mouths. Behind the old man with a big belly, a young man in luxurious clothes with a sinister face walked in. Spare my life, young prince. I'm not lying. Miss Moing is cultivating in seclusion. She told us not to disturb her no matter what. A servant girl in her 20s knelt on the ground and said, trembling. Not to disturb her? Who does Moing think she is? It's her blessing that the young prince came to see her personally. What's more important than the young prince? Hurry up and report it. Otherwise, I'll kill all of you. The old man with a big belly shouted coldly and looked at the servant girl with a ferocious expression. Young prince, Miss Mo is really. Before the servant girl could continue, the old man with a big belly lost his patience and shouted, you're courting death. Bam, the old man with a big belly slapped the other side of the servant girl's face. The servant girl screamed and flew far away. When she fell to the ground, she was already unconscious. When the other servants saw this, they were trembling in fear. Hurry up and ask your miss to come out. Otherwise, she'll be the next example. The old man with a big belly pointed at the servant girl and said coldly. Creak, at this moment, Mo Ying's door opened. Lu Ming and Mo Ying walked out of the room. When the young prince saw Lu Ming and Mo Ying walking out of Mo Ying's room together, he was stunned. Then, his handsome face was completely distorted. He pointed at Lu Ming and screamed, little bastard, how dare you enter Mo Ying's room? What are the two of you doing in there? Damn it. And you, little bitch, I'm here to see you. Not only did you stand me up, you even shut yourself in for 7 days and refused to see me. I was wondering why. So it turns out that you're together with this little bastard. I'm going to kill you all. Hey, who are you? Why are you barking like a mad dog? Did you take the wrong medicine? Also, the two of us aren't married yet. We're just hiding in our rooms and doing what we need to do. What does that have to do with you? Lu Ming said indifferently as he glanced sideways at the young prince. The little prince almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Lu Ming actually dared to talk to him like that. Did he eat a flood dragon's gallbladder? Also, the little prince really wanted to yell that it was none of his F***king business. Of course, he forced himself to hold back. Brat, do you know who I am? The little prince took a deep breath and said slowly. He reckoned that Lu Ming still didn't know who he was. He wanted to announce his name to scare Lu Ming. At that time, he would kill Lu Ming and let him know what regret was. Who are you? What does that have to do with me? Lu Ming said indifferently. The little prince was stunned. He took a deep breath to calm himself down and said, listen carefully. I'm the only son of the Xianxia prince, the little prince of the Xianxia prince's residence. Then, the little prince looked at Lu Ming proudly, hoping to see fear, panic, and fear on Lu Ming's face. Unfortunately, he was disappointed. Lu Ming didn't react at all, as if he had heard the name of a cat or a dog. Lu Ming said indifferently, so you're the son of the Xianxia prince. It turns out that the sons of the Xianxia prince are all idiots. What did you say? You're courting death. You're courting death. The little prince was trembling with anger. He pointed at Lu Ming and kept shouting. Bye. At this time, Emoing rushed to the front of the unconscious servant girl and checked her injuries. Then she looked at the little prince angrily and said, Little prince, Bai was just following my orders. Aren't you too heavy-handed? Heavy-handed? Emoing, she's just a lowly servant girl. She doesn't know her place. How dare she make excuses in front of me? I'm disciplining her for you. The little prince gritted his teeth to calm himself down and said coldly. Mo Ying's face was livid with anger. What place? You keep calling others lowly. In my opinion, you're just a good-for-nothing who relies on your father's power. Lu Ming said indifferently. How dare you? You lowly ant. How dare you call me a good-for-nothing? You're offending your superiors and committing a heinous crime. No one can save you today. I swear I'm not a man if I don't kill you. The little prince screamed hysterically. Lu Ming dared to call him a good-for-nothing? A lowly ant dared to call him a good-for-nothing. Rebellion, rebellion. Isn't it? You think you're superior to others. What do you rely on? Power or strength? Lu Ming sneered. I have power and strength. I'm born noble. How can you lowly ants compare to me? The little prince yelled. Is that so? If that's the case, you're just a piece of lowly sh*t in front of me. Lu Ming said. What? What did you say? Damn it. Kill him. I'm going to grind his bones to dust, skin him, and pull out his tendons. The little prince screamed crazily. Die, you little bastard. The pot-bellied old man had been holding back for a long time. At this moment, he roared and slapped Lu Ming's face. Although he was fat, he was as fast as lightning. His cultivation had reached the third martial ancestor realm. In an instant, he was close to Lu Ming and was about to slap Lu Ming's face. Brother Lu, be careful. Dodge. Emoing exclaimed. However, Lu Ming stood there motionlessly. Just as the pot-bellied old man's slap was about to land on Lu Ming's face, Lu Ming kicked out. It was impossible to describe how fast this kick was. When the kick was sent out, it arrived first even though it was launched later. It landed heavily on the round belly of the pot-bellied old man. His stomach had sunken like a rubber ball, and his eyeballs were popping out like a dead fish. With a scream, the pot-bellied old man flew backward like a bloated rubber ball. Whoosh, Lu Ming moved and caught up with the pot-bellied old man in an instant, giving him a slap. Slap, a crisp slap was heard. The pot-bellied old man was sent spinning in the air by Lu Ming's slap and landed heavily on the ground. Boom, a human-shaped pit appeared on the ground. The pot-bellied old man was lying in the pit and twitching non-stop. Blood kept flowing out of his mouth. The whole place was silent. Everyone stared blankly at Lu Ming, including Emoing. The pot-bellied old man of the third martial ancestor realm was beaten half to death by Lu Ming as if he was an ant. Lu Ming was such a terrifying expert. Previously, although Emoing knew that Lu Ming was very powerful, she had originally guessed that Lu Ming should only be slightly stronger than her. However, at this moment, she knew that she was wrong. Ridiculously wrong. Lu Ming's strength was far beyond her imagination. Well done! Mo Ying's subordinates roared in their hearts. They were extremely satisfied. Previously, the pot-bellied old man was so arrogant and treated them like ants. Now, he was like a dead dog. Little bastard, how dare you hit my man? How dare you? Who said I only hit your men? Lu Ming smiled and stepped toward the young prince. The young prince's expression changed greatly. He shouted in disbelief, What are you doing? How dare you hit me? You're offending your superior. You're treacherous. Slap, Lu Ming slapped him in the face. The young prince didn't even have time to react before he was slapped in the face by Lu Ming. He didn't stop until he spun 3 times on the ground. He stared at Lu Ming in a daze. He was completely dumbfounded. Lu Ming really dared to hit him? In the Yingyue Empire, the royal family had supreme authority. His father, Zhenan Wang, was the commander of all the troops in the south of the Yingyue Empire. It could be said that he was second only to one person. As the only son of Zhenan Wang, his status was so noble that no one dared to disobey him, let alone hit him. He even doubted that he was dreaming. However, the piercing pain on his face told him that this was real and not a dream. Therefore, he screamed hysterically, Ah! How dare you hit me? How dare you hit me? You're dead. Your whole family is dead. No one can save you. Slap, Lu Ming slapped him again on the other side of his face. The young prince saw stars and was completely dumbfounded. He forced himself to swallow back a string of vicious words. You said that you had power and strength and were superior to others. You regarded others as lowly ants and could bully them at will. But now, I'm stronger than you, so you're also an ant in front of me. Am I wrong to say that you're a piece of lowly sh*t? Lu Ming stared at the young prince and said coldly. I. The young prince's face was swollen like a pig's head. He looked at Lu Ming in horror. No matter how stupid he was, he could see that Lu Ming was not afraid of him at all. He didn't know what to say for a moment. What? You don't dare to speak? Where's your courage just now? Lu Ming's eyes were like 2 sharp swords as he stared at the young prince. The young prince felt a chill run down his spine. He retreated and shouted, What are you doing? My royal father's army is not far from Sutian City. If you dare to touch me, not only will you die, the Mo family will also be buried with you. Really? Then I'll kill you first. Let's see what your father can do to me. Lu Ming sneered, completely unmoved. He took a step forward, and a cold killing intent erupted, making the scene seem like it was winter. No. No. 2 shouts rang out at the same time. One of them came from the young prince. He screamed in horror and was almost scared out of his wits. The other one came from Mo Ying. Lu Ming frowned slightly and stopped in his tracks. Brother Lu, he is after all the son of the South-protecting prince. If he dies in the Mo clan, the South-protecting prince will be enraged and raze the Mo clan to the ground. Please spare his life, Brother Lu. Mo Ying pleaded. Lu Ming nodded and looked at the young prince. He scolded, Seeing that Miss Mo Ying pleaded for you, I'll spare your life. Get lost. The young prince felt as if he had been pardoned. He ignored the pot-bellied old man and ran away, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming did not continue to attack. It was not that he wanted to let the tiger go back to the mountain. As Mo Ying said, he was not afraid of killing the young prince, but it would definitely implicate Mo Ying and the Mo family. Brother Lu, I've implicated you. Mo Ying walked to Lu Ming's side and said apologetically. Haha, what does this have to do with you? It's normal to meet brainless idiots everywhere. Lu Ming smiled. Then, they helped Ah Bai treat her injuries. Not long after, an angry roar came from a luxurious mansion in Sutian City. Damned little bitch, damned bastard, die. Die. Damn it, if I don't kill you, I swear I'm not a man. In a hall, the young prince's face was ferocious. He roared again and again, smashing the tables and chairs in the hall. On both sides of the hall, there were 5 or 6 figures standing. They did not even dare to breathe. After a while, the young Prince Yinjiao phone gradually calmed down. Young prince, it's all because of that little bastard called Lu Ming. I don't know what kind of drug he used on Mo Ying. When Mo Ying saw him, she seemed to be fascinated. It's really hateful. A gloomy voice sounded. It was Mo Bing. At this time, his legs were still wrapped in thick plaster. Obviously, the legs that were broken by Lu Ming had not recovered. Mo Ying, that little b*tch. I thought she was a chaste woman, but she turned out to be a slut. Seeing that she was about to die, I wanted to have sex with her first. It's a pity that such a beauty died like that. Now that she's with that little bastard, I can't wait to kill her immediately. The young Prince Xianxia Feng said with a gloomy face. Young Prince, Moing, that bitch, won't live for long anyway. But that Lu Ming, I didn't expect his cultivation to be so high. How should we deal with him? Mo Bing asked. It doesn't matter. I'll send a message to my father and ask him to send a master over. At that time I'll make him beg for death. Xianxia Feng gritted his teeth and said gloomily. In the next few days, Lu Ming continued to deprive Mo Ying of her yang qi. 3 days later, the yang qi in Mo Ying's body had been completely expelled. Mo Ying was relieved. Her qi became very active. Every day, her face glowed and became more beautiful. The Mo family martial arts field was the place where the Mo family disciples cultivated. As soon as Mo Ying's yang qi was expelled, she took Lu Ming to the Mo family martial arts field. In the middle of the Mo family martial arts field, there was a huge stone pillar. The stone pillar was crystal clear like jade. At first glance, one could tell that it was not ordinary. Brother Lu, this stone pillar can test my compatibility with the Mo family's ancestral inheritance. The higher the compatibility, the more I can get the Mo family's ancestral inheritance. In the past, when my yang qi was not expelled, I was the one with the highest compatibility with the ancestral inheritance among the younger generation of the Mo family. Now that the yang qi is expelled, I want to see how compatible I am with the Mo family's ancestral inheritance. Mo Ying obviously trusted Lu Ming and had no reservations about Lu Ming. The Mo family's ancestral inheritance? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't help but look into the depths of the Mo family. That place was the place where the 9 dragons' bloodline cheered. He didn't know if it had anything to do with the Mo family's ancestral inheritance. Mo Ying came to the stone pillar and immediately attracted the attention of some of the Mo family members nearby. Is Mo Ying going to test her compatibility with the ancestral inheritance again? She's already the highest among the younger generation. The ancestral inheritance belongs to her. What's the point of testing? Yes, her compatibility with the ancestral inheritance is as high as 5 stars. Moreover, the compatibility is innate. It won't increase over time. I really don't understand why she's here to test again. Around them, some of the Mo family members were discussing. Mo Ying ignored them. She placed her palm on the stone pillar and there was a flash of blood on her spine. Buzz. Everyone from the Mo family was stunned. Their faces were filled with disbelief. After a while, there was a heated discussion. 6 stars. Mo Ying's compatibility with the ancestors' legacy has reached 6 stars. How is that possible? She used to have 5 stars. Unbelievable. The compatibility with the ancestors' legacy can be improved? I've never heard of such a thing. Even the ancient books have never recorded such a thing. Unbelievable. I'm so envious. Some of the young people from the Mo family were already incoherent. Creak, a white-haired old man walked out from a loft beside the martial arts arena. The old man was overjoyed when he saw Mo Ying condensing 6 stars on the stone pillar. He muttered, 6 stars, that's great. I've tried so many times and this is the most compatible one. This time, it will definitely succeed. Great things can be expected. When the time comes, the Mo family's status will definitely rise by a lot. In the martial arts practice field, Lu Ming saw the stone pillar shining and a look of surprise flashed across his eyes. When the stone pillar shone, he felt the 9 dragons' bloodline in his body stirring. It was very strange. At that moment, Mo Ying retracted her palm and looked delighted. True Qi has become purer. The compatibility with the ancestors' legacy has increased. Mo Ying said happily. Lu Ming looked at the stone pillar and suddenly lifted his leg and walked toward it. What is Brother Lu doing? Mo Ying was stunned. Then, she saw Lu Ming reaching out his palm and placing it on the stone pillar. Is Brother Lu trying to test it? But this is the testing stone pillar of the Mo family. What's the use of him testing it? Mo Ying thought to herself. The other members of the Mo family were even more shocked. Who is this kid? What is he trying to do? This is the stone pillar used by the Mo family to test the compatibility of the ancestors' legacy. What is he doing? Is this kid trying to test the compatibility of the ancestors' legacy too? What a joke. He's an outsider. Brat, stop right now. The members of the Mo family at the side started to speak. Some of them even sneered. But in the next moment, buzz, the testing stone pillar shook violently and emitted a bright light. The light was more dazzling than the one caused by Moing just now. Then, the light condensed into stars in the air. 1, 2, 8 stars. In the end, a total of 8 stars were formed. The eyes of all the Mo family members almost popped out of their sockets. Their bulging eyes were filled with disbelief. Each and every one of them trembled as they pointed at Lu Ming, unable to say a single word for a long time. Mo Ying's reaction was similar. Her small cherry lips opened so wide that one could swallow a duck egg. Her beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment. 8 stars, 8 stars. This brat actually has 8 stars of compatibility with the ancestors' inheritance. How is this possible? How is this possible? I'm dreaming, I must be dreaming. Pa, a crisp sound of a slap was heard. Why did you hit me? I was checking to see if you were dreaming. Turns out you weren't. Nest, an outsider actually has an 8-star compatibility with the ancestors' inheritance. This is truly blinding. The surrounding Mo family members had already lost their minds. This, heavens will bless our Mo family. Ha ha ha. In the pavilion, the white-haired old man was so excited that his body was trembling. His eyes were filled with ecstasy. I must inform the family head about this immediately. The white-haired old man whispered and then turned to leave. As expected. In the martial arts field, Lu Ming retracted his palm and fell into deep thought. Previously, he had discovered that this so-called test of compatibility with the Mo family's ancestors' inheritance was actually related to the dragon's bloodline. Lu Ming guessed that the Mo family's ancestor also had the bloodline of the cloud dragon or flood dragon. That was why Mo Ying had such a high compatibility. Lu Ming had the 9-dragon bloodline and could be said to be the ancestor of all dragons. Naturally, his compatibility was high. He had reached 8 stars. Unfortunately, Brother Lu is an outsider. Mo Ying sighed in her heart. Mo Ying, let's go. Lu Ming smiled. Mo Ying nodded and returned to the courtyard with Lu Ming. At this time, in a secret room of the Mo family, there was an urgent discussion. 2 days later, a middle-aged man came to Mo Ying's courtyard. Greetings, family head. Mo Ying and the rest quickly bowed. This middle-aged man turned out to be the family head of the Mo family. Little Ying, tomorrow, you will inherit the ancestors' inheritance. The family head of the Mo family did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Tomorrow? So soon? Mo Ying was stunned. Obviously, it was a little unexpected. A long delay may cause trouble. The sooner you inherit the ancestors' inheritance, the sooner you can carry it forward, then I can rest assured. The family head of the Mo family smiled and said very kindly. Thank you, family head. Mo Ying bowed emotionally. She was originally only a side-branch disciple of the Mo family. It was already extremely rare for her to be able to reach this step. Furthermore, she was going to inherit the inheritance of the ancestor tomorrow. In the Mo family, this was an unparalleled honor. At this moment, she was deeply grateful to the Mo family's patriarch. Haha, there's no need to be so courteous. The family head of the Mo family laughed heartily, then looked at Lu Ming and said with a smile, I guess this must be young hero Lu Ming? That's me. Greetings, family head of the Mo family. Lu Ming held his fists together and said. Haha, young hero Lu, there's no need to be so courteous. 2 days ago, you resonated with the testing pillar of the 8 stars. This news has spread to the entire Mo family. A miracle indeed. The family head of the Mo family exclaimed, then changed his tone and said, Here, I have something that I need your help with. You need my help? May I know what it is? Lu Ming was curious. I would like to invite young hero Lu to go with Mo Ying to the place of the ancestors' inheritance and help her obtain the inheritance. The family head of the Mo family said. Me? This time, not only Lu Ming, but even Mo Ying was surprised. That's right. To be honest, inheriting the ancestors' inheritance is not a smooth journey. There might be some twists and turns along the way. Young hero Lu's compatibility with the Mo family's ancestors' inheritance is as high as 8 stars. With you following and helping Mo Ying, there will be no mistakes. I hope young hero Lu can agree. The family head of the Mo family held his fists together and said. You're being too courteous. Since I can help Mo Ying, I will not refuse. Lu Ming said. That's good too. Lu Ming also wanted to see what it was that caused the 9 dragons bloodline to cheer. Seeing that Lu Ming agreed, the family head of the Mo family was overjoyed. After chatting with the two for a while, he stood up and left. Brother Lu, I'll have to trouble you again. Mo Ying bowed slightly, her eyes were clear like water. A day's time passed very quickly. On the second day, the family head of the Mo family sent someone to pick up Mo Ying and Lu Ming. It is indeed deep within the Mo family. Lu Ming was surprised. The Mo clan's residence was filled with layers upon layers of buildings. It was unknown how many palaces there were. The two of them walked around for half an hour before they arrived at a dilapidated stone house. In front of the stone house, the Mo family head and a few white-haired elders had arrived. Haha, Mo Ying, young hero Lu, you are here. Under this stone house is the inheritance of our ancestors. When the door is opened, you can go in. The Mo family head smiled. Lu Ming and Mo Ying nodded. Let's begin. The Mo family head nodded to the elders. The figures of several old men moved and scattered around the stone house. Their hands shot out rays of light that disappeared into the stone house. The stone house began to tremble slightly and emitted rays of light. The stone house was covered with inscriptions. The inscriptions shone brightly. As the elders shouted, a stone door in front of the stone house opened abruptly. The moment the stone house opened, Lu Ming seemed to see a sea of blood surging towards him. At this moment, the 9 dragons' bloodline seemed to be so excited that it was about to roar into the sky. This place is not simple. Lu Ming frowned slightly. Mo Ying did not seem to feel anything unusual. She looked at the stone house with anticipation. Alright, Mo Ying, young hero Lu, the stone door is open. You can go in. The Mo family head said. Thank you, family head and elders. Mo Ying thanked the Mo family head and elders sincerely. Then, she got up and walked towards the stone house. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He followed Mo Ying and walked in. When the two of them walked in, the stone door of the stone house closed automatically. Ha ha ha, this is a success. This time, the Mo family will make a great contribution. When the stone door closed, the Mo family head laughed excitedly. However, there was no kindness on his face. Instead, it looked a little ferocious. In the stone house. After the stone door closed, the stone house was not dark. The walls of the stone house were inlaid with luminous stones. There was a large hole in the floor of the stone house. A stone staircase led down from the hole. Previously, the patriarch of the Mo clan had mentioned that the succession of the Mo clan's ancestor was located deep underground. The two of them did not hesitate and walked down the stairs. The staircase was very long, and it led downwards at an angle. After walking for about a kilometer, he saw a stone door. There were inscriptions flowing on the stone door, and it was overflowing with light. In the middle of the stone door, there was a pit. Mo Ying took out a jade token and shone it at the pit. Gotcha! Immediately, the stone door creaked and opened automatically. Behind the stone door, there was another stone staircase that led downwards. The slope of the stone staircase was getting steeper and steeper until it was almost vertical. After walking for a while, she saw another stone door. Mo Ying drew a gourd and opened it with a jade token. This time, behind the stone door was a passageway. On both sides of the passageway were stone rooms. Lu Ming frowned slightly, because he could feel a chilling aura from these stone chambers. Why is this place so eerie? Obviously, Mo Ying felt it too, and she frowned slightly. Perhaps, it's because no one has been here for too many years. Lu Ming said. Emoing nodded and did not say much. The two of them continued to move forward. After walking for a while, the stone chambers disappeared and the passageway continued to move forward. After walking for another kilometer, they reached the end of the passageway, and a huge underground cave appeared in front of them. In the cave, the chilling aura was even more intense. In the middle of the cave, there was a huge pool. When they saw the pool, the two of them were shocked. This pool was not filled with water at all, but with bright red blood. Yes, the entire pool was filled with blood, and the smell of blood filled the entire underground cave. What? What is this? Is this the inheritance of our ancestor? Emoing said in shock and disbelief. Swoosh, at this moment, the blood in the pool surged violently. Then, the blood rushed into the air and condensed into two blood-red dragons that pounced on Lu Ming and Emoing. Roar, the two blood-red dragons roared, and the smell of blood filled their nostrils. The dragons' claws were as sharp as knives and they clawed at the two of them. Not good. Lu Ming's face changed. The demon banishing spear appeared and stabbed out. Swoosh, swoosh. Two spear radiance burst out and shattered the two blood-red dragons. Roar. Roar, however, the pool surged again and the blood in the pool condensed into blood-red dragons. This time, there were 8 of them. 8 blood-red dragons pounced on the two of them. How could this be? At this moment, Emoing finally reacted. She waved her hands to resist the blood-red dragons. Lu Ming's long spear shook and thrust out, destroying the blood-red dragons one by one. However, the blood-red dragons were not destroyed. They gathered together in the air and reformed into a blood-red dragon. At the same time, blood-red dragons continued to form in the pool and pounced on Lu Ming and Emoing. There was no end to them. Soon, Emoing was scratched by a blood-red dragon's claw, and a deep wound appeared. Boom, Lu Ming's aura exploded violently. He swept out his long spear and dozens of blood-red dragons exploded in the air. However, it was useless. After a while, they would reform. Since I can't kill them, I'll destroy this pool. Lu Ming strode forward, intending to blast the pool that was filled with blood. Clang! Clang! At this moment, the sound of metal clashing could be heard from the pool. It sounded like iron chains colliding with each other. Clang! 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 The clashing sounds became louder. The blood in the pool surged even more violently, creating a loud sound like a stormy sea. Roar! Roar! The Crimson Dragons uttered a series of roars and stopped attacking Lu Ming and Emoing. They flew back into the blood pond. Boom! Suddenly, there was a violent roar from the pool. The entire underground cave shook violently. It was as if there was an ancient giant beast in the pool that was about to break free. I'm not resigned to this. Suddenly, there was a loud roar from the pool. Lu Ming and Emoying's faces changed drastically. There was someone in the pool. I'm not resigned to this. The Inoue imperial family is despicable and shameless. The Emo family is despicable and shameless. They framed me. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. A loud roar came from the pool. It was filled with pain and unwillingness, as well as monstrous hatred. Clang! Clang! The clashing sounds of the iron chains became louder. The next moment, the pool suddenly surged violently and formed a human figure. The human figure was dozens of meters tall and huge. It looked like a burly old man. He roared to the sky, trying to break free from the shackles. However, he was surrounded by endless blood. Roar! End of chapter 327. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.